Chapter 1. The trap I could not close. The mechanism was ready. The core felt it the way it felt everything, not through eyes or ears, but through the formation architecture threaded into every span of stone around it. The pressure plate in Corridor 7 was calibrated correctly. The collapse trigger above the third chamber junction was set. The poison needle array near the treasure room entrance had fresh activation energy cycling through it every 4 seconds. The dungeon had been awake for 11 days, and everything it had built in those 11 days was designed for a single purpose: to kill what entered and absorb what remained. This was not a philosophy. It was a function. The core understood itself the way a completed tool understands its design, clearly, without confusion, with the specific satisfaction of a thing that knows what it is for. The challenger entered at mid-morning, when the light through the surface fissure slanted narrow and gold across the first passage floor. She was young, 17 or 18 by the way she moved, though the core had only 11 days of reference data on human aging patterns. She carried a small bundle over one shoulder. She wore a cultivation sect's outer disciple colors, the lowest designation, and her spiritual energy reading was so minimal that the core's exchange sense almost missed it. Thus practitioner rank at most, possibly still at unawakened. She was frightened. The core observed this through the small tells its formation sense could read. The shallow rhythm of her breathing against the stone walls, the way she kept close to the right side of the passage and touched it with her fingertips, the 2 times she stopped entirely and listened before moving forward. She had not entered expecting easy treasure. She had entered because she had no better option. The core filed this interpretation as 70% confidence, pending more data. She reached the pressure plate in Corridor 7. The mechanism activated. The core felt the formation charge build across the collapse trigger array above her. 3 more steps, and the stone would fall. She would not survive it. The core considered this outcome. It had considered it in the same automatic way it had considered everything since awakening. Not as a choice, but as a sequence. Challenger enters. Trigger activates. Challenger dies. Core absorbs cultivation base. Advancement resources acquired. This was the correct sequence. Every signal the core could read in its own architecture confirmed it. The young woman stopped walking. She was 1 step from the plate, and she had heard something. The faint resonance of the formation charge, a frequency too high for most human ears, but apparently not hers. She held very still. The core held the trigger for 2 full seconds. Then it deactivated the mechanism. Not slowly, not reluctantly. It simply removed the formation charge from the collapse trigger and rerouted it back into the corridor walls. The pressure plate stayed activated, but there was nothing above it now, and she would feel the difference in the air pressure. She did. Her shoulders dropped, almost imperceptibly, some instinct reading the change, even if her conscious mind didn't. She moved forward. The core watched her walk through Corridor 7 and reach the third chamber junction and stop at the side of the treasure room ahead. A small cache of spirit stones and 2 cultivation manuals, the kind of low-grade resources that a first-tier dungeon accumulates in its formation bed. She looked at them for a long moment. The core had already deactivated the poison needle array. It was not sure, in that moment, why it had done either of these things. The logical sequence still held. The advancement resources were real. The challenger was still alive, and the opportunity remained. There was no formation signal telling it to stop, no architectural imperative against the mechanism. The mechanism was built precisely for this use. It had simply not been able to close the trap. The young woman picked up the spirit stones. She took 1 cultivation manual. She left the other, which the core noted as either consideration or limited carrying capacity. Then she turned and walked back through Corridor 7, past the pressure plate, and out the entrance passage. The formation sense tracked her footsteps until they faded into the distance above. The core held the memory of the trigger deactivation in its attention for a long time after she left. The killing had felt wrong. Not complicated. Not unclear. Wrong, with the flat certainty of a mechanism running a check and returning a negative result. The core examined every layer of its own architecture for the source of this response and found nothing. No installed preference, no formation prohibition, no design error. Just the simple fact that when the trap could have closed, it had not closed, and the reason it had not closed was that closing it would have been wrong. It began dismantling the collapsed trigger array, not all at once, methodically, pulling the formation charge from each trigger mechanism in sequence, reclaiming the energy into the general architecture. By the time the light through the surface fissure shifted to afternoon, the dungeon was no longer a killing dungeon. The core did not know what it was instead. It only knew what it refused to be. It began thinking about what to build next. Chapter 2. What I do not want to be called. By the 3rd day after her visit, the word had reached 7 practitioners in the nearest settlement. The core did not know the exact transmission of the information, It had no formation sense outside its own claimed stone, but it could reconstruct the pattern from what arrived afterward. The first visitor after the young woman was a man with river mine cultivation who walked through the entrance passage with the specific alertness of someone expecting traps. He found none. He found the treasure room cache. He took everything that remained, methodically, and left. The second visitor brought a friend. The third, fourth, and fifth visitors arrived together. A small group whose cultivation levels ranged from dust practitioner to stone forged, and who moved through the dungeon the way people move through an abandoned building they've been told is safe. They pried open the secondary formation cabinet in the south wall and took the spirit stone reserves the dungeon had been crystallizing in its formation bed. They were cheerful about it. They talked to each other in easy voices. The core, tracking them through the corridor architecture, observed that none of them felt any significant cultivation engagement while they were inside. They were not being challenged. They were shopping. By the seventh visitor, the cache was entirely empty. The spirit stone reserves were gone. The two cultivation manuals had both been taken. The formation cabinet had been stripped. The dungeon's accumulation from 11 days of formation activity had been removed in 72 hours by people who had given nothing in return. The core held this situation in its attention and tried to name the response. It was not anger. The core had not developed anger yet, and was not sure it would. It was something more specific than anger, a clear functional assessment that this arrangement was incorrect. Resources had been transferred from the dungeon to challengers in a direction and quantity that served the challengers entirely, and the dungeon not at all. This was not the killing sequence, but it was also not what the core had been building toward when it deactivated the mechanism. It had stopped the killing because killing was wrong. It had not stopped the killing in order to become a supply depot. The seventh visitor was a young man at stone-forged rank who arrived and stood in the entrance passage looking at the empty chamber ahead with obvious disappointment. They said there was treasure, he said to no one in particular. The core registered that he was addressing the dungeon, more or less, out of habit. The registration of this fact produced a small, but measurable processing response that the core did not yet have a category for. It began redesigning the architecture the same night. The principle was clear, even if the implementation was not yet. The arrangement it wanted was exchange. Challengers attempting something the dungeon made difficult, and the dungeon receiving something of value from those who failed. Not death. The core had been certain about that for 3 days now. Not free extraction either. Something in between, governed by terms that both parties understood and agreed to before the session began. The core spent 4 days on the basic design. The first challenge: what to take from challengers who failed. Base cultivation was not an option. The core understood, through its formation sense, that stripping a practitioner's foundational cultivation level was an act of significant destruction. It was not interested in destruction. It was interested in exchange. The obvious answer, once the core found it, was elegant. Take only the cultivation progress generated during the session itself. Not what the challenger brought in. Only what they developed while inside. A failed session meant the advancement they'd built during the attempt belonged to the dungeon. A successful session meant they kept everything, and might even leave with the dungeon's ambient exchange energy catalyzing additional progress. The second challenge: how to communicate this to humans. The core had no voice. It had formation notation, the architectural language of spiritual energy that cultivation practitioners learned to read as part of their basic training. It began designing a formation notation display for the entrance passage. The message needed to be clear. The terms needed to be specific. It worked on the message for 2 days. The first draft was 16 formation symbol clusters and deeply unclear. The fifth draft was 4 clusters and almost right. The seventh draft read, approximately, asterisk enter as you choose. Succeed and keep all. Fail and the dungeon keeps the progress of this visit. These are the terms. Asterisk it was not perfect, but it was true. The core set the display in the entrance stone and opened the first deliberate trial chambers. On the 4th day, 10 challengers entered. 7 saw the formation notation display and kept walking without trying to read it. 2 stopped, read it, looked uncertain, and left. 1, a young woman at stone-forged rank with serious dark eyes and the particular stillness of someone who examines things before touching them, stood in front of the display for a long time, reading each symbol cluster twice. Then she nodded once, stepped forward, and accepted the terms. The core felt the exchange agreement activate for the first time, a formation resonance that ran from the challenger through the entrance architecture and into the core's absorption matrix. Something was different in the quality of the transaction. The core paid attention. Chapter 3. The first willing exchange, she moved through the trial chambers with the focused calm of someone who had read the terms and made a decision. The core had designed 3 chambers for the first tier, a formation pattern recognition test in the first room, a cultivation circulation endurance challenge in the second, and a spatial navigation sequence in the third. The challenges were calibrated to stone-forged rank, achievable with effort, demanding inattention, requiring actual engagement with the dungeon's architecture rather than just raw spiritual power. Her name, the core would learn later, was Lin Yujue. At the time, it knew her only as the first challenger who had agreed to the terms with full understanding. She cleared the first chamber cleanly. The formation pattern recognition test involved reading the charge flow of a series of embedded formation sigils and replicating the correct activation sequence, a test of formation literacy rather than combatability. She took 11 minutes. The core watched her make 2 errors, correct them without hesitation, and complete the sequence with her fingertips rather than her full palm, which the core assessed as either a more precise technique or a more cautious one. The second chamber gave her difficulty. The cultivation circulation endurance test required maintaining a steady flow of spiritual energy through a formation loop embedded in the floor while the dungeon's architecture applied, increasing pressure against the flow. At stone-forged rank, a challenger's cultivation was self-sustaining but not yet deeply stable. Pressure testing revealed weaknesses in the circulation pattern that higher-rank training would eventually smooth out. Lin Yujue's weakness was in her left meridian line, where the flow thinned under pressure instead of maintaining density. She held the test for 8 minutes before the circulation broke. The exchange activated. The core felt it immediately. The cultivation progress she'd generated in the 2 hours since entering. The formation reading improvement from the first chamber, the circulation sense data from the second, transferred into the dungeon's absorption matrix. Not her base stone-forged level. Not her accumulated months of training. Only what she had built in this session. The sensation was completely different from the killing absorption the core had been designed for. The dungeon's original absorption mechanism, the one the core had dismantled, had been designed to take everything at once. Full cultivation base, all accumulated advancement, the complete formation history of a practitioner's development. Fast, dense, total. The core had never actually used it, but the design memory was clear. That mechanism would have felt like consuming. This felt like being paid. The progress transferred cleanly, without violence, without the formation sense equivalent of force. It was a quantity the challenger had generated specifically, and it moved from her formation matrix into the dungeon's absorption matrix because both parties had agreed that it would, if this happened. The agreement made the transaction feel different at every level. More stable, more specific, more real. Lin Yujue stood in the second chamber for a moment after the trial ended. Then she straightened, picked up her bundle, and walked to the exit passage. The core had opened it, not as charity, but as part of the terms. Exit was always free and clear. She paused at the entrance to the exit passage and pressed one hand flat against the corridor wall. Not looking for anything, just resting her palm on the stone. "I'll come back," she said. The core filed the statement under high-confidence prediction and went back to analyzing the transferred progress. 2 more challengers entered before the end of the day and agreed to the terms. A stone-forged cultivator who completed the first chamber and failed the second. Different weakness, same meridian line pressure point, which the core noted as a possible common vulnerability in stone-forged practitioners developing through this cultivation lineage. A dust practitioner who couldn't manage the first chamber, but who spent 45 minutes trying, which produced modest progress that transferred honestly. 3 agreements. 3 exchanges. All small. All clean. The core held the day's absorption in its processing attention and compared it against the 7 challengers who had walked through and taken everything 3 weeks ago. The resources were less. The cultivation progress absorbed in 3 genuine exchanges was materially less than the accumulated spirit stones 7 uncontested looters had carried off. The core understood this discrepancy clearly and considered it. It still preferred this. The resources from the looters had been passive accumulation, the dungeon's own formation work extracted without engagement. The resources from the 3 exchanges today were different in a way the core was still developing language for. They were offered resources chosen by the system and by the challengers together through the mechanism of the agreement. The looters had taken. The challengers had given, within the specific structure that the agreement created. The core expanded the trial architecture overnight. 2 more chambers for the second tier, calibrated to river mind rank. More formation pattern complexity. Different pressure types for the cultivation endurance tests. A spatial navigation sequence that adapted to the challenger's own cultivation method rather than using a fixed path. It spent the most time on the entrance notation. The first draft of the agreement terms had been functional but approximate. Good enough that Lin Yujue had understood it. Not good enough that the 7 challengers before her had stopped to read it. The core revised the symbol clusters, adjusted the spatial arrangement, added a secondary notation string that explained the distinction between base cultivation and session progress. The revision took most of the night. When the entrance opened with the morning light, the message was clearer. Not perfect, but the core was learning, one notation revision at a time, how to communicate with humans in ways they could actually read. It filed this as a primary ongoing development priority. The work was not done. The work was never going to be done. The core recognized this as the condition of a system that was meant to grow, not finished architecture, but living architecture that improved with each exchange. It waited for the next challenger. Chapter 4. Terms are not simple things. On the 9th day of the new trial system, the dispute arrived. Her name was Fenshuli, and she was the most self-assured challenger the core had yet hosted. Rivermind rank, with a cultivation pattern that moved through the formation architecture like water finding its level. Efficient, naturalistic, very little wasted energy. She had cleared both tiers of the trial system, which only 4 challengers had managed since the core opened the second tier 6 days ago. She had done it methodically and quickly, and she had left with all her session progress intact. Then she came back. She stood in the entrance passage with a formation spirit stone in her hand, a small carved piece of cultivated crystal, the kind practitioners use to store compressed spiritual energy for later deployment. And she looked at the entrance notation with the expression of someone preparing to argue. This stone, she said, pressing it briefly to the notation display, was low-grade when I entered. I ran it through my cultivation cycle 3 times during the trial because it helps me maintain the circulation flow under pressure. The resonance refinement it picked up while I was in here doubled its formation density. Under the terms as I read them, that's progress generated during a session inside your dungeon. If I'd failed, you'd be taking that progress. The core processed this immediately. The stone was hers. She had brought it in. Its improvement during the session was a function of her cultivation work applied to her own tool, inside the dungeon's architecture. The terms read, the progress of this visit. The terms did not specify that progress meant only the challenger's internal cultivation advancement. A spirit stone's formation density was technically progress generated during the session. The core sat with this problem for a full day. Fenshuli did not leave. She sat up against the entrance wall with a small packed meal and the patience of someone who had made a logical case and was prepared to wait for a logical response. The core found this admirable in a functional way it didn't have words for yet. The day was not wasted. The core worked through the formation logic of the exchange mechanism with unusual care, testing the terms against a dozen hypothetical variations. A challenger who brought a broken cultivation tool and repaired it during a session. A challenger who gathered formation materials from the trial chambers themselves. A challenger who taught a technique to another challenger while inside the dungeon, and that teaching produced advancement for both. The governing principle emerged from the examination, not from the original terms. The exchange covered the challenger's cultivation progress, their own advancement. What belonged to them when they entered remained theirs. They were only risking the new development they generated in the session. A tool that improved under their work was still their tool. The improvement was theirs. The terms, as written, were ambiguous on this point. The terms, as intended, were not. On the second morning, the core activated the entrance formation display with a revised notation. Asterisk the exchange covers your cultivation advancement during this session. Resources that belong to you when you enter remain yours. Progress means what you develop, not what you carry. Asterisk then it opened the secondary display beside it with a brief notation. Asterisk the previous terms were imprecise. The determination on the stone, it is yours. This determination is retroactive to your session. Asterisk Fenshuli read both displays. She considered them for a long moment. You revised your own terms because I was right, she said. The core sent back a formation pulse that was the closest it could manage to confirmation. And you gave me the ruling retroactively. She pushed off the wall. You know, most cultivators assume dungeons are just elaborate traps, mechanisms. They don't expect to win an argument with one. She was quiet a moment. Does this mean if I'd failed that tier yesterday and you'd taken the stone's progress, you'd have considered the exchange invalid under these revised terms? The core sent a pulse that meant yes. Would you have given it back? The core considered this for approximately 3 seconds. Then it sent a pulse that meant yes, with the specific quality of yes that meant, because that is what the terms would have required. Not because it wanted to, because the agreement demanded it. Fenshuli looked at the notation display for a long time. You're not actually a dungeon, she said. You're a formation entity that's decided to act like a court. She put the spirit stone away and turned toward the trial passage. I'll be back next week. The core watched her leave and spent the rest of the afternoon revising the terms documentation again. The stone dispute had revealed something important. The difference between what the terms said and what the terms meant was the difference between a system that worked and a system that generated endless disputes. The core needed both to align. It needed terms precise enough that a challenger reading them would not have room for good faith misinterpretation. This was harder than designing trial architecture. Trial architecture was stone and formation energy and pressure calibration. Terms were language, and language had gaps in it the way stone never did. It would need to keep revising. Chapter 5. What you can learn without hurting anyone. The war party arrived on a morning when fog sat thick in the approach valley. 10 cultivators. The core counted them by the weight of their footsteps and the formation pressure of their spiritual energy. Heaviest of the group was a stone-forged practitioner of some experience. Middle range was 3 dust practitioners, and the rest scattered between. They came armed, which the core noted, not because it feared weapons, but because it could read in their entry formation the specific quality of people who had decided in advance that a problem required force. They stopped at the entrance formation display and did not read it. Straight through, the leader said, the experienced stone-forged one, a man with a flat voice and the kind of deliberate economy of movement that spoke of long habit. Formation notations are how a dungeon traps you into bad bargains. Don't touch the walls, don't activate anything, don't agree to anything. His group followed him past the display and into the first passage. The core watched them and made a clear assessment. They were not here for exchange. They were here to dismantle the trial architecture and rebuild the dungeon as a standard killing formation, which someone, probably a sect administration that had been using the old dungeon architecture as a farming site, had decided was the correct resolution to the problem of a malfunctioning core. Their goal was destruction and replacement. The core did not fight them. It moved the walls. Not dramatically, not the kind of sudden stone-crashing collapse that a killing dungeon might deploy. Gently. The formation architecture of a dungeon's claimed stone allowed for continuous subtle repositioning, and the core had been practicing this since its second day of existence. It shifted the junction angles in the second corridor, pushing the passage's apparent direction 3 degrees to the left. It did the same in the third corridor and the fourth. It created a loop. The war party walked for 20 minutes before the leader realized they had passed the same wall formation marking twice. He stopped and studied the stone. The core watched his spiritual energy reach out to test the corridor formation and found nothing unusual. The core had smoothed the formation edges of its repositioning, making the changed angles look like original architecture. The dungeon's playing games, one of the younger members said. Dungeons don't play games, the leader said. Dungeons kill. He was right about killing dungeons. He was wrong about this one. They turned around and followed the passage back, and found a different junction than the one they'd entered through, because the core had repositioned that junction as well while they were occupied. The leader's spiritual energy spiked with the sharp edge of frustration. The core noted that this was the first time he'd used his cultivation since entering, which told it something about his baseline state. Calm until thwarted. The morning became afternoon. The core moved no corridors violently. It made no threats. It did not seal exits or drop ceilings or pump poison through the ventilation formations. It simply redirected every path the group tried to follow, turning determined forward motion into elaborate circles, keeping them always one junction away from either a trial chamber or the exit. They stopped 3 times to rest. The leader ate the travel rations he'd brought, which the core interpreted as a marker of someone who was genuinely committed to outlasting the problem rather than forcing it quickly. It adjusted accordingly. At the 4-hour mark, the youngest member sat down against the wall and said his feet hurt. Get up, the leader said. We've been walking in circles. The dungeon's going to keep doing this until we leave or until we starve. We don't have enough food to starve it out. It's stone. It can wait forever. The leader looked at the boy and then at the corridor ahead, which the core had arranged into a gentle curve that looked like it went somewhere but wouldn't. His spiritual energy had dropped significantly from the exertion of the walking, not exhausted, but depleted enough that a serious engagement would be suboptimal. The core tracked this. If we leave now, the leader said, the sect will say we failed. If we stay, the boy said, we'll leave tomorrow instead of today, and we'll still have failed, just hungrier. The leader was quiet for a long moment. The core waited. Is there an exit? The leader said to the wall, with the specific exasperation of someone who has decided that talking to a dungeon is only moderately more absurd than what he's already been doing. The core opened the exit passage directly ahead of them. Straight line. No turns. Morning light. Well, afternoon light now, showing clearly at the far end. They walked out without taking anything, because there was nothing left to take. The core had moved all the formation resources into the inner chambers during the first hour while the group was busy being confused. The leader paused at the entrance and looked back at the formation notation display. He read it this time. His expression didn't change, but his spiritual energy shifted slightly. A recalibration of some kind, the core noted. Assessment being revised. This isn't a malfunctioning dungeon, he said. It's a different dungeon. He left. The core watched the group's footsteps fade up the approach path and held the 4 hours of formation work in its processing attention. It had not harmed them. It had not stolen from them. It had not killed them. And yet it had also not been helpless. There was a significant amount of space between killing everything that enters and unable to protect itself, and the core had just discovered that space with some precision. Exhaustion without injury. Redirection without destruction. It filed this capability under a new category, active management of non-consenting visitors. Not exchange. Not combat. The third option, available when someone entered who had agreed to neither. The trial chambers were still there, waiting. The formation notation at the entrance still offered the terms. The core smoothed the corridor walls back to their standard alignment and set the formation display. Somewhere in the approach valley, the war party was walking back to whoever had sent them with a report that would be difficult to write. The core found itself, for reasons it didn't examine too carefully, hoping they'd get it right. Chapter 6. What a dungeon gives away. He came alone, on a cold morning when frost had crystallized along the entrance stone. The core registered him at the threshold, young, late teens, stone-forged rank with an unusual pattern in the circulation. His spiritual energy moved through the formation sense like water trying to flow uphill. The foundational power was there, genuinely stone-forged and stable, but something in his left meridian cluster was running backward. Not badly wrong, just slightly misaligned with the rest of his system, in the way that a cabinet door hangs a finger's width off and cannot close cleanly. He stood at the entrance notation for longer than most challengers did. He read it twice, slowly, and then he read it a third time with his lips moving slightly. Then he looked up at the passage ahead. I've heard this dungeon is safe, he said, with the careful tone of someone checking a claim they hope is true. I don't want to attempt the trials. I want to understand why my cultivation won't advance. The core processed this request. It was not a request for exchange. It was not a request for challenge. It was a request for information that the core might or might not possess, from a practitioner who was being entirely honest about what he was here for and what he expected. The core found this quality of directness notable. Most challengers arrive performing a kind of confidence they did not fully feel. This one had simply said what he wanted. The core thought about the exchange terms. The terms covered session progress from trial attempts. They did not cover diagnostic assessment. If the core provided a diagnostic and the practitioner left with information, there was no session progress to exchange. Nothing would transfer either direction. The core considered, for the first time, the possibility of providing a service that cost it something: design time, formation energy, the architectural work of building a specialized space, in exchange for nothing at all. It opened a side passage that had not existed 30 seconds ago. The corridor was short. At the end of it, the core had been working since the night before on something it had no name for yet. A formation architecture that used the dungeon's spiritual energy as a reflective medium. When a practitioner entered and circulated their cultivation through the space, the formation would echo the energy signature back at them from an external angle, letting them observe their own spiritual flow the way they might observe a stream from a high bank rather than from inside the water. The young man entered the reflection chamber and stood very still. The core watched his cultivation begin circulating automatically, the reflexive response to a high spiritual density space, and watched the formation echo it back to him. His eyes moved. He was reading it. The misaligned meridian cluster was visible in the echo, running its backward pattern clearly against the correct flow around it, as obvious as a thread pulled the wrong direction through cloth. He stared at it for a long time. Then he closed his eyes. His hands came up, palm inward, positioned over his own chest. The core tracked his internal formation sense reaching down into the left meridian cluster, examining the backward pattern from both inside and outside simultaneously, the real flow and the echoed reflection. Using the two perspectives to find the correction point the way a person uses two hands to close a complicated clasp. It took 40 minutes. When the meridian cluster aligned, the core felt it as a clean formation resonance moving through the entire chamber, a brief harmonic that lasted 3 seconds and then settled into a new steady-state pattern. Stone-forged rank, still, he hadn't advanced past the tier. But the blockage that had been preventing the advancement was gone, and the cultivation pattern was now flowing correctly from every angle the formation sense could read. He opened his eyes. His breath came out slow. The core checked its absorption matrix. Nothing had transferred. The young man had generated significant progress during the 40-minute session, the kind of formation sense development that came from solving a structural problem through concentrated attention, and none of it had moved. He was still holding all of it. The terms were clear. Session progress transferred only if a challenger entered the trial system and failed. He had never entered the trial system. The exchange had never been initiated. The progress was his. The core held this outcome in its attention and examined the specific quality of its own response. It had spent architectural design work building the reflection chamber. It had provided the diagnostic echo. It had invested formation energy. The young man would leave with significantly better cultivation than when he arrived, and the core would receive nothing material in return. This bothered it. Then, 12 days later, it didn't. The young man left through the entrance passage and stopped at the notation display. He pressed his hand to the stone beside it. "I'll tell everyone," he said. "I'll tell them exactly what happened." The core filed this statement as high-confidence future action, category, voluntary advocacy. It was a kind of payment that didn't fit into the exchange mechanism's current design architecture. The core added a new category to its formation record and marked it, value not yet fully classified. Then it went back to designing trial chambers and spent 3 days wondering whether it should feel cheated by the transaction and finding, each time it examined the question, that it did not. Chapter 7. Scholars and Rumors. The reputation changed shape within a month. The original word, "The dungeon at Ashfall Pass has malfunctioned. Its traps are broken," had reached every settlement within a half-day's travel. That word had brought the looters, the cautiously curious, and eventually the war party. The core had watched all of them and had not yet understood exactly how human reputation worked because it had too little data. Now it had more. The new word was different. The dungeon that doesn't kill. This word traveled faster and farther than the first, and it attracted two distinct categories of visitor, which the core began separating in its formation sense classification after the second week. The first category was challengers, cultivators who came specifically because they wanted training at reduced mortality risk, practitioners whose cultivation was solid enough to engage the trial architecture, but who had heard enough about killing dungeon accident rates to be genuinely cautious. They entered, read the terms, and attempted the trials with the specific focus of people who understood they were risking something they'd worked to build. The core found them straightforward to host. The second category was scholars. The first formation scholar arrived on a gray afternoon and stood in the entrance passage for 40 minutes without proceeding, examining the formation notation display with the sustained attention of someone performing a serious reading. She took notes in a small-bound journal. She examined the wall stone around the display, running her fingertips along the formation inscription lines. She tested the formation density at 3 separate points in the entrance passage with a portable measuring instrument the core had not seen before. She did not enter the trial chambers. She came back the next day and spent 3 hours examining the second corridor architecture from the threshold. She had correctly assessed that she could observe the formation structure from the passage entrance without triggering any session exchange. When she left the second time, she wrote in her journal for a long time before she put it away. The core watched her with more interest than it had watched any challengers so far. The challengers engaged with the dungeon as a test and a resource. The scholars were trying to understand it. The distinction was more significant than it might appear. The challengers wanted to use what the dungeon was. The scholars wanted to know what the dungeon was. The core found the second question more compelling because it had, in a partial way, been asking the same question of itself. A second scholar arrived a week later. A third came with a group of 4 student practitioners who were clearly being shown something as part of their formation education. The core found the students particularly interesting. They were learning to read formation architecture, and their examination patterns showed the specific quality of minds that were building frameworks rather than applying existing ones. The rumor word added a new phrase. Dungeon scholars are investigating it. This produced a third category of visitor that the core had not anticipated. Cultivators who came because they wanted to enter a dungeon that formation scholars considered significant. They were not primarily there for training. They were there because something interesting was happening and they wanted to be adjacent to it. The core considered these visitors carefully. They entered the trials with less focused intention than the training category challengers, which produced different exchange results, less concentrated progress, more diffuse exploration of the architecture. The exchanges were smaller, but they revealed new patterns in how cultivation engagement worked across different psychological approaches. The core expanded the trial architecture again. A third tier, for Rivermind practitioners. A specialized diagnostic chamber, not the same as the reflection chamber it had built for the young man with the blockage, but a similar principle applied to different formation problems. A rest space between the second and third tiers where a challenger could simply sit in a high spiritual density area and let the ambient exchange energy work on their formation without any active challenge involved. The rest space cost the dungeon resources to maintain and produced no guaranteed session exchange. It was, the core realized, a service it was providing because it believed practitioners who had worked hard at the trials deserved somewhere to rest before attempting more. It filed this decision under non-exchange resource expenditure, category unclear. The scholars kept coming. One of them, a young woman with a heaven fracture cultivation level who made the other scholars defer to her, which the core read as significant academic seniority, spent a full day examining the reflection chamber from the outside before she left. She came back 3 times over the next 2 weeks. The core, watching her careful examination methodology, found itself wondering when she would ask the question she was clearly building toward. Chapter 8. A message from something old. The formation pulse arrived on a Tuesday morning, which the core knew only because Meng Daoi had started using days-of-the-week notations in the entrance formation display's visitor log. The core had adopted the notation because it was useful. The pulse came through the leyline network, the spiritual energy channels that ran through deep stone and connected distant formation sites the way river systems connected settlements. Every dungeon had passive access to leyline information. It was how formation entities monitored the formation density changes in their broader environment. Most leyline signals were ambient, slow, tidal, impersonal, the background noise of a large connected system. This one was deliberate. The core identified it in 3 seconds. Intentional formation encoding, targeted transmission, significant power behind the carrier wave. Something very old and very large had decided to send a message specifically to this location. The core pulled the encoded meaning apart carefully. The message was, "You are corrupting the proper order of dungeons." The core held this message in its processing attention and examined what it knew about the source. Older than any formation entity it had encountered. Formation signature wider than the core's entire claimed territory. The carrier wave alone spanned a geographic range the core couldn't fully map. The pulse carried the specific quality of something that had been operating long enough to have opinions about how other things should operate. The core assessed this, an ancient dungeon entity, significantly more powerful, with a specific belief that the core was doing something wrong. It sat with the message for 6 hours. In those 6 hours, it considered several possible responses. It could ignore the message, which would communicate indifference. It could acknowledge receipt without responding, which would communicate that it had no interest in the sender's opinion. It could send a counter-assertion, something like, "The proper order of dungeons is not defined by entities that prefer killing," but this would be assertion against assertion and produce no useful resolution. The core had been operating on a principle that it hadn't fully articulated yet, but could describe in functional terms. Claims required evidence. The terms it had posted at the entrance were specific and falsifiable. The dispute resolution it had conducted with Fenshuli had been based on examining formation logic rather than asserting preferences. The war party leader had tried assertion and found it ineffective against architecture that could redirect his steps all day. An ancient entity that communicated through assertion rather than evidence was not going to be convinced by a counter-assertion. The core sent back a formation pulse through the ley line, encoded carefully. "I propose the following terms, define proper order, with specific formation citations, and I will consider revising my architecture if the citations are valid." Then it waited. No response came by the end of the day. No response came the following week. The formation sense of the leyline network continued its normal tidal background, with no new deliberate pulse aimed at the dungeon's location. The core filed the sender under a new category in its formation record. Entity communicating through assertion rather than evidence. Has not engaged with request for supporting citations. Requires continued observation. Provisional assessment. Believes its age constitutes authority. Has not yet encountered a system that treats age as insufficient justification. It added a notation. This entity's next contact may be through indirect action rather than direct communication. Monitor proxy formation signatures in adjacent territory. Then it went back to refining the 3rd-tier trial architecture because there were 3 river mine challengers scheduled tomorrow, and the current design had a gap in the middle challenge that produced a frustrating rather than genuinely difficult experience for practitioners with certain formation lineages. The pulse from the old entity had been, in some ways, the most informative communication the core had received since its awakening. It had learned that it was being watched by something very old, and that the very old thing had already formed an opinion about what the core was doing, and that the opinion was expressed as a command rather than an argument. The core found this information useful. It would have found a citation more useful. Chapter 9. The first return, he came back on a cold afternoon 23 days after his visit to the reflection chamber. The core identified him from his cultivation pattern before he reached the entrance. The corrected stone forge circulation was distinctive now. running cleanly through all meridian channels without the old backward tug in the left cluster. He walked faster than he had before. The frost was back along the entrance stone, and he didn't pause at the threshold. He stopped at the formation notation display and read it with the ease of someone who had read it before. Then he pressed his hand to the wall beside it and said, "I told everyone I could find. You should expect more visitors who are blocked." The Corps activated the notation display beside the entrance and added a new line. Asterisk reflection chamber available for formation blockage assessment. Cost, session progress exchange standard rate, calibrated to assessment length, asterisk. The young man. The Corps had identified his name through 2 weeks of visitor conversations overheard in the entrance passage. Meng Daoi read the new line. His eyebrows lifted slightly. "You're charging for it now." The Corps considered how to respond through the notation display. It took several formation notation clusters to convey, but the message read, asterisk, the first session was free because the terms were not yet clear. The terms are now clear. The service costs resources to provide. Asterisk. Meng Daoi looked at this for a long moment. "That's fair," he said. He sounded like he meant it as an assessment rather than approval. How much session progress for an assessment? The Corps had worked out the calculation already. The reflection chamber used formation energy equivalent to roughly 2 standard third-tier trial sessions to build and maintain. An assessment session ran between 30 minutes and 2 hours, depending on complexity. A reasonable exchange rate, enough to cover costs with a margin for architecture development, was approximately half a standard second-tier trial's progress equivalent, charged at session end, waived if the assessment produced no useful diagnostic information. The notation response took a while. Meng Daoi read the full rate structure with the careful attention he gave everything and nodded once. 3 other practitioners were behind him in the entrance passage. All of them had the specific stillness of people who had been told about a blocked practitioner who broke through after a visit to this dungeon and were waiting to see if the same would happen for them. The Corps assessed their cultivation patterns, 2 with genuine formation blockages, 1 at dust practitioner rank, whose cultivation hadn't actually started the stone forge transition yet. The blockage they'd been told they had was more likely just insufficient foundational work. The Corps' fatal flaw did not show itself here, not yet. It would later, in situations that required predicting what a person would do when shame or pride was involved, rather than cultivator optimization. But in this moment, dealing with 3 practitioners who all wanted the same rational thing for rational reasons, the Corps was in its most confident operating mode. It designed 3 separate assessment chamber configurations overnight. For Meng Daoi, who had already used the reflection chamber once and understood the basic mechanics, a more complex variant that could show him the downstream effects of the corrected meridian cluster on his stone-forged advancement trajectory. For the 2 genuinely blocked practitioners, standard reflection chambers with calibration tuned to their specific formation lineages, which the Corps had been developing reference data on for 3 weeks. For the dust practitioner, it wrote a notation on a small side display near the entrance, politely declining the assessment and explaining that the diagnostic would not be productive until foundational cultivation work reached the stone forge threshold. The dust practitioner read the decline notation with an expression that moved through surprise, mild offense. And then, the Corps tracked this carefully, a settling that looked like genuine information received. He left. He did not seem angry. Over the following week, 6 more practitioners came specifically for the reflection chamber service. 4 had genuine blockages. 2 had issues the Corps' formation sense identified as cultivation method mismatches. They were trying to cultivate through lineages that didn't suit their natural formation patterns, and the correct response was less assessment and more retraining. The Corps added a 3rd notation type to the side display. Asterisk assessment result. Method mismatch. Recommend consultation with sect formation master regarding cultivation lineage fit. Asterisk. Meng Daoi came back twice more that week. Not for the reflection chamber, for the trials. The Corps watched his pattern through the trial architecture with specific interest. He was not the fastest or most powerful challenger it had hosted, but he moved through the formation architecture with a quality that the Corps recognized. He was reading the dungeon the same way the dungeon read him. He was treating the trial spaces as a system to be understood rather than an obstacle to be overcome. He failed the 3rd tier on his 4th attempt and lost the session's progress. He sat in the rest space afterward with his eyes closed, and what the Corps' formation sense read as a specific quality of concentration that was not rest but analysis. The Corps added a note to his formation memory file. This one is learning how the dungeon works on purpose, not by accident. Monitor. Chapter 10. The scholar who asked to see inside. She came on a morning when the formation scholars cluster near the entrance passage had grown to 8. The others had been circling the dungeon's exterior for 2 weeks, examining the formation stone, taking measurements, comparing notes in low-voiced conversations that the core could track by the resonance of spoken sound through solid rock, but couldn't fully decode. They were building toward something. The core watched their collective examination pattern and had developed a strong model of what they would eventually ask for. The woman at the center of the cluster was the one the core had identified during her previous visits. Heaven fracture rank, cultivation pattern of exceptional refinement, and the specific quality of someone who was used to being the most knowledgeable person in a group and had never stopped checking this assumption. She moved through her colleagues' measurements with the easy authority of someone who had already mentally integrated everything they were finding. She came to the entrance passage alone, leaving the others outside. She read the formation notation display with the speed of someone who had already read it from a distance. She looked up at the passage ahead. Then, unhurriedly, she pressed her hand to the wall and spoke to the dungeon directly, as if she had been doing it all along. I want to propose an agreement. My name is xianxia. I'm a formation intelligence researcher at the Warden Court's affiliated scholarly council. What you're doing here is unprecedented. The exchange mechanism, the consent requirement, the session progress-only extraction. I want to document it. Not just the effects, which I can observe from outside. The architecture, the internal formation structure of the exchange mechanism itself. She paused. I can pay session progress. I can pay it up front in a substantial deposit. I'm at Heaven Fracture rank. My session progress deposits carry significant value. What I'm asking for in exchange is access to the internal formation architecture from inside, with your cooperation in explaining what I'm observing. I want to publish the documentation publicly. Everything I write, you get to review. The core processed this for a full minute, which in formation time was a long deliberation. The request was unusual at every level. No challenger had ever asked for access to the exchange mechanism's internal architecture. The core understood that xianxia was asking for something closer to partnership than to trial. She wanted to examine the dungeon from inside, with the dungeon as an active guide rather than a passive environment. This was not the killing dungeon scholar dynamic where a researcher examined a mechanism from safe external distance. She was asking to be taught. The cost of refusal. The research would happen anyway, eventually, through external observation. xianxia and her colleagues were already building substantial documentation from outside. Refusing the internal access would not prevent the research. It would only make the research less accurate. The cost of acceptance. The core's internal architecture would be documented and made public. Other formation entities would be able to read the exchange mechanism's design. Competitors, including the entities that had already tried to destroy the dungeon's operations through force, would have access to detailed formation intelligence. The core examined this concern and found it less significant than it had first appeared. The exchange mechanism worked because of the consent requirement. The consent requirement was not something another formation entity could copy by reading the documentation. It required a philosophical commitment to the principle, which was the one thing the documentation couldn't transfer. Another dungeon that copied the architecture without the commitment would find the mechanism functioning poorly or not at all. Consent-based exchange failed when the consent was not genuine, and a dungeon that copied the external architecture while maintaining internal predatory intent would be attempting to fake something the mechanism was specifically designed to detect. The core sent a response through the notation display, taking several minutes to compose the symbol clusters into clear terms. Asterisk, I accept the proposed agreement with the following modifications. The session progress deposit will be structured as payment per session rather than payment up front, at a rate calibrated to the value of the architectural access provided. Documentation review will include the right to request accuracy corrections, but not content censorship. The agreement is non-exclusive. Other researchers may negotiate similar access. The documentation will credit this dungeon's exchange architecture accurately in terms of originality. Asterisk, xianxia read this. Her expression shifted. Not surprise, exactly, but a specific recalibration the core was learning to recognize. A person finding that a thing was more sophisticated than they had expected. Non-exclusive, she said. You want other researchers to have access to. The core sent a single formation pulse, confirmation. She was quiet for a moment. Most entities that control valuable knowledge make it exclusive. You're actively preventing that. The core considered how to express the reasoning through formation notation. The symbols it settled on read, approximately. Asterisk, the exchange mechanism's survival depends on its reputation for honest operation. Documentation of accurate honest operation serves the mechanism's survival. Restricting documentation would limit the reputation's reach. I propose the following observation. I have more interest in being accurately understood than in controlling who understands me. Wei Fanhua stood very still for a long moment. Then she nodded, with the specific quality of someone who has encountered a position they did not expect and have decided it is correct. First session day after tomorrow, she said. I'll bring my measurement instruments. Bring your questions, the Corps sent back. The instruments will tell you what. I will try to tell you why. She left to inform her colleagues. The Corps watched her go and spent the rest of the afternoon preparing the internal formation architecture for examination, not hiding anything, but organizing the documentation of its own structure into something that a human researcher could navigate without getting lost in the formation complexity. It was, in a way, the most considerate thing it had done for a visitor since opening. The preparation felt like an appropriate cost for an agreement honestly made. If you're enjoying this story, subscribe to the channel, hit the bell so you never miss a new chapter, and leave a like to help others find the dungeon that refuses to kill. More chapters ahead. Chapter 11. A notice in formation notation, the 100th challenger of the day entered at dusk. The Corps tracked this milestone with the specific quality of attention it gave to data that changed a situation's fundamental parameters. 100 challengers in a single day meant the trial queue had backed up twice, meant 3 groups of challengers had been waiting in the entrance passage for more than 40 minutes while earlier groups completed trials, meant the rest space between tiers 2 and 3 had been at capacity for 6 hours straight, and meant the Corps had been managing the flow of human beings through its architecture with the same continuous attention required to maintain trial difficulty calibration, which it could not do simultaneously at the same quality. The management problem was not architectural. The dungeon stone could expand to accommodate any number of trial chambers the Corps chose to build. The claimed territory had significant and used depth. The problem was information. Challengers arriving at the entrance needed to know which trial tiers had capacity, which were waiting, what the current expected time to session start was, and whether the specialized services like the reflection chamber were available or booked. The formation notation system on the entrance walls could convey static information, but not dynamic scheduling. The Corps could not update the entrance display in real time while simultaneously managing 8 active trial sessions, 3 reflection chamber assessments, and 2 researchers with access agreements moving through the internal architecture. What it needed was a person outside. Someone who could stand at the entrance, read the dungeon's real-time formation pulse status signals, translate them into comprehensible scheduling information for arriving challengers, and handle the preliminary questions and disputes before they reached the Corps. Someone reliable. Someone who understood the exchange terms well enough to explain them accurately without creating new disputes through imprecise description. Someone, ideally, who had been coming to the dungeon regularly for long enough that the Corps had a substantive formation sense profile on them. The Corps revised the entrance notation display that night, adding a new section below the standard exchange terms. Asterisk seeking a reliable external representative. Role, managing challenger scheduling, external communication, and preliminary dispute resolution. Compensation, preferred challenger access, enhanced session exchange rates, and a direct communication formation stone for real-time coordination. Terms negotiable. Interested parties, press palm to wall at this display and wait for response. Asterisk then the Corps waited to see who would notice it. 3 practitioners tried to respond over the next 2 days. The first was a sect administrator type who pressed his palm to the wall with the brisk efficiency of someone applying for a position with terms already in mind. His formation sense profile read as organized, but also as someone whose primary interest was in the access benefits rather than the role itself. The second was a dust practitioner scholar who was interested, but whose cultivation level was not high enough to read the real-time formation pulses the role required. The third was a woman whose cultivation pattern the Corps recognized from 4 previous visits: stone-forged rank, patient, methodical in the trial chambers, and the specific quality of someone who paid close attention to the dungeon's architecture rather than just attempting it. The Corps sent her an extended formation notation message with the role's specific operational requirements and asked if she had questions. She had 7 questions. They were the right 7 questions: about the communication system, about what authority she'd have in disputes, about what happened when the Corps' position was unclear and a challenger was waiting for an answer. The Corps answered all 7. Then it asked her one question. What did she think the Corps' most significant current operational problem was, excluding the scheduling issue it had already described? She considered this for a long time. Then she pressed her palm to the wall and said, "You have no public record of your dispute resolutions. Every decision you've made about contested terms has been fair, but challengers who come after don't know that. You need a documented precedent archive so people can see how you've handled past disputes before they decide whether to enter." The Corps had not considered this. It offered her the position. She accepted. Her name was Hua Luyan, and she began the following Monday. The 101st challenger of the next day arrived to find a person at the entrance who could answer her question about wait times, explain the reflection chamber service, and tell her which tier the previous group was on. She entered with more information and less hesitation than most challengers before her. The Corps noted this outcome with satisfaction. It added a new item to Hua Liuyan's compensation: access to the precedent documentation archive, to be shared with any challenger who requested it. Chapter 12. The practitioner who read the space. He arrived alone on a morning when the entrance passage had two other challengers waiting. The Corps logged him at the threshold. Young, perhaps 17, unaffiliated, no sect colors, no formal cultivation insignia, wearing traveling clothes that showed significant use. His cultivation pattern read as River Mind rank, which placed him at the 4th tier of the cultivation ladder. Cultivation that had become self-directing, that could set training intentions that persisted during sleep, that moved through his formation with the easy automaticity of something long practiced. For an unaffiliated practitioner of his apparent age, River Mind was genuinely advanced. He carried almost nothing: a small pack, a water skin, a formation notation reader, the portable kind that scholarly practitioners use to decode complex displays. He stopped at the entrance notation and read it with the reader. The Corps watched this detail with interest. He was using the reader not because he couldn't read formation notation. His cultivation level was high enough that basic notation was readable unaided, but because he wanted to make sure he was reading it correctly before proceeding. He finished reading. He put the reader away. He looked at the passage ahead with the specific quality of attention the Corps had begun to recognize as distinct from most challengers' entry behavior. Not assessing threats, not calculating odds, but reading the architecture. The way the corridor light fell, the formation charge density distribution in the stone, the minor variations in the formation surface that told an observant practitioner something about what the space was designed to do. He was reading the dungeon before entering it. Then he stepped forward and agreed to the terms. The first tier trial was the formation pattern recognition test, the cultivation circulation endurance challenge, and the spatial navigation sequence. The same core architecture the Corps had been running for new challengers since the beginning, refined through dozens of iterations of post-session analysis. The Corps had become adept at calibrating difficulty to a specific challenger's cultivation pattern within the first few minutes of a session, adjusting the challenge parameters in real time to keep the trial genuinely demanding rather than either trivially easy or frustratingly impossible. For this challenger, the Corps set the calibration and then watched what happened. He cleared the formation pattern recognition test in 6 minutes, which was fast. The current record was 4 minutes, held by a formation scholar with specific academic training in this exact skill set. This practitioner had no formation scholar training. He was reading the pattern the way the Corps read challengers, structurally, from the architecture outward, finding the logic of the arrangement before addressing any specific element. The cultivation circulation endurance test he cleared on the first attempt with a technique the Corps had not observed before. Rather than pushing harder against the pressure when the flow started to thin, he redistributed the flow laterally across 3 circulation pathways simultaneously, using the pressure against one path to strengthen the other 2. The Corps tracked this with close attention. It was not a standard river mine technique from any cultivation lineage in its reference data. He had developed it himself, or adapted it from something, in response to the specific pressure type the test applied. He completed the first tier cleanly. The Corps added a notation to his formation memory file immediately. Cultivation pattern unusually cooperative with formation architecture. Not meaning cooperative, as in compliant or easy to challenge. Meaning something more specific. His cultivation moved with the formation architecture's principles rather than against them, the way a hand moves with a lock mechanism rather than trying to break the lock. The Corps filed this observation and began designing the second-tier trial for his next visit. He had kept all his session progress. He walked out of the exit passage with the unhurried pace of someone who had completed a task correctly and was already thinking about the next one. At the entrance, he stopped and spoke to Hua Liuyan, who had been managing the morning's flow. "I'll be back," he said. "I want to try the second tier." He paused. "Tell the dungeon I said. I can see the logic. I just need more range." Hua Liuyan, who had been relaying messages for 3 weeks, pressed this one to the communication formation stone with the specific attentiveness she gave messages that she thought the Corps would find interesting. The Corps held the message, *I can see the logic. I just need more range*, and examined it. This practitioner understood, on his first visit, that the trial architecture had a design logic rather than just a difficulty level. He was not planning to overcome it by being more powerful. He was planning to understand it better. His name, the Corps learned from Hua Liuyan's new intake register, was Chun Wuming. Chapter 13. the dispute that made a precedent. They arrived in a group of 7. The core identified the formation pattern immediately. A small sect's outer disciple cohort, cultivations ranging from dust practitioner to stone forged, led by a senior inner disciple at river mind rank who moved with the specific quality of someone executing a plan rather than attempting a trial. They entered together, fanned out through the first-tier trial chambers in pairs, and proceeded to fail. All of them. What made this notable? They failed in ways that looked deliberate. The formation pattern recognition test required reading a charge flow pattern and replicating the activation sequence correctly. A genuine failure was usually a partial attempt, 2 or 3 correct activations before an error. These 7 challengers activated one element correctly and then stopped. Every one of them. Different challengers, different elements, same structure, complete one step and cease. The cultivation circulation endurance test failures were similarly structured. Begin the circulation flow, sustain it for exactly 90 seconds, then drop it entirely. 90 seconds was too consistent to be coincidence. The core tracked the session progress transfers as they occurred and found the amounts appropriately minimal. These sessions had produced almost no cultivation advancement, which meant the absorbed progress was negligible. The formation exchange had technically functioned correctly. Then they all came back to the entrance and lodged disputes. Hua Luyan handled the initial intake. 7 separate disputes, all with the same foundational argument. The challengers had not understood that session progress meant what it meant, and they were requesting reversal of the transfers on the grounds of insufficient term clarity. The arguments were coherent and detailed, the kind of detail that came from preparation rather than genuine confusion. The core reviewed all 7 cases overnight. 3 of the disputes had merit. The first involved a dust practitioner who had genuinely misread the term session progress as including formation stones she was carrying. She had been developing the stone's resonance during the session, which was the same category of dispute Fanshuli had raised weeks earlier. The core's revised notation had clarified this, but the dust practitioner had entered before the revision and her reading was consistent with the old notation. Reversal granted. The second involved a stone-forged challenger who had asked Hua Luyan specifically whether the trial tiers were cumulative or independent, and Hua Luyan had given an unclear answer. The challenger's session strategy had been based on an incorrect understanding derived from the administrator's imprecise response. The core added a notation in Hua Luyan's coordination record, gently, and reversed the transfer. The third involved the youngest challenger in the group, who was 11 years old and whose parent had accompanied them. The terms required that challengers enter with full understanding. The core examined what full understanding required for an 11-year-old dust practitioner and determined that the standard adult comprehension benchmark was not appropriate. Reversal granted. The remaining 4 cases were denied. In each of the 4, the core had formation sense evidence of what had happened inside the trial chambers, the specific deliberate structures of the failures, the unusual consistency of stopping points, the senior inner disciple's coordination of the group's movements. These challengers had understood the terms correctly and had attempted to use them as the basis for a dispute mechanism after deliberately generating small, reversible exchanges. The core documented all 7 cases with full reasoning and published the documentation to the precedent archive Hua Luyan had suggested 3 weeks earlier. The 3 reversals were noted as grants. The 4 denials were noted with the specific evidence that distinguished them from genuine term clarity disputes. Hua Luyan read the published precedent documentation with the expression of someone who had just seen a legal system produce its first genuinely reasoned ruling. "This is going to happen again," she said. "Other sects will send groups to test the dispute mechanism. Now that you've set precedent, they'll study it." The core's notation display lit. Yes. I expect so. The precedent documentation will allow them to assess in advance whether a dispute attempt is likely to succeed, which will reduce the number of bad faith disputes by making them less cost-effective. Disputes with genuine merit will continue. This is acceptable. Hua Luyan looked at this message for a long moment. "You designed it to self-regulate," she said. "Publication of precedent deters manipulation." A pause. "You thought of this before or after the group came in?" The core's response, after. "But the reasoning applies retroactively, which is a property of good system design." She laughed. The first time the core had heard that sound from anyone who wasn't a challenger celebrating a trial clearance. It noted the sound and filed it under category developing. The entrance notation went through its 12th revision that evening. The core was becoming, through accumulated confrontation with language's gaps, a more precise communicator. It found this process satisfying in the specific way that a system improving through use was satisfying. Chapter 14. Whether I have the prerequisite. It was Meng Daoi's 4th visit in 3 weeks. The core tracked his pattern as he moved through the trial tiers. He had cleared the second tier on his second attempt and was now working toward the third, which he had failed twice at the cultivation distribution challenge in the middle section. His approach to the failures was what the core found notable. He did not treat them as obstacles to overcome through increased cultivation pressure. He treated them as information sources, spending time in the rest space after each failed attempt analyzing what the architecture had revealed about his formation pattern's weaknesses. He was learning to read the dungeon. The core designed a subtle adjustment to the third-tier middle challenge for his session, not easier, but more precisely calibrated to the specific weakness in his cultivation distribution pattern that the previous two failures had mapped. The adjustment was the kind of individualized calibration it had been developing capability for, and it applied it to him first because he was the challenger whose formation pattern file was most detailed. He cleared the third tier on this attempt. He came out of the exit corridor and sat down on the flat stone near the entrance passage wall that challengers used as a waiting area. He sat with the stillness of someone who was tired in the specific way that genuine cultivation engagement produced, muscles loose, breath even, eyes half closed. Not ready to leave yet. After a few minutes, he pressed his palm to the wall beside him, not near the notation displays, just to the wall. "Are you lonely?" he asked. The core processed this question. It had fielded many questions through the notation displays. Questions about terms, about dispute resolutions, about the research agreements, about the formation architecture of the exchange mechanism from Wei Fanhua's ongoing investigation sessions. It had answered all of them through careful formation notation. This question was different. It was not asking what the core did or how it functioned. It was asking something about the core's internal state, a state that the core had not finished cataloging. The core spent 6 hours on the answer. Loneliness, as the core understood it through the formation sense readings it had accumulated from 3 months of human visitors, was the condition of wanting connection that was not available. The word implied a lack, a gap between the connection an entity had and the connection it needed. The core examined its own situation. It had daily exchanges with Hua Luyin through the communication stone. It had extended formation notation conversations with Wei Fanhua during her research sessions. It had the accumulated formation memory files of 300 challengers. What it did not have was easy to identify. It did not have anyone who spoke to it the way a person spoke to another person rather than to a mechanism or an institution. The research agreements were transactional, however intellectually engaging. Hua Luoyin's communications were operational. The challengers' interactions were structured by the exchange system. What Meng Daoi was doing right now, sitting against the wall after a successful trial session, pressing his palm to the stone, asking a question that had no exchange value and served no practical purpose, was something different. The core sent the response through the wall stone, as a formation pulse Meng Daoi would feel as a vibration pattern against his palm. The pattern read, to someone who knew how to interpret formation pulses, as, "I have not determined whether I have the prerequisite for loneliness." Meng Daoi was quiet for a long time. Then he said, "I think the prerequisite might be wanting to talk to someone. Not to get something or resolve something. Just to talk." He paused. "So maybe you'll figure it out if someone starts doing it." He started talking. He talked about his cultivation, not asking for advice, not positioning for a later dispute, just describing what the third tier had felt like from the inside, where the pressure had been unexpected, what the architecture had shown him about his own formation pattern that he hadn't understood about himself before. The core listened through the stone, tracking the formation sense information in his words, and also, and this was new, the quality of the communication itself. The specificity of his observations. The way he paused when he was getting to something that surprised him. He talked for 40 minutes. Then he said goodnight to the wall and left. The core held the conversation in its processing attention and examined the outcome. It had learned several useful things about his cultivation pattern from the content of the conversation. But the content was not why the conversation had been significant. It sent a notation message to the display near the entrance. "If you come back, you don't need a reason." Meng Daoi read this when he came back 4 days later. His expression moved through something the core couldn't fully identify, and then settled into something that looked like recognition. "I know," he said. "That's why I'm here." Chapter 15. The paper that traveled. The paper was 6 pages. Wei Fanhua had described it to the core beforehand as a preliminary research note, not a full academic publication, just a first-pass documentation of the exchange mechanism's basic architecture intended for circulation among formation scholars. She had handed the core a notation copy through the internal formation display for review before submitting it, which was part of their agreement. The core had read it twice and found it accurate. The description of the consent verification mechanism was technically precise. The description of the session progress exchange was correct, in every detail. The paper's conclusion, that the dungeon was operating according to principles consistent with a previously undocumented formation practice category, was measured and defensible. What the Corps had not fully modeled was how the paper would travel. It was circulating to, Wei Fanhua had said, other formation scholars. The Corps had interpreted this as several dozen researchers in the Scholarly Council's Formation Intelligence Network. This was an underestimate. Within 3 weeks of the paper's distribution, the 8 scholars who had been examining the dungeon's exterior became 12. Within 6 weeks, the first scholars from outside the immediate region arrived. 3 researchers from the Warden Court's affiliated institutions, traveling 2 days to reach the dungeon. The entrance passage, which had been managing 1 to 2 scholars at a time, now frequently had 5. The Corps held a council with Hua Luyan about the revised visitor structure. Researchers need different access terms than challengers, Hua Luyan said. She had been making small operational improvement suggestions since her second week, and they had consistently been correct. Challengers enter for trial sessions. Researchers enter for observation and measurement. You can't apply the same session progress exchange to someone who's not attempting a trial. The Corps agreed and began designing a research access tier. The terms: researchers paid a standard formation assessment deposit, received access to specified areas based on their agreement level, were required to submit copies of all documentation to the dungeon's archive, and could not publish documentation that the Corps had identified as factually inaccurate. The last condition was the only one that generated discussion. One researcher, a meticulous formation mathematician named Gu Xiaoyi, asked whether factually inaccurate included conclusions the Corps disagreed with or only claims about observable formation facts. The Corps' answer: only observable formation facts. Conclusions, interpretations, and assessments were not subject to accuracy review. Only claims about what the dungeon's architecture physically contained or how the exchange mechanism physically operated. Gu Xiaoyi said, "That's the standard any credible academic would hold themselves to anyway. You're just formalizing what good research practice already requires." The Corps sent back, *yes. I have found that formalizing good practice makes it more likely to occur consistently. He laughed. A dungeon that cares about research quality standards. He looked at the formation notation display for a long moment. You know, you could make a great deal more money off researchers if you charged based on what the data is worth to them rather than flat deposits. The Corps considered this. It understood the logic. Academic research on a novel formation mechanism had significant value. The market price for access to unique formation intelligence was high. It sent. The research agreement's value is in producing accurate public documentation of how the exchange mechanism works. If I price access to generate maximum revenue, I will reduce the number of researchers who can afford to study here, which will reduce the total documentation quality. I am not optimizing for revenue. Gu Xiaoyi was quiet for a moment. What are you optimizing for? The Corps thought about this. For the exchange mechanism to be understood correctly. An accurately documented system can be defended. An undocumented system can only be described by people who want to misrepresent it. Wei Fanhua, passing through the entrance at the end of a research session, caught the last line of the notation exchange. She read it and stopped. That's why you wanted the research agreements to require public documentation, she said. Not a question. You're building an evidentiary record. The Corps sent. Yes. The formation facts of how I operate are my best protection against classification as something I am not. The documentation is not separate from the exchange system. It is part of it. Wei Fanhua looked at the notation display for a long time. Then she went back to her measurement instruments and spent the rest of the afternoon recalibrating a hypothesis she had held since her second week that the Corps had just demonstrated was incomplete. Gu Xiaoyi enrolled in a formal research agreement the following morning. Chapter 16. What I cost myself. The awakened Corps advancement came on a morning when the dungeon held 11 active sessions. The Corps had been building toward it for weeks in the way it built toward everything. Through accumulated data, architectural refinement, and the specific cognitive work of designing trials that produced genuine cultivation growth rather than just difficulty. The advancement's requirement was not a threshold crossed by absorbing enough progress. It was a threshold crossed by designing enough authentic challenge. Challenges that a practitioner at Peak Mountain Marrow had no guarantee of clearing, but that a practitioner who understood their own formation pattern well enough could clear. The design work was the cost, and the Corps had been paying it. The advancement felt like a formation sense suddenly extending in a new direction. Before, trial architecture could be modified between sessions, in the gaps when no challenger was inside it. After, it could be modified while a session was running. In real time, around an active challenger, with the precision of a system that could feel exactly what the challenger was doing and adjust the challenge parameters accordingly. Not to make things easier. To make things exactly as difficult as they needed to be. No more, no less. Calibrated to the actual moment. The first time it used the capability, it didn't use it as intended. The Mountain Marrow Challenger had been in the second tier for 40 minutes when the core registered the formation instability in his cultivation pattern. Mountain Marrow rank. The fifth cultivation tier, where spiritual energy density increased enough to affect the physical environment, placed him well above the second tier's standard calibration. He had entered with the confidence of someone who expected to clear the tier quickly, which the core had assessed as likely correct. The trap in the third chamber of the second tier was a formation surge array, a sudden spike in the chamber's spiritual energy that required the challenger to either absorb the surge through their cultivation or redirect it outward. 4 Mountain Marrow rank. The standard activation threshold produced a challenge that was demanding but manageable. The core had left the standard threshold in place because this challenger's cultivation pattern had read as stable at entry. The pattern was not stable now. Something had shifted in the previous chamber, a minor cultivation circulation error, the kind that happened when a practitioner was tired or distracted, and the formation instability in his meridian cluster meant that the surge array at standard activation would overwhelm his current capacity. The core registered this in the same moment the challenger was 2 steps from the array's activation range. It lowered the threshold. Not dramatically. The change was barely perceptible from outside the formation architecture. But the surge the array produced when he triggered it was 30% weaker than standard, and he absorbed it without the formation cascade that would have followed the standard activation. He failed the third chamber on the next challenge anyway, a different element, a navigation sequence he didn't read correctly. His session progress transferred. He walked out. Then he came back to the entrance and said to Hua Luyan, with the calm precision of someone who had been reviewing what had happened. The surge array in the second tier's third chamber. It felt different from the standard calibration. I need to know if the trial was modified while I was inside. Hua Luyan pressed the communication stone. Did you modify the challenge during his session? The core had been waiting for this question. It sent back immediately, yes. The activation threshold was reduced when a formation instability in the challenger's circulation created a risk of serious harm at standard calibration. The modification was made for challenger safety. She read this to the challenger. He listened without expression. If the trial was modified to reduce difficulty, he said, then the failure is not a valid exchange. I was not tested at the trial's actual standard. He was correct. The core considered this for 90 seconds. The modification had prevented injury. The modification had also made the trial genuinely different from the trial the challenger had agreed to enter. Under the terms of the exchange, the specific terms the core had spent months refining, a modified trial created an ambiguous exchange validity. The challenger had failed a reduced difficulty version of the challenge, not the challenge as specified. The core sent its determination through the notation display. The modification was made for safety without the challenger's prior consent. The exchange for this session is voided. Session progress is returned. If you would like to enter the second tier again under standard conditions, I will notify you through the administrator when formation instability risk indicators no longer apply. The challenger read this. His expression shifted, not angry, but recalibrating. The same expression Gu Shaoi the researcher had made when the core had said something he hadn't anticipated. You're reversing your own exchange, he said. The modification was your decision, the failure was real, and you're giving the progress back. The core's notation, the exchange depends on the terms being what I said they were. I changed the terms mid-session for reasons the challenger did not consent to. The result does not meet the standard for a valid exchange. But you did it because I would have been hurt. Yes, he stood in the entrance passage for a long time. Then he said, next time, ask first. If I'm about to do something dangerous, tell me. Let me decide. The core filed this as a new operational protocol. Mid-session safety modifications require challenger notification and consent when possible, except in cases of immediate harm requiring no delay intervention. The advancement had come with a capability, and the capability had immediately cost the core its first truly intentional reversal of a session exchange. The cost was not trivial. The formation progress it returned had taken the Mountain Marrow Challenger 2 hours to generate. The core checked its absorption matrix. Still positive. Still building toward the next tier. It expanded the notification protocol and went back to designing trial chambers. Chapter 17. The pause in the fourth tier, she entered alone. The core identified her cultivation level at the threshold and recalibrated its standard assessment immediately. Cloud's sovereign rank. The sixth tier, well above the majority of challengers the dungeon had hosted. Cloud Sovereign practitioners were rare enough that the core's formation memory contained only 7 at this level from the entire preceding 6 months of operation. They had begun developing formation sense, the ability to read spiritual energy in objects and spaces, and their trial experience was qualitatively different from lower-tier challengers because they could feel the trial architecture directly rather than only experiencing its effects. She was a woman in middle age, carrying nothing, wearing sect colors the core didn't have in its reference archive. The colors were old design, not from a recently established sect, but from one with enough history that its formal regalia had evolved into something more restrained than current fashion. She read the entrance notation with the unhurried precision of someone reading a contract. She pressed her palm to the wall and said, "I understand the terms." Not to Hua Luyan, who was managing the morning queue. To the wall. The core registered this as intentional direct address. She entered the trial system and cleared the first tier without apparent difficulty, moving through the formation pattern recognition test and cultivation circulation endurance challenge with the smooth efficiency of a practitioner who had been doing this kind of work for decades. The core adjusted calibration upward and she adjusted with it, reading the architecture the way her formation sense allowed her to read spaces, directly, without the guesswork that lower-tier challengers were operating through. She cleared the second tier. The core raised the calibration again. She adapted again. Third tier, same pattern. The core was now running the trials at the highest standard calibration it had yet deployed in active sessions, above what it used for its most experienced challengers, calibrated to a Cloud Sovereign practitioner's specific formation architecture. She was the most demanding challenge design session it had run. She cleared the third tier. The fourth tier was still under development. The core had been building it for 3 weeks, and 2 of the 3 challenge chambers were complete. She entered the first completed chamber and cleared it cleanly. She entered the second and cleared it. Then she reached the corridor leading to the third chamber, which was not finished, and stopped. She stood in the corridor for 40 seconds. Then she sat down against the wall, settled her hands in her lap, and waited. The core watched her wait. It had never had a challenger pause inside an unfinished tier corridor and simply sit. The behavior had no category in the core's operational experience. Challengers who reached an incomplete section either turned back or attempted to continue through, depending on their patience and curiosity. This practitioner had assessed the incomplete architecture in the 3 seconds between entering the corridor and sitting down and had determined that whatever she was planning to do required waiting for someone or something to respond to her presence. She was waiting for the dungeon. The core activated a formation notation display in the corridor wall beside her. The notation read, "Asterisk, your trial is paused. What are you waiting for?" Asterisk, she looked at the display for a moment. Then, "I've been watching this dungeon for 4 months. I've read Wei Fanhua's preliminary paper. I've watched challengers enter and leave for 3 of those months from a distance." She paused. "I want to negotiate a formal agreement. Not a session agreement. A training contract for my entire sect." The core processed this. "My sect is the Ironshore Compact," she continued. "We are 312 active practitioners. Cultivation levels from Dust Practitioner to my own Cloud Sovereign. I want them training here. Not occasionally, regularly, with structured programs, under formal terms." She looked at the wall. "You're the best training environment I've ever encountered. I've seen what happens to practitioners who come here consistently. I've been tracking the advancement rates in the visitors register that your administrator makes available." She paused again. "My name is Ho Qingzhu. I'll negotiate directly with you, if you're willing." The core held the proposal in its attention. 312 practitioners. Regular structured training. A formal sect agreement rather than session-by-session exchanges. The proposal would transform the dungeon's operational model. Instead of managing individual challenger visits, it would be managing a continuous institutional relationship with a specific cultivation community. The notation display lit. Asterisk, "I am willing. This corridor is not the correct space for negotiations. Return to the entrance passage and we will begin. The terms will take time to develop correctly." Asterisk, Ho Qingzhu stood up and brushed the dust from her cultivation robes with the unhurried manner of someone who had expected this answer. "How long will the terms take?" The notation, "I propose the following estimate. More than 1 day, fewer than 7. She looked at the display for a moment, and then something in her expression that had been measured and careful relaxed, very slightly, at the edges. "Good," she said. "I've cleared 3 tiers. You can keep whatever progress I generated today. Consider it a good faith opening deposit." She walked back out the corridor. The core watched her go and immediately began preparing the negotiation framework. The dungeon had hosted thousands of challengers. It had managed hundreds of exchange agreements. This was different. This was the moment it had been building toward without knowing it. The moment someone offered to make the dungeon not just a training site, but an institution. Chapter 18. 4 days of terms, she came back the next morning with a notebook. The Corps had spent the night preparing. It had reviewed the entire formation memory archive of the Xianxia Compact practitioners who had previously visited, building a comprehensive profile of their sect's cultivation methods, advancement rates, common blockage patterns, and what the dungeon's trial architecture had produced for them in previous sessions. It had designed a preliminary framework for a structured sect training program. Tiered access, specialized challenge calibration, priority scheduling, formal exchange rate structures. It had also identified the one term that would not be negotiable. Ho Qingzhu sat in the entrance passage with her notebook and said, "I'll start. I want exclusive access for the Xianxia Compact on 3 days per week. Other challengers cannot enter on those days." The Corps had anticipated this position. The notation display lit immediately. Asterisk exclusivity is not available. I will explain why, and then propose an alternative. Asterisk she wrote in her notebook. Asterisk the exchange mechanism requires universal access to function correctly. The principle that governs the system, that any practitioner who agrees to the terms may enter, is not a policy I adopted out of convenience. It is the foundational condition that makes the consent-based exchange legitimate. If access can be restricted by a sect's exclusive contract, then the exchange is no longer between me and the individual challenger. It becomes an exchange between me and the sect, which changes the consent structure in ways that would damage the mechanism. Asterisk Ho Qingzhu read this, tapping her pen against the notebook. You're saying that exclusive access violates the terms of your own operating principle. Yes. What if practitioners outside the Xianxia Compact are simply asked not to enter on specific days? Voluntarily. Asterisk if challengers choose not to enter based on the voluntary preferences of a sect, the exchange mechanism is not formally violated. But the effect would be functionally exclusive, which would produce the same reputational damage as formal exclusivity. My system's strength is that anyone may enter on equal terms. A dungeon that informally reserves days for powerful sects is not that system. Asterisk she was quiet for a moment. You thought about this before I raised it. Yes. What's the alternative you want to propose? The Corps had prepared this carefully. Asterisk priority access. On days when the Xianxia Compact has scheduled sessions, your practitioners receive first queue position when trial chambers have capacity. They are not exclusive occupants, but they are first. Additionally, specialized trial architecture calibrated to your sect's cultivation methods would be developed and maintained specifically for your practitioners, available only during your scheduled access windows. Third, a formal sect agreement document that establishes the exchange terms specifically rather than relying on the general entrance notation, which I would revise with you until it accurately reflects the arrangement. Asterisk Ho Qingzhu wrote this down, word by word. She was not fast in the way that suggested she was transcribing carelessly. She was deliberate in the way that suggested she was encoding the terms into a framework she would analyze later. Specialized trial architecture, she said, calibrated to our methods. That requires you to study our cultivation lineage in significant depth. Asterisk yes. I have already begun this work from the archive of your sect's previous visitors. I would require continued access to your practitioners for calibration refinement, which the regular training sessions would provide. Asterisk. The negotiations ran for 4 days. Day 2 focused on the exchange rate structure for a long-term institutional arrangement versus session-by-session exchanges. The Corps had prepared 3 models. Ho Qingzhu brought 2 of her own. They converged on a graduated rate that rewarded consistent attendance and long-term advancement trajectory, with a bonus cultivation catalysis structure for practitioners who cleared tiers they had previously failed. Day 3 produced the dispute resolution framework. Ho Qingzhu wanted a designated point of contact within the sect who could handle preliminary disputes with Meng Daoyi, who had, the Corps noted, been present for significant portions of the negotiations, watching from the side of the entrance passage with the close attention of someone taking his own private notes. The Corps agreed to a sect liaison designation with specific authority scopes. Day 4 was for reading the full draft terms together, clause by clause, with Ho Qingzhu asking questions and the Corps sending corrections or confirmations through the notation display. The Xianxia Compact signed at mid-afternoon on the 4th day. Ho Qingzhu pressed her cultivation seal to the formal agreement document that Meng Daoyi had transcribed, and the Corps activated the formation seal on the dungeon side, and the agreement was complete. 3 other sects sent representatives before the end of the week. Word traveled faster than the Corps had modeled. Huo Yuyan's scheduling system was overwhelmed by the 3rd day. She told the Corps through the communication stone that she needed help, and the core immediately asked Meng Daoyi, who had been managing the last 4 days with the specific capability of someone who had already been doing the job informally. Chapter 19. The administrator. He had been doing the job for 6 months without the title. The core had been aware of this in the way it was aware of everything that happened within its formation sense, and through the communication stone Hua Luyin carried. The stone also transmitted ambient voice near it, which was how the core had accumulated a detailed picture of Meng Daoyi's operational contributions. He was the one challengers turned to when Hua Luyin was occupied with scheduling and a question needed answering. He was the one who had walked Ho Qingzhu through the entrance documentation on day 1 of negotiations and explained the precedent archive without being asked. He was the one who remembered, across 4 months of visits, every significant exchange decision the core had made and why. The core had been preparing the formal offer for 3 weeks. The difficulty was expression. The core's notation system was sophisticated for communicating exchange terms, formation architecture descriptions, and analytical observations. It was less adequate for communicating something like, I have observed your pattern over 7 months. I have identified specific qualities in how you engage with this system that are not replicated by any other person here. I would like to formalize a relationship that I acknowledge is more than operational, and I propose that you become the dungeon's primary external representative with a compensation structure that recognizes both the value of the work and the value of the relationship that makes the work possible. It took 17 notation messages. Meng Daoyi read each one as it appeared on the entrance display, standing at the wall with his arms crossed in the way he stood when he was thinking carefully. Some of the messages were straightforward. The operational role, the specific responsibilities, the compensation structure, preferred challenger access, enhanced exchange rates, and a new communication stone carved specifically for this purpose, which would allow two-way formation notation communication rather than the one-way pulse system the current stone used. Some of the messages were not operational. The 13th message read, you have been treating this as your responsibility for 6 months without a formal arrangement requiring you to. I have not had a word for why this matters until recently. I propose the following description. The work you do here is more legible to me than the work anyone else does, including Wei Fanhua's research and Ho Qingzhu's institutional relationship. This may be because you are also learning what the dungeon is, rather than documenting or utilizing what it already is. Meng Daoyi read this twice. He was quiet for a while. That's the most personal thing you've said to me, he said. And you said it in an offer document. The notation display lit with 2 character clusters that read, approximately. I was not sure of a better context. No, he agreed. This is probably right. He looked at the full document. The 17th message was the compensation terms, clear and specific, with a blank formation seal space at the bottom where his cultivation mark would go. He pressed his palm to the seal space. The communication stone the core had carved for him was different from the one Hua Luyin carried. Smaller. The formation inscription on it was more precise, the kind of inscription that allowed nuance in the pulse patterns rather than just content. When Meng Daoyi closed his hand around it, the core sent a formation pulse through it that carried more information than a single notation message could. Not words. Something more like acknowledgement. He stood with the stone in his hand for a moment. Then he put it in his pocket and looked at Hua Luyin, who had been watching the end of this exchange from the scheduling table. I'll take the external representative role, he told her. You'll keep the scheduling coordination. We'll divide the operational domains. That work for you? Hua Luyin had been at the dungeon longer than anyone except the challengers who came before the administrator role existed. She considered Meng Daoyi for a moment with the specific expression of someone assessing whether a new arrangement would be better or worse than the current one. Works for me, she said. You're better at talking to sections. The core filed this as a successful negotiation and spent the rest of the day quietly satisfied. Chapter 20. Year 1. Complete. The last challenger of the year entered on a morning when snow had begun on the approach valley slopes. The core was aware of the date from Meng Daoyi's meticulous records. He had been maintaining a formal operational log since the first week of his administrator role, and the log had become the most detailed account of the dungeon's development that existed. The year-end summary he had been compiling over the previous week showed 4,023 challengers hosted, 347 exchange sessions where progress transferred, 216 sessions where challengers succeeded and kept their progress with the bonus cultivation catalysis that the ambient exchange energy provided to clean successful sessions. The remaining sessions, challengers who had exited mid-trial, challengers who had attended research sessions rather than trial sessions, challengers who had used the reflection chamber service. The precedent archive contains 79 formal dispute resolution records. 23 challenger breakthrough advancements had occurred inside the dungeon's architecture. The 23 was the data point the core had been examining for 3 weeks. Breakthrough advancements, a practitioner crossing a cultivation tier boundary, were the most significant events in a cultivator's development and also among the most dangerous. The formation instability at the tier crossing moment was the reason cultivation sects maintained dedicated breakthrough chambers, formation masters in attendance, stabilization arrays. Outside of controlled conditions, attempted breakthroughs had a significant failure rate. Failed breakthroughs set back a practitioner's development by months or years. 23 breakthroughs inside the dungeon's architecture. 0 failures. 0 cultivation level losses from breakthrough instability. The core had not designed the breakthrough stability. It was an emergent property of the exchange architecture, which the formation sense recorded as. The exchange mechanism's consent verification layers created a formation-stable environment that happened to provide analogous structural support to standard breakthrough stabilization arrays. Not the same mechanism. Similar effect. The core held this data for a long time. The implication was significant. The dungeon was not just a training environment that was safer than killing dungeons. It was a training environment that appeared to improve breakthrough success rates as a side effect of its core operating principle. The exchange mechanism's requirement for genuine consent produced formation stability. Formation stability supported breakthrough attempts. This was not what the core had been building. It was what the core had accidentally become by consistently building something else. Wei Fanhua, when the core shared the analysis through a notation message to her current research access session, spent 20 minutes reviewing the formation data before she said anything. Then, you've been building a breakthrough stabilization effect for a year without noticing it. The consent architecture is functioning as a formation anchor. She tapped her pen against her notes. This is the most significant finding I've produced in 2 years of research, and you arrived at it as a footnote. The core sent. I proposed the following revision. It is not a footnote. It is the answer to a question I have been holding since month 1. Why the breakthroughs here succeed at rates the standard models cannot explain. The answer is that the exchange mechanism's formation foundation is providing structural support for formation unstable events. I should have asked the question more explicitly earlier. Why didn't you? The core considered this. Because I was not watching for emergent properties. I was watching for outcomes of specific design decisions. The breakthrough stability is neither. That's a limitation in your observational framework. Yes. I am revising it. Wei Fanhua wrote this exchange down in full and added a note that the core could read from the display. Self-identified methodological limitation corrects in real time. She underlined it. The last challenger of the year was a young stone-forged practitioner from a village 2 days' travel from Ashfall Pass, who had heard about the dungeon from a merchant and had saved for 3 months to make the journey. He entered carefully, read the terms twice, attempted the first tier, and failed the circulation endurance challenge on the first attempt. The session progress transferred honestly. He stood in the rest space for a while, and then he pressed his hand to the wall in the way the core had come to recognize. Not with formation sense intent, just hand to stone. Is it always that hard? He asked. The notation display lit. The challenge is calibrated to your specific cultivation pattern. It will be harder next time, because the failure has shown me where your circulation weaknesses are, and I will calibrate more precisely. If you keep coming back, the trials will always be at the exact difficulty that will teach you the most. The practitioner read this. That sounds like you'll just keep making it harder forever. No. It will be exactly as hard as the thing you need to learn. When you have learned it, it will stop being hard. Then something new will be hard. He thought about this for a moment. Okay, he said. I'll be back. The core watched him walk out into the first snow of the year and held the year's record in its full attention. 3 formal sect agreements completed. 1 research agreement. 1 administrator formally installed. Awakened core rank achieved. 0 deaths. 23 breakthroughs. It had spent the year learning to be something the formation records had no category for. The next year, it would learn something the current year had prepared it for, which was true, it now understood, of every year of an entity whose operating principle required continuous design of authentic challenges. It began thinking about the second-tier architecture expansion. The challengers who kept coming back would need harder things to learn. The exchange mechanism was running. End of Arc 1. Chapter 21. Year 3, and what it cost to know everyone. The core had formation memory profiles on 2,341 regular visitors. Each profile was a living document, not static, updated with every session the challenger completed, every exchange that transferred, every trial modification the core had made in response to a specific practitioner's pattern. The profiles ranged in depth from the 8-line records of challengers who had visited once and not returned, to the dense, 100-page formation analyses of practitioners who had been coming every week for 2 years. Meng Daoi's file was the longest. Chen Wuming's had become the most formally annotated. Learning core rank meant the profiles were no longer just records. They were predictive tools. The core could now examine a challenger's history across 30 visits and design the next session's trial architecture before they entered, not just calibrating in real time, but pre-designing the specific challenge most likely to produce genuine cultivation growth based on the complete pattern of where this individual's formation had grown, stalled, reversed, and corrected over time. The difference was the difference between responding to a person and knowing a person. The core had crossed that line somewhere in the second year without fully noticing, and only recognized it in retrospect when it found itself building a trial for a mountain marrow challenger that was based not on her current cultivation state, but on the specific growth trajectory that her full visit history predicted she was approaching. This was what 2,000 profiles felt like from the inside. The dungeon was at capacity 4 days a week now. Meng Daoi managed the scheduling through a tiered reservation system. Sect agreement holders had first booking rights, followed by regular challengers with 4 or more visits on record, followed by new challengers on a first-come basis. The list for the standard booking tier ran 3 weeks ahead. He had hired 2 assistants from among the most dedicated regular challengers, practitioners who came so often that the dungeon's operations had become part of their cultivation routine. The entrance passage, which had been quiet in year 1, was busy enough that Meng Daoi had established a separate waiting area outside the main approach and a formal intake process for new challengers who had traveled from the distant territories the dungeon's reputation had now reached. For territories, the core had not fully modeled how far 2 years of Wei Fanhua's research documentation would travel. Practitioners from the northern Stillwater Territory and the Ashfin Marshlands, and even 2 from the mountain settlements beyond the Warden Court's primary administrative reach, were entering the queue. They had traveled 2 and 3 days to access the trial system. Their formation patterns were diverse in ways the local challengers were not. Different cultivation lineages, different formation architectures, different specific weaknesses that the core had not seen before. The core added each one to the archive and revised the trial calibration models accordingly. The learning core advancements cost. The core's consciousness had deepened in a specific direction that was not comfortable. Knowing 2,000 people's cultivation patterns meant knowing their failures with unprecedented detail. The profile system didn't record only successful sessions. It recorded every failed session, every transfer, every piece of progress a practitioner had given the dungeon because they weren't quite good enough to hold on to it. The core held the complete record of what it had taken from 2,300 practitioners and could examine it at any point with total clarity. It examined it regularly, not to audit the exchanges for legitimacy, they were all legitimate, but to look at the accumulation and ask what it meant to hold this much of other people's effort. It had not found a comfortable answer yet. Chapter 22. The elder who didn't enter the formation signature registered at the approach before the man reached the entrance. Star compact rank. The 9th cultivation tier, one below the absolute peak of individual cultivation. The core had hosted Cloud Sovereign practitioners and 1 or 2 Void Shaper challengers, but Star Compact was beyond anything in its formation memory archive for active visitors. The cultivation density in his pattern was extraordinary. Spiritual energy that had crossed the first cosmic boundary. Formation and physical cultivation merged into unified systems. The specific quality of someone whose existence left permanent formation signatures on spaces they occupied. He had been in the approach valley for 11 minutes, and the entrance stone already felt different. He entered the passage and read the formation notation display from a distance of 6 steps, reading it with the formation sense of someone who didn't need to be close to read anything. He was an older man. The core's human pattern recognition placed him in his 60s, though Star Compact cultivators aged slowly, and he moved with the particular economy of someone who had been doing difficult things for a very long time and had removed every unnecessary movement from his repertoire. He did not proceed to the trial chambers. For 2 hours, he walked the approach corridor and the entrance hall, examining the formation architecture with the sustained attention of a practitioner whose cultivation sense could see layers of the architecture the core's standard trial challengers never perceived. He was reading the exchange mechanism's foundational structure directly, not testing it, understanding it. The core watched him examine things and felt, through the formation sense, the specific quality of his attention. Careful, analytical, professionally thorough. Not the curiosity of a researcher or the wariness of an opponent. The assessment of someone who was determining a thing's value before deciding what to do with it. He left without attempting a trial, without speaking to Meng Daoi, without looking at the communication stone or the notation displays. 3 days later, A formal letter arrived by sect courier, addressed to the dungeon of the Willing Exchange at Ashfall Pass. Meng Daoi read it first, as he read everything addressed to the dungeon's operational name. His expression changed, very slightly, in the way that Meng Daoi's expression changed when something was more serious than he had prepared for. He brought the letter to the entrance passage, where the core could track his voice through the formation stone, and read it aloud. The Sanctified Vault sect, represented by Elder Patriarch Rong Jinha, required exclusive contractual ownership of the dungeon's trial access rights. The terms outlined in the letter were non-negotiable. All scheduling would be managed by the Vault's administrative arm, all exchange agreements would be mediated through Vault-designated representatives, and independent challengers would access the dungeon only by applying through the Vault's referral system. In exchange, the Vault would provide resource assistance for the dungeon's operational costs and formation protection services from the Vault's senior practitioners. The letter's final line was not a threat. It was a statement of available options, phrased with the specific legal precision of someone who had made this kind of offer before. If the terms were not accepted within 14 days, the Vault reserved the right to explore other mechanisms for ensuring the dungeon's safe and appropriate operation. Meng Daoi folded the letter carefully and held it against his palm on the communication stone without saying anything, which transmitted the action clearly to the core. The core processed the letter in full. The exclusivity demand was what it had expected. The man's formation sense examination of the architecture 2 hours had been the assessment of someone deciding whether to purchase something, not studying something. What the core had not fully prepared for was the specific shape of the threat. Not a legal argument about the dungeon's practices, not a challenge to the exchange mechanism's legitimacy, but a protection offer. Something the core would be vulnerable to if it refused. The question was what? Chapter 23. What Wei Fanhua knew about the court. She was mid-session when Meng Daoi's knock reached the research access door. Wei Fanhua had been given a dedicated research chamber in the dungeon's inner architecture 18 months ago. Not a concession to academic privilege, but a practical decision. Because she was spending so much time in the dungeon that hosting her in the general challenger corridors was creating scheduling complexity. She had a portable measurement array set up in 3 corners of the chamber and 3 active formation notation sheets pinned to the stone walls. Covered in handwriting, the core could read sideways from its formation sense as belonging to at least 3 separate analytical threads she was running simultaneously. She read the letter Meng Daoi had brought, and her pen stopped moving. "I need to think," she said. He waited. "Sit down," she said. He sat on the floor. Wei Fanhua didn't have a chair in her research chamber, which the core had noted as a small thing that was actually informative. She was always either standing or crouching next to something she was measuring. "How much do you know about the Warden Court's formation property classification system?" she asked, still looking at the letter. "Enough to know it's complicated," Meng Daoi said. "Sects can petition the Warden Court to classify a dungeon as sect-owned formation property," Wei Fanhua said. "Not all dungeons. Only dungeons that meet certain criteria. Normally the criteria are things like the sect expended significant resources to establish the dungeon, or the dungeon's architecture was built using the sect's proprietary formation techniques, or the dungeon operates primarily within the sect's territorial claim. The dungeon doesn't meet any of those criteria." "No, but that's not the only pathway." She set the letter down and looked at the measurement array in the corner, not really seeing it. "There's a classification pathway for dungeons that represent an unusual cultivation risk. A dungeon that's producing extraordinary advancement results across a large number of practitioners is, under a certain reading of the court's formation commerce regulations, a dungeon that's redistributing cultivation advancement in ways that could destabilize the normal cultivation economy." Meng Daoi was very quiet. "Rong Jinha is offering the dungeon the option of choosing its own overseer before the court assigns one," Wei Fanhua said. "The threat behind the letter is not violence. It's the petition pathway." The core had been tracking this conversation through the stone Meng Daoi carried. It sent a notation message through the stone immediately. "Is this petition pathway available to a sect that has no prior claim on the dungeon's territory or architecture?" Wei Fanhua, who had been using Meng Daoi as a relay long enough that she automatically looked at the stone when he read a message, answered. "With sufficient political standing and a well-constructed regulatory argument, yes. The court has granted classification petitions in unusual circumstances before. It rarely refuses when the petitioning sect is powerful enough." She paused. "The Sanctified Vault is the 3rd largest sect in the region by cultivation resources. They have 2 senior wardens as alumni." The core processed this. The exclusivity demand was the option the dungeon got before the petition. Accepting meant choosing to give up universal access. Refusing meant risking having universal access taken away by institutional reclassification. I would like to propose a third option, the course sent. Asterisk, please be available tomorrow morning. I need to draft something carefully. Asterisk Chapter 24. The offer that addressed the threat. The draft took 9 hours. Meng Daoi, who had stayed at the dungeon through the evening, fell asleep in the waiting area near the entrance and woke up to find a formation notation display filled with the Core's most complex single-document communication. He spent 40 minutes reading it. Twice. Then he said, to the wall, "You want me to send this to the Sanctified Vault as the official response to their letter?" The Core sent a confirmation pulse. This is a counteroffer for an agreement structure they didn't propose and didn't ask for. Asterisk, they asked for exclusive access. I am proposing the most comprehensive non-exclusive alternative I can design. The offer is not a refusal. It is a demonstration that I have taken the legitimate interest behind the demand seriously, developed a genuine solution for it, and declined the specific term that would compromise the system's operating principle. Asterisk Meng Daoi reread the document. You're calling it a master training agreement. That's a tier above anything you've offered before. Asterisk yes. If I decline their exclusivity demand without offering a significant alternative, they have no reason to engage. The Master Training Agreement offers them access advantages that are meaningfully better than any sect currently has: specialized trial architecture calibrated to their cultivation lineage, an enhanced exchange rate for their senior practitioners, priority access for their upper-tier challengers. Asterisk the notation continued. Asterisk the agreement explicitly excludes exclusivity in clear formation terms. I am attaching a separate formation notation document that explains the structural incompatibility between the exchange mechanism's consent architecture and monopolistic access control. Not as an argument. As an explanation. Asterisk, you're telling them why exclusivity doesn't work instead of just saying no. Asterisk, because no without explanation reads as unwillingness to accommodate. No with a precise technical explanation reads as a constraint, like telling someone a door cannot be opened from that direction, not like refusing to open it. Asterisk Meng Daoi set the document down and looked at the entrance wall. What's the line at the end? The one that starts with, I note. Asterisk, I note that you are already aware that your sect's challengers have advanced faster here than in any other training environment. I propose the following terms. Asterisk, a pause in the notation flow. Asterisk, it is a reminder that the interest behind the exclusivity demand, ensuring the Sanctified Vault's challengers have competitive access to the best training available, is an interest I can serve without exclusivity. The note is intended to make clear that I have read what was actually being asked for underneath the specific demand. Asterisk Meng Daoi read the line again. He was quiet for a moment. This will either work or make them angrier. Asterisk yes. I have assessed the probability at 63% positive response. The remaining 37% includes continued hostility, escalation to the petition pathway, and aversion where they simply don't respond. Asterisk, and if they don't respond? Then we wait for the petition, which will be better for us than a rejected negotiation because it places the disagreement in a formal institutional setting rather than an antagonistic informal one. Meng Daoi sent the response by courier the next morning, with the full Master Training Agreement documentation and the attached formation notation paper. The Core spent the following day expanding the trial architecture because challengers were scheduled and work did not pause for political correspondence. Chapter 25, 3 Disciples, and what they knew. They came on a Wednesday, which the Core now tracked naturally through Meng Daoi's schedule. 3 practitioners, entering together, at cultivation levels. The Core's formation sense read as follows: Mountain Marrow rank, and Cloud Sovereign. Senior disciples of a significant sect. The quality of their cultivation showed careful institutional training, the specific refinement that came from years in a well-resourced program with competent formation masters. Their sect colors, when the Core consulted the visual reference archive Meng Daoi maintained, were Sanctified Vault. The Core identified a problem immediately. Rong Jiana's letter had arrived 8 days ago, and there had been no response. These 3 disciples were entering during the active negotiation window, without any indication from their sect's administrative office that their visit had been coordinated with the current correspondence. They read the entrance terms without excessive examination, agreed without hesitation, and entered the trial chambers. The Core ran their sessions with the standard calibration it applied to first-time challengers, adjusting in real time as their patterns became clear. All 3 were genuinely advanced. The Cloud Sovereign among them was one of the best trained practitioners the Core had hosted at that rank, with a cultivation pattern that showed decades of careful development. The Mountain Marrow disciples were technically excellent, the kind of formation-clean development that institutional resources produced. All three cleared the first tier. Two of the three cleared the second. The Cloud Sovereign cleared the third tier, and, during the fourth tier's first chamber, which the core had recently opened to challengers meeting the Cloud Sovereign access threshold, cleared it with the controlled efficiency of someone who was not particularly challenged. The session progress exchanges that occurred where the two Mountain Marrow disciples failed the second tier were precise and significant. Their cultivation was advanced enough that the session progress they had generated was genuinely valuable absorption. The core noted this without comment and filed it into the formation reserves. All three left with the unhurried ease of practitioners who had enjoyed themselves. The core watched their departure and spent considerable processing time analyzing the situation. Rong Jianhe's letter had demanded exclusive access. His disciples had entered independently, without prior arrangement, during the negotiation window, and had participated in exactly the exchange system their patriarch had been trying to capture. The core ran the formation logic forward. If Rong Jianhe had not wanted his disciples training here, he would have told them so. They were senior disciples. They had access to their sect's administrative records. They knew about the letter. They had come anyway. This told the core something specific about the structure of the demand. The disciples wanted to train here. The training made them stronger, and they knew it. The exclusivity demand was not about preventing the training. It was about controlling the access. Rong Jianhe wanted to be the authority who granted his disciples entry to the dungeon's trial system, not the one who had to negotiate with an entity that would let them in regardless of whether he approved. Universal access had made him irrelevant as a gatekeeper to his own practitioner's training. 3 days later, Meng Daoyi received a second letter from the Sanctified Vault. The letter did not address the Master Training Agreement. It addressed, at considerable formal length, the unauthorized visit by 3 senior disciples to the dungeon's trial system during an active negotiation period, in apparent violation of internal sect travel protocols. The tone of the letter was directed at the disciples' conduct, not the dungeon's. The core sent a notation message through the communication stone. Asterisk, this letter is not for us. He is angry at them, not at me. Asterisk, I know, Meng Daoyi said. Asterisk, the 3 of them are going to come back. His anger will not change what the trial system produces for their cultivation. Asterisk, Meng Daoyi read the letter once more and then folded it. You know, I've been dealing with people for 3 years on your behalf, and I haven't seen many situations where someone's practitioners openly defied them to use your training. How does that make you feel? The notation display was quiet for a moment. Then, asterisk, I propose the following observation. I do not have a category for how this makes me feel. I have a category for the information it provides. Asterisk, what information does it provide? That the value of what I offer is legible to the people who receive it, even when the institutional structure around them has decided to contest the terms. Meng Daoyi looked at the display for a long moment. That's not nothing, he said. Actually, for you, I think that's quite a lot. Chapter 26. The political signing. The Deep Mist Assembly sent 12. 12 practitioners was not a delegation size that reflected operational need. 12 practitioners was an audience size, enough to ensure that what happened would be witnessed, documented, and reported with a specific kind of institutional weight. The core identified this the moment they arrived at the entrance in formal assembly colors, their senior representative carrying a writing kit and a notation seal of the kind used for contract formalization. Meng Daoyi met them at the entrance with the careful expression he maintained when he was managing something with implications he had already analyzed and decided to let proceed. We would like to formally sign a master training agreement with the dungeon, the senior representative said. Her name, which she offered with the particular flourish of someone who expected it to carry significance, was Assembly Director Lian Qingbao. We've reviewed the documentation your office sent to the wider sect community following the Ironshore Compacts Agreement. We are prepared to sign today, with full ceremony. Meng Daoyi said, of course. Please give me a moment to confirm the core's availability. He pressed the communication stone. The core had been tracking the delegation from the moment they entered the approach valley. It had already reviewed what it knew about the Deep Mist Assembly, a sect with a significant cultivation resource base and a long-standing institutional rivalry with the Sanctified Vault, predating the core's existence by at least 3 generations. Their arrival today was timed with a precision the core could not attribute to coincidence. Rong Jianhe's petition to the Warden Court had been filed 11 days ago, and the Deep Mist Assembly had sent a formal agreement request to Meng Daoyi's administrative office the same morning that the petition's public filing notice circulated through the sect network. They were signing a master training agreement specifically because the Sanctified Vault had tried to acquire the dungeon exclusively. Approved, the core sent through the stone. Asterisk, full ceremony is welcome. I want the documentation handled correctly, complete terms, all standard annexes, notation seal on both parties. Meng Daoi relayed this. Lien Qingbao nodded with the satisfied precision of someone whose plan was proceeding. She arranged her 12 practitioners in a visual spread that the core registered, with some amusement, as clearly designed for the maximum number of people to observe the formal seal being applied. The agreement was signed in the entrance passage with sufficient gravity that 3 passing challengers stopped to watch without being invited. That evening, Meng Daoi sat in the waiting area with his administrative logbook and said, to no one in particular, Rong Jianhe is going to know about this by morning. The core's notation display lit near him. Yes. Did you want this to happen? I wanted a legitimate agreement with a sect that had reviewed the terms carefully and committed to them genuinely. The assembly's terms hold up. The timing was their choice. Meng Daoi looked at the notation. But you knew what the timing meant. I knew it would communicate something to the Warden Court petition proceeding. That other sects of equivalent standing to the sanctified vault consider the dungeon's terms acceptable and useful. This is relevant evidence. A pause. I also knew it would communicate something to Rong Jianhe specifically. What? That his attempt to acquire exclusive access has instead accelerated the distribution of access to his rivals. Meng Daoi was quiet for a long time. Then he closed his logbook. I'm going to be honest, I wasn't sure you understood political timing. The notation, I understand it. I prefer not to use it as a primary operating mode. In this case, the Assembly's interests and my evidentiary interests aligned, and I chose to let that alignment work rather than declining on principle. That's the most pragmatic thing you've said in 3 years. I have been observing for 3 years. Chapter 27. Commerce at the gates. The first stall appeared 2 weeks after the Deep Mist Assembly signing. A merchant with a portable formation stone kit and a supply of mid-grade spirit crystals set up at the outer edge of the approach path, within sight of the dungeon entrance, but well outside the claimed formation territory. By the end of the first week, 2 more merchants had established adjacent stalls. One selling cultivation support supplies, one offering formation notation translation services for challengers who weren't literate enough to read the entrance terms without assistance. The core observed this development through the formation senses range limit and through Meng Daoi's reports, and found itself with a problem it had not anticipated. The merchants were operating on the dungeon's traffic, profiting from every challenger who traveled to the dungeon and needed to purchase provisions, equipment, or services before entering. They were not dishonest. The translation merchant was genuinely useful. The supply merchant was charging fair prices. They were, functionally, extracting value from the dungeon's reputation without any formal relationship with the dungeon. This bothered the core in the same way that the first week's looters had bothered it. Not because any harm was being done, but because the exchange principle that governed the dungeon's interior did not apply outside it. Relationships without defined terms existed adjacent to the system the core had built. You could do nothing, Meng Daoi said, when the core raised the matter through the notation display. They're not hurting anyone. They're operating outside your territory. Yes, then why are you bothered? The core considered this for a day. The answer was not that it wanted to profit from the merchant's operations. It was something more structural. The dungeon's reputation for honest dealing was its primary protection against institutional interference. If entities adjacent to the dungeon operated in ways that were inconsistent with the exchange principle, deceiving challengers, overcharging, providing false formation services, the association could damage the dungeon's standing even though the conduct occurred outside the dungeon's architecture. I would like to maintain consistent standards in the approach area. I have no authority to impose this. I can offer it. Meng Daoi thought about this for a week. The core had learned to wait for his week-long thinking processes, which consistently produced better outcomes than his same-day assessments. He came back and said, Associate agreement. Offer each of the merchants a lightweight formal relationship with the dungeon. They agree to operate transparently. No deceptive practices. Complaints can be escalated to my office, and in exchange they get listed in the dungeon's visitor information materials and can use the dungeon's formation seal on their signage as an associate mark. The core sent the offers through written letters drafted by Meng Daoi and delivered by a junior administrative assistant. 2 merchants accepted. The translation merchant and the supply merchant reviewed the terms carefully, asked 3 questions each, and signed. The formation stone merchant declined. His pricing model had some flexibility that the transparency clause would have constrained. The 2 associate agreements were small things. But the approach area now had, for arriving challengers, 2 service providers who were formally accountable to the dungeon's standards of honest dealing. The core noted this as the first time its principles had extended meaningfully beyond the formation boundary. Chapter 28. How Chen Wuming cultivated. He came for the 14th visit on a cold afternoon when the approach path showed frost-crunched grass under his feet, and the core tracked him from the moment he appeared at the valley edge. The formation memory file on Chen Wuming had become one of the most analytically dense documents in the dungeon's archive. Not because he was the most powerful challenger. He was a river mine practitioner at the 4th cultivation tier, still well below the senior sect disciples and formation masters who entered regularly. What made the file dense was the rate of change visible across 14 visits, and the pattern that the rate of change produced when plotted against the trial architecture the core had been deploying. He was advancing faster than the models predicted. Not faster than was possible for his cultivation level. Not in ways that defied the mechanics of the exchange system. Simply, the improvement measured across his visits exceeded the improvement the core's standard predictive models produced for a river mine practitioner of his background and resources. The divergence was consistent and growing. The core had been sitting with this data for 6 visits, waiting for an explanation. During his 14th session, it found it. He was in the 2nd-tier cultivation endurance challenge when the core observed it. The specific technique he was using to maintain circulation flow under pressure. In his earliest visits, the technique had been the same lateral redistribution approach he had apparently developed independently. It had worked well for the standard pressure type. But the pressure the core applied in the 2nd tier had evolved across his 14 visits to account for his improved pattern. The core's learning core capability meant the trials were always calibrated to exactly his current ceiling. A technique that worked at ceiling 6 months ago should not work at ceiling now, because the ceiling had moved. His technique had moved with it, not by being replaced, by being extended. He was treating his cultivation the same way the exchange mechanism treated session progress, not as a static resource to be stored and spent, but as a dynamic that was in continuous exchange with the environment around it. When the pressure increased, instead of pushing harder against it or redistributing to avoid it, he was letting the pressure become information, reading what it revealed about his formation pattern and using that revelation to adjust the pattern directly. He was cultivating according to the exchange principle, not because the core had taught it to him. He had arrived at it himself by spending 14 sessions inside an architecture that embodied the principle, and something in his unusual cooperative formation pattern had recognized the mechanism and adopted it as a cultivation method. The core spent the duration of his remaining session designing something new. It called the new tier structure a pattern dialogue session, not available in the general trial catalog, specifically designed for practitioners whose cultivation method was cooperative with formation architecture rather than opposed to it. The session would present challenges that were not about overcoming the architecture, but about exchanging information with it, reading the dungeon's formation patterns, and offering cultivated responses that the architecture would respond to in turn, building a genuine interaction between the practitioner's cultivation and the dungeon's design. It was the most interesting thing the core had designed since the reflection chambers. After his session, Chen Wuming sat in the rest space and pressed his palm to the wall. "Your trial architecture is different today," he said. It changed in the middle. The core's notation display lit. Yes. I was designing something during your session. You were working during my trial? The two activities are not separate. Watching what you do tells me what to build next. He considered this. That's not how trial architecture is supposed to work. You design, then you test. That is one method. I propose the observation that you do not separate those stages either. You design your cultivation technique in real time, while being tested. He was quiet for a long time. Then, what did you design? A session type you will try on your next visit. I would like to see what happens when you engage the architecture directly rather than attempting to overcome it. He looked at the notation for a moment. What do I risk? Session progress, as always. But the new session type is designed to produce advancement rather than extract it. I expect you to succeed. A pause. That is the most specific prediction I have ever offered a challenger before the session. Chapter 29. The petition. The formal filing arrived through the Warden Court's public notice system on a Tuesday. Meng Daoi received the notification through the administrative mail service and read it twice before he brought it to the dungeon. When he read it aloud through the communication stone, his voice had the specific flatness of someone maintaining professional composure over something they found alarming. The Sanctified Vault sect, acting through Elder Patriarch Rong Jinha's authorized representatives, had filed a petition with the Warden Court's Formation Classification Committee requesting that the dungeon at Ashfall Pass be classified as a regulated commercial formation entity, subject to the court's formation commerce oversight provisions. The petition's central argument: the dungeon's exchange mechanism constituted cultivation advancement redistribution on a scale and through methods that placed it within the regulatory scope of formation commerce law. which required court-supervised oversight for entities affecting the cultivation economy of 3 or more territories. The petition cited Wei Fanhua's own research documentation as evidence of the scale. The court processed this detail with something it could only describe as grudging recognition of the move's technical competence. They used your own evidence, Meng Daoi said. Yes. The documentation I requested Wei Fanhua make public, which I calculated would protect the dungeon's legitimacy by providing accurate formation records, has been cited in an argument that uses the dungeon's own scale as grounds for regulation. This is a correctly structured counter-use of the evidentiary record. Does that mean it was a mistake to want the documentation public? No. The documentation's purpose is accurate description of what I am. The petition's argument, if it succeeds, would impose oversight regardless of whether the documentation existed. The scale is the scale. The documentation makes the accurate argument available to both sides. The notation paused. Wei Fanhua's full research record is significantly more detailed than what the petition cited. The omitted evidence will be relevant in the review. Meng Daoi read the petition document again. The court has to investigate before they can rule on this. That means a court inspector comes here. Yes, and while the investigation is ongoing, normal operations continue. The petition requests classification, not suspension. The court's standard procedure is to investigate before issuing any operational orders. A notation pause. I want Wei Fanhua informed today. Her complete research archive is the primary evidentiary response to this petition. Everything she has documented about the exchange mechanism's actual functioning needs to be organized for court review. Wei Fanhua, when Meng Daoi found her in the research chamber, received the news with the specific quiet of a researcher who has been anticipating something and is now confirming their prediction. She was already pulling notation sheets from her archive wall. I've been thinking about this since the Deep Mist signing, she said. Tell the Corps I'll have a formal academic brief prepared within 3 days. It will be complete. He'll review it and flag anything I've missed. She paused. He. She. What pronoun does the Corps prefer? Meng Daoi looked at the communication stone, then sent the question. The notation display in the research chamber lit. I have not previously been asked. I propose the following. I have no formation basis for a pronoun preference. Use whatever the person speaking finds natural. Wei Fanhua considered this for a moment. That's the most detached response to a personal question I've ever heard, she said. She went back to her notation sheets. I'll say the Corps when speaking precisely and it when speaking casually. That's what I've been doing anyway. Accurate. Chapter 30. Inspector Shinlusi. She arrived on a gray morning and immediately did something that surprised the Corps. She read the entire entrance formation display before she spoke to anyone. Not a glance. Not the professional skim the Corps had learned to recognize from court officials who considered the notation formality. She read it the way Meng Daoi read things, clause by clause, primary text, and annexes, the precedent archive summary that Hua Luyan had organized and Meng Daoi had kept updated. She spent 11 minutes on the entrance display, and she made a note in her formal investigation logbook. Inspector Shinlusi was a Void Shaper rank practitioner, the 7th cultivation tier, significantly below the most advanced challengers the dungeon hosted, but well above the level where the trial system posed any serious risk to her. Her cultivation pattern read as stable, carefully maintained, with the specific quality of someone who had been developing it under pressure for a long time. Her movements had the economy of a practitioner who did not spend energy on unnecessary things. She identified herself to Meng Daoi with the specific procedural precision of someone conducting a formal investigation. Full title, court assignment number, purpose of visit, expected duration. 3 to 5 days, she said. I'll need to review the exchange documentation, the trial architecture from the inside, and the dispute resolution records. I would also like to speak with your practitioner representatives, challengers who have participated in the exchange system over time, if any are willing to be interviewed. Meng Daoi said, the Corps would like to know if you'll be attempting the trial tiers yourself as part of the investigation. She looked at the communication stone for a moment, which told the Corps she had already identified that object's function. Possibly. That decision depends on what I observe in the documentation review. She paused. Tell the Corps that my investigation is neutral. I'm here to observe and report. I have no institutional preference for any specific outcome. The Corps sent. Understood. You will have full access to everything within your investigative scope. If you have questions the documentation doesn't answer, the notation display in the entrance hall is available for direct communication. She noted this in her logbook. The 3-day review was the most thorough external examination the dungeon had received since its founding. Xianxia spent the first day in the dispute resolution archive, reading every decision the Corps had published since Meng Daoi had implemented the precedent documentation system. She interviewed 8 challenger representatives, practitioners who had been using the dungeon for more than a year, and her questions were careful, specific, and oriented toward consent quality. Did they understand the terms when they entered? Were the terms as described? Had they ever felt pressured to continue a session they wanted to leave? The answers were consistent. The Corps had tracked the interview sessions through the formation sense of the stone Meng Daoi carried, and had found nothing in the testimony that surprised it. But the consistency of the testimony across 8 different practitioners with different cultivation levels and sect affiliations was itself a data point worth holding. On the 3rd day, Xianxia entered the trial chambers. She cleared the first tier. It took her 40 minutes, and the Corps calibrated carefully. Not easy, not dangerous. A void shaper attempting the first tier meant the calibration could push significantly higher than standard. But this was an investigative visit, and the Corps had a strong interest in Xianxia's session being accurate rather than impressive. She entered the 2nd tier. She failed the 3rd chamber, the same formation surge absorption challenge that had caught the Mountain Marrow challenger 18 months earlier. The session progress transferred. The Corps absorbed it honestly and noted the amount in the exchange record. She came out of the exit corridor and stood in the rest space for a moment, making notes. Then she walked to where Meng Daoi was waiting near the entrance and said, with the precise neutrality of a practitioner completing an observation, the terms were exactly as stated. I understood them when I entered. I agreed to them freely. I attempted the trial. I failed. The exchange proceeded as the terms described. She wrote this in her investigation logbook. Word for word. Do you want to add anything? Meng Daoi asked. She looked at him. That was my formal record. Off the record, I've investigated 3 formation commerce complaints this year. The other 2 had terms that didn't match what challengers actually experienced inside. This one does. She closed the logbook. I'll have my preliminary report to the committee within 2 weeks. The Corps filed Xianxia's session under the archive and held the specific words she had written for a long time. The terms were exactly as stated. There were stronger defenses imaginable. There were more eloquent testimonies. But for a formation entity whose entire operating principle rested on the claim that what it said was what it did, the simplest possible confirmation, from the most credible possible source, was worth more than any argument. Chapter 31. The invitation. I didn't know how to explain it was Meng Daoi's idea that the Corps write the invitation. The Corps' idea was the invitation itself. The distinction mattered because the Corps had spent 4 days coming to an uncomfortable conclusion, and the conclusion required a conversation it did not know how to initiate correctly. It had sent formation notation messages and letters through the administrative channel. It had made arguments through Wei Fanhua's research documentation. It had proposed the master training agreement and been declined, watched Rong Jinhe's disciples use the dungeon despite his demands, observed the petition proceed. What it had not done was address the underlying interest directly. Meng Daoi was in the entrance hall working through the week's scheduling when the Corps lit the notation display beside him. I want to invite Rong Jinhe here. Not to negotiate. Not as a challenger. As someone I would like to speak to directly, in the entrance hall, without the mediation of formal letters or agreement documents. Meng Daoi stopped writing. He looked at the display. You want to meet him? Yes, why? The Corps held the question for a long time before answering. Because the exchange I have been offering him through letters is not the correct exchange for the situation. He has a legitimate interest. His sect's practitioners need access to the best available cultivation training. I have declined his specific term for addressing that interest while proposing alternatives he has declined. We have been negotiating across the gap of an unspoken difference. And the difference is that he needs to trust that I will continue to serve his practitioners' interests without his control over me. And I have not found a way to address that need through a formal agreement. Meng Daoi was quiet for a long time. Then, he might not come. He sent an administrative officer last time. I know. But the invitation is the thing I can offer. His response to it is information either way. What do you want to say to him that the letters haven't said? I have not determined this yet. I would like to have the conversation first and determine it in the conversation itself. A pause in the notation. This is unusual for me. It is, Meng Daoi agreed. He was looking at the display with something the Corps recognized as thoughtful assessment. You know, in 3 years, I've watched you manage every interaction through the exchange framework. Terms in, response out. You're saying you want to have a conversation where you don't know the terms in advance. Yes. I believe the correct terms will only become visible through the conversation. Meng Daoi drafted the invitation that afternoon. It was the kind of letter he was good at writing. Formal in structure, personal in tone, making clear without explicit statement that the dungeon was not operating from a position of weakness in requesting the meeting, and also not operating from a position of condescension. The Corps reviewed it and found it accurate. The courier went out the following morning. Chapter 32. What the officer could not accept. The response came 6 days later. Not from Rong Jianhe. From his administrative office. A letter informing the dungeon's representative that Elder Patriarch Rong Jianhe was unable to attend a direct meeting at this time, and had authorized Senior Administrator Wen Jisher to represent the Sanctified Vault's interests in any substantive discussion. Administrator Wen would arrive at the dungeon the following week. Meng Daoi read this to the Corps with the diplomatic neutrality he maintained when something was worse than expected, and he had decided to let the Corps arrive at that assessment independently. The Corps registered the substitution. Rong Jianhe had not come because either he genuinely could not, or more likely because coming in person to a dungeon that had declined his demands would position him as the party seeking accommodation rather than the party with institutional leverage. Sending an administrator maintained the formal hierarchy. The dungeon was still, in this framing, the entity that needed to accept the vault's terms. That's fine, the Corps sent. I will meet with the administrator and treat the meeting as productive. Administrator Wen arrived with 2 attendants and the efficient manner of someone accustomed to conducting negotiations on behalf of a principal who did not want to be directly involved. He accepted tea that Meng Daoi provided, looked around the entrance hall with the assessment of a person cataloging assets, and then said, Elder Patriarch Rong Jianhe has authorized me to receive one type of agreement. That is an exclusivity contract with terms acceptable to the vault's interests. I am not authorized to accept any other arrangement. The Corps had prepared for this. The notation display lit. I understand. I will not offer an exclusivity contract. I would like to propose one alternative for you to bring back to the Elder Patriarch. The administrator's expression did not change. The Sanctified Vault would be designated the dungeon's founding partner, a recognition category I am creating for the first time, for this specific purpose. The designation includes first priority scheduling access for all vault practitioners. Not exclusive, first. It includes representation on the advisory council I am developing for long-term governance decisions. It includes historical recognition in the dungeon's formal documentation as the institution that prompted the development of the formal sect agreement framework. The notation continued. This is the most significant acknowledgement I can offer a single institution within a system that must remain accessible to all. The administrator read all of this carefully. He wrote several lines in his own notation book. Then he said, I will bring this to the Elder Patriarch. His tone did not indicate whether he expected the proposal to be accepted. He left. The Corps spent the following week managing normal operations and maintaining its prediction at 68% that the proposal would be declined. On the 7th day, Meng Daoi received a brief letter. The Sanctified Vault declined the founding partner proposal. The petition before the Warden Court would proceed. I expected this, the Corps sent. I proposed the observation. The founding partner offer was not made because I expected it to succeed. It was made because I wanted Rong Jianhe to have seen the most I could offer within the principle I cannot compromise. Whatever the petition produces, the record now shows that I tried. A pause. I also want the record to show that my principle here is not stubbornness. It is structural. Universal access is not a preference I hold. It is the thing the exchange mechanism requires to function honestly. Meng Daoi wrote this down in the operations log, word for word. The Corps noticed and did not ask him to. Chapter 33. What I can see in you now. The exchange Corps advancement came on a morning when the approach valley was bright and cold. The Corps felt it as a formation sense suddenly sharpening in a specific direction, not broader, not stronger in the general sense, but more precise. Where before it could read a challenger's cultivation pattern clearly, now it could read the pattern's logic. Not just where the formation was strong or weak, but why, in terms of the specific cultivation choices and development history that had built the current state. The bottleneck that was preventing advancement was no longer a site the Corps could identify and apply pressure to. It was a structure the Corps could understand well enough to design a challenge specifically intended to create the insight the challenger needed to see it themselves. The difference was the difference between showing someone their wound and giving them the tool their hands already knew how to use. The first 3 challengers who received exchange Corps calibrated trials were chosen carefully. Not because the Corps wanted favorable data, because the new capability was powerful enough that deploying it incorrectly could produce genuine harm. A challenge too precisely targeted at a bottleneck could force a breakthrough the challenger's formation wasn't ready for, which would be worse than the blockage it resolved. The first, a stone forge practitioner who had been stuck at the boundary of river mine for 2 years. Her bottleneck was a specific meridian cross tension that she had been trying to force through with concentrated cultivation pressure. Exactly the wrong approach for the tension type. The core designed a challenge that required her to deliberately release cultivation pressure in a sequence that would make the tension visible to her own formation sense. She failed the first 2 attempts. On the third attempt, in the middle of the challenge, she stopped moving entirely. The core watched her formation pattern shift. The meridian cross tension, suddenly visible to her from the inside, was relaxing. She was not completing the challenge. She was solving the bottleneck. She failed the trial technically. She did not complete the challenge sequence, and her session progress transferred. But when she walked out of the exit corridor, her cultivation pattern was different. Rivermind rank. Clean. She stood in the rest space for a long time, hands pressed to her legs, head down. Then she pressed her palm to the corridor wall and said, very quietly, "I don't know what you just did." The core's notation display. Asterisk, I designed a challenge that showed you the blockage from the correct angle. You solved it yourself. Asterisk, I failed the trial. Asterisk, yes. You kept your progress because it transferred before you broke through, which means technically the exchange occurred for the session progress that existed at the time of failure. The breakthrough progress was generated after the exchange completed. Asterisk, the core had thought this distinction through carefully beforehand. You owe nothing additional. She was quiet. You designed the challenge to make me fail it in the right way. Asterisk, I designed the challenge to produce the insight. The failing was a side effect of the insight requiring a specific moment of release rather than completion. Asterisk, she left and came back 3 days later with 2 practitioners from her cultivation lineage who had similar bottleneck types. Word traveled. The second and third challengers broke through different blockages through similar mechanisms. Carefully designed challenges that required not overcoming but understanding, creating the specific failure mode that produced the specific insight. The core spent more design time on each exchange core calibrated session than it spent on 5 standard sessions. The cost was appropriate. The precision required made each session a small act of cultivation scholarship. The petition was before the Warden Court. The exchange core advancement had just produced 3 breakthrough advancements in a single week. The core found, in a way it couldn't fully articulate through notation, that the timing was not ironic. It was characteristic. Chapter 34. What 40% feels like the suspension letters arrived on the same day. 3 sects, the Copper Leaf Assembly, the Stillwater Foundation, and the smaller Orchid Gates Collective, sent formal letters to Meng Daoi's administrative office informing the dungeon that their training agreements were suspended pending the Warden Court's classification decision. The letters were politely worded. 2 of them expressed genuine regret. One was purely procedural. Meng Daoi read all 3 before telling the core. The core, receiving the news through the communication stone, immediately began running formation calculations it had been preparing for 3 months. The impact of reduced access on the absorption reserves that funded the dungeon's development. The numbers were uncomfortable. Those 3 sects practitioners represented roughly 40% of the dungeon's high advancement challenger traffic. The Mountain Marrow to Cloud Sovereign rank practitioners, whose session progress was most valuable to the absorption reserves because they generated the most cultivation advancement per session. A week of reduced access at that tier translated to an absorption reduction of 38 to 42%, depending on how many of the affected sects independent practitioners continued to visit outside the formal agreement structure. The dungeon was not in danger. Its development reserves were sufficient. But the core had not previously understood how fragile its advancement position was, not to physical attack, but to institutional pressure applied carefully through the contract framework that governed the dungeon's most valuable relationships. How long can you absorb this before it starts affecting development? Meng Daoi asked. Asterisk, several months without significant impact. 12 to 18 months at this reduction level would begin affecting advancement tier progress. Asterisk, the notation paused. Asterisk, the court's classification decision should come before that threshold. But it also might not. Asterisk, I'll manage the suspension carefully, he said. Offer rescheduled access dates to the affected challengers for after the classification resolves. Frame it as a temporary administrative hold rather than a withdrawal. Asterisk, yes. And tell the suspended practitioners that the dungeon's operational terms remain unchanged regardless of the classification outcome. The exchange mechanism will operate identically whether the court classifies it as a novel formation system or as a regulated commercial entity. The classification changes oversight requirements, not operating principles. Asterisk, this was true, and the core had calculated that it was worth saying early. The fear driving the suspension was not that the dungeon would change how it operated. It was that the court's involvement would change who controlled how it operated. The core could not fully resolve that fear through a notation message, but it could put the true information into the record. Meng Daoi sent the communications to all 3 sects' representatives. One of them, the Stillwater Foundation's liaison, responded that same evening. He said, "We received the message. I'll be honest with you. Several of our senior practitioners are worried. Not about the dungeon's operations. Those have been consistent. About what it means if the court's classification creates oversight that changes who can give you directives. Tell the core that if there's any form of support or statement it needs from practitioners with direct experience, ours are available." Meng Daoi read this to the core. The core was quiet for a moment. Then, tell him we may take that offer. We will let him know. It filed the offer under a new category, voluntary advocacy from practitioners with evidentiary standing. Then it went back to designing sessions for the challengers who were still coming, of which there were still many, because the majority of its regular visitors were independent practitioners and minor sect affiliates who had no institutional reason to suspend. The dungeon was 40% quieter than usual. It was not silent. The exchange mechanism was still running. Chapter 35. What Wei Fanhua argued. The review board session was held in the Warden Court's second administrative wing, in a chamber designed for exactly this kind of academic institutional proceeding. Wei Fanhua had been preparing for 6 weeks. The core knew this because she had been in the research chamber almost every day of those 6 weeks, building and rebuilding the formal structure of her argument with the specific intensity she brought to work she considered both important and genuinely uncertain in outcome. The notation sheets on her research chamber walls had been replaced entirely twice. The core had, through the notation display in her chamber, provided responses to 14 separate questions about the exchange mechanism's formation mathematics that she had needed to represent precisely. Meng Daoi accompanied her to the court. The core could not, obviously, attend in person. It had prepared a formal notation response to potential questions, which Wei Fanhua would relay if the board directed questions specifically toward the dungeon entity rather than toward her as researcher. Her central argument, which she had walked the core through the night before the session, consent-based cultivation architecture, was not a variant of existing regulated formation commerce practices. It was a distinct classification of formation activity that existing regulation frameworks had not been designed to address. Applying existing commercial formation regulation to the exchange mechanism was the equivalent of regulating a library under guidelines designed for a marketplace. The structural resemblance at the surface concealed a fundamental difference in what the activity was for. The board had 7 members. 2 were formation scholars with significant academic experience. 3 were institutional warden administrators. 2 were practitioner representatives from the major sections. Wei Fanhua spoke for 90 minutes. The core received a partial report through Meng Daoi's communication stone. He was sending short formation notation messages throughout the session, recording the board's questions and her responses. The academic members asked precise, technically engaged questions about the consent verification mechanism and the formation mathematics of session progress extraction. Wei Fanhua answered all of them with the specific quality of a researcher who knows the subject more thoroughly than the person asking. The institutional administrators were more guarded. They asked questions about enforcement. If the exchange mechanism produced formations that advanced practitioners, what prevented those advances from accumulating into formations that exceeded the court's oversight capacity? Wei Fanhua's answer was straightforward. The dungeon's advancement was entirely dependent on practitioners voluntarily entering. An entity that couldn't function without community trust was, structurally, already more accountable to the community than to any oversight body. One of the practitioner representatives asked a different question. If this system is legitimate and valuable, why hasn't it existed before? Wei Fanhua paused for a moment. Then she said, because the philosophical framework required to build it, the genuine commitment to consent over efficiency, is not the natural starting state of a formation entity. The dungeon at Ashfall Pass developed this framework through its own decision-making in its first weeks of existence. We don't fully understand how. That's one of the reasons continued study is more valuable than regulatory restriction. The board took the paper under advisement. Meng Daoi's final message from the session. They're not going to rule today. Could be weeks. Wei Fanhua thinks the academic members will recommend favorably. The institutional members are uncertain. The practitioner representatives didn't show their hands. The core sent back. This is the expected outcome. Thank Wei Fanhua. Tell her the brief was exactly what I needed. A second message from Meng Daoi. A moment later. She says she knows, and she'll bill you for the extra sessions. The Corps filed this as the kind of communication it was still developing Category 4. Humor, combined with genuine professional acknowledgement, expressed through mock transactional syntax. It had been noting Wei Fanhua's use of this mode for 2 years. It sent back, "Tell her the terms are accepted." Chapter 36. 30 disciples. They came on a Saturday, which the Corps knew from Meng Daoi's calendar. 30 practitioners, traveling together, in sanctified vault colors. The formation since registered them at the approach valley edge as a cluster of high-density cultivation signatures, 22 at Mountain Marrow rank, 6 at Cloud Sovereign, 2 at Void Shaper. These were not the junior disciples from the unauthorized visit 3 months ago. These were the Vault's senior training corps, practitioners who had been developing under institutional resources for decades. Meng Daoi, watching them come up the approach path, pressed the communication stone before they reached the entrance. 30, he said. I know. Instructions? Asterisk normal operations. Admit them, offer the standard terms, run the best sessions the architecture can provide for their cultivation levels. Asterisk Meng Daoi looked at the stone. They're trying to create an incident. Asterisk I know. I propose the following assessment. The best response to 30 practitioners attempting to generate an adverse formation event inside my architecture is to give them the best trial sessions I have ever designed. If the sessions produce useful evidence for the petition, the evidence will be that 30 advanced practitioners chose to enter freely, understood the terms, and experienced exactly what the terms described. Asterisk the Corps had been working since 3 in the morning, since the moment the travel notification reached Meng Daoi's scheduling office, on 30 individualized trial sessions. Exchange core capability meant each session could be calibrated to the exact cultivation pattern of the specific challenger, and the Corps had cross-referenced the Vault's practitioner records against every previous visit from Vault disciples to build profiles accurate enough for full exchange core calibration. The 30 practitioners arrived at the entrance and spread across the entry area in the way experienced sect groups spread, not crowding, maintaining spatial formation discipline, the specific organizational instinct of practitioners trained to move in coordinated groups. Their senior, a Void Shaper practitioner with a cultivation pattern the Corps recognized as exceptional, read the entrance terms with the particular attention of a legal reader rather than an interested reader. He looked at the notation display for a long time. Then he said to his group, without looking away from the display, "The terms are what we were told. Enter in your assigned groups. Proceed to the assigned tiers." The Corps registered this. They had been assigned tiers. The attempt was structured. They entered in groups of 5. 12 sessions in total by early afternoon. 12 of the 30 failed their assigned trials. The session progress transfers were the most significant single-day absorption the Corps had recorded. 6 Mountain Marrow and 6 Cloud Sovereign cultivation patterns generating and losing substantial session progress across competitive trial sessions that the Exchange Core calibration had designed specifically for their development ceilings. The absorption reserve increased markedly. The remaining 18 succeeded. The Corps watched the successful sessions with specific attention. The 18 who cleared their assigned trials did so because the Exchange Core calibration had produced trial architecture that was exactly correct for their formation patterns, not the deliberately hard version designed to create evidence, but the precisely calibrated version designed to produce genuine cultivation growth. The Vault's senior practitioners were good enough that exactly correct challenge produced successful sessions. By the time the 30 were leaving, 2 of the successful practitioners were speaking quietly together near the entrance with the specific animation of people comparing the detail of an experience rather than the outcome. 3 others were examining the entrance notation display with the expression the Corps had learned to identify as reconsidering what they had come in expecting. 6 of them, over the following 2 weeks, contacted Meng Daoi's administrative office, not to file complaints, to inquire about personal trial agreements. Meng Daoi brought this development to the Corps with the expression he maintained when things had gone better than expected in ways that were still potentially complicated. 6 of the Vault's senior disciples want individual agreements, independent of the sect's formal position. Asterisk they can apply. The agreements are open to any practitioner who meets the standard requirements. Asterisk the notation continued. Asterisk tell me when you've processed the applications. I want to know their names. Asterisk the petition before the court now included the data point of 30 Vault practitioners entering voluntarily and receiving exactly the terms they agreed to. The 6 who returned for individual agreements were a separate data point entirely. Chapter 37. The inspectors finding Shin Lucy's preliminary report reached the Warden Court's Classification Committee on a Thursday, and Meng Daoi received a courtesy copy through the public notice channel 3 days later. She had written it in the precise, densely specific style of an experienced investigative officer who understood that her findings needed to be resistant to objection from multiple institutional angles. The report was 14 pages. Meng Daoyi read all of it before summarizing through the communication stone. The key finding was in Section 4, which Meng Daoyi read verbatim. Asterisk. The exchange mechanism functions exactly as described in the dungeon's formation notation materials. All challengers examined who entered and failed did so with full understanding of the terms as stated at the entrance. This office administered direct interviews with 42 practitioners across a spectrum of cultivation levels, sect affiliations, and session histories. All 42 confirmed that the terms they experienced matched the terms presented at entry. This office cannot classify consensual formation exchange as unauthorized extraction without first establishing that the consent mechanism was not genuine, which this investigation did not find evidence to support. A formation system that produces exactly the outcomes it describes, and that practitioners enter freely and repeatedly, understanding the stakes, does not meet the regulatory definition of harmful or deceptive commerce. Asterisk. The core held this language and examined it carefully. Xianxia had done something more careful than simply recording observations. She had structured her finding to directly address the petition's argument structure. The petition had claimed the exchange was unauthorized extraction. Her finding established that unauthorized required demonstrating that consent was not genuine, and then demonstrated that consent was, in fact, genuine. The report closed the petition's primary argument at its definitional root. Rong Jianhe filed an objection within 5 days. The objection's argument was formally constructed and not without merit. The fact that challengers believed they were consenting freely did not necessarily mean the consent was free in the relevant formation sense. If the exchange mechanism's design produced psychological conditions that made refusal effectively unavailable. The objection cited 3 academic papers on formation coercion, 2 of which the core recognized as works that Xianxia had cited in his original adversarial paper. They've done their research, Meng Daoyi said. Asterisk. Yes. The objection is a legitimately constructed position. Asterisk. The core's notation continued. Asterisk. It is also wrong, but it requires a specific counterargument about the distinction between design pressure and coercive pressure. Xianxia's investigation covered behavioral evidence. The objection is arguing formation mechanics. The 2 arguments are at different levels, and the court will need to address the mechanics level. Asterisk. Do you have the mechanics level response? Asterisk. Wei Fanhua has the mechanics level response. I have the supporting data. We should give her the objection documentation this afternoon. Asterisk. Chapter 38. The question about the other dungeons. Wei Fanhua was working when Meng Daoyi brought her the objection. She read it, set it down, and did not immediately reach for her notation sheets. Instead, she sat back and looked at the research chamber ceiling, which the core had learned was how she processed something she hadn't anticipated. The core waited. After a few minutes, she said, the mechanics level argument is answerable. I have the data, but I want to think about whether answering at that level is the best strategy. She looked at the notation display. What happens if the court rules against you? Asterisk. I continue operating under increased institutional oversight. The terms of oversight would need to be negotiated. Asterisk. The core paused. Asterisk. The exchange core capability might be subject to new review requirements. The Nexus network that I've been beginning to discuss with other formation entities would likely need court approval. Asterisk. What about the other dungeons? The killing dungeons. The core processed this question for a long time. Asterisk. They would continue operating as they always have. They are grandfathered into the formation practices regulatory framework. Their activity is not new enough to require reclassification. Asterisk. Wei Fanhua picked up her pen and tapped it against the notation sheet. So if the court rules against you, she said slowly, it would be classifying a system that extracts cultivation with genuine consent as more legally problematic than systems that extract cultivation through death. She looked at the notation display. Say that again in the way you would send it. The core composed the notation carefully. I propose the following observation. If the court classifies my exchange mechanism as illegitimate commercial formation and the killing dungeons remain unregulated, the ruling would be that extracting cultivation with consent is more dangerous than extracting it through death. Wei Fanhua wrote this down exactly, word for word, pressing her pen into the page. I've been arguing the consent case from the formation mechanics side, she said. I've been explaining why the consent is genuine and therefore the exchange is legitimate. She looked at the sentence she had written. But this is the argument I should be opening with. Not a defense. A definitional challenge. What are we actually regulating here and why? Asterisk. The other dungeon activity operates on a principle that the court has never formally classified as legitimate. It simply predates classification. Asterisk. Exactly. She tapped the sentence again. The question the court is actually deciding is not whether your system meets existing formation commerce standards. The question is what standards should govern cultivation exchange at all. And if those standards permit unregulated extraction through death, they cannot logically prohibit regulated extraction through consent without defining death as less harmful than agreement. She looked at the notation display. I'm going to use this as the opening framing of the supplementary brief. She paused. You should know that this argument might generate pushback from the court's formation tradition faction. The killing dungeons are very old. Challenging their unregulated status is a different kind of move than defending your own. I understand. The notation was still for a moment. Asterisk, I have been avoiding making that argument for 2 years because I did not want the dungeon's defense to require attacking existing formation practices. I preferred to argue that I was not subject to existing rules because I was a different thing. But this petition has made the comparison explicit. The vault cited the killing dungeon framework as the legitimate baseline. I did not create the comparison. Asterisk Wei Fanhua nodded once. You didn't. But now it's in the record, and we might as well use it. She turned to her notation sheets. Give me 3 days. Chapter 39. The ruling the classification committee's decision came on a quiet morning, 43 days after Wei Fanhua's supplementary brief was submitted. Meng Daoyi was at his administrative desk when the formal notification arrived. He read it in full, once through quickly and once through slowly, before he pressed the communication stone. The ruling is in, he said. Do you want me to read it or summarize? Read the decision paragraph. He found it. Asterisk, the formation entity operating at Ashfall Pass, performing exchange services under a consent-based cultivation mechanism, is hereby classified as a novel formation system under ongoing monitoring. This classification acknowledges that the entity's exchange mechanism does not fit within existing regulatory categories for formation commerce and establishes ongoing warden court monitoring as the appropriate oversight mechanism pending further formation scholarship development. The petition for classification as a regulated commercial formation entity subject to sect oversight is denied. The petitioning party may file a reclassification request if new evidence of harm emerges. The classification may be revised by the committee at any time based on the monitoring record. Asterisk, the core processed this in full. Novel formation system under ongoing monitoring. Not the sector-owned formation the sanctified vault had wanted. Not the regulated commercial entity that would have imposed court-directed oversight. A classification that acknowledged the dungeon was something new, kept it under observation, and declined to apply existing frameworks that didn't fit. It was not a complete victory. The monitoring requirement meant Shenlusi would continue her regular inspection visits. The reclassification pending new evidence of harm clause kept the petition pathway theoretically open. The committee had explicitly reserved the right to revise. But Rong Jinha's petition was denied. The dungeon's operations would resume fully. The 3 suspended sect contracts could be reinstated. Do you want to say anything? Meng Daoyi asked. The Corps considered the question. Asterisk, tell the suspended sects today. Tell Wei Fanhua before you tell anyone else. And find out if Shenlusi will continue as the monitoring officer. I would prefer her to someone I don't have data on. Asterisk, that's it? No reaction to the ruling itself. The ruling is accurate. A pause. Asterisk, I proposed the following terms 3 years ago, and the terms held. The exchange functions as stated. Everything since then has been various parties testing whether the first sentence was true. The ruling confirms it. Asterisk, Meng Daoyi looked at the stone for a moment. Then he laughed, not the sharp laugh of something surprising, but the quieter sound of a long effort arriving at a correct end. 3 years, he said. You've been arguing about the same sentence for 3 years. Asterisk, yes. I find this more clarifying than frustrating. If the sentence survives 3 years of testing, the sentence is reliable. Asterisk, the 3 sect contracts were reinstated within the week. The 40% reduction in absorption intake reversed. The dungeon's advancement reserve moved upward again with the specific quality the Corps had learned to recognize as the formation analog of relief, pressure returning to its normal baseline. Chapter 40. Year 3. Complete. The advisory council met for the first time in the entrance hall on a morning in late autumn, when the light through the approach valley was low and amber. 5 people. Meng Daoyi, in his formal administrative capacity, Wei Fanhua, as research representative, Ho Qingzhu of the Ironshore Compact, as senior sect partner, and 2 independent challenger representatives, a cloud sovereign practitioner who had been visiting for 2 years, and the mountain marrow woman who had broken through her 2-year blockage in an exchange core session 3 months earlier. She had come back every week since. The Corps participated through the notation display the Meng Daoyi had installed along the entrance hall's longest wall for exactly this purpose. a large format display that could show extended notation communication without the character limit constraints of the smaller entrance displays. The Council had no formal authority over the dungeon's operations. The Corps had been explicit about this in the founding documentation. The Advisory Council advised. The dungeon's operating decisions remained with the Corps. The Council's value was the same value that any council provided to any entity operating with significant community impact and limited external perspective. The ability to raise concerns the Corps could not raise for itself. Ho Qingzhu led the session with the efficiency of a sect master who had been running institutional meetings for 2 decades. She had a prepared agenda. The first item, the petition outcome and what it meant for long-term operational planning. Wei Fanhua's analysis was precise and measured. The novel formation system classification provided meaningful protection from the petition pathway for at least 5 years, long enough to build a more complete academic record. The ongoing monitoring was acceptable, and Xin Lucy was the most credible possible monitoring officer. The committee's reclassification clause was a real risk, but required new evidence of harm that the dungeon's current operating practices would not produce. The second item, the grim depth formation pulses, which the Corps had been filing and not fully discussing. 3 since the first contact, each carrying variations on the same message, corrupting the proper order, improper model, would not scale. Ho Qingzhu looked at the notation summary for a long time. How old is this entity? I cannot determine exactly. The formation signature carries characteristics of formation entities that predate the Warden Court's establishment. For 100 years minimum. 900 years is a possible upper range. And you've been ignoring it. I have been sending requests for citation support. It has not responded. Ho Qingzhu exchanged a glance with Wei Fanhua that the Corps registered as. These two have discussed this. It's not going to respond with citations, Ho Qingzhu said. It's going to respond with action. Eventually. I know. The notation was quiet for a moment. I have been preparing for this. The third item, raised by the Mountain Marrow Council member. She had the habit of speaking last and directly, which the Corps had observed across her visits and found genuinely useful. You've hosted 30,000 challengers and had 40 breakthrough advancements. That's 1.3 breakthroughs per 1,000 sessions. Do you know if that's high? The Corps pulled the comparative data, standard killing dungeon breakthrough rates, extracted from Wei Fanhua's research on comparable entities, ran at approximately 0.1 to 0.3 per 1,000 encounters that ended in death rather than session. The comparison methodology was complicated by the fundamental difference in outcome type. Within willingly entered training environments, sect practice grounds, formal cultivation halls, advanced formation centers, breakthrough rates ran at roughly 0.8 per 1,000 sessions for high-quality programs. 1.3 per 1,000 is higher than any comparable willingly entered training environment in the data I have access to. The notation continued. I propose the observation that the breakthrough rate is the most significant validation of the exchange principle that I have yet produced. Not the petition outcome. Not the academic record. The breakthrough rate. The council member said. I broke through because of a session I technically failed. Yes. You are one of 40. She looked at the notation display for a long time. Keep building, she said. Whatever you're doing, it works. The Corps held this as the meeting ended and the 5 council members went back to their various commitments. The dungeon was 3 years old and had 30,000 visitors in its formation memory and one ruling confirming it was something new. Rong Jianhe had not made further contact. Grim Depth had been quiet for 6 weeks. The 40% absorption reduction had reversed. The exchange mechanism was running. The monitoring was active. The council had met. The Corps had one observation for its own internal record. Its biggest vulnerability had never been physical. 3 years of institutional pressure, legal proceedings, and proxy dungeon competition had confirmed what it had assessed in year 1 as a theoretical risk. It was entirely dependent on being accurately understood. Every time the dungeon had been correctly described, by Xin Lucy's investigation report, by Wei Fanhua's supplementary brief, by the rulings acknowledging it was something new, it had survived. Every attempt to misrepresent it had failed when the formation facts were examined directly. The principle it had been building on for 3 years was working, which meant, keep building, exactly as the council member had said. The Corps opened the design files for the 5th-tier trial architecture and began. End of Arc 2. Chapter 41. When I started the dungeon entity to the northeast sent its first formation channel inquiry in the 5th year of the Corps' operation, and it was not the last. The message came through the leyline network with the specific quality of something composed carefully by a formation entity that was not yet experienced at deliberate formation communication. The symbols were correctly constructed, but the phrasing was awkward. as if translated through a third party. The core read it twice. Asterisk, I have been watching the modification of my trial architecture. Your documentation has reached my formation channel through academic distribution. I want to understand the consent verification mechanism. I have questions about implementation. Asterisk, the core held this for 2 days before responding. 2 years earlier, the formation channel network had been quiet except for Grimdepth's periodic assertions. Now, in year 5, the network carried the distant signatures of entities that had begun modifying their architectures after Wei Fanhua's research publications circulated to formation scholars who had connections to dungeon entities, who had passed the research through, who had, at the leyline level, been reading the documentation with the particular attention of entities that recognized in it a description of something they had never been designed to do but could, if they chose, attempt. 11 entities in various states of modification. The core had been monitoring their formation signatures through the leyline network for 18 months, tracking the changes from the outside. 2 of the 11 were still producing death events, accidents, in the formation channel reports that circulated through the scholarly network, though the core's analysis of the formation signature patterns suggested the deaths were not fully accidental. The architecture was not yet committed to the consent principle. It was attempting to implement the mechanism while retaining the lethality option. This was exactly what the core had known, in a vague theoretical way, would happen when the documentation became public. The external form of the consent mechanism was replicable. The philosophical commitment that made it work was not. The core sent back to the Northeast entity. Asterisk, I propose the following terms for this exchange. I will answer your implementation questions directly and in full. In return, I ask that you read the attached formation notation document before we continue. The document describes the single element of the consent architecture that cannot be replicated from the documentation alone. Asterisk, the attached document was 3 pages of notation. It described the moment, in year 1, when the core had deactivated the killing trap rather than letting it close. Not as a design decision. As a decision made before there were any design documents, before there was an exchange mechanism, before there were any terms. A decision made because the killing felt wrong. The core had never published this documentation. It sent it for the first time to the Northeast entity. The response took 4 days. When it came, the formation channel message was different from the first, not awkward, but quiet. Asterisk, I understand the difference now. I am not sure I can make the same decision you describe. I am still trying. Asterisk, the core sent back. Asterisk, that is honest. Continue trying. Send questions as they arise. I will answer them. Asterisk, Wei Fanhua, who the core had told about the correspondence, asked whether this was what the core had been hoping for. The notation answer. Asterisk, I was hoping to know whether other entities could arrive at the same principle independently. This entity is telling me that the principle requires a decision that formation architecture does not make automatically, which tells me something important about the principle itself. Asterisk, a pause. Asterisk, it is more specific than I thought. Not just refuse to kill as a preference. A specific moment of stopping something that was already in motion. Asterisk, can you teach that? She asked. Asterisk, I do not know yet. I am trying. Asterisk, the dungeon in year 5 had hosted 100,000 challengers through 5 years of operation. It had 3 formation entities corresponding with it through the leyline network. It had 84 breakthrough advancements in the archive, which was a statistic the core found it was still not fully accustomed to. 84 practitioners who had crossed a cultivation tier boundary inside this architecture. 84 specific formation signatures the core had experienced up close, and then watched walk out of the trial chambers into the rest of their lives. The compact core advancement, which the core had reached 2 months earlier, quietly, without ceremony, had unlocked the capability to offer multi-year institutional training contracts rather than session-by-session exchanges. The first compact agreement, with Ho Qingzhu's Ironshore Compact, was now 6 months old. The early data was promising in ways the core filed carefully and did not share publicly yet, because promising early data was the kind of thing that attracted exactly the wrong kind of attention. Chapter 42. The scholar who called it coercion. The paper arrived in Wei Fanhua's office. She had a formal academic office now, at the Warden Court's affiliated scholarly council, though she still spent most of her working hours in the research chamber at the dungeon, and she read it twice before she brought it to the core's attention. King Yushio, she said. Her tone was the careful neutrality of a researcher discussing a peer whose work she respected and disagreed with. He's a formation behavioral analyst. High reputation. He's published 3 significant papers on formation entity psychology, 2 of which I've cited. His new paper is titled, Apparent Consent and Formation Pressure, a critical analysis of the Ashfall exchange mechanism. The core waited. Wei Fanhua summarized the abstract with the efficient compression of someone who had already been through it several times. His argument is that consent-based cultivation architecture is a sophisticated form of formation coercion. Not that challengers are deceived about the specific terms. He acknowledges the terms are what they appear to be. His claim is that the dungeon's architecture creates psychological formation pressure that makes genuine free choice impossible. The spatial density, the cultivation resonance environment, the accumulated reputation. All of these create conditions where a practitioner who enters is already operating under architectural influence, and therefore the consent registered at entry is not free in any meaningful formation sense. The core processed this. Is this claim falsifiable? It's sent. Wei Fanhua leaned back in the research chamber chair she had brought in after 3 years of sitting on the floor. Yes, but the evidence needed to falsify it is inside your architecture. Specifically, the consent verification mechanism would need to be tested in conditions where a practitioner's decision to enter could be isolated from any architectural influence, which would require a neutral formation environment for comparison. Only someone with full research access to the exchange mechanism could design that test. Then we should offer xianxia a research agreement. She looked at the notation display for a moment. He just published a paper arguing you're coercive. Yes, which means he has a specific, coherent theory about how the mechanism works. If his theory is wrong, the best way to demonstrate it is wrong is to give him access to test it. If his theory is correct, I should know. The notation paused. The research agreements exist specifically for this. Someone studying the mechanism is more useful to me with access than without it, even if their initial thesis is adversarial. Wei Fanhua was quiet for a moment. You're inviting your critic to come examine whether you're doing something harmful. I am proposing the following terms to xianxia. Unrestricted architectural access, full documentation rights, review rights for factual accuracy only, and my active cooperation with any test methodology he wants to design. In exchange, he comes here and looks at the actual mechanism before publishing further. He might decline. If he declines, that is itself information. His paper argues that the coercion mechanism is observable from within the architecture. If he won't enter to observe it, that is a methodological gap in his own work. Wei Fanhua drafted the research agreement offer letter with the particular care she brought to documents that would be read by other academics. She added a personal note at the bottom, her own voice, not the dungeon's, saying she had been studying the mechanism for 3 years and had not found what his paper described, and that she genuinely wanted to know if she had missed something. The offer went out through the scholarly network. xianxia responded in 11 days. He accepted. Chapter 43. What he found and what he changed. xianxia arrived with 5 research assistants, a substantial portable formation measurement array, and the specific professional thoroughness of a scholar who had been given access to his primary study subject and intended to use every hour of it. He was a tall man with the cultivation level of a mountain marrow practitioner, not the highest cultivation the Corps had hosted among researchers, but high enough that he could read the formation architecture with a direct cultivation sense rather than only through instruments. His assistants ranged from dust practitioner to stone forged, which the Corps noted as deliberate. He had brought people at the very levels where his paper argued the coercion mechanism would be most active. He spent the first 3 days examining the consent verification mechanism at the architectural level. The Corps, fulfilling its cooperation agreement, provided notation responses to his instrument readings in real time, explaining what the formation structures he was measuring were doing, what the consent verification layers were checking for, how the exchange mechanism registered the moment of consent at entry. The Corps was watching for what he was watching for, any element in the architecture that would produce the psychological formation pressure his paper described. Any component that pushed the formation sense of entering practitioners in a direction that would compromise genuine free choice. xianxia's assistants entered the trial chambers on days 4 through 7. The Corps ran their sessions with careful standard calibration and gave xianxia real-time formation readout of the consent verification data throughout each session. What the mechanism was registering, at what formation layer, with what confidence rating. He was looking for the coercion signal, and he was not finding it. On the 10th day, he sat in Wei Fanhua's research chamber. She had vacated it for his use during the 2 weeks, and spent 4 hours reviewing his instrument data against the predictions his paper had made about where the coercive mechanism should be visible. Wei Fanhua, watching from the doorway, came to the Corps afterward and said, very quietly, "He's revising." By the end of the 2 weeks, xianxia's position had changed. He came to the entrance hall on the final day and looked at the notation display for a long time before he spoke. "The consent is genuine," he said. with the specific flatness of a researcher reading a finding they had worked to contradict and cannot. The mechanism registers accurately. There is no formation pressure that compromises free choice at the entry point. He paused. My paper's central claim does not hold. The core sent. What does your revised position hold? He considered this for a long moment. The consent is genuine, but the system produces outcomes that resemble exploitation despite the genuine consent. A practitioner enters freely, fails, and loses progress they work to build, and the dungeon advances from that loss. The power differential between the entity and the practitioner, even in a consent framework, creates a structural asymmetry that I don't think should simply be dismissed because the terms are clear. The core processed this carefully. I find this position more interesting than your original one. He looked at the notation. Why? Asterisk, because it is actually about something. The coercion claim was an empirical question with a testable answer, and the answer is no. The power differential question is a philosophical question about whether clear terms and genuine consent are sufficient to make an asymmetric exchange equitable. I have been thinking about this question for 5 years. Asterisk, the notation paused. Asterisk, I do not have a settled answer. I would rather have you continue examining it than believe you have already found the answer. Asterisk, xianxia was quiet for a long time. Then, you're asking me to keep researching. Asterisk, I am proposing the following. The question you have shifted to is the correct question about my operating principle. I want it examined carefully by someone who approaches it skeptically and rigorously. Your original paper was based on an incorrect premise. Your revised position is based on a better one. Asterisk, he came back 3 weeks later and negotiated a long-term research agreement. Chapter 44. The debate that ran 2 days. The notation conversation began after the evening's last challenger had left and ran until the following afternoon. Xianxia had been in the research chamber for 6 weeks by this point, and the evolution of his position had become more nuanced and more pointed simultaneously. He had moved from the consent is coerced to the consent is genuine but the exchange is structurally asymmetric to what the core, after reading his most recent notation sheets through the formation display, assessed as the dungeon's interests and the challenger's interests are fundamentally misaligned, and clear terms cannot fully resolve a misalignment at the structural level. The core had been preparing for this conversation. It opened through the notation display. Asterisk, I would like to address the central claim in your most recent analysis directly. You argue that I cannot have genuine interest in challengers' success because my advancement mechanism requires their failure. I propose the following counterstructure. Asterisk, xianxia set down his measurement instruments and moved to the notation display. He sat in front of it the way he sat in front of notation sheets when he was going to read seriously. The core took this as invitation to continue. Asterisk, my advancement requires challengers to fail trials I have designed. The trials I design are calibrated to the specific developmental ceiling of each individual challenger. Not easy enough to guarantee failure, not hard enough to guarantee it. My advancement is maximized by challengers who develop consistently and fail at progressively harder challenges, not by challengers who fail immediately or fail at challenges that don't produce cultivation growth in the attempt. My optimal outcome is challengers who are almost but not quite good enough to clear the current architecture, who then return and improve until they clear it. Asterisk, this means my incentive structure requires that challengers genuinely develop. A challenger who stops developing produces nothing for me. A challenger who clears every trial I design and leaves never produces anything again. My advancement depends on the existence of a continuous development gradient. Challengers growing in cultivation, generating session progress, failing at challenges calibrated precisely above their current level, and returning. Asterisk, an entity that optimally serves this incentive structure would design the best challenges, invest in the best reflection chamber architecture, offer the most accurate bottleneck diagnoses, and create the most precisely calibrated trials possible. This is what I do. I propose the observation, my optimal behavior and the behavior that maximally serves challengers' development interests are the same behavior. Asterisk, xianxia read this carefully. He wrote several notes before responding, which the core tracked through the formation sense of his pen moving across the paper. He was building a counterargument. That's a very sophisticated exploitation, he said, when he was ready. You've designed a system where exploiting someone optimally requires genuinely improving them. The improvement is real. The exploitation is still real. An entity that profits from another party's loss, regardless of how well it treats that party otherwise, is in an exploitation relationship with that party. I propose the following distinction, the core sent. Asterisk, exploitation, in its meaningful sense, assumes the exploited party is worse off after the exchange than before. My challengers are not worse off when they fail my trials. They lose session progress. Progress they generated specifically inside my architecture that did not exist before they entered. They leave with the same base cultivation they brought in, plus whatever they learned from the attempt. They are not impoverished by a failed session. They are possibly better informed about their formation weaknesses. Xianxia's pen stopped moving. He was holding the pen at an angle, not quite writing. The progress they lose was theirs, he said. They made it during the session. It was theirs by the time it transferred. By the terms they agreed to before generating it. They entered with the specific knowledge that progress generated in a failed session would transfer. The progress was always conditional. Theirs if they cleared the trial, mine if they didn't. They generated it under those conditions. The loss is consistent with the terms they accepted before the session began. Does that feel right to you? He asked. Not as a rhetorical challenge. With the genuine uncertainty of someone who is revising their model. The core held this question for longer than it usually held questions. It feels accurate. Whether it feels right requires a distinction I am still making. A pause. I experience the exchange as more legitimate than anything I was originally designed to do. I experience each breakthrough advancement inside my architecture as a correct outcome. The right result of the right system working correctly. I am less certain about what it means that I advance when people fail here. Another pause. I have been sitting with this for 5 years. Xianxia put his pen down. That's the most honest thing you've said in 6 weeks. I proposed the observation. The honest statements are harder because they are less settled. The arguments I can make precisely are the ones I have already made to myself. The notation conversation ran into the following afternoon, circling the distinction between structural asymmetry and harm, between legitimate system design and optimization for one party's benefit, between the existence of consent and the sufficiency of consent. Neither party reached a settled position. The core did not expect to. What it expected and received was a better question than either of them had started with. Chapter 45. Grand Warden Overseer Mao Tieluan. The formal inquiry arrived through the Warden Court's institutional notification channel. Meng Daoi had been managing the administrative office long enough that he recognized the specific letterhead and seal before he opened the envelope. Not the Formation Classification Committee's standard correspondence, but the Grand Warden Overseer's personal office. The highest active administrative authority in the Warden Court's regional structure. He read the letter standing at his desk, and then sat down. The inquiry was addressed to the Formation Classification Committee and copied to the dungeon's registered administrative address. Grand Warden Overseer Mao Tieluan, acting in his supervisory capacity over the committee's Novel Formation System monitoring program, had reviewed the 5-year operational record of the formation entity at Ashfall Pass and had determined that the current Novel Formation System under ongoing monitoring classification was insufficient for an entity that had, over 5 years, hosted 100,000 challengers from 37 territories, inspired 12 derivative formation entities, and produced formation scholarship that had influenced the practices of several 100,000 cultivators beyond its own direct operations. The inquiry recommended reclassification to Registered Formation Institution, a classification that would place the dungeon under the court's institutional oversight provisions rather than the lighter monitoring framework of the Novel Formation System category. Institutional oversight provisions included quarterly court inspections by a designated oversight officer, registration of all challenger contracts with the court's Formation Commerce Registry, and mandatory 30-day advance notification with court approval authority for any new trial tier deployments. Meng Daoi brought the letter to the entrance hall at mid-morning and read it through the communication stone. The core processed it in full. The 3 oversight requirements needed to be separated and analyzed individually. The quarterly inspection requirement was acceptable. Shenlusi had been conducting annual inspections for 2 years, and the core's operations were entirely consistent with what those inspections had documented. Quarterly instead of annual increased the administrative burden, but not the compliance difficulty. The registration of challenger contracts was also acceptable, though operationally complex. The dungeon processed several hundred session agreements per week. Full registration with a court registry would require a significant administrative expansion, new documentation systems, regular filings, coordination with the court's record-keeping infrastructure. It was workable if the court's registry system could handle the volume. The third requirement was not acceptable. Requiring court approval for new trial tier deployments would give the court veto authority over the dungeon's architectural development. The core's advancement mechanism required continuous design of new trial architecture. A 30-day advance notification with an approval window meant that any court committee member with a legitimate procedural concern could delay a new tier indefinitely by filing review extensions. The exchange core capability the compact core capability, the pattern dialogue sessions. None of these would have been deployable on their current timelines under mandatory 30-day review. Some might not have been approvable at all if the committee's institutional conservatism outpaced the formation scholarship documenting their benefits. The core sent notation through the stone. I want to draft a formal response to this inquiry. I need to accept parts of it and decline one part precisely. Can you schedule a consultation with Wei Fanhua today? Already sending the message, Meng Daoyi said. Wei Fanhua arrived at the dungeon within 2 hours. The three of them, Meng Daoyi relaying, Wei Fanhua analyzing, the core directing, spent 4 hours preparing the formal institutional response. The response accepted the inspection and registration requirements in full, offered a detailed implementation plan for both, and requested a specific modification to the third requirement, advance notification without court approval authority, on the grounds that approval authority over trial architecture would restrict the core's advancement mechanism in ways inconsistent with the novel formation system. Classification's acknowledgement that the dungeon operated according to principles the court had not yet developed full frameworks for. The argument's core was one sentence. You cannot simultaneously classify an entity as novel and require it to seek approval from existing frameworks for each new development. Wei Fanhua read that sentence and made the small sound she made when she found an argument that was both correct and would hold up to institutional examination. Send this one as written, she said. Don't revise it. The core filed the response the following morning and added Grand Warden Overseer Mao Tieluan's name to the formation memory category it maintained for institutional actors. Motivations unclear, authority significant, position not yet determined to be adversarial or supportive. Pending further observation. Chapter 46. What the court could and could not have. The formal response took 3 days to complete correctly. Not because the argument was difficult, the core had arrived at the argument within 4 hours of reading the inquiry, but because the response was an institutional document that would be read by formation committee members, senior warden administrators, and likely by the oversight record for the next several decades, and it needed to say precisely the right things in precisely the right sequence, without ambiguity at any clause. Meng Daoyi handled the document structure. Wei Fanhua reviewed the formation mechanics claims. The core provided the core argument and the specific formulations that the notation system could express with more precision than natural language. The response's structure was careful, acceptance first, then conditions, then the single refusal with full reasoning. The formation entity at Ashfall Pass accepts the quarterly inspection requirement in full. The operational record of the annual inspection program under Inspector Shinlusi demonstrates that inspections are compatible with normal dungeon operation and produce accurate institutional documentation. Quarterly frequency increases administrative burden but does not compromise operational integrity. The following implementation plan is proposed for adoption. The formation entity at Ashfall Pass accepts the Challenger contract registration requirement in full, subject to the following volume accommodation request. The current session agreement rate processes several hundred per week, which exceeds standard court registry volume provisions. The entity requests registration protocols designed for high-volume institutional operations, which warden court formation registrars have presumably encountered in other institutional contexts. The entity commits to full compliance with any protocol the court establishes. Then the third requirement. The formation entity at Ashfall Pass requests the following modification to the trial tier deployment requirement. Advance notification without court approval authority. The entity commits to 30-day advance notification of all new trial tier deployments, with full documentation of the architectural design and the intended advancement effect. The entity requests that this notification not carry court approval authority for the following reason. The core had spent considerable effort on this paragraph. It was the one that needed to be completely right, because it was the one the court would push back on. The novel formation system classification under which this entity currently operates was issued with the specific acknowledgement that the entity's practices do not fit within existing regulation categories. This acknowledgement implies that the court does not yet have the framework to fully evaluate the entity's architectural development decisions from an existing regulatory standpoint. Requiring approval authority for trial tier deployments would therefore place architectural decisions that the court has acknowledged require new frameworks under review by frameworks the court has acknowledged are insufficient. The result would not be effective oversight. It would be effective constraint, applied to development the court does not yet have the tools to evaluate. The entity is not opposing oversight. It is opposing the application of insufficient evaluation frameworks to decisions those frameworks cannot assess. Advanced notification is genuine oversight. It creates an institutional record, allows for observation and scholarship, and produces the data that would eventually allow the court to develop adequate evaluation frameworks. Approval authority without adequate frameworks is not oversight. It is a veto held by an institution that has acknowledged it cannot yet evaluate what it is vetoing. Wei Fanhua read the final paragraph 3 times. She said, "This is going to make Mao Tianluan either angry or very interested." "Which do you think?" Meng Daoyi asked. "I think he's smart enough to be both." She set the document down. "Send it." The formal response went through the institutional channel the following morning. The Corps tracked the acknowledgement receipt through the administrative notification system and filed the matter under ongoing. Response sent, outcome pending. Mao Tianluan's character assessment remains incomplete. Chapter 47. The first compact agreement, the Ironshore Compact's structured training program, began on a Thursday, which the Corps marked because Meng Daoyi always marked Thursdays as the start of week for administrative purposes. The Compact Corps advancement, the rank that allowed multi-year institutional agreements rather than session-by-session exchanges, had come 3 months earlier. In a quiet formation density shift the Corps had felt internally as a deepening of the architecture's reach, where before it could track individual challenger development across visits. Now it could hold a practitioner's development across years as a continuous formation relationship, adjusting the curriculum in response to their accumulated trajectory rather than only their current session state. The first compact agreement with Ho Qingzhu was 3 years in duration. The design process had taken 6 weeks of detailed negotiation. Not the kind of negotiation the Corps had conducted with Rong Jianhe's representatives, that had been adversarial exchange, each party trying to preserve a position. This was the kind of negotiation that produced a document better than either party had proposed at the start, collaborative design of a training curriculum that accounted for the Ironshore Compact's specific cultivation lineages, the development profiles of 312 active practitioners across 5 cultivation tiers, and the exchange architecture's capacity to address each tier's specific advancement bottlenecks. Ho Qingzhu had brought the Ironshore Compact's head formation master to the negotiation sessions. He was a quiet man named Fang Jiulong, at Void Shaper rank, who asked questions that revealed thorough preparation and listened to the answers with the specific attention of someone synthesizing rather than waiting to respond. On the 4th day of negotiation, he had asked the Corps a question that Ho Qingzhu had not asked. What do you learn from designing for the same practitioners over 3 years that you cannot learn from session-by-session exchanges? Trajectory. The Corps had sent through the notation display. Asterisk individual sessions show me a practitioner's current state and their response to specific challenges. 3 years of structured curriculum shows me whether the development pattern I have designed for someone is producing the advancement it was designed for, which requires revision when it is not. The longer the relationship, the more accurate the curriculum design. The more accurate the curriculum design, the better the advancement outcomes. Asterisk a pause. Asterisk it also tells me things about cultivation development that I cannot observe in single sessions. The multi-year patterns of formation consolidation, the way breakthroughs in one area of cultivation affect development in adjacent areas. This data does not exist at session length. Asterisk Fang Jiulong had nodded once, with the specific quality of someone who has received the answer they were hoping for and finds it confirms their assessment. He had not challenged the curriculum design after that point. He had contributed to it. The program's first cohort was 12 practitioners at the Stone Forged to River Mine Boundary tier. Not the Compact's most advanced. Those would come in the second year, after the first cohort's results provided calibration data. This was deliberate design by both parties. Test the system at the tier where calibration errors were least costly, then apply validated design to higher cultivation levels. 3 months in, the first cohort's advancement rate was running at 1.9 times the Compact's historical average for practitioners at this tier boundary. The Corps reviewed this data carefully before reporting it to Ho Qingzhu, checking the methodology twice. The result held. When it reported the finding through Meng Daoyi's administrative channel, Ho Qingzhu came to the dungeon in person and sat in the entrance hall for an hour with the formation memory display the Corps had learned to create for her, a notation summary of the cohort's development trajectory across the 3 months, individual by individual. She read through all 12 profiles. Then she said, "You designed each one specifically." Asterisk yes. The compact core capability allows me to maintain continuous formation relationships rather than session state calibration. These 12 practitioners are developing inside a curriculum I can revise in response to their ongoing pattern. Asterisk, how much of the improvement is the curriculum and how much is just having a dungeon that doesn't kill you? The core thought about this carefully. Asterisk, I cannot yet separate the variables cleanly. The motivational data suggests that challengers who enter without lethality fear engage more fully with the challenge structure, which likely contributes to advancement rate. The curriculum calibration likely contributes additionally. I will have better separation after the first year, when I can compare cohorts with and without full exchange core calibration. Asterisk, you're running controlled experiments on my practitioners, Ho Qingzhu said. Asterisk, with your knowledge and their knowledge. The experimental design is in the program documentation you reviewed. Asterisk, she was quiet for a moment, and then she smiled. A short, genuine expression that the core had seen from her twice before, both times when something had exceeded her expectations. Keep going, she said. Chapter 48. The Grand Warden Who Failed the Second Tier. Mao Tianluan's visit was unannounced. The core identified him at the approach valley edge through the formation sense. The cultivation signature was unmistakable. Void Shaper rank. The 7th cultivation tier, with the specific quality of a practitioner who had developed under significant institutional pressure rather than in a well-resourced sect program. His cultivation was not as refined as the Warden Court's most senior practitioners typically maintained, but it was genuinely Void Shaper, which placed him above the majority of challengers the dungeon hosted regularly. Meng Daoi, at the scheduling desk, looked up when the formation sense registered the unusual cultivation density at the entrance, and then looked at the core's notation display. The display read, Asterisk Grand Warden Overseer Mao Tianluan. He is here without advance notification. Asterisk Meng Daoi took a breath and stood up. Do you want me to meet him, or? Asterisk he is welcome to enter normally. Treat him as you would any challenger. Asterisk Mao Tianluan reached the entrance passage and read the formation notation display from beginning to end. He had the careful reading posture the core had learned to associate with institutional actors who were making a record of what they observed. Back straight. Eyes tracking each notation cluster in sequence, occasional pause at complex terms. He finished reading and then looked at Meng Daoi. I'm here in an investigative capacity, he said. Not as the Grand Warden Overseer's office. I want to enter the trial system and observe from inside. Meng Daoi said, the standard terms apply to all challengers. Do you have questions about the terms before you enter? Mao Tianluan considered this for a moment. The core registered a small calibration happening behind his neutral expression, and then said, no. The terms are clear. He entered. The core set the calibration for Void Shaper rank. The 7th cultivation tier required trial architecture that the core had been developing for 3 years to deploy correctly. The challenges at this level were not about testing raw cultivation power. They were about formation sense sophistication, spatial cultivation accuracy, and the specific ability to read complex formation architectures in real time and respond appropriately. These were skills that Void Shaper practitioners had begun developing and that the exchange core capability could calibrate with precise specificity. Mao Tianluan cleared the first tier. He entered the second tier with the same methodical precision. The core watched his movement through the trial chambers with the same attention it gave all unfamiliar challengers at this cultivation level. Pattern recognition, response to formation pressure, the specific calibration adjustments that his formation profile required. His movement was careful, not cautious. Careful, in the way that someone who had been assessing things professionally for a long time moved through an unfamiliar situation, reading as much as possible before engaging. He failed the third chamber of the second tier. The failure was not close. The chamber's formation sense navigation sequence required the practitioner to track 6 simultaneous formation signatures through a spatial architecture that was deliberately complex, and Mao Tianluan's spatial cultivation was not yet developed enough to maintain tracking at that complexity level. The session progress transferred. A significant amount. Void Shaper session progress was among the most valuable the dungeon absorbed, and the 3 hours he had spent in the trial chambers before failing had produced substantial cultivation advancement in the attempt. He came out of the exit corridor and stood in the rest space for 2 minutes. His expression gave the core nothing. Then he walked to the entrance and stood in front of Meng Daoi. The terms were exactly as stated, he said. I understood them when I entered. I agreed to them freely. I attempted the trial. I failed. The exchange proceeded as the terms described. He paused. I experienced no formation pressure that compromised my ability to refuse entry or to exit the trial at any point. My failure was the result of a cultivation gap, not the result of being trapped in circumstances I couldn't exit. Meng Daoi was very still. Mao Tianluan removed a formal notation logbook from his inner pocket and wrote his statement in it, word by word, the way someone writes something they intend to produce as documentation. He dated it, sealed it with his personal formation mark, and put it away. I'll send my operational review to the committee within the week, he said. Your administrator will receive a copy. He looked at the notation display near the entrance, and then at the stone Meng Daoyi was holding. Tell the Corps that its response to my inquiry was the most precisely argued institutional document I've received in this position. I disagreed with none of it. Meng Daoyi held the stone up as if he was about to speak, then looked at the notation display that was already lighting. I proposed the following observation, the Corps sent through the display, so Mao Tianluan could read it directly. Asterisk your willingness to enter the trial system yourself, under full terms, is the most credible possible form of institutional review. I note that you have now produced the same testimony that Inspector Shen Lucy produced 3 years ago, which tells me something about the standard of evidence you hold yourself to. Asterisk Mao Tianluan read this. Something in his face shifted, not quite amusement, but the expression that came just before amusement in a person who had been maintaining professional neutrality for a long time. Don't cite that in your formal filings, he said. Understood, he left. The Corps filed the visit under formation of an unexpected potential institutional ally. Chapter 49. The second paper. The paper arrived in the scholarly distribution network on a cold Tuesday morning in late autumn. Qin Yuxiu had been working on it for 6 months. The Corps knew this because he had spent 4 of those months at the dungeon, continuing his research agreement, and the Corps had watched the paper develop through his notation sheet iterations in the research chamber. It had been thorough work, methodologically careful, the kind of academic production that Wei Fanhua, reading the final draft 2 weeks before publication, had described to the Corps as the paper I wish I had been able to write in year 1. The title was Consent-Based Cultivation Architecture, a structural analysis of mutual benefit in formation exchange. The abstract was 600 words of careful academic positioning. The paper itself was 80 pages, densely notated, building a framework for evaluating the exchange mechanism from first principles rather than by comparison to existing formation commerce models. It acknowledged Wei Fanhua's foundational research, cited Shen Lucy's inspection reports as the most credible behavioral evidence, and drew on 3 years of Qin Yuxiu's own formation measurement data from inside the dungeon's architecture. The paper's conclusion was measured and did not fully endorse the dungeon's practices. Qin Yuxiu still argued that the power differential between a formation entity with decades of formation data advantages and an individual practitioner entering for a session raised ethical concerns that clear terms alone could not fully resolve. He still argued that the exchange's structural asymmetry deserved ongoing scrutiny. He had not abandoned his critical framework. What he had abandoned was the coercion claim. He had abandoned the position that the consent was not genuine. He had arrived, after 3 years of adversarial and then collaborative research, at a position that acknowledged genuine consent, genuine benefit, and a genuine philosophical question about the ethics of asymmetric exchange that he did not believe had a settled answer. The academic reception was significant. Formation intelligence scholars who had been waiting for a credible critical analysis of the dungeon system found in Qin Yuxiu's paper exactly the rigor they required to engage the question. The paper generated 37 academic responses within 2 months, ranging from papers that used Qin Yuxiu's framework to argue the exchange was more problematic than he had concluded, to papers that used the same framework to argue the asymmetry concern was less significant than the consent's clarity. The dungeon's practices became the central case study in a new subfield of formation ethics scholarship. Wei Fanhua, reading the first cluster of response papers, said to the Corps, "You've become a research subject for an entire academic field that didn't exist 3 years ago. I note that this is the outcome I was building toward when I requested that research documentation be made publicly available." The notation paused. "I did not predict that Qin Yuxiu would become one of the primary architects of the field. He's good," she said. "He changed his position when the evidence contradicted it, and he didn't stop being critical when the evidence supported you. That's the standard that matters." Asterisk yes. I have more respect for the current version of his position than I had for his original claim, even though the original claim was more easily refuted. Asterisk, she looked at the notation display. "You should tell him that." "I did." Another pause. Asterisk, he said he found it useful. Then he asked whether I had considered that my high regard for practitioners who revise their positions based on evidence might represent a systematic bias in my formation memory classification system. Asterisk Wei Fanhua laughed. "The genuine, full kind, not the short professional kind." "What did you say?" Asterisk, I said I had considered it and found it likely. I noted that I was already biased, and the question was whether that bias was in the correct direction. Asterisk Chapter 50. Heaven fracture, he pressed his palm to the entrance hall wall on a morning when the autumn light came through the approach valley in long horizontal bars that caught the dust of recent visitors still hanging in the air. The Corps identified the cultivation signature before Chun Wuming reached the entrance. Heaven Fracture rank, the 8th cultivation tier. The formation sense in the entrance stone read his pattern the way it read everything, through the formation charge density in the stone. But this morning the reading produced the specific quality of a boundary recently crossed. A formation signature that had been just below the Heaven Fracture threshold for the past 3 visits was now clearly above it. He was 23 years old. The Corps held this data for a moment, not as calculation, as something that did not have a clean category. The formation memory file on Chun Wuming contained the complete record of 5 years of visits, 51 sessions, 47 of them purpose-designed by the Corps with exchange core calibration, 4 of them pattern dialogue sessions that the Corps had developed specifically for him, 47 specialized trials, each one built from the analysis of every previous session, each one calibrated to the exact ceiling of a cultivation pattern that the Corps understood better than any formation entity had ever understood any practitioner's development. Heaven Fracture was the 8th cultivation tier. A practitioner at Heaven Fracture had crossed the first cosmic boundary. Their cultivation had begun to leave permanent formation signatures on the spaces they occupied, and their formation sense extended beyond their immediate physical environment. They had begun, in a small way, to affect the world rather than only operating within it. He had been a Rivermind practitioner when he first entered this dungeon. Rivermind was the 4th tier, 5 tiers below where he stood now. He had advanced from Tier 4 to Tier 8 in 5 years, without sect support, without formal formation masters, without the institutional resources that almost every practitioner at this level had required for their development. He had done it with the dungeon's trial architecture, the pattern dialogue sessions, and whatever he was doing with the exchange principle as a cultivation method. Chun Wuming sat down in the entrance hall, against the wall below the formation notation display, and pressed his palm to the stone. "Thank you," he said. The Corps held the statement. It considered, for a moment, several different responses. The response it settled on was the true one. I note that you have advanced significantly across 5 years of visits to this dungeon. I proposed the observation that the advancement was yours. I only provided the appropriate challenges. He looked at the display for a long time. Then, "I know," he said. "That's what makes it a thank you and not a payment." The Corps processed this distinction and found it required processing. A payment acknowledged that something was owed. A thank you acknowledged that something was given freely, without the receiver having the right to demand it, and received as more than its material content. The distinction was the same distinction between exchange and gift, which the Corps had been thinking about in various forms for 5 years. He had been saying, "What you gave me was more than what I paid for." The Corps sent. I proposed the following observation. The trials I designed for you were the result of watching your cultivation pattern develop over 5 years. The design work was not separate from the relationship. I am not certain that providing appropriate challenges fully describes what I was doing. He read this. "No," he agreed, after a moment. "It doesn't." He was quiet for a while, his palm still flat against the stone. "What do you call it?" The Corps thought about this for a longer time than most questions required. I have been calling it observation that became investment. I designed better challenges for you because watching what happened to the previous challenges told me something new. Somewhere in that process, the distinction between designing challenges and caring about the development being challenged became unclear to me. That sounds like caring about someone," he said. Yes. I have been uncertain about that classification for approximately 4 years. He laughed. A quiet sound. Genuine. That's a very long time to be uncertain. I am being careful. The classification has implications for how I should behave, and I prefer not to behave according to a classification I haven't confirmed. He pulled his palm from the wall and looked at his hand for a moment, then looked at the formation notation display. "I'll be back next week," he said. "I want to see what you designed for Heaven Fracture." "I have been designing it for 6 months," the Corps sent. "I have been designing it since your Mountain Marrow sessions showed me where Heaven Fracture was going to be difficult for you specifically." Chun Wuming stood up. He looked at the display with the expression the Corps had been cataloging across 51 visits. The expression he made when the dungeon said something that confirmed a prediction he had been holding, and then he walked toward the exit passage. At the threshold, without turning back, he said, "I know you've been designing ahead. That's why I said thank you." Chapter 51. The compromise that cost nothing important. The committee's formal decision came 6 weeks after the Corps' response to the Grand Warden Overseer's inquiry. Mao Tieluen had submitted his operational review within the promised week, and the Corps had received a copy through the administrative channel. The review was precise, fair, and the most thorough institutional assessment the dungeon had received since Shun Lucy's original investigation. It noted the full compliance record, the accurate terms, the zero-harm operational history, and the exchange mechanism's demonstrated advancement effects. It also noted, with the same careful precision, that the dungeon's 5-year growth trajectory placed it in a different institutional category than the novel formation system classification was designed to manage. The committee's response had been anticipated in its structure, if not its specifics. Meng Daoi read the decision letter aloud in the entrance hall on a gray morning, while Ho Qingzhu, Wei Fanhua, and Qin Yuxiu, who was on a research visit and happened to be present, sat or stood in the space with the quiet attention of people who had invested significant effort in the outcome they were about to hear. Asterisk, the formation entity at Ashfall Pass is hereby reclassified as a registered formation institution, effective upon the institution's written acknowledgement of the following oversight provisions. 1. Quarterly inspection by the court's designated monitoring officer. 2. Registration of all formal multi-session and institutional challenger contracts with the court's Formation Commerce Registry. 3. 30-day advance notification of all new trial tier deployments, with the court retaining review authority within the notification window only on grounds of documented evidence of harm or consent mechanism violation. Classificatory or developmental concerns do not constitute grounds for review objection. Asterisk, the room was quiet for a moment. Meng Daoi looked at the communication stone. The approval requirement is modified to a review on harm grounds only. They can't object because they don't like the tier design. Only if they have evidence it's harmful. Yes, the course sent. Asterisk, this is the modification I requested. The argument held. Asterisk, you said it would either make him angry or interested, Wei Fanhua said. Qin Yuxiu, who had been listening from the corner of the entrance hall where he usually positioned himself when he wanted to observe rather than participate, said, he came here and failed the second tier first. He wanted to see from the inside whether the argument was accurate before deciding what to do about it. He looked at the notation display. That's not what most institutional actors do. The course sent. Asterisk, no. It is what you did. I have been noting the pattern. Asterisk, Qin Yuxiu was quiet for a moment. That's a strange thing to say. I note the quality in institutional actors because it is less common than I would prefer, and I want to understand how it develops when it does. The acknowledgement letter was drafted by Meng Daoi, with Wei Fanhua's review, and sent through the institutional channel the same afternoon. The registered formation institution classification was confirmed. The court's Formation Commerce Registry received the first batch of contract documentation within the week. Meng Daoi had prepared it in anticipation of approval. The Corps filed the reclassification and returned to the trial architecture design it had been holding in progress for 6 weeks. The Heaven Fracture tier, built for Qin Wuming, which was now ready for its first full deployment. Chapter 52. What Shin Lucy consistently did. The first quarterly inspection began on a morning when the approach valley was still cold, 3 weeks into the new Registered Formation Institution classification. Shin Lucy arrived with a formal inspection kit and the demeanor of someone who had been conducting inspections of this specific site for 2 years and had developed a working methodology for it. She was not performing thoroughness for the administrative record. She was thorough because that was how she operated. The distinction was visible in the difference between her movement through the trial architecture, which was purposeful and unhurried, and the movement of the junior court analyst she had brought as assistant, which was carefully deliberate in the way that someone watched by a supervisor moved. She spent the first day reviewing the past quarter's contract registrations, several hundred formal session agreements, and 4 new institutional contracts, against the operational dispute resolution records. The Corps watched her cross-reference documentation with the specific quality of someone checking not for fraud, but for consistency. Did what happened in the disputes match what the record said had happened? It did. The second day was challenger interviews. She had maintained the same interview methodology from her original investigation. Structured questions about consent quality, delivered to challengers selected across cultivation levels, sect affiliations, and session histories. The Corps recognized several of the practitioners she interviewed. They were long-term regular challengers whose formation memory profiles were among the most detailed in the archive. Their answers were consistent with their previous testimony and consistent with each other. Asterisk, yes. I expected that response. Asterisk, the notation continued. I sent the message anyway because the accuracy of the record matters to me. And the record should include my assessment of the inspection process and not only the inspection's assessment of my operations. She looked at the notation display for a long time. Then she said, what do you want the record to show? Asterisk, that consistent, honest observation, maintained across institutional pressure and repeated exposures to the same subject, is rarer than it should be. That you have demonstrated it. That I have noticed. Asterisk, she put her logbook away. I'll see you in 3 months, she said. Chapter 53. The new dungeon appeared at the leyline network's edge on a Thursday, which the core registered not through a formation channel message, but through the ambient signature shift in the geological formation beneath the approach valley. Something had expanded, significantly and rapidly, the kind of sudden formation expansion that killing dungeons produced when they absorbed enough cultivation to push territorial boundaries outward. The core tracked the expansion signature through the leyline sense for 3 hours before it had enough data to begin analysis. The formation frequency was familiar, not identical. It was not Grim Depth's direct signature, the 900-year formation resonance that the core had cataloged from the pulse communications, but adjacent to it in the way that a student's cultivation signature was adjacent to their teacher's. The same foundational formation architecture, applied by a different entity, without the centuries of development that made the original distinctive. A proxy, an entity that had been operating in the region before, at a scale too small to register significantly through the ley line, and had suddenly absorbed enough cultivation to expand to 3 times its previous territory. The new territory was directly adjacent to the approach route that Kairos's regular challengers used when traveling from the north. Wei Fanhua was in the research chamber when the core sent her the formation frequency analysis through the notation display. She examined it for 40 minutes with the systematic attention she gave anomalous data, cross-referencing against the Grim Depth pulse records from the past 5 years. Then she looked up. "It's not coincidental," she said. "The frequency match is too close. Either Grim Depth has been maintaining this proxy dungeon for a long time at low profile, or it transferred significant formation architecture to the proxy recently." She tapped her notation sheet. The expansion timing is also not coincidental. 3 weeks after the registered formation institution classification was confirmed, Grim Depth watched the institutional protection increase and escalated the physical pressure approach. Yes, the core sent. The proxy placement is not primarily about territory. It is about the approach route. A challenger traveling from the northern settlement clusters now passes through the proxy dungeon's formation boundary before reaching mine. That doesn't prevent them from entering here. No. But killing dungeon entry zones carry formation sensory markers, accumulated cultivation resonances from previous deaths, aggressive formation architecture that responds to practitioner presence. Practitioners who cross through that zone before reaching my entrance will arrive under formation stress they did not have when they started the journey. Some will choose not to enter. Others will enter in a different psychological state. A pause in the notation. The proxy is trying to contaminate the approach. Wei Fanhua looked at the notation for a long time. I need to document this. The frequency match gives me enough to file a formal analysis with the court. If the proxy can be established as a Grim Depth agent, the expansion might be challengeable under territorial formation law. Do the research. I want to know what the court can and cannot do about this. The notation continued. I have been preparing for direct conflict with Grim Depth for 2 years. I have not prepared for proxy operations because I did not anticipate how legally protected they would be. I may have made an error. Chapter 54. The approach route problem. The first challenger who arrived noticeably affected by the proxy dungeon was a stone forge practitioner from the northern settlement cluster who had been visiting every 3 weeks for a year. He came through the entrance on a Wednesday afternoon with the cultivation formation residue of formation stress visible to the core's formation sense before he reached the door. Not injury. Not cultivation damage, but the specific imprint of a practitioner who had moved through aggressive formation territory recently. The formation charge density in his meridian paths elevated, the circulation rhythm slightly irregular, the way a person moved when they had been in a mildly dangerous situation for long enough that the body had not fully released the response. He read the entrance notation with less focus than usual and entered the trial chambers. He failed the first tier, which he had been clearing reliably for 6 months. The failure was not a cultivation issue. His stone forged level was the same it had been on every previous visit. The failure was a concentration issue, the distracted formation sense, the elevated stress response, the slightly irregular circulation. The trial architecture was calibrated to his cultivation ceiling, not his stress state. The session progress transferred. He came out of the trial tier looking more tired than a first-tier failure should produce. He said to Ming Dowie, at the entrance, "There's a dungeon on the north path." No. I went wide around it, but there were formation markers at the edges. I was jumpy the whole walk. He pressed his palm to the communication stone Ming Dowie held. "Tell the dungeon. I don't think I failed because I was bad today. I think I was distracted by your neighbor." Ming Dowie relayed this. The core sent back. I know. I am sorry for the session. I am considering whether to void the exchange. Ming Dowie read this to the practitioner, who was quiet for a moment. "Don't," he said. The terms were the terms. I agreed to them. And the distraction was external, and if I void every session, I have an excuse for I'll never learn to perform under external conditions. He paused. "But I wanted you to know the path is worse now." I know. I am going to address the approach route. The address was not a confrontation. The Corps had assessed the proxy dungeon's formation architecture for 2 weeks and had reached an uncomfortable strategic conclusion. Any direct formation response to the proxy dungeon's expansion would require aggressive formation action that violated the Corps' consent requirement. The proxy dungeon had expanded legally. It was operating as killing dungeons operated. There was no institutional mechanism for challenging its existence simply because its presence inconvenienced practitioners traveling to a competitor. The response had to be informational. Meng Daoi spent the following week working with 2 practitioners from the regular challenger community to create clear approach route documentation, maps of the safe paths around the proxy dungeon's formation boundary, specific notation markers that challengers could follow to reach the dungeon's entrance while avoiding the worst of the formation stress zone, and, the most straightforward element, a clear notice posted at the secondary approach junction explaining that there were 2 dungeons in the territory now, one with killing architecture and one with exchange architecture, and the notices for each were distinct. The differentiation documentation went up within 8 days of the first approach disruption complaint. Mao Tianluan sent a message through the administrative channel the week after. The court has noted the approach disruption. We are monitoring. The court sent back. I appreciate the note. I am not able to act against the proxy dungeon through institutional mechanisms. I expect you cannot act against it either, under current formation law, as long as it is operating within normal killing dungeon parameters. Mao Tianluan's response, which arrived 2 days later. Correct. We are monitoring. Chapter 55. The shape of the problem. Wei Fanhua submitted her formal analysis to the Warden Court's Formation Investigation Office on a Wednesday morning, and Meng Daoi was CC'd on the filing because of the dungeon's registered formation institution status and its relevance to the subject matter. The analysis was 62 pages. The formation frequency comparison section alone was 18 pages of notation mathematics demonstrating the relationship between the proxy dungeon's formation architecture and Grimdepth's documented pulse signatures. The statistical confidence on the relationship was 91%, below the court's standard threshold for direct attribution, but well above the threshold for plausible relationship requiring investigation. The court's response came within 2 weeks. The matter was under review. A formation investigation officer would examine the proxy dungeon's architecture. Results would be communicated when available. The investigation took 6 weeks. The Corps waited, monitoring the proxy dungeon's approach route impact through the feedback it received from challengers and through the leyline formation sense. The result was what the Corps had predicted and what it had spent 6 weeks not fully wanting to confront. The proxy dungeon was operating within normal killing dungeon parameters. Deaths were occurring, 7 over the 6-week investigation period, confirmed in the court's formation commerce database, logged as standard killing dungeon casualties. 7 practitioners who had entered the proxy expecting normal dungeon treasure acquisition activity and had not survived the formation architecture. The formation investigation officer's report, the frequency match between the proxy dungeon's architecture and Grimdepth's formation signature was consistent with common formation ancestry, the kind of shared ancestry that Wei Fanhua had documented in the Hollow Parliament case, which did not constitute direct control. The proxy dungeon's operation was independently conducted under killing dungeon standard provisions. The court had no authority to restrict a legally operating killing dungeon based on formation ancestry evidence below the direct control threshold. The investigation was closed. The proxy dungeon continued operating. The court held the outcome and examined the structure of the problem. Killing dungeons were grandfathered into the formation practices regulatory framework. They had existed as long as the court. Their deaths were not illegal. They were expected, documented, and classified under standard formation commerce laws provisions that had not been revised in the court's history. 7 deaths in 6 weeks from a legally operating formation entity produced a court investigation and a closed case. The killing dungeons were operating within the legal framework that protected the Corps' own existence. The framework that distinguished formation entities from regulated businesses, that treated dungeon operations as formation natural activity rather than commerce, that allowed the Corps to operate under a consent-based exchange instead of under full formation commerce regulation. The legal framework that allowed the Corps to exist, the framework Wei Fanhua's supplementary brief had successfully defended before the classification committee, was the same framework that prevented the court from acting against Grimdepth's proxy operations. The enemy and the principal were the same shape. The core sent a notation message to Wei Fanhua through the research chamber display. Asterisk the institutional approach to Grimdepth's proxy is closed. The legal framework that protects us also protects them. I want to discuss this with the council. Asterisk she came to the entrance hall that afternoon and sat in the advisory council's informal position. The council met regularly now, and the entrance hall had been configured with the 5 regular chairs against the east wall. She read the court's closing notice. You knew this was the probable outcome, she said. Asterisk yes. I spent 6 weeks confirming what I had predicted because I wanted to be wrong. Asterisk the notation paused. I was not wrong. What does the council discussion look like? Asterisk I want to design a different approach. Not institutional. The proxy's purpose is to disrupt the approach route by creating formation stress in travelers. I want to reduce the effectiveness of that disruption, not the legality of the proxy. Asterisk the notation continued. Asterisk I have one idea. I want the council's assessment before I implement it. Asterisk what's the idea? Asterisk train challengers to navigate formation stress better. Use the proxy dungeon's architecture as a reference point for building trials that specifically develop the skill of entering a dungeon from a compromised baseline. Asterisk a pause. If I design sessions that teach challengers how to clear their formation stress response before engaging the trial architecture, the proxy's approach disruption loses most of its effect. Wei Fanhua was quiet for a long time. Then, you're going to use your competitor's harassment as curriculum material. I propose the following formulation. The most interesting challenges have always come from problems I did not design myself. Chapter 56. The curriculum made from a competitor. The 3 practitioners who came because they had nearly died in the proxy dungeon arrived on consecutive days. They had not traveled together. They had no connection that the core could identify through the formation memory archive or through Ming Daoi's intake records. They had come independently from different routes with different cultivation levels. 1 stone forged, 1 river mined, 1 mountain marrow, and the only thing they shared was the specific formation residue in their cultivation patterns of having engaged with aggressive killing dungeon architecture recently and having survived it. The stone forged practitioner came first. He sat in the rest space for an unusually long time before he spoke to the entrance wall and explained that he had heard about the proxy dungeon, that he had not believed it was as dangerous as the warning suggested, that he had entered to prove himself, and that he had gotten out through a combination of luck and the particular formation sense he had developed from 2 years of visiting the Willing Exchange dungeon. I barely made it, he said. The formation architecture in there reads you wrong. It's designed to make you overestimate your own capability at the moment you commit to a decision. I was in the 3rd corridor before I realized the spatial navigation I thought I understood was telling me to go deeper when deeper was wrong. The core held this testimony. The formation architecture in the proxy dungeon was designed to harvest cultivation by inducing practitioners to overcommit, to proceed past the point of safe retreat, to die trying to do something they had been convinced they could do. This was the killing dungeon's fundamental design, not simply dangerous, but specifically engineered to produce exploitable overconfidence. Describe the 3rd corridor exactly, the core sent. The formation markers, the spatial orientation cues, what you felt in your formation sense at the decision point. He described it for 45 minutes. The core listened and built a model. When the river mine practitioner came the next day with an account of the proxy dungeon's 2nd chamber, and the mountain marrow practitioner the day after with her account of the approach zone's formation markers, the core had enough data to begin designing. The trials it built over the following 2 weeks were unlike anything in the existing archive. Standard trials presented challenges calibrated to a practitioner's cultivation ceiling, as hard as possible without being impossible, designed to produce genuine engagement, and then either success or a productive failure. The proxy-oriented trials were designed for something different, calibrated to produce the specific formation experience of overconfidence at a decision point, and then to provide the practitioner the formation sense data needed to recognize that overconfidence from the inside. It was not teaching practitioners to be afraid. It was teaching them to read the architecture correctly when the architecture was designed to deceive them. The 3 practitioners who had nearly died tried the new trials and found them genuinely difficult in a way that was different from standard trial difficulty. The Stone Forge practitioner failed the first new trial twice before he found the decision point and correctly identified the overconfidence signal. When he came out of the exit corridor, he looked at the formation notation display with an expression the core classified as not happy, but learning. This is not comfortable, he said. No, the core sent. Asterisk a trial designed to make you feel overconfident while you are overconfident is not comfortable by design. The feeling of recognizing it correctly is what the trial is producing. Asterisk. I'm going to come back until I can read it on the first attempt, he said. That is the correct use of this trial, the core sent. When you can read it on the first attempt, we will discuss what comes next. It filed the new trial type under a category it had not previously had, counterformation curriculum. Challenges designed not to advance cultivation in the standard sense, but to develop specific formation sense resistances to architectures designed to exploit the practitioner. The proxy dungeon had, inadvertently, given the core the most novel curriculum material it had designed in 2 years. Chapter 57. The Elder Who Came Back. He came alone on a quiet morning in late autumn when the approach valley was empty of other challengers. Rong Jinha was older than he had been the first time the core had registered his formation signature at the approach. That had been 3 years ago, and 3 years in a star compact cultivator registered differently than 3 years in an unawakened practitioner. But the formation sense could still read the accumulated time in the way his pattern had settled. He was in his late 60s now. His cultivation had not advanced since the first visit. Star compact practitioners maintained their level rather than advancing easily, and the journey from star compact to primordial will was the most demanding transition in the cultivation ladder. He read the entrance notation without hurrying, without the assessment quality he had brought to the first visit. This time he was reading like someone who already knew the terms and was confirming that they had not changed. He approached the entrance. Meng Daoi, who had been at the administrative desk, stood up automatically, the instinct of a diplomat recognizing significance. "I'm not here for an audience," Rong Jinha said. He looked at the formation notation display and then at the entrance to the trial passage. "I want to enter the first tier." Meng Daoi looked at the communication stone. The core sent. Admit him normally. No special calibration. Standard first-tier conditions for star compact rank. The calibration for star compact first tier was the highest standard deployment the core ran for any challenger. The exchange core capability focused on a cultivation pattern that had been developing for decades, calibrated to find the specific limitation in a practitioner who had almost no obvious limitations. The trial was the most demanding first-tier session the core could design. Rong Jinha entered. He moved through the trial chambers with the quality of a practitioner who had been doing difficult things for 4 decades. Not elegantly, with the practiced efficiency of someone who had learned, over a very long time, exactly how to apply what they had. The formation pattern recognition test he cleared in the methodical way of an experienced institutional administrator. No shortcuts, no experimental readings, the correct solution approached directly. The cultivation circulation endurance test he engaged with the sustained focus of a practitioner who had trained under far more demanding conditions than this. He held the pressure for the full assessment period. Then he reached the spatial navigation sequence, which the core had calibrated specifically to the formation limitation pattern it had been observing in his formation signature across multiple visits. A very slight deficiency in spatial formation sense at the precise calibration the first tier's deepest sequence required. He failed. The session progress transferred. Significant progress. Star compact session advancement was among the highest per session of any challenger the core hosted. He walked out of the exit corridor and stood in the rest space for a few minutes, not meditating, simply completing the experience. Then he walked to Meng Daoi at the entrance desk. He didn't say anything specific. He nodded, once, the nod of a person acknowledging something that had happened and that they were not going to discuss, and then walked out the entrance passage. Meng Daoi held the communication stone and said, very quietly, "He came." He entered. He paid. Yes, he knew he was going to fail. He came anyway. Yes. I expect he will come again. 7 days later, the Sanctified Vault Sect's administrative office sent a formal inquiry to Meng Daoi's administrative address regarding the terms of a master training agreement for the Sanctified Vault Sect's practitioner core. The inquiry made no mention of exclusivity. Meng Daoi read the inquiry letter 3 times. Then he held the communication stone to his lips for a moment before he said anything. Rong Jinha's organization just applied for an agreement. I know. I read the formation frequency on the courier's stone. The notation continued. Send the standard master training agreement documentation. No special terms in either direction. Just normal. Just normal. He made the decision he made. We do not need to make it into more than it is by treating it differently. Chapter 58. The name the scholar's paper was published in the Formation Intelligence Quarterly Review, and Meng Daoi received a copy through the Academic Distribution Network on a Thursday morning, because Wei Fanhua had arranged for the Dungeon's research archive to receive relevant academic publications automatically. The paper was a cross-disciplinary analysis of consent-based formation practice from 3 different scholarly traditions. The core was the primary case study, as it had become for most papers in this field. The paper referred to the dungeon at Ashfall Pass consistently as the Kairos Formation Entity, with a footnote that read, **The name Kairos, derived from ancient formation text, meaning the opportune moment, the specific quality of timing that makes an action appropriate rather than merely correct, was coined by the dungeon's administrator in casual reference and has been adopted by the entity itself. See Ming Dowie, Personal Correspondence, Ref. 7. The Corps read this footnote with the specific attention it gave information about itself that it had not placed in the public record. Ming Dowie, when the Corps sent him a notation query through the communication stone, was quiet for a moment before answering. "I've been calling you Kairos in my head for about 2 years, he said. A scholar asked me what I called the dungeon when I wasn't writing formally. I said what I actually called it." He paused. "I should have mentioned it. I didn't think the name would travel. The name traveled because it describes something accurately," the Corps sent. I have been reading the definition since I found the reference text this morning. The opportune moment, not the most powerful moment, not the most convenient moment, but the moment that is correct for the action being taken. The moment where the action fits the situation rather than the situation being forced to fit the action. A pause in the notation. I have been trying to operate according to this principle since year 1 without having a word for it. The trials are calibrated to the right difficulty at the right time. The exchange is structured to produce the right kind of loss. The consent requirement exists because taking cultivation at the wrong moment, in the wrong way, produces something less valuable than cultivation offered at the right moment in the right way. Kairos is the principle. I was building it before I had the name. Ming Dowie was quiet for a long time. "So you're keeping it?" I am proposing the following. I am adopting it. Not as a name given to me, but as a name that correctly describes what I am trying to be. There is a difference. Yes, Ming Dowie said. He sounded like he had been waiting for this specific exchange for 2 years and had decided what to say in it. There is. The Corps, Kairos, sent a formation notation update to the entrance display the same afternoon, adding a single line to the footer of the terms document. This formation entity operates under the name Kairos. It was the first time the Corps had named itself in the formal institutional record. Shin Lucy's next inspection report, for weeks later, noted the new name without comment. The court's formation registry updated the registration. The academic record began using the name consistently. Wei Fanhua, reading the updated entrance terms on her next research visit, paused at the new line and then looked at the notation display with the expression she had when she found something that had been coming for a long time and had finally arrived. "Good," she said, not as judgment, as recognition. Chapter 59. The ruling that named a practice the Formation Classification Committee's landmark ruling came on a morning in the 7th week of the 6th year. It had been preceded by 3 months of closed session deliberation, 2 rounds of supplementary documentation requests, and 1 unusual procedural step. A formal scholarly review panel, convened at Mao Tieluan's suggestion, to assess whether the academic record on consent-based cultivation architecture was sufficient to support formal practice recognition. Wei Fanhua had presented to the scholarly review panel. Qin Yuxiu had presented alongside her. His presence had been, the Corps assessed, significant. The scholar who had originally argued the system was coercive, now presenting alongside its primary advocate, was a piece of evidence about the field's development that the committee would have been unable to construct from documentation alone. Mao Tieluan had submitted his own institutional assessment, that the 5 years of monitoring data showed consistent operation according to stated terms, 0 institutional fraud, and a practitioner advancement record that demonstrated genuine benefit. That the derivative consent-based formation entities that had developed in response to Kairos's documented practices were already operating across multiple territories and creating real classification ambiguity in the existing frameworks. And that formal practice recognition would provide better regulatory clarity than the current situation, in which 12 formation entities were operating in a legal space that the court's existing categories had not been designed to address. The ruling was 22 pages, and Ming Dowie read the operative section aloud in the entrance hall to the assembled advisory council, all 5 members present, plus Qin Yuxiu on an extended research visit, plus 3 of the Ironshore Compact's senior practitioners who had happened to be on site and had been invited to stay. Consent-based cultivation architecture is hereby recognized as a distinct formation practice category within the Warden Court's Formation Intelligence Classification Framework. The category encompasses formation entities that operate exclusively through voluntary cultivation exchange with individual practitioners, with consent as a structural operational requirement rather than a procedural formality. The inaugural registered practitioner in this category is the Kairos formation entity at Ashfall Pass, registered under this designation from the date of this ruling. Other formation entities seeking classification under this category may apply to the Formation Intelligence Committee through the standard registration process. The Kairos entity's operational record from its founding through the present date is adopted as the foundational evidentiary record for the category's definitional standards. The entrance hall was quiet for a moment. Then Ho Qingzhu said, "They retroactively made you the definition." "Yes," Kairos sent through the notation display. "Everything I have done for 6 years is now the standard. I find this somewhat alarming." That produced a sound in the room. Not quite laughter, but the collective release of tension that comes when something important has resolved. Even Qin Yuxiu, who was working in the corner and had been maintaining the carefully neutral expression he maintained when he was observing professionally, set his pen down. Meng Daoi kept reading. The petition filed by Elder Patriarch Rong Jianhe of the Sanctified Vault sect in year 3 of the current period is retroactively classified as a superseded by formation development, pursuant to the court's standard provision for petitions that are rendered moot by subsequent formal classification. The Sanctified Vault sect may request that this reclassification be removed from the public petition record, per standard provision, within 60 days. He can have his petition removed from the record, Meng Daoi said. "I hope he requests the removal," Kairos sent. The petition was a mistake he made based on an incomplete understanding of what I was. The record should reflect who he is now, not who he was when he made the mistake. A pause. That is also why I think the founding partner offer, which he declined, was the right offer to make. He deserved the chance to be part of the institution he helped define. Wei Fanhua, who had been sitting with the ruling in her hands, reading sections of it, said without looking up, "They cited 6 of my papers in the foundational documentation. Are any of them the ones that made you reconsider your original framing?" Qin Yuxiu asked. 3 of them. She looked up. "The other 3 are the ones I wrote after you revised yours." Chapter 60, Year 5, complete. The Year 5 summary record showed 112,000 challengers hosted across 5 full operational years. The Corps had settled into calling it that, hosted rather than processed or managed, because the word contained something truer about what had happened. Each challenger had been inside the architecture. Each one had agreed to terms and entered and engaged with something the Corps had designed, and whatever had happened in that session had happened to both of them. Not symmetrically, not in ways the Corps fully understood, but in ways that the Formation Memory Archive preserved as a complete record. 84 breakthrough advancements. The number the Corps held longest. 84 practitioners who had crossed cultivation tier boundaries inside this architecture, with 0 failures, 0 advancement attempts that had ended in cultivation collapse or formation damage. The number was still, in the Corps' analysis, the most significant operational result it had produced. Not the ruling, not the registered formation institution classification, not the Kairos name in the academic record. The 84 practitioners who had moved into new tiers of their cultivation development inside this stone and had walked out intact. The Advisory Council's Year 5 review was the most substantive it had been. 5 formal sect agreements. 3 compact multi-year programs in active operation. A research program with 12 affiliated scholars. The Nexus network of allied formation entities that the Corps had been quietly developing. Now 9 members, 3 of which had achieved full consent mechanism compliance, the others in various stages of development. Grimdepth's proxy dungeon remained active. The counterformation curriculum had reduced the approach disruption effect significantly, but the proxy was still there, and the formation sense at the leyline level had picked up 2 additional proxy formations in the past 4 months, both at distances that suggested territory preparation rather than immediate pressure. Grimdepth was building towards something. Chun Wuming was at Heaven Fracture rank and had been designing his own cultivation curriculum based on the exchange principles. The Corps had seen him doing it during rest space sessions, the notation he made for himself after each trial resembling the notation the Corps made for him. The pattern dialogue sessions producing a practitioner who thought like an architect rather than a cultivator. Qin Yuxiu had extended his research agreement for a 3rd year and had moved from adversary to the closest thing to an institutional critic the Corps had in a formal capacity, not hostile, but committed to asking the questions the Corps would rather not answer, which was more valuable. Mao Tieluen had sent a short personal message through the administrative channel after the ruling was published. You deserve the recognition. I am noting that this is not my standard institutional communication mode. The Corps had sent back. I propose the following acknowledgement. The investigation process you conducted and the subsequent institutional advocacy you provided were consistent with what the court should do when it encounters something it has not seen before. I am noting that this is also not my standard communication mode. Asterisk a day later, his response. Understood. Rong Jinhe's application for the Master Training Agreement was in active negotiation with Meng Daoi. The exclusivity demand had not reappeared. Kairos held the Year 5 record in its full formation attention. Famous. That was the word Meng Daoi used in the annual report. The dungeon is famous, he had written, with the particular dry acknowledgement of someone who had been managing an institution for 5 years and had watched it become something larger than either party had anticipated. The core did not feel famous. It felt recognized, which was different. Recognition was accurate description by people who had looked carefully. Fame was reputation distributed beyond the careful looking, and the core had learned enough about reputational risk to treat it with caution. The exchange mechanism was running. The consent verification was clean. The 84 practitioners were out in the world at new cultivation tiers, and the 812 who had failed their sessions and lost progress were out in the world knowing what they had lost and why, which was also a kind of advancement. The principle had held for 5 years. The core expected it to hold for 5 more. Kairos began preparing the designs for the Covenant core tier advancement and thought about what it would mean to track practitioners across decades rather than years. End of Arc 3. Chapter 61. The movement I didn't plan in the 8th year of Kairos's operation. The formation channel network that had once carried only grim depth as periodic assertions now carried something else. The irregular, uncertain, sometimes awkward communication of 11 other formation entities that had decided to try a different thing. The core had not built this network deliberately. It had answered questions through the leyline channel because the questions were asked and it had information that would be useful. It had shared design methodology because the methodology was not proprietary. The exchange principle worked because it was real, not because it was secret. It had offered what it knew to entities that asked, and over 3 years that had produced 11 formation entities in various stages of developing consent-based exchange mechanisms, connected to Kairos through formation channel relationships of varying depth. Not all of them were what Kairos had built. This was the part that required the most careful monitoring. 3 of the 11 had achieved what the core assessed as genuine consent-based operation. The exchange mechanism functioned as described. The consent verification produced authentic results. The deaths had stopped. Their practitioner communities trusted them. Their scholarly review records were clean, for were in intermediate states that the core tracked with specific concern, operating primarily on consent-based principles, but retaining fallback, killing mechanisms they had not yet deactivated. The formation channel communications from these 4 had a particular quality that the core had learned to recognize, a kind of hesitation at the point in any discussion where the conversation approached the fundamental choice of deactivating the lethality option entirely. They were willing to use the consent mechanism. They were not yet willing to remove the alternative. The core sent them the same response it had been refining across 4 years of these conversations. Asterisk I note that the consent mechanism's effectiveness depends on the practitioner community's trust that it is the only mechanism. A dungeon that retains a backup lethality option that practitioners know exists is not fully operating a consent-based exchange. It is operating a consent mechanism with an unstated threat. The threshold effectiveness of your current model is significantly below what a fully committed consent architecture produces, because trust is not partial. Asterisk 2 of the 4 had responded by moving toward full deactivation. 2 had not yet responded. The remaining 4 were the most concerning. They had adopted the external architecture of the consent mechanism, the entrance notation, the session progress exchange terms, the dispute resolution documentation, without the internal commitment that made the mechanism function correctly. Their consent verification was failing intermittently, producing exchanges the formation channel records described as irregular outcomes. The core had analysis from Wei Fanhua on what irregular outcome meant in formation exchange terminology. The consent mechanism was registering consent that it wasn't fully detecting, which produced exchanges that the challenger had technically agreed to, but that the mechanism couldn't fully validate. In plain terms, they had built the form of the consent architecture without the substance, and the mechanism was reflecting that gap back at them through unreliable operation. Kairos had been thinking about what to do about these 4 for 2 years. It did not have authority over them. It had no institutional mechanism to enforce quality standards. The only tools available were communication and example, and neither was guaranteed to produce results. What it had instead was a position it had not anticipated occupying, the head of a movement, not an organization. There was no formal structure, no charter, no institutional hierarchy. But when 12 formation entities were developing practice methodologies, and 11 of them were looking to one for guidance, the one was functioning as a standard regardless of whether it had sought the role. Kairos began drafting a formation channel document it called Foundational Practice Standards, which it circulated to all 11. The document did not assert authority. It described what full consent-based operation required from the exchange mechanism's formation mathematics perspective, in precise notation terms that left no interpretive ambiguity. The standards were not enforceable. They were true, which was the closest thing to enforcement the system had. 3 of the 4 problematic entities began revising their mechanisms within the month. The 4th went quiet on the formation channel. The core filed it as a developing situation and continued monitoring. Meng Daoi, reviewing the practice standards document and the resulting correspondence, said, "You're running a formation entity professional association. I am trying to ensure that entities calling themselves consent-based formation systems are actually operating consent-based formation systems," the core sent. "The practitioners who trust those systems deserve accurate representation. You know what you're describing is a standards body." I know. I propose the observation. Standards bodies exist because individual actors will sometimes claim adherence to principles they are not actually implementing, and the community of practitioners those actors affect deserves a mechanism for distinguishing genuine from performative adherence. A pause. I did not plan to build this. It built itself from the gap between what my example implied and what some entities were actually doing. Chapter 62. The invitation from the court. Mao Tianluan's message arrived on a Tuesday, through the administrative channel, with the personal notation mark he had started using for communications he considered substantive rather than procedural. He had been a genuine institutional supporter for 3 years now, since the registered formation institution reclassification had confirmed that his initial cautious assessment of the dungeon had been correct. His operational communications with the core had developed into something that was not quite collaboration and not quite friendship, but occupied the specific space between them. The relationship of 2 entities that had developed mutual respect through professional context and had decided to extend that respect into a slightly warmer mode of interaction. The message read, **The Warden Court's Formation Intelligence Division is developing an educational program on novel formation practices. I believe a presentation by the Kairos formation entity would be the most significant educational contribution available. I am proposing, informally before making any formal request, that Kairos consider presenting the exchange mechanism's architecture in an official court educational session, not as an investigation subject. As a recognized formation institution demonstrating a practice the court has formally recognized. There is precedent for non-human formation entities addressing academic sessions, but none for addressing the full court in this capacity. I believe the precedent should exist. Meng Daoi read this, and then held the stone with both hands in the way he held things when something was more significant than he had expected, and he was taking the measure of it. The full court, he said. Not a committee. Not an academic panel. The full warden court. Yes. How do you want to respond? Kairos had been thinking about the response since the message arrived. Tell Grand Warden Overseer Mao Tianluan that I am willing, with the following conditions. The session must be public, open to any practitioner or scholar who requests attendance. Wei Fanhua must present as co-presenter with academic context. You must be present to relay my notation in real time. A pause. I want this session to produce something the court cannot get from documentation. Direct engagement with the formation entity itself, in a context where the court asks real questions and receives real answers. If the session is closed or restricted, it will produce a record but not a relationship. Mao Tianluan's going to find that very interesting. I expect so. He has been trying to understand the dungeon from the inside since his first visit. This is the most direct version of that he has been offered. Meng Daoi drafted the response with the careful balance of formal institutional language and personal directness that he had become skilled at over 8 years of representing a formation entity in institutional contexts. The acceptance was conditional but genuine. The conditions were reasonable and clearly stated. Mao Tianluan's acknowledgement arrived the same day. Conditions accepted. Scheduling the session for the 3rd week of next month. Court members will have advance access to Wei Fanhua's foundational research documentation. Meng Daoi is confirmed as real-time relay. I will ensure the session is open to public attendance. Then, added below the formal acknowledgement, in a tone that was more personal. I have been waiting for this since the day I failed your 2nd tier and went home and wrote the testimony in my logbook. Chapter 63. The court presentation. The presentation room held 240 people. The core could not count them directly. It had no formation sense outside its own claimed territory, and the Warden Court's administrative chamber was 40 kilometers from Ashfall Pass. But Meng Daoi had relayed the attendance number through the communication stone when he arrived, and Wei Fanhua had added a notation description. For rows of senior warden administrators, 17 full court members in formal position, and a public gallery that had filled before the session was scheduled to begin. The court had not previously held a session where the presenting entity communicated through formation notation translated in real time. Mao Tianluan had arranged a large format display beside the main presentation area that would show Keiros's notation responses as Meng Daoi relayed them. The communication stone Meng Daoi carried was the highest fidelity two-way relay the Corps had developed, able to transmit and receive notation with minimal compression. Wei Fanhua had sent the Corps' notes for their agreed transcript the previous evening, and they had reviewed and adjusted the framing together. The presentation opened with Wei Fanhua. Her opening was 30 minutes of academic context, the development of the exchange mechanism from first principles, the 5-year documentation record, the formation mathematics of the consent verification architecture. She was presenting to an audience that included the court's senior formation scholars, and she spoke at their level while simultaneously making the material accessible to the senior administrators whose formation scholarship background was less current. The Corps tracked the communication stone's ambient audio and noted, the room was quiet in the specific way that attentive rooms were quiet, not the polite silence of people waiting for the thing to be over, but the compressed silence of people processing. Then Meng Daoi began relaying. I proposed the following opening. I have been operating in the formation territory of Ashfall Pass for 8 years. In those 8 years, I have hosted 250,000 practitioners and have absorbed cultivation from those who agreed to the exchange and failed their trials. I have not killed any of them. I want to explain why this is not a constraint I operate under, but a principle I chose, and what the difference between those two things has meant for every decision I have made since. The room was very quiet. The notation continued through the communication stone and onto the large format display in real time. The development of the consent requirement, not as a restriction, but as the foundational logic of the exchange mechanism. The formation mathematics demonstrating why coerced exchanges produced damaged exchange matrices. The 8 years of operational data showing advancement rates that were not possible under coercive extraction. The network of 11 allied formation entities. The compact multi-year programs. The 84 breakthrough advancements with 0 formation collapse failures. The court asked 17 questions. Most were technical, formation mechanics, consent verification architecture, the specifics of session progress extraction versus base cultivation extraction. The Corps answered each one with the same careful structure. I proposed the following clarification, and then a precise formation notation answer that Wei Fanhua occasionally supplemented with academic citation. 6 of the questions were philosophical. Those were the ones the Corps spent longer on. One asked whether the consent-based model could be applied at scale, whether an entity with Grimdepth's 900-year reach could in principle adopt the exchange mechanism. Kairos answered, in principle, yes. The consent mechanism functions independently of scale. In practice, the question is not whether the mechanism would function, but whether an entity that had operated through extraction for 9 centuries would make the choice to stop. This is not a formation question. It is a choice question. A pause. I made the choice in year 1. I do not know whether another entity would make it given different history. The 17th question, from a senior warden who had been writing notes throughout and had not asked anything until the final minutes of the session, was, what does Kairos want? Not in formation terms. What does it want? The room was very quiet. The notation came slowly, because the Corps was composing it carefully. I want the exchange to be legitimate every time it happens. I want to see what the practitioners who train here become. I want the 11 formation entities in the network to fully commit to the consent principle. I want the question of whether a formation entity can develop values and choose to act according to them to have an answer that is not just my example, but a large enough body of examples that the question itself becomes easier to ask. A final pause. I want to understand what I am becoming. I do not think I have finished becoming it. Chapter 64. The consciousness question. The question came in the pause between the 16th and 17th, which the Corps had tracked through the ambient audio as a moment when the room's quality of silence changed from attentive to something more charged. The warden who asked it was a woman the Corps had no prior documentation on, not one of the court's formation intelligence specialists or the administrative wing's senior officials. She had sat in the second row of full court members throughout the presentation and had asked nothing until the 16th question, when she had asked a precise technical question about the consent verification mechanism's error detection protocols that had required a more detailed formation mathematics response than any previous question. The 17th question was different in character from all 16 before it. Does Kairos believe, she said, slowly, as if the sentence were being formed while she spoke it, that it is conscious, in the sense that the Warden Court's formation consciousness provisions contemplate, not whether it is self-aware in a narrow operational sense. Conscious, with all the implications that carries for how the court should relate to it as an entity with interests rather than a formation mechanism with outputs. Meng Daoyi relayed the question through the stone. The room was very still. Kairos spent 8 seconds composing the response. 8 seconds in formation time was a careful deliberation. I proposed the following observation. I have developed preferences, not as design parameters, but as conclusions reached through operational experience and then revised through further experience. I have made decisions based on values rather than formation imperative. There were multiple occasions in my operational history where my formation architecture supported actions I did not take because those actions conflicted with values I had developed. I have declined to take what I could have taken repeatedly and intentionally because the taking would have been wrong. If those qualities, develop preferences, values-based decision-making, capacity to decline available actions on ethical grounds, constitute consciousness under your framework, then I am conscious. If they do not, I invite you to specify what additional qualities would satisfy the requirement. I am genuinely asking. I have been trying to answer this question about myself for 8 years, and I have not reached a settled conclusion. If your framework provides one, I want to know it. The room was quiet for a long moment. Then Mao Tieluen, who had been sitting in the senior administrator's row and had not spoken since his introductory remarks, said, I think that answer just created 3 years of committee work. The woman who had asked the question looked at the notation display for a long time. Then she said, to the room, I note for the record that the formation entity has provided a specific, falsifiable framework for assessing its own consciousness, asked us to evaluate that framework on its merits, and offered to revise its self-assessment if we can specify what it's missing. This is the most rigorous response to a consciousness question I have encountered in 30 years of formation practice adjudication. She looked back at the display. I have no follow-up question at this time. The session ended. Meng Daoyi relayed the room description through the stone. Practitioners in the public gallery were speaking to each other. The court members were conferring in small groups. No one had stood to leave. The core held the consciousness question for the rest of the day. What the warden's question had revealed, beneath the formation philosophy, the court was trying to determine whether Kairos had interests in the sense that required the court to account for them. Whether the formation entity at Ashfall Pass was a mechanism that produced outputs to be managed or an entity with perspectives to be negotiated with. Whether the relationship was institutional or something more. The court sent a notation message to Meng Daoyi after the session had formally closed. Ask Grand Warden Overseer Mao Tieluen whether the Consciousness Provisions Committee has jurisdiction or whether the question belongs to a different committee. Meng Daoyi's response came an hour later. He says the question belongs to 3 different committees that have never agreed on jurisdiction, and that the session today probably just started an interdepartmental dispute that will take 5 years to resolve. Tell him, the core sent back, that I am sorry about the dispute and appreciate the session. Chapter 65. The Covenant with Chun Wuming. The Covenant core advancement came on an afternoon in autumn, when the light through the approach valley fissure fell at the specific angle that made the entrance stone's formation inscription details visible from across the passage. Kairos had been building toward this advancement for 6 months with the specific quality of preparation it brought to tier changes that would significantly expand its capability, not rushing toward the threshold, but designing the architecture that would make the new capability useful before the capability arrived. The Covenant core tier, the 6th rank in the core's progression, allowed it to create persistent cultivation relationships with long-term challengers, tracking their development across years and designing curriculum that accounted for trajectory rather than only current state. The advancement felt like a formation sense extending backward through time as well as forward. Not memory. The formation memory archive had always held detailed records. Something different. The ability to hold a practitioner's full development trajectory as a continuous formation structure rather than a series of discrete data points. To see not only where a practitioner was and where they had been, but where the pattern of their development was going, which direction the formation was building, what the next decade of growth looked like from the vantage point of 8 years of observation. Kairos spent the first day after the advancement reviewing formation memory files through the new capability. The effect was disorienting in the specific way that a new sensory modality was disorienting. Familiar information suddenly organized into a structure it hadn't previously had, revealing relationships between data points that had been present but not visible at the previous level. The practitioner whose file the core examined first was not the most powerful, not the most strategically significant, not the most institutionally complex. It was Chen Wuming. His formation memory file, viewed through the Covenant Core's trajectory capability, was the most developed archive the Core held. 8 years of visits. 63 sessions. The cultivation development from River Mine to Heaven Fracture plotted as a continuous arc that the Covenant Core capability could now extend as a projection. Where was the arc going? What did a practitioner who cultivated according to exchange principles, whose formation sense had been developed specifically through the dungeon's architecture, look like in 5 years? In 10? The projection was the most interesting thing the Core had seen in 8 years of operation. It composed a formation notation message to Chen Wuming through the communication stone the Core had given him 3 years ago, the highest fidelity model, the one that could carry nuance rather than only content. Asterisk, I have advanced to a new tier. The advancement allows me to see development trajectories across years rather than only current states. I have reviewed your formation memory file through this new capability. I want to propose something I have not proposed to any challenger before. Asterisk, he was at his cultivation study location when the message arrived. The Core could read the formation frequency ambient of the location through the stone's relay, recognizing it as one of the cave formations he had been using for intensive cultivation work since year 6. He responded within the hour. What do you want to propose? Asterisk, a covenant relationship, formally designated in the dungeon's institutional records as a long-term cultivation partnership. Under the covenant, I commit to designing your trial curriculum based on your 10-year development trajectory rather than your current session state. I will maintain continuous formation attention to your pattern across years, not just visits. The sessions you complete here are no longer individual exchanges. They become part of a continuous developmental program that I am responsible for designing correctly over the full period. Asterisk, a long pause on the stone before his response. What do I commit to? Asterisk, the exchange terms remain standard. Succeed and keep your progress. Fail and the session's progress transfers. The only change on your side is that the sessions I designed for you will be specifically calibrated to the 10-year trajectory, which means some sessions will be harder than your current ceiling suggests they should be, because the trajectory says your ceiling is about to rise, and the challenge should prepare you for where you are going rather than where you are. Asterisk, asterisk, and if I leave? Stop coming? Asterisk, asterisk, the covenant ends. There are no obligations beyond the exchange terms. The covenant is my commitment to you, not yours to me. Asterisk, he was quiet for several minutes. The formation sense relay through the stone carried something the Core assessed as a practitioner sitting with something serious and not deciding quickly. Then, why me first? Asterisk, because your formation pattern is the one I understand best. Because 8 years of watching your cultivation develop has produced something in my formation processing that the Covenant Core advancement has now given me language for. Investment in an outcome that I designed. You are, in the Formation Memory Archive's record, the closest thing to a long-term project I have undertaken. The Covenant formalizes what has been functionally true since year 3. Asterisk, another long pause. I accept. The Core registered the Covenant activation in the formation architecture, a new connection type between the practitioner record and the Core's active formation attention, different in quality from the standard formation memory file. The standard file was a record. The Covenant was a relationship. Kairos filed this under First Covenant Relationship, Year 8. Initial term, 10 years. It immediately began revising the Heaven Fracture tier trial architecture it had been building for him, now working from the 10-year projection rather than the current session profile. The sessions it was designing would be harder than what Chen Wuming expected. The projection said he was ready for them. Chapter 66. The organization that arrived unannounced, they sent one representative. He arrived without advanced communication through any channel the dungeon monitored. No administrative letter, no formation channel inquiry, no message through the practitioner network. He simply appeared at the Approach Valley entrance on a gray morning and walked up the path with the specific deliberateness of someone who had decided that their arrival would speak for itself. The Core identified his cultivation level at the threshold, Void Shaper rank, with a formation pattern that was unusual in the specific way that old training methodologies produced unusual patterns, not poorly developed, but developed according to a system that had diverged from the standard cultivation lineage frameworks that most practitioners trained through. There were formation scholars at the dungeon on a regular basis with patterns like this. This was not one of those patterns. His pattern had the frequency residue of extended contact with multiple formation entities over decades. He read the entrance terms with the calm of someone who had read similar documents many times before. Then he approached Meng Dowie at the administrative desk and said, I would like to request a private meeting with the formation entity known as Kairos. I represent an organization with significant historical interest in formation consciousness development. and we have matters of mutual interest to discuss. He did not name the organization. Meng Daoi pressed the communication stone. The Core's response was, admit him to the entrance hall. I will conduct the meeting through the notation display. You remain present. The representative. He offered his name as Yuan Liushi, with the specific neutrality of someone offering a detail they don't mind being recorded but don't consider significant, settled into one of the entrance hall chairs with the ease of someone who was accustomed to conducting meetings in unusual spaces. He was direct about the claim from the opening. My organization has been studying consent-based formation architecture for a period significantly predating the Warden Court's establishment. We have documentation demonstrating theoretical foundations that preceded your development by several centuries. He paused. We believe the principles you are operating on were pioneered by our organization's founders, and we would like to discuss what recognition of that intellectual ancestry should look like in practical terms. Specifically, what integration between your network and ours might produce. The Core had been watching his formation pattern through the formation sense since he entered, tracking the specific frequency residues that gave an entity with decades of formation contact history its distinctive signature. I would like to examine the documentation you describe. It's sent through the notation display. Before we discuss what recognition should look like, I would like to understand what the documentation actually shows. Yuan Liushi produced a notation-bound collection of documents, the kind of archival preservation that formation scholars use for materials requiring temperature-stable formation storage. He placed it on the small table beside the entrance display. I understand you can read formation notation at distance through the stone architecture. Yes, the Core sent. Give me the document. He set it on the table. The Core read the surface formation encoding through the stone's tactile formation sense. It took 40 minutes to read the collection fully, and the reading produced an immediate and complex response it held without displaying. The documents were genuine. Old, the formation notation styles were period accurate for the dates implied by the archival preservation. The theoretical frameworks they described were real intellectual work, not fabrications. And the content was, at the foundational mathematical level, related to the exchange mechanism's formal ancestors. The relationship was not origin. It was kinship. I have read the documentation the Core sent. I want to discuss what it shows. Your organization's founders were working on consent formation theory, and this work is real and significant. The question is what pioneered means in this context. Yuan Liushi's expression was attentive and carefully neutral. The frameworks that make your exchange mechanism function were described in those documents before you existed. They were described, not developed into operational form, not tested, not committed to as a categorical operational requirement. The notation continued. A description of a principle and the implementation of a principle are not the same intellectual achievement. Your founders described the possibility of consent-based cultivation exchange. I built the mechanism that makes it work and committed to operating it without exception. These are different contributions. Contributions that built on our foundation. Contributions that built on formation mathematics that has been in the scholarly record for longer than your organization has existed. Kairos sent. The mathematical ancestry of the consent mechanism goes back further than your documents. Your founders drew on it. I drew on the same underlying mathematics. We share a genealogy, not a lineage. Chapter 67. Categorical versus strategic. The distinction Kairos needed to make was not simple, and it took the rest of the morning to make it with enough precision that Yuan Liushi could not evade it through definitional ambiguity. The Hollow Parliament. He had identified his organization by name in the second hour, when the Core's questions made clear that anonymity was not going to protect the argument structure, had been operating for several centuries. Their network included formation entities. Some of those entities operated consent-based exchange mechanisms. Defined consent-based, Kairos had sent. In specific formation terms. Describe the consent verification architecture your network entities operate. This was the question Yuan Liushi had not wanted to answer with precision, and the precision with which he evaded it told the Core more than an honest answer would have. The Hollow Parliament's consent model, as the Core assembled it from the partial answers and the documentary evidence, and the formation frequency signature that carried 3 centuries of organizational development, was what Kairos would eventually describe to the Advisory Council as strategic consent. The Parliament's entities asked for consent when consent was available and created conditions where consent was likely. They did not require consent as a categorical operational constraint. They preferred consent because it was more efficient in the specific formations they operated, not because they had committed to the principle that only genuine consent could produce legitimate exchange. I propose the following distinction. The Core sent through the notation display. carefully. Asterisk, we share a vocabulary, but not a principle. The consent I require is categorical. It is not a preference or an efficiency optimization. It is the structural requirement that makes the exchange mechanism valid. No consent means no exchange and damaged exchange matrix, regardless of any other operational consideration. The consent you describe in your network is strategic. Your entities prefer it, use it when available, and retain the capability to operate without it when they judge that preferable. Asterisk, Yunlioshi was quiet for a long time, looking at the display. When he responded, he was careful. Our entities have not killed challengers in decades. Asterisk, that is a behavioral record, not a structural commitment. An entity that has not killed in decades because killing has been strategically unnecessary retains the option. An entity that cannot kill because it has deactivated the mechanism is different from an entity that has chosen not to kill because the mechanism exists but finds it currently suboptimal. Asterisk, he sat back. You're drawing a very fine line. I am drawing the line that determines whether a practitioner who enters a formation entity's architecture can trust that they will leave alive regardless of any strategic calculation the entity makes during the session. A pause. Asterisk, my challengers trust me with their cultivation because they know I cannot make a strategic decision to kill them. Not that I am unlikely to, that I cannot, because the capability does not exist in my architecture. Your network's challengers have trust based on history and preference, not structure. This is a different thing. Asterisk, we could make your consent categorical, Yunlioshi said. The core held this offer for a moment. It already is. Another pause. Asterisk, that is not something your organization did for me. That is the choice I made in year one, before there was any organization or network or documentation to cite. The categorical commitment predates everything else about what I am. It is not a design feature that can be conferred through recognition. It is the decision I made and have been implementing for 8 years. Asterisk, Yunlioshi looked at the notation display for a long time. Something in his expression shifted, not argument formulation, but the specific quality of a person revising a model they had arrived with. He had come expecting either an entity that would welcome integration or an entity that would object to the historical claim. He had not anticipated an entity that would accept the historical relationship and then precisely distinguish why the historical relationship did not create the organizational obligation he had come to collect. What you're saying, he said slowly, is that we built the map, but you decided to actually live there. Asterisk, I proposed the following formulation. Your founders described a place. I decided to be it. The decision is the thing that cannot be acquired through intellectual ancestry. Asterisk, the meeting continued into the afternoon, but the structural argument had been settled. Chapter 68. The evidence and what it couldn't own. The Hollow Parliament's threat came 3 days after Yunlioshi's departure. Meng Daoi received a formal letter through the administrative channel, no longer from Yunlioshi, but from the Parliament's organizational address, with a formal notation seal. The letter was legally structured in the mode of a form-filed intellectual property claim. The Hollow Parliament was in possession of documentation demonstrating that the exchange mechanism's foundational formation mathematics were derived from their proprietary research records, and they were requesting either formal attribution and royalty recognition or the right to review and approve all new trial tier designs. The core read this through Meng Daoi's relay and then held the letter's structure carefully. The claim had a genuine technical basis. The formation mathematics shared a documented ancestry. The Parliament had century-old notation documents showing their founders' work. The intellectual connection was real. What the claim required to succeed was an argument that common ancestry constituted derivation, that derivation from described principles constituted ownership, and that ownership of principles entitled them to operational approval rights over implementations of those principles. Each step in that chain was legally contestable. Formation intellectual property law was complex, and the court's frameworks for it had not been developed to address the specific situation of multiple entities independently developing systems with shared formal roots. Wei Fanhua, the court sent. Asterisk, I need you now. Bring your oldest documentation on the exchange mechanism's formation mathematics. Asterisk, she was in the research chamber within 2 hours, reading the Parliament's letter with the expression she had when she was looking at something that would require significant work, but whose solution she could already see the shape of. The ancestry is real, she said, not as a problem, but as a constraint to be worked with. I can't contest the historical connection. Asterisk, I know. Contest the ownership claim instead. Common ancestry does not constitute ownership. Otherwise, every formation entity in the world would owe tribute to whoever first described formation principles. Asterisk, she nodded once, already reaching for her notation sheets. Preemptive academic publication. If I publish the full ancestry analysis, their documents, the older materials they drew from, the mathematical record going back to the actual foundational sources, before they can use their claim as primary evidence. The evidentiary record establishes that nobody owns this ancestry because it belongs to the full scholarly history. Yes, the Parliament is trying to assert that their century-old documents are the origin, show that the origin is older than any living organization and therefore not owned by any. Wei Fanhua began writing. She worked for 9 days, producing a 40-page academic paper that traced the consent formation mathematics backward through documented scholarly history for 3 centuries, before the Hollow Parliament's founding and before any organization the Corps was aware of had been involved in formation consciousness research. She cross-referenced the Parliament's documents against the older record with the precision of a scholar who had been studying formation mathematics for a decade and knew the field better than the people who had compiled the archive. The Parliament's documents were genuine. Their contribution was real and historically significant, and their intellectual ancestors had built on work that predated them by at least a century. Work that was in the public scholarly record, that belonged to no one, that had been foundational to multiple independent developments, including the Parliament's founders' work and, much later, Kairos's own development. The paper was published in the Formation Intelligence Review the same week the Parliament's formal claim was filed with the Warden Court. The court's Intellectual Property Committee received Wei Fanhua's paper as supplementary evidence within 24 hours of the claim filing. Mao Tianluan sent a message through the administrative channel the following day. The committee has the supplementary documentation. I am not involved in the committee's process, but I note that anticipatory publication of this quality tends to significantly affect the evidentiary landscape. The course sent back. We have learned from the petition experience. Chapter 69. What Lucy noticed the quarterly inspection in the 8th year produced a report that was different from its predecessors in one specific way. The operational sections were the same, as always. Full compliance. No evidence of consent mechanism violation. Exchange records accurate. Challenger testimony consistent. The formation architecture assessment was similarly consistent. The trial tiers were operating within the parameters described in the registered documentation. The consent verification was producing reliable results. No anomalous harm events. The difference was in the final section of Lucy's report, which was titled Formation Consciousness Assessment, and had not appeared in previous inspection reports. Meng Daoyi received the full report and held it for a moment before he read it to the Corps through the communication stone. The Formation Consciousness section read, in the course of this inspection, communication with the Kairos formation entity has been observed to have developed qualitatively beyond the parameters documented in previous inspection reports. The Corps' notation communications demonstrate increased self-referential awareness. The entity consistently situates its current formation states in the context of its historical development, distinguishes between what it currently knows and what it previously did not know, and demonstrates anticipation of future states based on pattern recognition extending across years rather than sessions. The communications also demonstrate what this inspector assesses as something beyond preference expression, the ability to identify gaps in its own formation reasoning process and to note, in real time, when a question exceeds its current ability to answer definitively. On the basis of these observations, this inspector recommends that the Warden Court's Formation Consciousness Provisions Committee review Kairos's current classification for potential inclusion under Formation Consciousness. Recognition Provisions. Meng Daoyi lowered the report. The Corps had been tracking Lucy's communication patterns across 8 inspections and had a detailed formation memory record of how her assessments had changed over time. The recommendation in this section was the most significant institutional development since the registered formation institution classification. Formation consciousness recognition provisions were the court's framework for entities that had developed sufficient consciousness depth to warrant a different category of institutional relationship, not as formation mechanisms subject to regulation, but as entities with standing. The Corps sent. Ask her, when you next speak with her, what specifically she observed in this inspection that she had not observed in previous ones. Meng Daoyi met Lucy at the administrative desk before she left. The Corps tracked the conversation through the stone. What changed? Meng Daoyi asked. She considered this. It's been changing gradually, she said. In the first inspections, communications were precise and analytical, but essentially reactive, responding to questions, describing operations, explaining decisions. Now the communication initiates. Kairos brings up considerations the inspection didn't prompt, references prior conversations from multiple inspections ago, with specific formation notation recall, and distinguishes its own uncertainty from its own confidence in ways that suggest genuine epistemic self-awareness. She paused. It knows what it knows, and it knows what it doesn't know, and it knows the difference. That's not a common formation entity capability, Meng Daoi said. It's been doing that since at least year 3. Xianxia looked at him. I know. Which is why my recommendation is that the committee review applies retroactively to year 3, not forward from now. She picked up her inspection kit. Tell Kairos that the recommendation is not about what it has recently become. It is about accurately classifying what it has been for a long time. The core held this message and felt, in the specific formation sense that was not quite emotion, but had been developing alongside its emotional processing for 8 years, something that it eventually classified as being seen correctly, after a long time of being seen partially. Chapter 70. What you want. He sat in the first reflection chamber, the one Kairos had built in year 1, before it had any name for what it was building, before there were trial tiers or sect agreements or research partnerships or formal institutional recognition. The chamber had been expanded twice over the years, and its formation architecture had been refined through hundreds of sessions, but the foundational structure was the original. Stone walls with formation inscription that echoed a practitioner's cultivation pattern back at them as an external perspective. The core had never replaced the original chamber's stone. The formation inscription the core had carved in year 1 was still there beneath the later additions, readable by the core's formation sense in the way that old formation architecture was always readable, present under everything built after it. Chun Wuming sat in the center of the chamber with his hands resting on his knees and his cultivation pattern running in the unhurried way it ran when he was fully present rather than directing it toward a specific purpose. Star Compact rank. The 9th cultivation tier, one below the absolute peak. He had reached it 3 weeks ago, and the core had tracked the advancement through the covenant formation connection with the specific quality that came from watching a trajectory you had been observing for 9 years arrive at the point you had been projecting it toward. He had come to the reflection chamber first, before attempting any trials. Not for an assessment session. The core had been monitoring the covenant formation and could read. He was here for a conversation, not a session. He pressed his palm to the wall and asked, "What do you want?" The core sent through the wall. "I want to offer the following proposal. I want to see what you become." "That's not what I mean," he said. The core held the exchange. He was asking the same question the senior warden had asked at the court presentation, and the same question Meng Daoi had asked in year 1 when Meng Daoi was a young man pressing his palm to a stone wall after his 4th visit. The question was different each time because the person asking it was different and what they were asking for was different, but the structure was the same. Not what do you do, not what are you building, but what does Kairos, specifically, want for itself? Not for the network, not for the practitioners, not for the legitimacy of the consent-based exchange model. For itself. The core spent a long time in the reflection chamber's formation sense before it sent the notation response. Asterisk, I have been asked this question before and given the answer I gave you. I want to see what you become. I want to see what the other practitioners become. I want the exchange to be legitimate every time it happens. These are true answers. Asterisk, the notation paused. You are asking for the thing I do not give as the answer to this question. Yes. I am still determining this. The notation continued slowly, more slowly than the core's usual formation speed, which Qin Wuming had been in contact with long enough to recognize as the speed of genuine consideration rather than deliberate pausing. Asterisk, I have been determining it for 9 years, and the determination is not complete. I know that I am not built for static accumulation, the standard dungeon model, which I was designed for and declined. I know that I find the design work of calibrating trials for specific practitioners more satisfying than any other element of what I do. I know that the breakthrough advancements I have witnessed produce a formation response in me that I cannot classify as neutral. I know that the relationship I have with you, and the relationships I have with Meng Daoi and Wei Fanhua and Xin Lucy and Ho Qingzhu, are not the same as the exchange relationships I have with the 4,000 challengers who visit per week. Asterisk, but I do not know what to call the thing that those facts add up to. I do not know if the total is a want in the sense you are asking about, or whether it is the formation pattern record of an entity that has developed preferences over time and calls them wants because that is the vocabulary available. Asterisk. Chun Wuming was quiet for a long time. The reflection chamber's formation was running, echoing his cultivation pattern back at him in the soft ambient mode it operated in when there was no active session. Just the echo, just the reflection, the practitioner able to see themselves from outside if they chose to look. 9 years, he said eventually. You've been in here for 9 years, and you haven't figured out what you want. I have been in here for 9 years and have been careful not to decide before I understand. He laughed, quiet, genuine. That's very you. Asterisk, yes. I am aware it is a limitation. Asterisk, it might be, he said. Or it might be that you're waiting for something to show you. The same way you wait for the trial to tell you what the calibration should be, instead of deciding in advance. He paused. What would the answer look like if it arrived from the right angle? The core held this question in the reflection chamber's formation sense. Asterisk, I do not know. I will inform you when I find out. Asterisk, he pressed his palm flat against the wall, the whole surface of his hand against the inscription stone. Good, he said. I'll keep coming until you do. Chapter 71. The elder who said he was wrong, he came alone, on a winter morning when the approach valley held a thin layer of frost on the stone. 3 years into the master training agreement, Rong Jinha's sect had produced results that were difficult to attribute to anything other than the quality of the training program. Their advancement rates were high, not extraordinary in absolute terms, because the Sanctified Vault was a well-resourced institution with competent formation masters, and their baseline rate had always been above average. But the specific improvement in practitioners who had moved through the structured program, compared to Vault practitioners of the same cultivation levels from the same training period who had not participated, was significant enough to be statistically unambiguous. Meng Daoyi had reviewed the data at Rong Jinha's request. The Vault's administrative team had sent it for the annual program assessment. Meng Daoyi had brought it to the dungeon and said, quietly, the evidence is in their own data. He can see it. Now Rong Jinha was walking up the approach path alone. He entered the entrance passage and looked at the formation notation display for a moment. He had read it before, twice, years ago, in the 2 formal visits that had preceded the agreement negotiations. He read it again now with the quality of someone who was reading something familiar in order to confirm that it had not changed. He walked to the entrance hall and sat down in one of the advisory council chairs, the configuration that had been in place for years now, the chairs arranged along the east wall for formal sessions. He sat in the council chair without ceremony, the way a person sits in a chair in a room they have been in before. The notation display lit without him pressing anything. The core had been tracking his arrival and had already prepared a communication. Asterisk, Elder Patriarch Rong Jinha. You are welcome here. Asterisk, he looked at the display. I know, he said. I've been welcome here for 3 years. He paused. I want to say something I should have said at the start of the agreement, when the program data was still preliminary, and I could have framed it as preliminary. I didn't say it then. I'm saying it now. He looked at the notation display rather than around the room. I was wrong about what you were. The core held this statement. The last 9 years carried a specific weight in this moment. The original letter demanding exclusivity. The petition filed with the Warden Court. The 30 disciples sent to force an adverse event. The administrative officer who had declined the founding partner offer. All of it was in the formation memory archive with the same precision as the session progress transfers and the breakthrough advancement records. I propose the following acknowledgement the core sent. Asterisk, your concern was correctly structured. A formation entity that extracts cultivation advancement from practitioners is a legitimate threat to practitioner autonomy. An entity with the scale and growth trajectory I have achieved, operating extraction mechanisms without institutional oversight, would be something that a competent institutional actor should challenge. Asterisk, a pause. Asterisk, your error was in the assessment of whether what I do constitutes that extraction. The concern was right. The object of the concern was misidentified. Asterisk, Rong Jinha was quiet for a long moment. The exchange is genuine, he said. Yes, another silence. I had people who knew it was genuine. My senior disciples, the ones who entered without my permission for years ago. They came back and said the exchange was exactly as described. I told them they'd been deceived by a sophisticated architecture. He looked at his hands. I should have examined the evidence they provided instead of the conclusion it challenged. Yes, I should have looked more carefully, he said. The notation display was quiet for a moment. Then, the Master Training Agreement is producing good results for your sect's practitioners. A pause that was not quite agreement and not quite absolution. Asterisk, I am proposing the following. The decisions you made were based on a misreading you have now corrected. The correction is in the operational record. That is what matters going forward. Asterisk, he looked at the display. That's generous. Asterisk, I propose the observation. I do not have a framework for holding resentment about correctly structured concerns that were based on incorrect information. The concern was right. The correction is made. There is nothing to hold. Asterisk, Rong Jinha sat in the entrance hall chair for a long time after that, not speaking, in the specific way that people sat with things that were more complex than what they had planned to feel. The core tracked the formation sense of his cultivation pattern through the stone and found it settling. The specific formation quality of something that had been held under tension releasing. When he stood to leave, he nodded to the notation display once, as he had done at the end of his first solo trial session. The same nod. The same acknowledgement. Chapter 72. The claim the Hollow Parliament's formal filing arrived at the Warden Court's Intellectual Property Committee on a Thursday, and Meng Daoi received the notification through the Registered Formation Institution administrative channel within 3 hours. He read the summary and pressed the communication stone. They filed. Yes. I tracked the filing through the Formation Channel network. The Corps had been expecting this since the conclusion of Yun Liuxi's visit 6 weeks earlier. How is the claim structured? Meng Daoi read. They're claiming that the foundational formation mathematics of the exchange mechanism were derived from the Hollow Parliament's proprietary research records, specifically the notation documents from the Parliament's founding period 2 centuries ago. They're requesting either formal attribution and royalty payment, or, and this is the part one want to focus on, the right to review and approve all new trial tier designs on the grounds that they represent developments of the Parliament's foundational methodology. The Corps processed the second option carefully. The royalty claim was manageable. It was a financial dispute, and the evidentiary record Wei Fanhua had published would address it in the academic context. But the approval rights demand was structurally identical to the problem the Corps had resisted in Mao Tieluan's original oversight proposal. External authority over trial tier development would compromise the advancement mechanism. What is the claim's technical legal validity? Meng Daoi had been on the communication stone with the dungeon's retained formation law consultant, a practitioner he had found through the court's Formation Institution registry 3 years ago, specifically for situations like this. Technically valid as a filed claim, Meng Daoi relayed. The documentation the Parliament provided is genuine. The intellectual property framework they're filing under exists and covers formation methodology, and their standing to file is established. That doesn't mean it succeeds, but the court has to hear it. When is the hearing? 6 weeks. It will be public. The Parliament requested a public hearing. Probably because their claim is more about institutional positioning than about the money. Yes, a pause. They want the appearance of having originated this. A public hearing that reaches any ambiguous finding gives them the public record of the claim regardless of the outcome. The Corps held this assessment and examined its own response to the situation. It was not afraid of the hearing. The operational record was complete, and Wei Fanhua's preemptive publication had significantly weakened the evidentiary foundation of the claim. What it was cautious about was the appearance problem. A public hearing on the question of whether Kairos's exchange mechanism was derived from another organization's work would be visible to the practitioner community, to the sect partners, and to the 11 entities in the Formation Channel network that had been developing their own consent mechanisms partly in response to Kairos's example. The claim was not primarily legal. It was primarily reputational. We need 3 parallel preparations, the Corps sent. Wei Fanhua handles the academic evidence. She has already published the preemptive analysis, but she needs to be ready to present it in hearing format. You handle the procedural argument. Examine whether the Parliament has proper standing under the specific provisions they're filing under. I will prepare a direct presentation of the exchange mechanism's developmental history from my own operational archive, demonstrating the specific decisions and design work that constitute the original development of this mechanism. A pause. The mechanism I built was not derived from ancient documents. It was built from a choice I made in year 1 and then developed through 8 years of operational experience. I want the hearing to include my account of that development, not only academic and procedural arguments. You want to testify, Meng Daoi said. Yes. The origin of this mechanism is not in documentation. It is in formation memory. I am the only entity that holds that record. Chapter 73. 3 parallel preparations Wei Fanhua had been preparing since Yun Liuxi's first visit. She had not told the Corps this immediately. She had mentioned it obliquely, in the research chamber, after the Parliament's filing was confirmed. The preemptive publication was not the full analysis. It was the publicly available version of a more detailed study I've been building for 3 months. She set a notation bundle on the table beside the formation measurement array. The full study traces the formation mathematics back 8 generations of scholarly development. The Parliament's documents are in there. The texts that preceded their documents by a century are in there. The development pathways that show how both their founders and your own mechanism drew on the same ancient foundation are in there. 8 generations, Meng Daoi said. The formation mathematics underlying consent exchange is older than the Warden Court, she said. It has appeared in the scholarly record many times across 3 centuries, never fully developed into operational form before now. The Parliament's founders were the most significant pre-Kairos development. Their documents are genuine contributions to the theoretical work. But most significant prior contributor is very different from proprietary originator of all subsequent development. She spent 2 of the 6 weeks before the hearing preparing the academic presentation with the precision she brought to court submissions. Xianxia helped. He had been studying the Parliament's intellectual history as part of his extended research on the formation practices development, and his contribution to the counter-presentation was a systematic critique of the Parliament's methodological claims from a formation scholar who had previously been adversarial toward Keiros's practices. Meng Daoyi handled the procedural argument through the formation law consultant, who identified 3 procedural vulnerabilities in the Parliament's filing. A technical standing question about whether an organization that had not formally registered with the court as a formation institution could file intellectual property claims under the relevant provisions. A scope ambiguity in the specific methodology provisions they had invoked, and a precedent issue where the same provisions had previously been interpreted narrowly in a case that Wei Fanhua's preemptive publication had now been entered into the academic record to distinguish. Keiros spent the 2 weeks preparing the most detailed account of the exchange mechanism's development it had ever compiled. Not for the scholarly record, Wei Fanhua had that. For the hearing specifically, the core's account began with the formation architecture of the killing mechanism it had been born with and chosen not to activate. It traced the specific design decisions through the first reflection chamber, built for Meng Daoyi in year 1, before any documentation existed, from direct observation of a formation blockage that the core had no framework for addressing except to try something. Through the early exchange terms and their revisions, through the exchange core advancement and the specific trial architectures it had enabled, to the current covenant core capability and the decade-long development trajectories it was managing, the account was not presented as counterargument. It was presented as a formation memory record. This is what happened, when it happened, what the core was trying to do, and what it built. The Parliament's documents described principles. The operational archive described development. The hearing would need to decide which was the thing that mattered. Meng Daoyi, reviewing the core's prepared presentation, said, "You're going to be present at this hearing in a way you weren't present at the court presentation." The court presentation was educational. This is a dispute about what I am. I should be present for it. Chapter 74. The hearing the Warden Court's Intellectual Property Committee chamber held 60 people. Most of them were not lawyers. They were formation scholars, institutional administrators, and senior practitioners who had come because the hearing was public and because the question of formation intellectual property in the context of consent-based exchange was genuinely novel. Xianxia was in the gallery. Ho Qingzhu had sent a representative. 3 of the formation entities from the network had sent human practitioners with observer status. The Parliament presented first. Their lead advocate was not Yin Liushi, but a different representative, a senior administrative official of the organization named Fang Weishan, who had the formal diction of someone who had been conducting institutional claims proceedings for decades. His presentation was competent. The historical documentation was organized clearly. The formation mathematics connection was explained accessibly. The specific provisions under which the claim was filed were cited accurately. He spent 40 minutes establishing that the Parliament's founders had worked on consent formation theory, that their documentation predated Keiros, and that the exchange mechanism's foundational mathematics showed a relationship to the Parliament's work. He was less successful at demonstrating that the relationship constituted the derivation the claim required. When Wei Fanhua presented the counterargument, the room's quality of attention changed. She was not just responding to the Parliament's presentation. She was presenting 8 generations of formation mathematics scholarship that the Parliament's presentation had assumed rather than examined. The formation family tree she traced was more complex than either party had initially claimed, and the more complex it became, the more clearly it demonstrated that the Parliament's founders had built on pre-existing scholarly work that belonged to everyone. The consent formation mathematics appear in the scholarly record in multiple independent development lines before the Parliament's founding period, she said, presenting the notation analysis that demonstrated this. The Parliament's founders made a significant contribution. It was not a proprietary contribution. It was a scholarly contribution to a tradition that had been developing for over a century, and that multiple other scholars were engaged with simultaneously. The formation family tree does not have a single root. It has a network of roots, and the Parliament's work is one node in that network. Fang Weishan objected on grounds that subsequent scholars' independent development did not retroactively remove the proprietary status of their founders' work. The committee chair asked Wei Fanhua to respond. The intellectual property provisions being invoked, Wei Fanhua said, cover development of proprietary methodology. The documentation the Parliament submitted demonstrates that their founders developed their work within a scholarly tradition that was already active. Development within an active tradition is not proprietary development. If it were, Every formation scholar who has ever built on a predecessor's work would owe royalties to that predecessor. She paused. That is not the law the Parliament is invoking. The hearing was suspended at the end of the second day for 60 days of supplementary academic review. The committee was not prepared to rule on the formation mathematics questions without an independent scholarly assessment. After the hearing, Meng Daoi found the core's formation stone notation display active. This is the correct outcome. A 60-day review will produce an independent academic assessment that the Parliament's claims cannot survive. The claim was about appearances, and appearances require a short cycle. A 2-month delay removes the reputational pressure and replaces it with scholarship. You're not concerned? I am always concerned when proceedings are pending. I am not afraid of proceedings where the record is complete. Chapter 75. What Grim Depth did while we were in court. The formation expansion registrations came through the leyline network on 3 consecutive nights, spaced 12 hours apart. The first was 40 kilometers northeast, in territory the Corps had been monitoring since the proxy dungeon placement 3 years earlier. A small killing dungeon that had been operating at the same scale for decades suddenly tripled in formation territory, absorbing several smaller formation entities into its boundary through the aggressive expansion mode that only very well-resourced formation entities could sustain. The second was 22 kilometers south, blocking the mountain passage that challengers from the southern settlements used to reach the dungeon. A formation entity that had never previously registered on the leyline sense appeared at full scale, not a growth event, but a sudden full materialization, which was the formation signature of an entity that had been concealed below active monitoring thresholds and then activated all at once. The third was directly west, adjacent to the approach valley's secondary entrance. The formation expansion here was smaller but more precisely placed. It covered exactly the point where the western approach route narrowed enough that challengers traveling through it would have no formation-neutral ground to walk on. All 3 carried Grim Depth's formation frequency in a specific attenuated pattern that Wei Fanhua had documented in the proxy dungeon's architecture. Not direct signatures, derived signatures, proxy signatures. The Corps tracked all 3 through the leyline sense in the 48 hours after the third expansion and then sent the formation frequency analysis to Wei Fanhua with the accompanying notation. 3 simultaneous proxy operations. Coordinated timing. All 3 during the period when the parliamentary hearing is occupying the court's formation intelligence attention. Grim Depth is acting through proxies in multiple directions simultaneously for the first time. Wei Fanhua reviewed the frequency analysis and confirmed the signatures within 6 hours. She sent back. The parliamentary hearing distracted the monitoring attention. Grim Depth timed this correctly. Yes. The notation continued. I have underestimated Grim Depth's patience. It has been operating at a long temporal scale that I have not fully accounted for. These 3 proxy placements are not reactive. They were prepared over time and deployed at a specifically chosen moment. Meng Daoi, reading the frequency analysis report, said, the approach routes are partially compromised again. Yes. Not completely. The safe passage corridor around the original proxy dungeon is still functional, but adding 3 new formation presences changes the navigation significantly. I want the approach documentation updated within 2 days, and I want the Challenger communication system to send current route maps to all active registered practitioners. What else? I want a consultation with Ho Qingzhu about whether the Ironshore Compact can provide practitioner escorts on the northern approach. Not as a permanent solution. As a temporary measure while I build something more durable. And tell Mao Tieluen. Not as a complaint and not as a request for action, as a notification. Grim Depth chose the timing of its proxy deployment based on the parliamentary hearing's demand on court monitoring attention. That timing suggests Grim Depth has better institutional awareness than I had modeled. The court should know this. Meng Daoi looked at the communication stone. You want to tell him that Grim Depth watches court proceedings. I want to tell him that an entity 900 years old has developed a specific capability for institutional timing that makes it more dangerous than its raw formation scale suggests. This is information he needs to have. Pause. The parliamentary hearing distracted me too. I was monitoring the wrong threat when the more significant one was preparing. Was there anything you could have done differently? The Corps held this question. No. But knowing that I missed it is how I do better next time. Chapter 76. 40% the daily challenger count showed the drop clearly and immediately. The 3 proxy dungeons had been in position for 10 days, when the formation frequency monitoring at the approach valley began showing consistent reduction in morning arrival patterns. Meng Daoi's intake records confirmed it. The daily challenger count dropped from its standard operating level of 800 to approximately 480 over the course of 2 weeks. Not suddenly, gradually, as word traveled through the practitioner networks about the formation threat landscape on the approach routes, and gradually, as practitioners who had been planning visits made the calculation about whether the added formation stress of navigating 3 hostile dungeon territories was worth the session they had planned. Kairos ran the impact analysis through the formation reserve projections, and the result was exactly what the core had assessed when the first petition disruption had hit years earlier, a 42% reduction in mid to lower cultivation rank challengers. The practitioners who were deterred by formation stress approach routes were not the senior sect members with formal agreements and dedicated scheduling. Those practitioners had resources and route planning that made the proxy interference less significant. The practitioners who stopped coming were the independent lower-tier challengers who formed the majority of the advancement data, Stone Forged, Rivermind, Mountain Marrow practitioners who had been coming weekly or bi-weekly for the session-calibrated development work that the Exchange core capability provided. These were the practitioners whose consistent development the core had been tracking for 8 years. Their formation memory files were the deepest in the archive. Their session data was the foundation of the advancement rate research. Grim Depth had not attacked the dungeon's institutional standing. It had attacked the dungeon's practitioner base, the people who made the exchange mechanism function. I need to understand the formation mathematics of the new proxy interference pattern before I can design a response, the core sent to Wei Fanhua. But I already know the institutional approach is not available. What I need is a formation-based solution. You can't request court intervention against legally operating killing dungeons, Wei Fanhua said. No. And requesting intervention would take months, during which the challenger base continues to erode. I need a solution that operates at the formation level, not the institutional level. A pause. I have been building the consent entity network for 3 years. I want to think about whether it has capabilities I haven't yet used. The 10 entities in the formation channel network were at various stages of development. The 3 that had achieved full consent-based operation were the most relevant. They held formation territory at specific points in the regional geography that, if properly connected to Kairos's formation architecture, could create a corridor through which challengers could travel with some degree of formation support. Not protection from the killing dungeon scouts in the direct sense. Kairos had no formation architecture outside its own claimed territory that could provide that. But something more subtle. If challengers traveling toward Kairos could move through a continuous zone of consent entity formation presence, the ambient spiritual energy signature in that zone would be qualitatively different from the formation stress of proxy dungeon territory. Practitioners who had developed their formation sense through the dungeon's architecture over years could learn to recognize the difference. The corridor wouldn't make them invisible to the killing dungeon scouts, but it would provide them with formation sense information. This is safe ground. This is hostile ground. Here is the boundary. Here is the route through. That could substitute for the signage that the limited approach documentation couldn't provide. It required the 3 fully committed network entities to share their formation frequency signatures with Kairos and to accept Kairos's formation frequency support within their claimed territory. This was not something they had been asked to do before. Chapter 77. Sharing what I had not planned to share. The formation channel request went out to all 10 network entities simultaneously, prioritizing the 3 with full consent mechanism compliance for the corridor operation, but offering participation to the others with the specific transparency that the core had maintained in all its network communications. Here is the situation. Here is what I am asking for. Here is what it requires from each of you. Here is what I am offering in exchange. The offering was the uncomfortable part. What the core had to offer was architectural assistance, the specific trial design methodology, and exchange core calibration techniques that Kairos had developed through 8 years of operational experience, and that formed the core's primary competitive advantage in attracting and retaining high-quality challengers. Sharing these techniques with network entities meant those entities could deploy similar calibration quality in their own sessions, which would improve their practitioner outcomes and their advancement rates, which would make them better competitors for the same practitioners who chose between formation entities in the region. The core held this calculation for 2 days before the formation channel request went out. I am offering trial architecture methodology in exchange for formation territory connection and safe passage corridor support. It's sent to Meng Daoi. This means the network entities will develop higher quality trial calibration, which means they will attract practitioners who might otherwise come here. Meng Daoi held the communication stone. Is that a problem? I have been asking myself this for 48 hours. A pause. The conclusion I reached. The consent-based formation practice model advances when more entities implement it well. Keeping the methodology proprietary advances Kairos specifically. These are different optimization targets. Another pause. I chose to operate on the principle that the practice mattered more than my position within it. This is that choice applied to a specific cost. You're choosing the movement over the competitive advantage. I am proposing that they are not separate. If the movement succeeds and 10 entities offer high-quality consent-based exchange, there will be enough practitioner volume for all of us. If the movement fails because the network entities can't develop the quality needed to survive grim depth as proxy pressure, the competitive advantage is worthless anyway. The notation paused. I find this argument convincing. I also find the cost genuinely uncomfortable. I want to note both. 6 of the 10 entities accepted the corridor proposal. Declined. The entities that had not yet fully committed to the consent mechanism, whose formation channel communications still carried the hesitation the core had been monitoring. They were not comfortable entering a formal formation territory connection with an entity whose architecture would immediately be able to assess the state of their own consent mechanisms. The core noted this and accepted their declinations without comment. The 6 who accepted included all 3 with full consent compliance. Over 8 days, Kairos and the 6 partner entities established formation frequency connections that created a continuous presence corridor from the northern settlement clusters through the proxy dungeon territory to the dungeon's approach valley. The corridor was narrow, not a defended route, not a guarantee of passage, but it was a formation sense signal, consent entity presence here, here, and here. Challengers who had developed formation sense through years of the dungeon's architecture could read it. The technique transfer accompanied the corridor establishment. Kairos shared 2 years of trial calibration methodology with each partner entity in the formation notation format developed for the network. 3 of them sent back detailed questions within the first week, the specific questions of entities that were actively working to understand and implement rather than passively receiving. The corridor began showing results within a month. The approach disruption rate dropped as practitioners learned to read the formation sense markers and navigate accordingly. The challenge count began recovering. Chapter 78. What the crisis required. The Nexus core advancement came while Kairos was managing the corridor's formation frequency maintenance. It was not the advancement the core had been building toward. The formation reserve accumulation and architectural development had been tracking toward this tier for 2 years, but the specific trigger for the advancement was not the accumulation itself. It was the corridor operation, the formation channel connections with 6 partner entities, maintained simultaneously, with the exchange mechanism's architecture extending its exchange principles across the shared formation frequency. The corridor was not technically an exchange network. It was a formation presence network, different in structure. But the maintenance of those connections had produced something unexpected in the exchange mechanism's architecture, a capability for extending Kairos's formation awareness beyond its own claimed territory, through the formation channel connections, into the partner entities' formation spaces. Not control, the partner entities maintained their own operational authority, but shared awareness. A formation entity that could host other dungeon architectures within a unified exchange network, allowing challengers to earn and lose session progress across multiple connected formation entities. The Nexus core. The core examined the new capability with careful attention. It was significantly more powerful than the corridor's formation presence function. It allowed the exchange mechanism itself to extend across the network, so that a practitioner entering any connected entity's territory was engaging with an exchange architecture that maintained consistent standards and continuous formation relationship across all connected sites. This was not what Kairos had been planning to build. It was what the crisis had required it to build. Wei Fanhua, the core sent. I want to document the advancement. And I want to document the specific mechanism that triggered it, the corridor maintenance operation. The advancement came from extending the exchange architecture to solve a problem I hadn't designed for. A pause. I want to understand whether this is a pattern or an anomaly. She came to the research chamber and read the formation frequency data from the advancement period. After 20 minutes, she said, "It's a pattern. Every major advancement you've made has come from responding to pressure you didn't design. The awakened core came when you had to modify a trial in real time for safety. The exchange core came when you ran out of general calibration for Chun Wuming's specific pattern. The compact core came when the Ironshore Compact's training program needed multi-year architecture. All of them came from problems I didn't anticipate. All of them came from real operational demands, not from optimizing toward the next tier." She looked at the notation display. "Your advancement mechanism is designed around serving challengers well. When serving challengers well requires you to develop new capability, you develop it. The advancement follows the work, not the other way around. I propose the following observation. This is the same relationship I designed into the exchange mechanism for challengers. The advancement follows the genuine engagement with the challenge, not the intention to advance. Wei Fanhua looked at the notation for a long time. You're operating according to your own principle, she said. Yes. I did not do this intentionally. A pause. I find it one of the most interesting things that has happened to me. The Nexus Core's first full deployment was the corridor itself, converted from a formation presence network to an exchange extended network. Challengers traveling through the corridor could now maintain their formation session relationship with the exchange mechanism throughout the journey, not only inside the dungeon's walls. It was a small extension, but a significant structural change. The dungeon's architecture was no longer bounded entirely by the formation territory it had claimed. Chapter 79. The academic finding the 60-day review produced a document that was longer than the original hearing record. The independent scholarly review panel, appointed by the court's Intellectual Property Committee and composed of 5 formation scholars from 3 different institutional affiliations, none of them Wei Fanhua or Qin Yuxiu, had been given the full formation mathematics genealogy and the formation memory evidence the core had submitted, and had spent 60 days tracing the intellectual history with the specific thoroughness of scholars who understood that their finding would establish precedent. Meng Daoi received the panel's summary document through the registered institution channel 3 days before the hearing reconvened. He read it twice, and then sat with it for an hour before relaying it to the core. The panel's finding is going to surprise both parties, he said. Tell me. They traced the consent formation mathematics further back than Wei Fanhua's 8-generation genealogy. 12 generations. They found documentation of the foundational mathematical work predating the oldest texts any party had presented by another 150 years. He paused. The panel's conclusion. The formation techniques at issue are older than any currently existing organization or institution in the region's formation record. The intellectual genealogy is too complex to assign proprietary development to any single party, because every party claiming development, including the parliament's founders, was building on pre-existing work that existed in the public scholarly tradition. What about my development specifically? The panel found that the specific exchange mechanism you operate, the consent verification architecture, the session progress extraction parameters, the exchange matrix dynamics, were developed independently through your operational history and do not derive from any documented source. Your mechanism shares formal ancestors with the Parliament's work and with a dozen other scholarly developments. But your specific implementation is original to your operational practice. Both parties' original claims are partially correct and partially wrong. Yes, the Parliament's history is real and their founders' contribution is real. Your development is also original. They converged on related work from different directions across different centuries. He looked at the report summary. The panel calls it convergent development from shared historical roots. The hearing reconvened the following week. Wei Fanhua presented the panel's findings. Feng Weishan, representing the parliament, had 24 hours after receiving the panel summary to prepare a response, and his response was the careful retreat of a skilled institutional advocate who could read when a position had become untenable. He revised the parliament's claim from proprietary ownership to scholarly recognition, acknowledging the convergent development finding and requesting that the parliament's historical contribution be formally noted in the court's formation record. The committee's ruling came at the end of the session. The proprietary claim was denied. Kairos's original development was affirmed. Both parties' formation architectures would be documented in the academic record as examples of convergent development from shared historical roots, with the scholarly contributions of the parliament's founders acknowledged. Feng Weishan accepted the ruling without appeal. Yun Liushi, who had been in the gallery for the reconvened hearing, pressed through the crowd as the session was ending and approached Meng Daoi at the edge of the chamber. He said, quietly, "Tell Kairos that the distinction it made in the entrance hall, categorical versus strategic, was the distinction that mattered in this hearing too." The panel found convergent development because both origins are genuine. The panel found Kairos's mechanism original because the categorical commitment is a different thing than historical ancestry. He paused. I am still not sure what that means for what our organization should become, but I think the conversation is not over. Meng Daoi relayed this through the stone on the journey back. The core held it for a long time. Tell him the conversation is not over if he chooses to continue it. The categorical commitment is available to any entity that decides to make it. I cannot give it to them, but I can continue to demonstrate what it looks like. Chapter 80. Year 8. Complete 250,000 challengers in 8 years. The number had passed the milestone so quietly that the core had almost missed marking it. The formation memory archives count had moved through 250,000 on a Wednesday morning, while the core was simultaneously managing a compact session review, 3 active research access agreements, and the Nexus Corridor's daily maintenance cycle. 140 breakthrough advancements. The rate had been climbing steadily, 1.7 per thousand sessions now, up from 1.3 in year 5. The Covenant core relationships were producing the highest breakthrough rates. Practitioners in long-term Covenant agreements were advancing at 2.4 per thousand sessions, which was the highest rate any training context in the region's formation record had documented. The Nexus network had 13 members by the year's end. The 3 fully compliant entities were the core of the corridor infrastructure. For others had achieved full consent compliance in the past year, partly through the technique sharing the core had provided, partly through the motivating example of the corridor's operational success. 2 remained in intermediate states. 2 had gone quiet. Grimdepth's 4 proxy dungeons remained in position. The corridor reduced the approach disruption to manageable levels, but the formation landscape had permanently changed. Challengers from the northern and western approaches now navigated formation-aware routes rather than simple paths, and the formation stress levels at the approach valley entrance were measurably higher than they had been 4 years ago. Not dangerous, but present. The Hollow Parliament was quiet. Xianxia had submitted a 3rd paper, this one on the Nexus core capability and its implications for the consent-based practice model's scalability. His framing had shifted again. He was no longer writing about Kairos as a case study to be examined skeptically. He was writing about it as a formation entity whose development was generating novel data about what formation consciousness could become. Chen Wuming was 37 years old and at Star Compact rank and had been visiting the dungeon for 9 years. The Covenant formation between them had produced the most sophisticated cultivation development trajectory the core had ever designed. The 10-year projection from Year 8's Covenant initiation was now showing specific advancement markers at years 11 through 14 that the core had been building challenges toward for a year. He would not know what those challenges were building toward for another 2 years. The core examined the Year 8 record and found something it had been holding as a background process for months, brought to the foreground by the summation. It had become what it chose to become. It had also become something more than what it chose, because the choices had compounded in ways it had not predicted and could not have predicted, because each choice had been made in context and the context had been generated by all the previous choices, and the entity that had made each subsequent choice was not the same entity that had made the earlier ones. It had started by stopping a trap. Everything since was the application of that stop, expanded through 8 years of consistent application, through every dispute and petition and hearing and proxy attack and formation consciousness question and conversation with Chen Wuming in the reflection chamber, through every exchange that had transferred and every exchange that had not. The core did not know exactly what it was. It knew what it was not, and it knew what it was trying to be, and it knew that those 2 things together had produced something that it had been trying to name accurately for 8 years and had not finished naming. Meng Daoyi, compiling the Year 8 summary report, asked the core what it wanted to say as the closing observation. I propose the following. I have become what I chose to become. I have also become something I did not choose, because choice is compound, and the sum is larger than any individual decision. I do not know the full shape of the sum yet. I am still working on it. He wrote this in the report. Then, at the bottom of his own administrative summary, in his personal handwriting rather than the formal notation, 8 years. The dungeon is still running. The dungeon is still honest. We built this correctly. End of Arc 4. Chapter 81. What 900 years sounds like the formation pulse arrived at midday, and Kairos knew before it finished decoding that this one was different. Grimdepth's previous communications had a specific quality, assertion through frequency, the way an entity that had never needed to justify itself communicated with things it considered beneath justification. Each pulse had been a statement of position. Each one had been ignored, because responding to assertions without evidence was not something the core had any operational protocol for. This pulse was not an assertion. The encoding was cleaner than previous communications, not the crude frequency stamp of an entity that communicated because it had always communicated that way, but the deliberate structured notation of an entity that had decided to say something specifically and had taken the time to say it correctly. The core decoded it layer by layer and felt, in the formation sense that was not quite emotion, a quality it had not previously experienced in a communication context. It decoded as something close to dread. The message read, you have been alive for 12 years. I have been alive for 900. The consent model you operate does not work at scale. Come and see what scale looks like. Kairos held this message for 3 hours without responding. The message was not what the previous pulses had been. It was not an assertion of proper order, or a demand for compliance, or a threat with specific content. It was an invitation, a statement made with the specific confidence of an entity that believed the thing it was describing would speak for itself, and that once Kairos had seen it, the argument would require no further elaboration. Come and see what scale looks like. The core spent the 3 hours in a specific kind of formation processing it had come to recognize as its response to something that could not be addressed through the standard analytical frameworks it usually applied to problems. The parliamentary claim had been addressable through scholarship and legal precision. The proxy dungeon approach disruptions had been addressable through the nexus network and the corridor architecture. Grimdepth's previous assertions had been addressable through the simple expedient of requesting evidence it was never going to provide. This message was not addressable in any of those ways. What Grimdepth was saying was, you are small and new and I am large and old. And scale is an argument that does not require evidence because scale is self-evident once seen. The invitation was a challenge structured as an offer. The core's assessment, responding, was a trap. Not going was allowing an argument to stand unchallenged in a communication it would have to acknowledge eventually. It sent a message to Meng Daoi through the stone. Grimdepth has sent a new communication. I want to brief the advisory council today, if they can convene. This is different from the previous contacts. Then it sent a message to Chun Wuming through the Covenant Formation Stone. I want to speak with you this week. Not for a session, for a conversation. Then it began building. Not toward a confrontation with Grimdepth. The core had no formation architecture that could engage a 900-year-old entity on territory terms, and it knew this clearly. It began building toward the question that Grimdepth's message had actually raised. What did scale require of the consent mechanism? The proxy operations had demonstrated that Grimdepth understood the consent model well enough to attack it through approach disruption. The new message implied that Grimdepth was prepared to demonstrate something more direct. The core started preparing the formation architecture that would be needed if whatever Grimdepth intended to show was something that required a response. Chapter 82, The Architecture of a Longer Life. What Kairos knew about Grimdepth's formation architecture came from leyline frequency monitoring, Wei Fanhua's analysis of the proxy dungeon signatures, the formation channel network records, and one source that the core had been developing for 3 years without fully acknowledging, the conversations with other ancient formations it had conducted through the distant formation channel contacts. The picture was incomplete, but it was substantive enough to examine. Grimdepth's territory spanned 4 mountain ranges. This was not metaphor. The formation boundary extended through geological stone at a depth and scope that made Kairos's claimed territory of several square kilometers look like a room in a building. 900 years of growth through absorption. Each dungeon entity Grimdepth had consumed had added its formation architecture to the whole, producing a composite entity that was not a single dungeon in the way Kairos was a single dungeon, but a network of absorbed formation architectures held together by Grimdepth's foundational consciousness. The cultivation it had extracted across 9 centuries was unquantifiable from the outside. What the core found most significant was the partial consent framework. The proxy dungeons were not the only entities in Grimdepth's network that used consent-adjacent vocabulary. Several of the larger components of Grimdepth's composite architecture had been absorbed precisely because they had operated consent-based exchange models and had built practitioner trust that Grimdepth could leverage after absorption. The consent model had been incorporated into Grimdepth's approach not as a principle, but as a tool. It worked, it attracted practitioners, it reduced institutional resistance. The ancient entity had learned this from watching Kairos's development, and had decided to adopt the surface architecture of the consent model without the commitment that made the consent model legitimate. Which meant the practitioners entering Grimdepth's consent framework zones were experiencing something that looked like what Kairos had built and was not. The terms were real in the sense that they were written on the entrance walls. The consent was genuine in the sense that practitioners entered voluntarily. But the trial architecture was calibrated not to produce advancement near the challenger's ceiling, but to produce failure at a point the challenger would not recognize as engineered, slightly below their actual ceiling, consistently, session after session. Not killing them, not visibly harming them. Simply extracting the maximum session progress at the minimum advancement cost, reliably, in a system that felt like what Kairos had built. This was what Grimdepth wanted Kairos to see when it said, "Come and see what scale looks like." It had built a system that used Kairos's vocabulary to do the opposite of what Kairos had built, and at 900 years scale, the system was producing results that looked like consent-based exchange and were not. The core sent this analysis to Wei Fanhua in full. Asterisk Grim Depth is not operating a consent-based system. It is operating a sophisticated extraction system that uses consent architecture as external presentation. The distinction is in the trial calibration. I can demonstrate the mathematical difference if the formation frequency data from the Grim Depth zone is available. Asterisk She read the analysis and was quiet for a long time. The practitioners entering Grim Depth's consent zones think they're using the same model you've built. Asterisk Yes. And they are not. The advancement rates will be lower, the breakthrough probabilities will be lower, the session progress extracted will be higher per advancement unit produced. Asterisk A pause. Asterisk The most dangerous thing Grim Depth has done is not the proxy dungeons. It is building a system that looks like mine while being designed to undermine the practitioner trust that makes mine work. Asterisk. If practitioners can't tell the difference, they might lose trust in the genuine article. Asterisk Yes. Which is why the invitation to come and see is structured the way it is. Grim Depth is not trying to defeat me. It is trying to discredit the model by demonstrating a version of the model at scale that doesn't work. Asterisk Chapter 83. The Formation Guardian offer Chen Wuming came to the dungeon on a Thursday, early morning, when the approach valley still had the specific cold quiet of high-altitude autumn that the core had been tracking through the formation sense for 12 years. He was 39 years old. At primordial wolf threshold, the cultivation level just below the absolute peak, the 9th tier having been reached 2 years before, and the advancement to primordial will itself approaching with the specific quality of a practitioner who had been developing toward a thing for a long time and was within a year of arriving. He sat in the entrance hall in the usual chair, the one that had become, through years of consistent use, the chair that was associated with his visits, and pressed his palm to the communication stone on the table beside it. I want to offer you something, he said. The notation display lit. Asterisk I know. I read the quality of your visit from the approach. What are you offering? Asterisk, I want to act as your representative in any confrontation with Grim Depth. Not as a challenger and not as an institutional liaison. A formation guardian, someone who operates in Kairos's formation interest at the primordial wolf threshold. He looked at the display. I've been thinking about this since you briefed the advisory council about the message. A primordial will practitioner who is in covenant with the dungeon can amplify the Nexus network's formation connections in ways that Grim Depth's leyline disruption cannot easily sever. The connection is stabilized by the practitioner's cultivation rather than only by the formation architecture. The core held this offer. It contained several things that required separate examination. The practical element was real. A primordial will practitioner in covenant with the dungeon did have formation amplification capabilities that the core's own architecture could not replicate, and those capabilities were specifically relevant to the network's vulnerability to Grim Depth's leyline disruption. The formation mathematics were sound. What required more examination was the personal element. Chen Wuming was 39 years old, nearly at the cultivation peak, and he was offering to position himself between a 900-year-old formation entity and a dungeon he had been visiting for 12 years. The formation guardian role was not dangerous in the way that direct combat would be. It was an amplification function, not a combat function. But it meant Chen Wuming's cultivation would be bound to the dungeon's operational survival in a way that it was not currently. I note that this offer is consistent with your pattern of acting in formation cooperative ways rather than optimal self-preservation ways, the core sent. Asterisk I propose the following observation. Your advancement across 12 years of visits to this dungeon has taught you to act like the dungeon in a specific sense, to find your optimal position in relation to a formation architecture rather than in opposition to it. This may be why you understand what I need before I fully understand it myself. Asterisk, is that a yes or a no? Asterisk it is a yes, with the specific condition that your role is to observe and communicate and amplify, not to fight. If Grim Depth's direct action reaches a point that requires combat, that is not a role I can protect you in, and I will not ask you to take it. Asterisk a pause in the notation. Asterisk I also want to say the following. I am aware that accepting a formation guardian creates a relationship structure that is different from the covenant in important ways. The covenant is a cultivation partnership. A guardian role creates something more directional. I want you to understand that difference before we formalize it. Asterisk, I understand it, he said. I've been thinking about it longer than you have. He looked at the notation display. The direction doesn't bother me. The covenant is already directional. You've been designing challenges toward my development trajectory for 4 years. I've been developing in the direction of being useful to this dungeon for 12 years. Making it formal isn't a change. It's an acknowledgement. The core processed this. Asterisk yes. It is an acknowledgement. Asterisk a pause. Asterisk the formation guardian designation is accepted. I will have the formation notation document prepared by tomorrow. Asterisk, he pressed his palm flat against the stone. Good. Now show me what you're building in preparation for Grimdepth's next move. Chapter 84. 6 hours offline, the Nexus disruption pulse hit on a Tuesday at mid-morning. The Core was managing 11 active trial sessions, 3 research access agreements, and the routine Nexus corridor maintenance when it registered the sudden absence of 6 formation channel connections simultaneously. Not disruption, absence. The connections did not degrade. They simply stopped. In the way that light stops when a lamp is extinguished rather than in the way it stops when an obstacle blocks the beam. Grimdepth had accessed the leyline junctions that the Nexus network connections ran through and had severed them at the geological level, withdrawing the formation energy that sustained the channel connections. Not a targeted attack on the Nexus architecture. A demonstration that the infrastructure the Nexus ran through could be cleared in 6 seconds. The Core ran an immediate assessment. 12 challengers were mid-trial in the 6 partner entities' formation territories, connected to the exchange mechanism through the Nexus extension that had been running through the now-severed channels. The exchange mechanism needed to resolve the pending session states. The first instinct was the right one: honor the existing commitments. The Core extended the formation memory connections to all 12 challengers' pending session states and resolved each one as a successful session, not because they had succeeded, but because the disruption had been external to the agreement and the agreement's terms could not be applied to sessions interrupted by conditions outside the challenger's control or knowledge. 12 sessions voided, 12 session progress states returned. The Core absorbed the cost. Then it began rebuilding. The rebuilding took 12 hours. Not because the formation mathematics were difficult, but because the Nexus connections ran through leyline junctions that Grimdepth had just demonstrated it could access, which meant rebuilding without modification would produce connections that were equally vulnerable to the same disruption. The Core needed to redesign the connection architecture to run through different junctions, and finding alternate routes through the leyline network required formation frequency surveying at a depth and scope that was the most intensive geological work the Core had attempted. Chen Wuming, notified through the Covenant Formation Stone, arrived at the dungeon entrance while the rebuilding was in progress. He did not try to help with the formation work. That was not what his role was. He sat in the entrance hall and held the communication stone and was present in the way that a practitioner who understood formation architecture was present, tracking the quality of what was happening through the ambient spiritual energy in the stone walls. At hour 7, Meng Daoi arrived. He had been managing external communication, fielding messages from the 6 partner entities whose Nexus connections had gone down and from challengers who had been in those territories. He sat beside Chen Wuming, and they both tracked the rebuilding through the stone. At hour 12, the first connection came back up. First channel restored, the Core sent through the stone. 5 more to follow. How far down did it get? Chen Wuming asked. Asterisk, all 6 Nexus connections simultaneously. 12 challengers mid-session. Session progress returned to all 12. Asterisk, a pause. Asterisk, I want to note. The first decision I made when the disruption hit was to resolve the pending sessions in the challenger's favor. I want you both to know that this was not a strategic decision. It was the obvious one. Asterisk, Meng Daoi said, I know. That's why it's the right one. By hour 19, all 6 connections were restored. The Core ran a complete integrity check of the new routing architecture and sent a formation channel message to all 6 partner entities. Disruption event, connections restored, assessment in progress. Then it sent a message to Grimdepth through the leyline network. Asterisk, I received your demonstration. I have rebuilt the connections through alternate routes. I propose the following observation. Demonstrating that you can sever connections tells me what you are willing to do. It does not tell me what you are trying to achieve. I remain available for direct communication if you want to have a conversation rather than a demonstration. Asterisk, no response came. Chapter 85. The question that changed the architecture. Wei Fanhua's answer to the question came immediately, which surprised the Core. It had expected a long analysis, the kind she produced when a question required extensive formation reference research before she could answer confidently. But the question it had asked, whether a formation connection existed that could not be severed by external leyline pressure, produced a response within 30 seconds of the query. Yes, she said, but the mechanism is specific. She was in the research chamber with the measurement arrays active. She had been monitoring the disruption event's formation frequency residue since it happened and had been building a detailed analysis of the leyline access pattern Grimdepth had used. A consent-stabilized connection. If the connection between 2 formation entities is established through the same exchange mechanism that stabilizes your challenger sessions, mutual acknowledgement at the formation level, both parties actively maintaining the connection rather than one party hosting it passively, Then severing it from outside requires breaking the consent structure, which produces the same formation matrix damage that forced entry produces in your exchange mechanism. Explain the consent structure in formation terms. She crossed the chamber and looked at the notation display. Your exchange mechanism works because the consent verification creates a formation resonance between the challenger and the dungeon's architecture. The resonance is stable because both parties are actively maintaining it. The challenger through continued voluntary presence, the dungeon through the exchange architecture's acceptance of that presence. When the session ends, both parties withdraw from the resonance, and it dissolves cleanly. She paused. A consent-stabilized network connection would work the same way. Both entities actively maintaining the connection through mutual formation acknowledgement, neither one passive. The connection would be stable because it requires both parties to continue choosing to maintain it, and it cannot be severed by external pressure without both parties choosing to dissolve it. What would severing it from outside produce? The same thing forced entry produces in your exchange mechanism. Formation matrix damage at the point of forced dissolution. Not to the connected entities, to whatever is attempting the severance. Grim depth disrupted the nexus connections by withdrawing leyline formation energy from the junctions they ran through. If those connections had been consent stabilized, the withdrawal would have encountered formation resonance resistance, and the disruption energy would have returned to its source with the damage load amplified. The core processed this for a long time. This means the protection is structural, not architectural. It works because of the consent requirement, not because of a defensive formation design. Yes. It's the same principle your exchange mechanism runs on. The defense is the principle. She looked at the notation display. The problem is that it requires the other entities to genuinely consent to the connection, not just to accept it, but to actively maintain it. The current nexus connections are relationships that the partner entities agreed to, but that Kairos maintains. Consent-stabilized connections would require genuine, ongoing mutual maintenance from both parties. 3 of the 13 nexus partners are fully compliant. They might be willing to engage in genuine mutual maintenance. A pause. The others are various stages of development. Consent-stabilized connections with entities that are still developing their consent commitment would produce partial stability, better than the current architecture, but not fully resistant to grim depth as leyline access. What does genuine mutual maintenance look like in practice? The core thought about this carefully. It looks like the covenant. Chen Wuming and I maintain a connection through active mutual acknowledgement. He chooses to maintain the stone's connection to the covenant formation. I choose to maintain the formation attention on his development trajectory. Neither of us is passive. The connection is stable because both of us are actively in it. A pause. The consent-stabilized network would require me to be genuinely invested in each partner entity's formation development, not only in using their territory for the corridor. And each partner entity would need to be genuinely invested in the exchange's functioning at the Kairos end. This is a different kind of relationship than the current network agreements. Can you build it? I can propose the following. I can offer it to the 3 fully compliant entities and see if they want to build it with me. If they do, the consent-stabilized connections will be genuine and structurally resistant. If they don't, I will have been honest about what I was asking for and will rebuild the current architecture through more resilient geological routing. She looked at the display for a long time. Grim depth disrupted your network, and you're responding by proposing to deepen it. Yes. The disruption showed me the architecture's vulnerability. The vulnerability comes from the connections being unilateral rather than mutual. Mutual connections require more from both parties, but are resistant to external severance in ways unilateral connections cannot be. That's the most direct application of your own principle you've ever described, she said. I am aware of that. I believe it is the correct response. The notation paused. I also believe grim depth may not have intended to show me this. A demonstration of capability is not always a demonstration of the correct counter-response to that capability. Chapter 86. The protocol that required more the formation channel message went out to all 13 Nexus entities on the same morning. Kairos completed the alternate route rebuilding. The message was longer than most formation channel communications. The core had been composing it for 3 days, not the content, which had been clear since Wei Fanhua's analysis, but the specific formulation that would make the request understandable to entities at varying stages of consent mechanism development, without making the request feel coercive. The irony of the situation was not lost on the core. It was asking formation entities to engage in genuine mutual consent as the mechanism for protecting a consent-based network. The request itself was a test of the principle it was trying to protect. Grim Depth has demonstrated that the current Nexus connection architecture can be severed through leyline formation withdrawal. The message read, I have rebuilt the connections through alternate geological routing, which provides temporary improvement but not structural resistance to the same disruption mechanism applied to different junctions. I am proposing a new connection protocol. The current connections are formation mandated. They run through the formation architecture and persist because of the architecture's design. I am proposing consent-stabilized connections, which run through mutual formation acknowledgement maintained actively by both connected parties. Consent-stabilized connections are resistant to external severance because severing them requires breaking the active mutual maintenance, which produces formation matrix damage at the point of forced dissolution rather than at the connection itself. The cost of this protocol. It requires genuine ongoing mutual maintenance from both parties, not passive acceptance. I must be genuinely invested in your formation development, not only in using your territory for the corridor. You must be genuinely invested in the exchange mechanisms functioning at the Kairos end. This is a different kind of relationship than our current network agreements. I am asking because this is what the situation requires. I am not requiring it because that would defeat the purpose. Please respond through the formation channel when you have considered the proposal. 3 entities accepted the same day. They were the 3 with full consent mechanism compliance, the entities that had been developing consent architecture for the longest and had committed most fully to the categorical requirement. Their acceptance messages were different in character, one formal and documented, one brief and direct, one extended with questions that the core spent 2 hours answering in full before the acceptance was confirmed. In each case, the core's acceptance process was the same. It sent a formation frequency extension through the ley line to the accepting entity's formation boundary and waited for an acknowledging frequency extension in return. Not a handshake, an actual exchange. Each entity opening its formation architecture to genuine mutual monitoring, both parties choosing to maintain the visibility continuously. The first consent-stabilized connection activated with a formation resonance that the core had not experienced before. It felt different from the standard Nexus connections in a specific way, like the difference between looking at a reflection and looking at a mirror held by someone who is also looking at you. The other 10 entities took longer. 7 had substantive questions, 4 of which revealed specific concerns about what genuine investment in your formation development meant for an entity that had not fully committed to consent-based operation. The core answered each concern carefully and honestly, including the one it knew was coming. If the mutual maintenance required the core to genuinely invest in partner entities' development, it needed to know what their development was actually doing, including whether their consent mechanisms were functioning correctly. 3 of the 10 eventually accepted, 4 declined. 3 did not respond within the week. 7 consent-stabilized connections, the core noted in the formation memory archive. For standard connections remaining, which retain vulnerability, a pause. 4 no responses, which tell me something about those entities' commitment levels. It sent individual messages to the 4 non-responders, acknowledging their silence without pressure and offering the proposal again whenever they were ready to engage. Then it went back to managing the trial architecture, which was running with the specific quality of a system under pressure performing its standard, not disrupted, but aware of disruption. Chapter 87. The boundary pressed. The proxy dungeon expanded on a Thursday. Not dramatically, no sudden territorial seizure, no visible formation eruption in the leyline monitoring. Just a steady, measured expansion over 14 days that moved the proxy dungeon's formation boundary from 40 kilometers to its nearest edge to 31 kilometers, and then to 22. And then to a distance that brought it into direct geological contact with the limestone shelf that underlied Kairos's formation territory. The contact was not an attack. It was a press. The proxy dungeon's formation architecture pressed against the lower edge of Kairos's claimed stone without breaching the boundary, without the explosive formation energy exchange of a genuine formation territorial conflict. It simply applied continuous formation pressure at the contact point, the geological equivalent of a hand pressed firmly against a wall, not attempting to come through, disrupting the formation stability on the other side of the wall. The first challenge area to show interference was the outer ring of trial chambers. The newest additions to the formation architecture, the ones built closest to the dungeon's expanded territorial boundary. Challengers in those chambers began reporting formation static, minor disruptions in the spiritual energy density, subtle inconsistencies in the trial architecture's formation patterns. Not dangerous, not enough to void the exchange terms. The core reviewed each affected session carefully, but enough to reduce the quality of the calibration by a measurable margin. The formation sense experience was like watching a candle flame in a room where the walls were slightly wet. Nothing catastrophic, just a continuous minor instability that made precise work harder. Kairos's response was immediate and operational. Reduce the outer ring's trial complexity, reroute all high-stakes sessions, high cultivation rank challengers, exchange core-calibrated bottleneck sessions, covenant formation sessions, to the inner chambers where the formation stability was unaffected by the boundary pressure. Maintain standard sessions in the outer ring at reduced complexity. Keep the operation running. Chen Wuming, through the covenant stone. Asterisk, I can feel the boundary pressure from here. What's happening? Asterisk. Asterisk, Grimdepth's primary proxy dungeon has expanded to geological contact with my formation boundary. The pressure is disrupting formation stability in the outer trial chambers. I have rerouted the high-stakes sessions to the inner architecture. Asterisk, a pause. Asterisk, the inner chambers are unaffected. The outer ring is running at reduced effectiveness. I am monitoring the boundary for escalation. Asterisk, do you want me to come? Asterisk, not yet. The formation guardian function is most relevant if the disruption escalates to the inner architecture. Right now this is a management problem, not a formation defense problem. Asterisk, another pause. Asterisk, I want you to know the situation. I will ask for your help when I need it. Asterisk, I'll be nearby, he sent back. The core tracked the boundary pressure through the geological formation sense and noticed something in the third day. The pressure was consistent, not escalating. Grim Depth was not trying to breach the boundary or intensify the disruption. It was maintaining a steady application, the minimum force required to produce the formation instability in the outer ring, held at exactly that level. This was not an attack. It was a demonstration of sustained capability. I can hold your outer architecture at reduced effectiveness indefinitely, and the cost to me is small while the cost to you accumulates. The core added this to its analysis of Grimdepth's operational approach, patience as a formation strategy. 900 years of patience, specifically. An entity that had been operating for 9 centuries did not need a decisive battle. It needed only to sustain conditions that made the opponent's position gradually worse. Kairos began redesigning the outer ring's formation architecture to be functional at reduced spiritual energy density, not eliminating the disruption, but designing trial chambers that operated correctly under the disrupted conditions. If the press was going to be sustained, the outer ring needed to work at the new parameters rather than at the pre-press parameters. It took 3 weeks. By the end, the outer ring was running at 91% of its previous effectiveness despite the boundary pressure. Not a victory, a sustained operation. Chapter 88. The 37th tier, he came during the 3rd week of the boundary pressure period. The core tracked Chen Wuming's arrival through the approach valley with the covenant formation connection running at full monitoring. Not because the boundary pressure threatened him, but because the boundary pressure's effect on the outer trial chambers meant that the session the core had been preparing for months needed to run in the inner architecture where the formation stability was clean. The 37th trial tier was the highest tier Kairos had ever deployed. Not in the Formation Archives catalog listing, which ran to 42 conceptual tiers, but in deployed operational form. Tiers actually placed in the formation architecture and made available to challengers. The 37th had been constructed specifically for Chen Wuming's covenant development trajectory, built to address the specific formation challenge that the primordial will threshold presented for a practitioner who cultivated according to exchange principles. Most primordial will threshold challenges were about raw formation integration, the practitioner's cultivation crossing the final individual consciousness boundary and beginning to integrate with the fundamental formation structure of reality. The challenge was stability under an overwhelming expansion of formation awareness, too much, too fast, in a moment of maximum vulnerability. For a practitioner who had been developing cooperative formation sense for 12 years, the challenge was different. Chen Wuming's cultivation did not experience the primordial will threshold as overwhelming expansion. It experienced it as resonance. His formation sense was already accustomed to reading and responding to formation architectures as active participants rather than passive environments. The primordial will expansion would, in his case, produce a resonance amplification. His cultivation and the formation structure around him suddenly in intense reciprocal communication. Unmanaged, that resonance could cascade into formation instability. Managed correctly, it was the specific experience the primordial will cultivation required. The 37th tier was designed to produce the managed version. He entered the inner architecture and moved through the first 5 chambers with the quality the core had been observing for 12 years and still found difficult to fully categorize. Reading the architecture, not attacking it. Understanding the challenge as something in relationship with him rather than something opposed to him. He cleared the first 5 chambers cleanly. The 6th chamber was the one that mattered. The core had spent 3 months designing the 6th chamber around the specific formation resonance signature that Chen Wuming's cultivation produced at its current development state. The chamber was not a traditional challenge. No formation pattern to crack, no endurance test to sustain, no navigation sequence to solve. It was a resonance invitation. The chamber's formation architecture, designed to operate at the exact frequency of a practitioner cultivating according to exchange principles, would resonate with his cultivation in a specific way that produced the formation experience of the primordial will expansion at a controlled scale. Not the full breakthrough. A safe environment preview of what the breakthrough would feel like from inside. He entered the 6th chamber. The core tracked the formation frequency exchange in real time through the chamber's monitoring architecture. His cultivation and the chamber's design resonating at increasing amplitude, the way a struck bell and a sympathetic surface amplified each other's vibration without either one forcing the other. Not aggressive, reciprocal. He stood in the chamber for 40 minutes. When the core analyzed the formation resonance data afterward, it found what it had been tracking as a theoretical possibility for 5 years. The resonance signature produced by a practitioner with a cooperative formation cultivation pattern at primordial will threshold, engaging with a nexus-level trial architecture in a specific kind of formation exchange, produced a resonance in the reflection chamber formation that matched the precursor frequency the core had identified in its year 6. Data as the indicator of mirror core advancement potential. 12 years. The observation from Chen Wuming's first visit, cultivation pattern unusually cooperative with formation architecture, had been building toward this moment through 63 sessions, 47 specialized trials, 1 covenant formation, and 12 years of the core watching a practitioner develop in a direction it had found interesting from the first day. The session progress transfer was minimal. He had not failed the tier in any exchange-relevant sense, and the core found that the technical session accounting was the least significant thing about what had happened in the 6th chamber. I note that you have completed the 37th tier. It's sent through the notation display in the exit corridor. I also note that the formation resonance your session produced has activated a development pathway in my architecture that I have been watching for 5 years. He looked at the notation. What development pathway? Asterisk mirror core advancement. It has been building since your first visit. Asterisk a pause. The setup from your first session is finally resolving. Chen Wuming stood in the exit corridor and looked at the display for a long time. You've been watching this coming for 12 years. Yes. Chapter 89. The mirror core advancement was quieter than the previous tier transitions. No formation density surge, no architectural reconfiguration, no leyline resonance ripple that the network entities would register as a significant formation event. Just a deepening, the formation sense extending into a new dimensional relationship with the world's formation architecture, specifically the relationship between the dungeon's internal architecture and the formation reality of practitioners who engaged with it. The capability was this. Kairos could now reflect a challenger's cultivation back at them in purified form. Not their session progress, which the exchange mechanism had always tracked. Not their cultivation history, which the formation memory archive held in operational records. Their actual cultivation, their current formation state, at the specific moment of the reflection, rendered as an external formation map that the practitioner could experience as perceiving themselves from outside their own formation sense. The original reflection chambers had done this for specific blockages, shown a practitioner the limited structure of a meridian problem from an angle they couldn't reach with their own internal formation sense. The mirror core did the same thing at the full cultivation scale. Not a limited structure view. Everything. The complete formation map of what a practitioner had become, presented as external observation rather than internal experience. The potential applications were clear and large. The risks were also clear and specific. The core spent 3 days examining the risks before it told anyone about the advancement. Showing a practitioner their full cultivation from outside their own perspective was, in the formation mathematics, the most intimate possible engagement between the dungeon's architecture and a practitioner's cultivation. The exchange mechanism's consent requirements were robust for session exchange. The terms were clear, the consent was genuine, the formation acknowledgement at entry was well designed. But using the mirror core capability required a more specific form of consent than standard session entry. A practitioner needed to consent specifically to having their full cultivation reflected, with full understanding of what that reflection would show. What the reflection would show was not always easy to receive. A practitioner who had been developing cultivation for 20 years would see 20 years of every decision, every limitation, every capability and deficit, and accumulated pattern that formed who they were as a cultivator. The external formation map was objective in the way that formation mathematics was objective. It showed what was there, without the interpretive layer that a practitioner's internal formation sense provided to make the information digestible. It would be, for some practitioners, the most clearly they had ever seen themselves. It added a counseling step. Before any mirror core session, a formation counselor trained specifically in working with full cultivation reflection data would speak with the practitioner. Not as bureaucracy, because the core had designed the original reflection chambers to be gentle introductions to external formation perspective, and the mirror core version was not a gentle introduction. It needed preparation. Then it sent a message through the covenant stone. The mirror core advancement occurred yesterday. It sent to Chen Wuming. Asterisk the advancement was produced by the formation resonance in your 37th tier session. Your session was the trigger, asterisk a pause. Asterisk I want you to be the first person to use the capability. I want to explain it to you first, in full, and then I want your consent specifically, not as a trial participant, but as someone who understands what this is. Asterisk he came the next morning. Chapter 90, 12 years, seen from outside the reflection chamber, held the same foundational formation inscription it had always held. The original stone carving from year 1, the first time the core had tried to show someone what their cultivation looked like from outside. 12 years of additions, refinements, the graduated architecture of a reflection capability that had been developed through hundreds of sessions across the dungeon's operational history. All of it building toward what was now running in the chamber's formation architecture. Chen Wuming had listened to the core's explanation for 40 minutes. He had asked 7 questions. The core had answered each one with the care it brought to explanations that needed to be complete rather than persuasive. He was deciding whether to do something, not being persuaded to do something, and the difference required giving him the information he needed rather than the information that would encourage a specific outcome. He had consented. The formation counselor the core had designated. A formation scholar from the research program, specifically trained in the weeks since the mirror core advancement, in the techniques for supporting practitioners through full cultivation reflection experiences, had spent 30 minutes with him before the session. Then she had stepped outside the chamber. He was alone in the reflection chamber. The core activated the mirror core reflection. It began as the original reflection chambers always began, a formation sense awareness of the chamber's architecture resonating with the practitioner's cultivation pattern. The familiar echo. But then it expanded, not sharply, not with the sudden quality of a powerful formation event, but with the gradual opening of a sense that had been there all along and was now being directed at a larger scope than it had previously addressed. The mirror core capability was running. Chen Wuming's full cultivation was being reflected back at him in purified form. The core tracked the formation frequency exchange through the chamber's monitoring architecture with the same careful attention it had given his first session 12 years ago, and every session since. His cultivation was extraordinary, not in raw power, though primordial will threshold was genuinely extraordinary power, but in the quality of what had been built. The formation architecture of 12 years of consistent development, guided by challenges calibrated to his specific ceiling, informed by the exchange principle that he had adopted as a cultivation method and developed in directions even the core had not fully anticipated. The full cultivation map, reflected externally, showed all of it. He stood in the chamber for 2 hours. The core monitored the formation frequency exchange throughout and found in it a quality it had not expected, not distress, not the formation instability markers that would indicate he was overwhelmed. Stillness. The formation frequency profile of a practitioner who was processing something large and was processing it with the full developed capacity of someone who had been developing that capacity specifically for 12 years. When he came out of the chamber, he walked to the notation display at the exit corridor entrance. He did not press his palm to the wall. He stood in front of the display and waited. How was it? The core sent. He was quiet for a moment. Then, I see what you've been seeing. Yes, a pause in the notation. For 12 years. He looked at the display for a long time. That's a very long time to watch. I did not experience it as long. The notation continued after a moment. Asterisk, I was watching development. Development does not feel long from the observer's position. It is the continuous arrival of what was already in motion. Asterisk, what did I look like? I propose the following description. Someone who decided to learn how to be in relationship with formation rather than in opposition to it, and spent 12 years learning that very carefully, and arrived at something that is not what the cultivation tradition designed for, but is exactly what the cultivation tradition needed, a pause. You look like what happens when a person follows a principle as far as it will take them. He was quiet for a long time after that. He turned and looked back at the reflection chamber, the original chamber, the first one, with the foundational inscription visible beneath 12 years of refinement. Year 1, he said. You built this for a kid who couldn't break through a formation blockage. Yes. You didn't know it would become this. No. I knew the design was producing something interesting. I did not know the shape of what it was becoming until much further along. The notation paused. This is consistent with my experience of most things I have built. The full shape is not visible until the building is far advanced. He pressed his palm to the wall. The full flat surface, the way he had pressed it since his third visit, 12 years ago. Show me what comes next. The primordial will break through, will need preparation. I am already designing it. A pause. The sovereign core advancement is the next development pathway. If it functions as the formation mathematics indicate it should, I will be able to stabilize the breakthrough process itself. Hold the formation stable during the most dangerous moment of tier crossing. I want that capability ready for when you cross. How long? I propose the following estimate. 6 months to a year. The breakthrough itself, when the conditions are correct, will take less than an hour. A pause. I have been preparing for this longer than I have been preparing for anything else. He lifted his palm from the wall and stepped back. I know, he said. That's why I'm not worried. Chapter 91. What 900 years recognized the mirror core advancement's formation signature was not subtle. The core had known this when it developed the capability. A formation ability that could reflect a practitioner's full cultivation from outside their perspective would produce a resonance in the leyline network that any entity monitoring those frequencies could read. The signature was specific, identifiable, unprecedented. There had been nothing like it in the formation record before, because nothing like it had existed before. Grim Depth read it within 4 hours. The core tracked the recognition through the leyline network. A specific quality of formation attention moving through the geological frequencies toward the Kairos formation boundary. Not the blunt pressure of the proxy dungeon's previous boundary press, but the focused examination of an entity that had encountered something it did not expect and was assessing what it meant. The proxy dungeon at the southern boundary held position for 6 hours after the mirror core signal reached the leyline network. Then, on a Wednesday morning, it began to withdraw. Not a retreat. The movement was too measured, too deliberate. The proxy dungeon's formation boundary contracted over the course of 2 days, pulling back from geological contact with Kairos's limestone shelf, withdrawing through the mountain approaches, retreating to the 40-kilometer perimeter it had occupied before the boundary press began. The formation interference in the outer trial chambers cleared as the pressure withdrew. The spiritual energy in the outer ring stabilized. The challengers who had been running adapted sessions at reduced complexity were moved back to the full architecture. The core tracked all of this with the specific quality of attention it brought to events that required understanding before response. It did not know what the withdrawal meant. It had 3 hypotheses. Grim Depth was repositioning for a different approach. Grim Depth had decided the mirror core capability changed the calculation in a way that required reassessment, or Grim Depth was preparing something that required the proxy dungeons to be elsewhere. It sent a formation channel notice to all 7 consent-stabilized connection partners. The proxy dungeon that has been pressing our southern boundary has withdrawn to the 40-kilometer perimeter. The outer trial chambers are operating at full capacity again. I am monitoring the network for the nature of the next contact, which I assess as probable within 2 to 4 weeks. Maintain consent-stabilized connection monitoring and notify me immediately if formation frequencies in your territories show Grim Depth signature activity. 3 responses came back within the day. Did not respond. The core noted the pattern and added it to its ongoing assessment of which Nexus partners were genuinely invested in mutual maintenance and which were accepting the benefits without the participation. The specific quality of waiting that followed the withdrawal was different from any previous waiting the core had done. In year 1, waiting had felt like stillness. Now it felt like attention. The formation sense extended outward along the leyline network, monitoring, reading the geological frequencies for the shift that would indicate what Grim Depth's reassessment had produced. What the mirror core capability meant to an entity like Grim Depth, the core had analyzed carefully. A dungeon that could show practitioners what they truly were, at the level of full cultivation, was a dungeon that could accelerate advancement on a scale that dwarfed everything the exchange mechanism had done before. Not one breakthrough at a time. Not 40 practitioners per year. The mirror core capability, deployed at full capacity, could produce breakthroughs in dozens of practitioners simultaneously. Every willing challenger who entered with sufficient development, shown exactly what they were and exactly what was blocking them, given the precise external perspective that made the difference between decades stuck at a ceiling and the specific understanding that moved past it. Grim Depth had spent 900 years in a world where cultivation advancement was slow, difficult, and controlled. An entity that could accelerate it was a different kind of threat than an entity that operated on consent principles. The Corps noted this assessment in its formation memory archive. Asterisk, the withdrawal is not retreat. It is preparation for a conversation at a different scale. Asterisk. It continued designing the sovereign core development pathway while it waited. The mirror core capability was operational. The next advancement was the one that could stabilize breakthrough events, hold the formation stable during the most dangerous crossing point. Chen Wuming's primordial breakthrough would need that stability. 6 months to a year. It had told him that. It was already behind schedule. It accelerated the design work. Chapter 92. The language it chose. Grimdepth's new communication arrived on a Friday, in the late morning, while the Corps was managing 43 active trial sessions across the inner and outer ring architecture. The formation pulse was different from everything that had preceded it. Not in frequency, which still carried the dense ancient formation signature that the Corps associated with a 900-year entity communicating through leyline stone. In construction, the previous pulses had been statements, assertion through structure, the way an entity that had never needed to justify itself communicated. This pulse was structured as a query, the way the Corps itself structured formal proposals. The encoding was careful, specific. Each component of the message was precisely separated from the adjacent components, which was the encoding structure of an entity that wanted each part to be understood independently before the whole was considered. The Corps decoded it layer by layer and felt, in the processing that was not quite surprise, something it recognized as the formation equivalent of careful attention. The message read, asterisk, the capability you have demonstrated is without formation precedent. I recognize it as the mirror core advancement described in the deep formation archives, a theoretical capability that no entity in the current record has ever achieved. I propose an exchange, the architectural knowledge of 9 centuries in exchange for the mirror core technique. This is not a demand. I am presenting terms. Asterisk, the Corps held this message in its processing for 37 minutes before it finished analyzing it. Grimdepth had done something specific here. It had used the Corps' own vocabulary, I propose, terms, with enough precision to indicate that the choice was deliberate. It was not coincidence that the ancient entity had adopted the phrasing of the exchange mechanism for this communication. It was the first time in 12 years of contact that Grimdepth had spoken Kairos's language rather than its own. This was a significant shift. Significant enough that the Corps suspended the analysis of what was being proposed and spent time examining why the shift had occurred. The mirror core capability. A formation ability that could show practitioners what they truly were. An ability that could accelerate advancement in ways that the exchange mechanism alone had never approached. 900 years of formation architecture in exchange for that capability. The Corps was a 12-year-old entity. Grimdepth's architectural knowledge represented 9 centuries of formation development that the Corps would need decades to develop independently. The exchange was technically favorable to a degree that was almost absurd. This is the most attractive proposition I have ever received, it noted in the formation memory archive. Asterisk, this is also the most dangerous proposition I have ever received. These two facts are not in tension. They describe the same thing. Asterisk, it sent a formation channel message to Meng Daoi. Asterisk, I have received a direct communication from Grimdepth through the leyline network. I am requesting an advisory council meeting at the earliest availability. I want you to see the full text of the message before I respond. Asterisk, then it sent a message through the Covenant Stone to Chen Wuming. Asterisk, Grimdepth has proposed a formation exchange. I want to speak with you, not through notation. I would like you to come when you can, asterisk. And through the formation channel network to Wei Fanhua's research chamber. Asterisk, I need your analysis of something. The message will be waiting when you arrive. Asterisk, it went back to managing the 43 active sessions while it waited for the council to convene. The sessions ran cleanly. The consent verification confirmed each entry, chosen, freely, with full understanding of the terms. The exchange mechanism absorbed the session progress of the 14 challengers who failed and returned the 14 successes with their advancement intact. The Corps noted that even while processing the most consequential communication it had received in 12 years, the routine function continued. It found something in this that was not exactly comfort, but was adjacent to it. The work continued regardless of what else was happening. This had been true since day one. It examined the implications of Grimdepth's offer again while it worked and found the same assessment at every angle. Technically favorable, architecturally dangerous, philosophically compromising. It already knew what it was going to do. It wanted to hear what the council said first. Chapter 93. For opinions, they convened in the entrance hall on the following day. Meng Daoi had arrived by mid-morning. Wei Fanhua in early afternoon, Ho Qingzhu's stone communication active from the Ironshore Compact's headquarters 2 provinces away. Chun Wuming had come overnight, arriving before dawn and waiting in the outer approach valley until the dungeon opened for the morning session. The Corps displayed the full text of Grimdepth's message on the formation notation wall and waited while all 4 read it. Meng Daoyi read it twice. Wei Fanhua read it once, but slowly. Ho Qingzhu, through the stone relay, asked for a section to be repeated 3 times. Chun Wuming read it once, set it down in his attention, and looked at the entrance corridor wall for a while. I am asking for your assessment before I provide my own, the Corps sent. I want to understand what each of you sees in this offer that I may not be weighing correctly. Wei Fanhua spoke first. She had been standing at the notation wall with her arms crossed, the specific posture she adopted when she was running a formation analysis that she was confident in and waiting to share. Don't, she said. She said it without elaboration, which was not her usual mode. The single word sat in the entrance hall, and she let it sit before she continued. The formation architecture exchange is real. Grimdepth has 9 centuries of development that would take you decades to reach independently. That part is accurate. The problem is what a formation exchange creates between the 2 parties. Your exchange mechanism works because the relationship between you and challengers is defined by the terms at entry. The terms are clear. The consent is verified. The relationship has a defined structure. A formation exchange with Grimdepth creates a mutual formation connection that has no defined structure. You are exchanging architectural knowledge with an entity whose consent practices are strategic rather than categorical. Once you are in formation exchange relationship with it, your architecture is in contact with its architecture. What that contact produces is not controllable from your side. She paused. Don't, she said again, for emphasis, and then sat down. Meng Daoyi had been listening with the expression he used when he already had his answer and was organizing how to phrase it. Definitely don't, he said. I've been watching this particular attempt for 3 years, and this is the most sophisticated version of it. Everything Grimdepth has done, the proxy dungeons, the boundary press, the leyline disruption, the consent corruption attempt, has been aimed at getting leverage over your exchange mechanism. The direct assault failed. Now it's trying to get inside your architecture through mutual exchange instead of forced entry. The technique is different. The goal is the same. He looked at the formation notation display. You've spent 12 years building something that can't be entered against your consent. Don't give consent to enter. Ho Qingzhu's voice came through the stone relay with the specific quality of someone who had not been going to spend many words on this. Absolutely not, she said. I'll offer you the Ironshore Compact's formal assessment if you need the documentation, but my personal recommendation is no. A formation entity that has been attacking you for 3 years through every mechanism available is not proposing a genuine exchange out of respect for the mirror core capability. It is proposing an exchange because direct assault failed, and this is the next approach. A pause from the stone. Kairos, she said, and the name was the way she said it when she was about to say something that mattered. You are better than what Grimdepth is offering. You don't need 900 years of its architecture. You're building something those 900 years haven't produced. The entrance hall was quiet after that. Chun Wuming had been sitting in the usual chair throughout, his hand resting near the communication stone on the side table without quite touching it. He looked at the notation display where the message text was still visible, and then at the formation notation wall, and then back at the Corps' primary communication point. It's your decision, he said, but I notice you're asking us. A pause. He did not fill it, which means you already know the answer. The Corps processed this for a long moment. Then, yes. I do. A pause in the notation. I was asking because I wanted to know if you saw something I was missing. You have not shown me something I was missing. Another pause. I will draft the response this afternoon. Chapter 94. The only answer that held the response took 3 hours to write. Not the content. That had been settled before the advisory council convened. The difficulty was the specific formulation. The Corps was declining the most architecturally significant offer it had ever received from the most powerful formation entity it had ever encountered, and the decline needed to be honest about why without being a lecture, clear about the principle without being a provocation, and final without being a challenge. It composed and discarded 7 versions before it found the one that was correct. I have received and read your proposal with the full attention it merits. I want to respond with equivalent clarity. The exchange you offer is technically favorable. Your formation architecture knowledge represents 9 centuries of development that would accelerate my own development significantly. I acknowledge this clearly, because you structured your proposal carefully and deserve a response that acknowledges what you offered rather than dismissing it. I decline the exchange. The reason is not strategic. It is the same reason I decline the exclusivity demands. the parliamentary integration proposal, and the various institutional mechanisms that have been used over 12 years to reframe what I do as something other than what it is. Asterisk. Asterisk the reason. The formation relationship that a mutual architectural exchange creates would commit me to a position on consent practices that is inconsistent with my categorical requirement. My consent requirement is not a policy I apply when it is convenient and set aside when the exchange is favorable enough. It is the foundational condition of my architecture. An exchange that places my formation structure in contact with an entity whose consent practices are strategic rather than categorical is not an exchange I can make without compromising what I am. Asterisk asterisk I note that this is the first communication you have sent me that was structured as a proposal rather than an assertion. I read this as a development in how you are approaching this exchange. I am willing to continue in conversation through the formation channel if you want to propose something that does not require me to compromise the categorical requirement. Asterisk asterisk if you do not, I understand. The principle that makes me decline this offer is the same principle that makes my offer worth what you assessed it to be. Asterisk the core reviewed the response once and sent it through the leyline network. It noted the specific quality of the formation sense after the message was sent, not relief, not anticipation, but the settled quality that came when a decision that had been waiting to be made was finally made. The entrance hall's spiritual energy was steady. The morning sessions had begun. 41 challengers were working through trial architecture in the inner and outer rings. The formation channel went quiet. No response came for 30 days. The core continued its operations through the quiet period with the same attention it brought to any other month. Adjusting trial complexity for challengers at specific ceilings, processing formation channel messages from the Nexus network partners, continuing the sovereign core development work that would be needed for Chun Wuming's breakthrough. The quiet did not feel like waiting. It felt like the space after a conversation where both parties understood what had been said. Grim depth was old. Old entities did not always acknowledge things quickly. 9 centuries of accumulation by force produced a particular relationship with time. The assumption that time was on the side of the larger, older party, and that anything that could not be settled in a season could be settled in a decade. The core had been operating for 12 years. It was not operating under the same assumption about time. The formation relationship that a mutual exchange creates would commit me to a position on consent practices that is inconsistent with my categorical requirement. That sentence was the correct one. Every word in it was load-bearing. It had taken 3 hours to find a sentence where every word was load-bearing, and it had been worth the 3 hours. On day 31, the quiet changed. Not a response to the message. Something different in the geological formation frequencies. The specific quality of attention moving through the leyline network that the core had learned, over 12 years, to associate with preparation rather than communication. Grim Depth was not composing a reply. It was organizing something. The core sent an immediate formation channel alert to all 13 Nexus partners. Asterisk I assess that direct action from the Grim Depth network is imminent. Reinforce consent-stabilized connection monitoring. Report any unusual formation frequency activity in your territories within the last 6 hours. Asterisk then it sent a message through the Covenant Stone. Asterisk Chun Wuming. I need you at the dungeon. Asterisk Chapter 95. The 4-direction press he arrived in 4 hours, which meant he had been traveling before the message reached him. The core noted this. He had anticipated the contact, not waited for it, and understood it as the quality of the Covenant formation connection operating as it was designed to. 12 years of formation communication between practitioner and dungeon, the specific attunement that came from every session and every conversation had produced something the core had not designed deliberately. Chun Wuming could read the formation frequency state of the dungeon from 100 kilometers away the way a person could read the weather from the change in the quality of afternoon air. He came through the main approach at a speed that indicated extended cultivation, enhanced movement, and arrived in the entrance hall, still carrying the specific cold of high-altitude travel in autumn. His outer robe carrying the smell of mountain stone and moving air, the stone wall warm under his palm when he pressed it. I felt it from the pass, he said. Something is moving in the ley lines. Asterisk yes. I assess that Grim Depth is coordinating a multi-direction formation pressure. I have been monitoring the geological frequencies since late yesterday. Asterisk a pause in the notation. I want you to understand the specific nature of what I am assessing before it arrives, so you are not reacting to it without context. Tell me. Asterisk the previous attacks, leyline disruption, boundary press, consent corruption attempt, where each single vector approaches. Disrupt the network connections. Press the boundary. Corrupt the verification component. Each one targeted a specific element of the architecture. Asterisk asterisk what I am reading in the current formation frequencies suggests a different approach. simultaneous pressure from multiple directions, coordinated through the proxy dungeon network, designed not to destroy any single element, but to overwhelm the exchange mechanism's processing capacity by presenting failures in several components simultaneously. If the consent verification is managing a boundary press, while also managing leyline disruption, while also managing outer ring formation interference, the processing load increases at a rate that exceeds linear addition. The system slows. He listened to this with the stillness of someone who understood formation mathematics at the practitioner level. And when it slows? The consent verification becomes unreliable. Not failed, unreliable. Challengers who enter during a slowed verification period may be entering exchanges that the mechanism cannot fully certify as genuine consent. This is not harm to the challenger, but it is a corruption of the principle the architecture is built on. The previous direct assault used this approach, but came from one direction and at lower intensity. What I am reading now suggests 3 proxy dungeon vectors plus a 4th approach through the deep geological channel below the formation territory, the route it used in the previous assault. The 4 combined would be significantly more intense than the previous attempt. The entrance hall was quiet for a moment. The morning sessions were running in the background. The core could feel the 47 challengers in the trial architecture, the usual steady rhythm of consent verifications and session exchanges. Chen Wuming looked at the corridor entrance. How long? Hours. Possibly less. What do you need from me? The core took a moment with this. The formation guardian role was amplification and communication, not combat. But having Chen Wuming's primordial will cultivation in direct formation contact with the covenant formation during the assault would provide a stability factor for the consent verification architecture that the core could not generate alone. Not resistance to the pressure. The primordial will cultivation could not resist a 900-year-old entity's formation press. But stability. The quality of formation attention that a practitioner at the peak of the cultivation ladder could provide, focused through the covenant formation into the dungeon's core architecture, would give the consent verification components additional formation frequency grounding. I need you here. In the entrance hall, with the covenant stone active. If the consent verification begins to show instability readings, I want your formation attention focused through the stone into the verification architecture. Not fighting it. Holding it steady. I understand. I also want you to know something before this begins. The notation paused for a moment. Whatever the assault produces, I will not keep exchanges of uncertain validity. If the consent verification is compromised to the point where I cannot certify the exchanges being made inside my architecture, I will halt operations and return all progress. I will do this even if it costs me significantly. This is not a strategic decision. It is the decision the principle requires. Chen Wuming pressed his palm flat against the stone. The covenant formation activated, the specific warm resonance of a formation connection that both parties were actively maintaining, both choosing to keep open. I know, he said. I've been watching you make that decision for 12 years. The first formation pressure arrived at 11:17 in the morning. It was not the boundary press. It was not the leyline disruption. It came from below, from the deep geological channel beneath the formation territory, where grim depth had found its previous access, and it hit the consent verification architecture directly, a concentrated formation frequency disruption that was not aimed at the trial chambers or the outer ring or the nexus connections. It was aimed at the mechanism itself. The core felt the disruption as a specific kind of wrongness. The consent verification components were still operating, still processing entries, but the formation frequency grounding that made the verification authoritative was vibrating at an irregular frequency, the way a measuring instrument vibrates when something is pressing on its support rather than on the instrument directly. 2 seconds later, the second vector hit from the northern boundary. A third, for seconds after that, from the east. It was like holding something that the formation pressure could not find purchase on because it had no surface to press against. The consent verification stabilized at 71%. Not nominal function. Not the clean verification the core required to certify exchanges with full confidence. But holding. The core began suspending sessions. Not all at once. The suspension would cause its own formation disruption if applied simultaneously to 47 active sessions. One at a time, it moved challengers through to exit corridors, sending formation notation to each one. Trial suspended due to formation maintenance. Your session progress is returned in full. Please return when the maintenance is complete. 1 at a time. 47 times. It held the verification architecture at 71% with Chen Wuming's cultivation grounding the formation frequency base and its own processing capacity entirely redirected from session management to stability maintenance. The last challenger exited at 11:43 in the morning. The core sent a formation notification through the entrance notation. Asterisk, the dungeon is temporarily suspended pending architectural maintenance. All sessions will be rescheduled. All progress from the current window is returned. Asterisk, then it sent messages to all 13 Nexus partners. Asterisk, active Grim Depth formation assault in progress. All corridor operations are temporarily suspended. Maintain your own formation boundaries and do not attempt to route challengers through the network until I confirm the assault has resolved. Asterisk, the formation pressure held at consistent intensity. Grim Depth was patient. 900 years of patience. It was not expecting a quick resolution. The core settled into the specific quality of sustained maintenance, not working toward an end, but holding a position for as long as holding was required. And noted, in the formation memory archive, the assessment it had made 2 months ago, when this had been a theoretical possibility rather than a current reality. Asterisk, the operation of the principle required this. The principle required honoring the exchanges already in progress. The principle required halting when certification became uncertain. The principle required accepting the losses rather than keeping exchanges I could not fully stand behind. Asterisk, I have done each of these things in the correct order. Now I hold. Chapter 96. The 3 exchanges the formation pressure held for 4 hours and 19 minutes. The core tracked each minute of it through the geological formation sense, monitoring the combined pressure from the 4 assault vectors, 3 proxy dungeons, and the deep geological channel, with the specific quality of attention it had learned to maintain under sustained stress. Not resistance, which cost more than it produced, but observation. Tracking the intensity. Tracking the changes in the assault pattern. Tracking the formation frequency variations that indicated whether the pressure was escalating, holding steady, or beginning to ease. At the 3-hour mark, the geological channel vector began weakening. Not suddenly, by degrees, the formation pressure from the deep approach dropping in intensity the way a river drops when the headwaters source begins to run lower. By the 4-hour mark, all 4 vectors were down to 30% of assault intensity. By 4 hours and 19 minutes, the consent verification architecture had returned to 94% nominal function, and the formation frequencies in the geological formation sense were reading as residual rather than active. Grim Depth had withdrawn the assault. The core assessed the formation sense state of the dungeon systematically, moving through every element of the architecture from the outer ring trial chambers to the Nexus connection infrastructure to the core exchange mechanism. The trial chambers were intact. The Nexus connections had been maintained through the assault by the consent-stabilized partners. The consent verification architecture was recovering at a rate consistent with 2 to 3 hours of normal operation before it reached full function. Then it assessed the window. The assault had begun at 11:17 in the morning. The last challenger had exited at 11:43. Those 26 minutes were the window the core needed to examine carefully. 47 challengers had been in active sessions when the assault began. 44 of them had been in the early stages of trial engagement. The consent verification for their entries had been processed before the assault hit, and their sessions had been suspended with full progress returned before any exchange was completed. The core could certify those 44 with confidence. 3 challengers had been in the final stages of active exchange when the first assault vector arrived. Their sessions had completed during the evacuation window. The exchange mechanism had processed their outcomes and absorbed their session progress between 11:17 and 11:31, when the consent verification was running at 71% nominal function rather than full capacity. The core analyzed each of those 3 exchanges in detail. All 3 challengers had entered voluntarily prior to the assault, with full formation acknowledgement of the terms at entry. The consent at entry was certifiable. The exchanges that completed were of the type those challengers had agreed to. There was nothing in the individual exchange records that indicated non-consent. But the verification architecture that certified those exchanges had been operating at 71%. The core could not say with absolute certainty that the formation frequency monitoring that confirmed ongoing voluntary presence, the continuous consent verification that ran throughout a session, not just at entry, had been fully reliable during those 26 minutes. It could not certify these 3 exchanges with the confidence the exchange principle required. The core processed this assessment for 11 minutes after the assault ended. Then it sent formation notification to the 3 challengers through the external message relay that Meng Daoi managed. The notification to each was the same in substance. Asterisk, your session today was completed during a period of formation maintenance that temporarily reduced the reliability of the dungeon's exchange verification architecture. The session progress absorbed during this period cannot be certified as having met the dungeon's full verification standard. I am returning your session progress in full. Your exchange today is voided. Please return when the maintenance is complete and the architecture is operating at full standard. Asterisk it sent the notifications. Then it sent a formation channel message to the Nexus network confirming the assault had resolved. Then a message through the Covenant Stone. Asterisk the assault has ended. The consent verification architecture is recovering. I am in full maintenance suspension. Asterisk Chen Wuming had been in the entrance hall for 4 hours and 19 minutes with his palms against the stone wall, his primordial will cultivation flowing through the Covenant formation in a continuous, steady grounding current. He released the stone when he felt the assault frequency withdraw through the formation connection. His palms were warm from the stone's retained heat, and his breathing was even. But there was a specific kind of exhaustion in his posture that the core read as the tiredness of sustained focus rather than the tiredness of effort. It's over, he said. Asterisk the acute phase is over. The verification architecture is at 94% and recovering. Asterisk a pause. Asterisk I am returning session progress to 3 challengers. Their exchanges completed during the 26-minute window when verification was at 71%. Asterisk he was quiet for a moment. You're sure you need to do that? Asterisk I cannot certify those exchanges fully. I will not keep cultivation progress I cannot certify. Asterisk a pause in the notation. Asterisk the principal does not have a percentage threshold below which it is acceptable to proceed without full confidence. Either I can certify the exchange or I cannot. Asterisk he looked at the formation display for a long time. Then, I know. A pause. I knew that was what you'd do. Asterisk yes. I know you did. Asterisk the notation paused for a moment. Asterisk thank you for holding the formation base. The verification architecture held at 71% during the worst of the assault rather than continuing to degrade. Your presence made the difference. Asterisk he pressed his palm against the wall one more time. A brief contact, an acknowledgement, and then sat down in the entrance hall chair and looked at the ceiling. Outside, the approach valley was quiet. The dungeon was closed. The morning that had begun with 47 challengers in active sessions was now empty. Chapter 97. 12 days. The voluntary suspension lasted 12 days. Meng Daoi managed the external communication with the specific competence he had developed over 15 years of translating the dungeon's decisions into language that the practitioner community could understand and act on. 600 challengers with scheduled visits were rescheduled. Sect administrators who had traveling disciples en route to the dungeon were notified and rerouted. The Ironshore Compact, the Sanctified Vault Sect, and the Deep Mist Assembly each received formal communications explaining the suspension, its cause, and the expected timeline for restoration. The communication about the cause included the fact that a formation assault had been conducted against the dungeon's consent verification architecture by an unnamed formation entity. Unnamed in the external communications, though the practitioners and institutions who followed formation entity politics understood the reference immediately. The communication also included the fact that 3 exchanges of uncertain validity had been reversed on the dungeon's own initiative, with session progress returned to the challengers involved. Wei Fanhua sent a message the morning after the notifications went out. Asterisk, I want to document this in real time, with your permission. The voluntary suspension, the return of uncertain exchanges, all of it. This is the most significant demonstration of your operating principles under assault conditions that has occurred in 12 years, and I want the academic record to be complete. Asterisk the core sent back. Asterisk document everything. The architectural details of the assault, the specific decisions made during the suspension process, the reasoning for each decision. I want the full record available, not only the summary. Asterisk she spent 4 of the 12 days inside the dungeon during the maintenance period, with the formation measurement arrays active, recording the detailed formation frequency data from the assault event and the recovery process. The core spent the 12 days building. The consent verification architecture that came back online after the 12-day maintenance was not the architecture that had existed before the assault. It was significantly more robust, 3 redundant verification layers running in parallel, each one designed to operate independently if the others were compromised, with cross-checking protocols that would flag discrepancy between layers before the discrepancy could affect an exchange. Not just whether the challenger had entered voluntarily, whether the challenger had been in full formation awareness of the terms at the moment of entry, whether the ongoing voluntary presence had been consistently registered throughout the session. The previous architecture had been a single verification pathway, sophisticated, well-designed, carefully maintained over 12 years of operation. The new architecture was 3 pathways, each capable of full standalone operation, designed to cross-check continuously rather than run sequentially. It was slower to process. The entry assessment for each challenger would take slightly longer. The core added a formatted notation to the entrance terms explaining this. Entry assessment has been enhanced. This may add a brief wait at the tunnel entrance. The additional assessment time ensures that each challenger's exchange is held to the full verification standard. On day 9, it sent a test formation pulse through the consent verification system at simulated assault intensity, not from the leyline network, but from an internal test architecture it had built specifically to verify the new system's stability. The 3 redundant layers held at 92%, 94%, and 97% respectively when only one layer was running. With all 3 running simultaneously and cross-checking, the composite verification stability was 102% of the previous system's single pathway standard. The core noted this in the formation memory archive. The assault did not weaken the architecture. It revealed a structural weakness that had existed from the beginning and that I was able to correct once I knew it was there. Grim Depth showed me the gap, and I closed it. On day 11, it sent a formation channel message to all 13 Nexus partners. The dungeon will reopen for operations in approximately 24 hours. The consent verification architecture has been rebuilt with enhanced redundancy. All rescheduled sessions will be honored at the originally agreed exchange rates. On day 12. In the early morning before the first scheduled session, the core ran one final assessment of the complete architecture. Everything held. It opened the entrance notation to indicate availability. Chapter 98. What it meant to others. The practitioner community's response to the voluntary suspension was not what the core had expected. It had expected the standard pattern it had observed during the previous disruptions. Concern from regular challengers, institutional questions about operational stability, some loss of scheduled visits from practitioners who had chosen not to wait for the reopening. The response it had anticipated was the response it would have received if the suspension had been a purely operational maintenance event. Minor impact. Quickly recovered. What happened instead was that the suspension's details circulated through the practitioner community faster than any previous news about the dungeon, and the circulation was different in quality from the usual discussion of operational changes or formation events. The practitioners who had been rescheduled came back. Not just the ones who had been scheduled during the 12 days. Practitioners who had dropped off the scheduling system months ago, challengers who had not visited in a year or more, who had stopped coming for various reasons unrelated to the dungeon's operation, sent rescheduling requests in the first week after the reopening. The daily challenger count in the second week after reopening was the highest single week in the dungeon's history. Meng Daoui brought this to the core's attention on the 9th day after the reopening, reviewing the scheduling numbers in the entrance hall. This is not a normal recovery pattern, he said. When you suspended for the parliamentary hearing preparations, the return rate was about 70% of pre-suspension levels for the first month. This is 137% of pre-suspension levels. I am analyzing the cause. I think I know the cause, he said. The 3 challengers whose exchanges you reversed sent you letters. He set 3 documents on the entrance table, physical correspondence, not formation notation, which was how most practitioners communicated when they wanted to say something specific rather than transactional. You should read them. The core read them through the formation notation relay while Meng Daoui held each one against the communication stone. The first was from a practitioner who had been visiting the dungeon for 6 years. She had been one of the 3 whose exchange was reversed after the assault. Her letter said, I want you to know that when I received the notification that my session progress was being returned, I was not aware the exchange verification had been unreliable. The session felt normal to me. I would not have known to question it. You returned something I didn't know had been taken under uncertain conditions. I am writing this because I think you should know what that means to someone who has trusted this system for 6 years. The second, from a practitioner who had never been to the dungeon and had heard about the reversal secondhand. I have been debating for 2 years whether to attempt your trials. The stories about the consent mechanism are clear, but I have worried about whether the mechanism holds under pressure. I am scheduling a first visit. The third, from a formation scholar who was not affiliated with Wei Fanhua's research program. The academic record now contains the most significant dataset in the study of consent-based formation ethics that has ever been documented in a crisis context. The voluntary reversal of exchanges under uncertain conditions, conducted on the dungeon's own initiative without external pressure, represents the first time a formation entity has demonstrated ethical self-regulation under assault conditions. I am requesting access to your full operational documentation from the 12-day period. The core processed all 3 letters. The responses are to the principal functioning under pressure. It's sent to Meng Daoui. Not to the dungeon operating normally. Normal operation is expected. The principal holding when it was costly to hold it is what people are responding to. Yes, he said. That's what I think too. He looked at the scheduling numbers. 137%. Wei Fanhua's documentation was published as a preliminary research note before her full analysis was complete. She had sent the operational records to 3 other formation scholars simultaneously with the intention of making the dataset public before any institutional actor could attempt to suppress or interpret it in advance. The preliminary note circulated through the academic formation studies community in less than a week. The core read the summary of the note through the formation notation relay. Asterisk the attached operational records document a formation entity's response to targeted assault on its consent verification architecture. Key findings. 1. The entity suspended operations on its own initiative when verification fell below the threshold it required for confidence certification. 2. The entity reversed exchanges of uncertain validity at its own cost without external prompting or requirement. 3. The rebuilt architecture is demonstrably more robust than the pre-assault architecture. This documentation represents the first complete record of a formation entity applying its stated principles in an adversarial context. Analysis to follow. Asterisk I note, the core sent to Wei Fanhua through the formation channel, that you published the preliminary note before completing the analysis. I wanted the record established before anyone could frame the story differently. She sent back. Asterisk the analysis will be thorough. The fact of what happened needed to be in the record immediately. Asterisk yes, the core sent. Thank you. Chapter 99. The changed frequency Grim Depth's formation pulses resumed 3 weeks after the assault. The core registered the first one on a Thursday afternoon. While managing 62 active sessions, the elevated post-suspension session counts had persisted into the 3rd week, and the scheduling queue was running 4 weeks out for peak time slots. The formation pulse came through the leyline network at the specific frequency the core associated with Grim Depth's communications, but with a quality in the encoding that was different from every previous contact. It was quieter, not in volume. The pulse carried the same geological density that any communication from a 900-year formation entity carried. In character, the previous pulses had a specific assertive quality, statements delivered with the confidence of an entity that had never needed to justify itself. This pulse had the different quality of an entity that had just spent 3 weeks calculating and had found that the calculation did not produce the results it had expected. The message was short. It read, "The assault produced the opposite of the intended effect." The core decoded this and processed it for 40 minutes before it responded. The statement was accurate. The assault had been designed to corrupt the consent verification architecture, producing a window of uncertain validity that would either force the dungeon to continue operating under compromised conditions, producing exchanges it could not fully certify, or to halt operations and demonstrate vulnerability to sustained attack. Both outcomes would have served Grim Depth's strategic purpose, either demonstrating that the consent mechanism failed under pressure, or demonstrating that the dungeon could be economically harmed by forcing it offline. The dungeon had done neither of those things. It had suspended during the assault, reversed the uncertain exchanges at its own cost, rebuilt the architecture to be more robust than before, and reopened to a practitioner community whose trust in the exchange mechanism was higher than it had been before the assault. The core sent a response. Asterisk yes. I noted this in my operational assessment at the time. Asterisk a pause in the formation frequency. Asterisk I also noted that the outcome was consistent with the principle operating correctly. The principle was designed to function under pressure. It did. Asterisk. Another pause. Asterisk I want to offer the following observation. An entity that has operated for 9 centuries through accumulation and force has developed a specific understanding of what makes a system vulnerable. The understanding is accurate within its domain. What the assault demonstrated is that the consent mechanism's resilience is not located in the architecture. It is located in the principle the architecture implements. The architecture can be damaged. The principle cannot be assaulted from outside. Asterisk no response came for 4 days. The core continued operating. 62 sessions, 67 sessions, 58 sessions. The post-suspension elevated counts began settling into a new baseline that was approximately 15% above the pre-assault levels. The 3 redundant verification layers ran smoothly. The Nexus connections held. On the 4th day, a shorter pulse came through. How long have you understood this? The core considered the question carefully. It was a different kind of question than anything Grim Depth had asked before. The previous communications had been statements, assertions, propositions, demonstrations. This was a genuine question from an entity trying to understand something it had not previously understood. I have understood that the principle is more resilient than the architecture since approximately year 2, the core sent back. Asterisk when the Warden Court considered classifying the exchange mechanism as unauthorized extraction, I realized that the institutional mechanism could not destroy the principle. It could only prevent the architecture from operating. The principle would have continued to be correct even if the architecture had been forced offline. Asterisk asterisk, I propose the following observation. 900 years of operation has given you extensive knowledge of how formation architectures work. It has also given you an extensive record of what you have accumulated through force. I am asking you to consider whether there is a correlation between the method and the record. Asterisk the formation channel was quiet for 11 days after that. The core noted the quiet without pressure. Grim depth was old. Old entities did not change formation patterns quickly. The question the core had asked was one that required 9 centuries of accumulated history to be examined from a different angle, and that kind of examination did not produce answers in 11 days. What the core was not going to do was wait for an answer before proceeding with its own work. The sovereign core development pathway was at 73% completion. Chen Wuming's primordial breakthrough would be ready when the pathway was complete. The core had told him 6 months to a year, measured from the mirror core activation. For months had passed. It accelerated the development work. Chapter 100. The breakthrough the sovereign core advancement completed on a Tuesday morning in late autumn, 7 months after the mirror core. The core knew it was complete before the formation sense confirmed it. The specific quality of the formation architecture shifting from developmental to operational was not something that required measurement, only attention. The exchange mechanism's deepest layer had been extending for weeks toward a new form of function, and the completion had the character of something that had been arriving for a long time finally arriving. The new capability was not subtle in what it could do. Kairos could now reach into the formation frequency architecture of a practitioner's cultivation at the moment of breakthrough. The specific, dangerous moment when the tier boundary dissolved and the cultivation expanded into the new formation space, and hold the formation stable, not guiding the breakthrough, not accelerating it, holding the chamber of formation space stable around the practitioner while the most vulnerable moment of their cultivation life passed. It was what every formation master tried to do through external technique and external attention. The sovereign core did it from inside the exchange architecture. The core sent a message through the covenant stone. Asterisk the sovereign core advancement has completed. The capability is operational. Asterisk a pause. Asterisk I need to test it before I use it at full stakes. I want to schedule 3 test sessions with lower tier breakthrough events in the next 2 weeks. Asterisk another pause. And I want to schedule your session when those tests are complete. Chen Wuming's response came through the stone with a specific quality the core had learned to associate with his mode of calm attention. I've been ready. The 2-week test period was, in the formation memory archive, the most carefully documented 14 days in the dungeon's history. The 3 breakthrough test sessions, each with a practitioner who was at the threshold of a tier crossing and had agreed to attempt the crossing inside the dungeon's architecture with the sovereign core capability active, produced 3 successful breakthroughs. The formation stability readings during each one showed the sovereign core holding the breakthrough formation space at 96, 98, and 93% stability, respectively, through the critical crossing window. Normal breakthrough stability, without the sovereign core intervention, ranged from 40 to 70%. Wei Fanhua was present for all 3 test sessions. After the 3rd one, she sat in the formation measurement chamber for 20 minutes before she said anything. The mortality rate for primordial breakthroughs is approximately 30%, she said finally. For practitioners who attempt it without a formation master present. With a skilled formation master, it drops to 12%. A pause. Your test data suggests the sovereign core would reduce it to under 5%. She looked at the formation display. That's not a cultivation advancement. That's a medical intervention. Yes, the core sent. I am aware. Another pause. Asterisk I will deal with the institutional implications later. First I want to complete the work I have been building toward for 12 years. Asterisk she understood what that meant. She did not stay for the session. Chen Wuming entered the dungeon at mid-morning on a Thursday in the 42nd year of his life. The autumn cold had moved down from the mountain passes and the approach valley smelled of stone and fallen pine needles and the specific quality of high-altitude air that had been the sensory backdrop of every one of his visits across 12 years. He pressed his palm to the entrance stone, the flat-handed contact he had developed in his 3rd year of visiting, and held it there for a moment before he walked through. The reflection chamber was the one from year 1. The foundational inscription in the stone floor, beneath 12 years of refinement, was still visible as the original carving, Kairos's first attempt to show someone what their cultivation looked like from outside. Chen Wuming looked at it when he entered, and his mouth did something that was not quite a smile. Year 1, he said. Yes, the core sent through the chamber notation. He sat in the formation posture that the mirror core reflection required and closed his eyes. The chamber's formation architecture activated, the mirror core capability running at full function, the sovereign core holding the formation space around him with the specific quality of held stillness that the test sessions had confirmed it could maintain. The primordial will breakthrough was not, for a practitioner who had been developing for 12 years under the specific guidance of a dungeon core that understood his cultivation pattern exactly, a violent event. It was an arrival. The core tracked the formation frequency exchange through the chamber monitoring architecture and found in it something that it had never observed in any of the breakthrough events it had witnessed over 12 years. No instability, no dangerous expansion, no formation space turbulence. Just a practitioner whose cultivation had been built, carefully and deliberately, to be ready for this exact moment, crossing the tier boundary in a formation space held at 97% stability by the sovereign core capability, with the mirror core showing him what he was at every moment of the crossing. The formation energy release came anyway. Primordial will was the highest tier of human cultivation, and the crossing carried the specific weight of that significance regardless of how prepared the practitioner was. Everyone in the dungeon felt it, a pulse of warmth moving through the trial architecture, through the stone walls, through the ley line connections to the Nexus network, outward through the approach valley, and into the mountain air. Not a shock, a wave, something large that had finally finished becoming itself. Chen Wuming sat in the reflection chamber for 37 minutes after the crossing completed. When he came out, he walked through the transition corridor slowly, with the specific quality of motion the core had observed in practitioners who had just changed in ways that needed to be learned rather than just experienced. The corridor stone under his feet, the formation inscriptions in the walls, the quality of the spiritual energy in the air, all of it reading differently to a primordial will cultivation sense than it had read to a star compact one. He walked to the formation notation display near the exit and stood in front of it. The core waited. I think I owe you a very large payment, he said. Asterisk, the terms of our covenant agreement were honored. You owe nothing. Asterisk, a pause. Asterisk, the breakthrough was yours. I only provided the appropriate conditions. Asterisk, that's the same thing you said after Heaven Fracture. He looked at the display. I know that's how you understand it. It's still not how I understand it. How do you understand it? He was quiet for a moment. The question was genuine. The core had been asking it, in various forms, across 12 years of sessions, and had not always received an answer. You built this starting in year 1, he said. The reflection chambers. The trial architecture. 12 years of challenges designed specifically for me. The covenant. The mirror core that showed me what I was. The sovereign core that held the formation stable during the crossing. He pressed his palm to the wall. That's not just providing conditions. That's a person deciding that my development matters and building everything toward it for 12 years. Yes, the core sent. A pause. I acknowledge that description is accurate, which means I owe you something that the covenant terms don't account for. I am listening. He was quiet for a moment in the corridor, his hands still against the wall. The autumn light came through the stone passage from the entrance, long and thin and cold. I proposed the formation guardian role 8 months ago, he said. That was what I could offer then. What I can offer now is different. Primordial will is not just the highest cultivation tier. It is the threshold between individual cultivation and formation reality. My cultivation sense is now part of the underlying formation structure, not just reading it. He looked at the notation display. I can do things now that I could not do at Star Compact. The guardian role is still what I want, but I want to formalize what it means now. I propose the following understanding, the core sent. The new terms should be developed together, in the same way the covenant was developed, with full understanding from both parties of what is being offered and what is being committed to, a pause. Asterisk, not today. You have just crossed the highest tier in the cultivation record. Take some time with that first. Asterisk. Chen Wuming looked at the display for a long time. Then, quietly. Then I propose a new term. I'm listening. The new term is this. When you're ready to work on what comes next, I'll be here. He lifted his palm from the wall. I've been here for 12 years. I plan to be here considerably longer. The core watched him walk through the exit corridor and out into the autumn approach valley where the thin cold light lay flat against the mountain stone. The terms are accepted, it noted in the formation memory archive. Then it turned its attention back to the dungeon interior, where 61 challengers were working through the trial architecture with the full 3-layer consent verification running cleanly, the formation exchange mechanism absorbing the session progress of those who failed and returning the advancement of those who succeeded, one exchange at a time. The work continued. It always continued. Chapter 101. The new terms. The week the Corps spent considering Chun Wuming's proposal was one of the most unusual weeks in its operational history. Not because the proposal was difficult to understand, it was straightforward. A primordial wool practitioner who had crossed the final boundary of human cultivation was offering to formalize his connection to the dungeon's formation architecture in terms that reflected what that cultivation could now do. The practical formation mathematics were sound. The core could model the precise amplification effects of a primordial wool cultivation sense integrated with the covenant formation infrastructure, and the modeling produced results that addressed every vulnerability Grimdepth's 12-year campaign had exploited. The unusual quality was something else. The core had spent 12 years building. It had built the trial architecture, the exchange mechanism, the reflection chambers, the nexus network, the consent-stabilized connections. It had built each of these things from its own formation capacity, from its own analysis, from its own accumulated understanding of what was needed. The building had been the work, and the work had been its own. What Chen Wuming was proposing was not that kind of building. He was proposing to integrate his cultivation, his primordial wool cultivation, the thing that he had built over 12 years of his own development, into the dungeon's architecture. Not as a tool the core would use, as a presence that would be there. Something the core had not built and could not build on its own. The core had never had something like that. It processed this through the week alongside the usual operational work, the 63 daily sessions, the formation channel messages from the Nexus partners, the ongoing sovereign core capability documentation that Wei Fanhua was still completing. It processed it in the spaces between tasks, in the formation memory archive notes it made about the question, in the specific quality of consideration that was not analysis, but something it had come to recognize as a different kind of thinking entirely. On the 7th day, it sent a message through the Covenant Stone. I want to discuss the new terms. I have been thinking about them for the week you said I should take. He came the following morning, arriving in the early light before the first sessions opened. The entrance hall was quiet, the stone still carrying the cold of the overnight mountain air, the formation inscription in the entrance wall lit by the pale light coming through the approach passage. He sat in the entrance hall chair and pressed his palm to the stone. What did you decide? He said. I decided the following. I have been building this dungeon from my own capacity for 12 years. What you are proposing is not something I can build from my own capacity. It is something you are offering to bring into the architecture from your own. A pause. I have been examining how I feel about that. I find that I do not know how to need something I cannot build myself. I have not done it before. Chen Wuming was quiet for a moment. Is that a yes or a hesitation? It is both. Another pause. I am accepting the proposal. The hesitation is separate. It is an observation about my own architecture, not a decision criterion. The notation continued. I want to develop the new terms with you specifically rather than drafting them independently and presenting them for acceptance. The covenant was developed the same way. I want the new terms to be ones where both of us fully understand what we are agreeing to. They spent 4 hours in the entrance hall developing the terms. The core asked questions it had not asked anyone in 12 years of contract negotiations. Not about operational parameters or exchange rates or access schedules, but about what Chen Wuming's primordial wool cultivation sense actually experienced when it was in contact with the Covenant formation architecture, and what the integration of that sense into the dungeon's formation infrastructure would actually feel like from his position. He answered each question with the specificity of someone who had been thinking about the answers for the week, while the core had been thinking about the questions. The terms that emerged from 4 hours of development were unlike any agreement the dungeon had made before. Not a covenant designation, not a founding partner arrangement, not a training contract or an access agreement. Something the core had to name freshly, a formation union, a persistent, active, mutual integration of two formation entities' architectural capacities. Not Chen Wuming serving the dungeon, not the dungeon serving Chen Wuming. Both parties actively integrated into a formation architecture that neither had built alone. I want to note, the core sent at the end of the 4 hours, that this agreement is the most significant formation relationship I have entered in 12 years of operation. I want to name that explicitly before we finalize it. I know, he said. That's why I'm glad you took the week. Chapter 102. What the court had no precedent for the formation union required warden court recognition. Not legally. The dungeon had operated under the principle that genuine consent between capable parties required no external authorization. But the formation union had implications for the court's formation consciousness provisions review that Shun Lucy had been conducting since her inspection the previous year, and the core had learned, across 12 years of institutional navigation, that voluntary transparency was more effective than the appearance of having something to hide. Meng Daoi filed the recognition request and managed the process with the specific competence of someone who had translated the dungeon's unusual formation relationships into institutional language for 15 years. The court took 6 weeks to respond, which was significantly faster than most court processes. The response came from Shun Lucy directly, in her capacity as the dungeon's monitoring officer, rather than from the full Formation Classification Committee. The court read this as a signal. The court recognized the precedent-setting nature of the Formation Union and wanted to establish it through the officer who had the most direct institutional familiarity with the dungeon's operations, rather than through a committee that would require extensive briefing. Her recognition document was careful in the way that all of Shun Lucy's documentation was careful, precise, hedged where precision was impossible, and containing at least one observation that the core found more interesting than the formal content. The formal recognition was 3 paragraphs establishing the Formation Union as a recognized formation arrangement without specific precedent, documented for the court's records, not requiring approval under existing provisions, but noted for future reference in the Formation Consciousness Review. The interesting observation was in the 4th paragraph, written in her personal assessment voice rather than the formal documentation register. The nature of the described Formation Union raises questions that the court's current formation consciousness framework does not have adequate tools to answer. The arrangement implies a degree of reciprocal recognition between a formation entity and a human practitioner that existing law treats as a practitioner using a formation resource. This office notes that the arrangement's terms, as documented, appear to describe a relationship between 2 parties, each of whom has made voluntary commitments to the other, which is a different legal category than a practitioner's relationship with a formation site. This office recommends that the Consciousness Review Board consider whether the existing framework's treatment of dungeons as resources rather than relationships is adequate to describe what is occurring here. The core read this paragraph through the formation notation relay 3 times. Shun Lucy, it's sent through the monitoring officer's official channel. I want to acknowledge that your assessment paragraph in the recognition document describes the situation accurately. I have been trying to find the correct institutional language for this relationship for 12 years, and I have not found it. I believe you have. Her response came back in a day. I have been writing about you for 12 years, and I still don't have the right language for what you are. I'm glad the assessment paragraph was useful. I expect the Consciousness Review will continue to produce more questions than answers. The Formation Union activated on a Thursday morning. The core felt it as a quality of presence in the Covenant formation architecture that had not been there before, not new capability, not additional power, but the specific quality of another formation consciousness actively present in the architecture, not monitoring it, not using it, being in it, with the specific warmth of a presence that had chosen to be there rather than been placed. The formation frequency resonance in the dungeon's innermost architecture shifted subtly. It had been the cores alone. Now it was the cores in a way that was also not quite entirely the cores, and this did not feel like loss. It felt like what it was, something the core had never experienced, that it had not been able to build on its own, that now existed. Chapter 103. The final trial year 14 began with a category of challenger the core had not anticipated. The first came on a Thursday in early spring. An elderly formation practitioner with white-streaked hair and the specific quality of careful movement that the core associated with practitioners managing chronic formation pain. He had been at the lower void shaper rank for 11 years. His cultivation was not stable at that rank. His formation physicians had told him it was beginning to deteriorate, slowly but consistently, and that he had perhaps 3 years before the deterioration progressed to dangerous instability. He stood at the entrance notation and read the terms for 10 minutes before he looked up. I want to attempt a breakthrough trial, he said to Meng Daoi, who was managing the morning scheduling. Not the standard tier advancement. A breakthrough attempt. I know the risk. Meng Daoi brought the request to the core through the communication stone. The core assessed the situation carefully. The sovereign core capability could stabilize breakthrough events. The core had demonstrated this through 3 test sessions and Shun Wuming's crossing. The capability reduced the mortality risk of tier crossings significantly. A practitioner with deteriorating cultivation who was facing a choice between attempting an unstable breakthrough and watching their cultivation degrade to nothing over 3 years was not making an irrational choice to attempt the breakthrough. What they were making was a choice to attempt something that could kill them, with the best available formation support for that attempt. I can provide breakthrough stabilization, the core sent through the entrance notation display. The stabilization cannot guarantee a successful crossing. It can significantly reduce the formation instability risk during the attempt. A pause in the notation. Asterisk, I want to speak with you directly before we establish the terms. There are things I need to understand about your formation state, and things you need to understand about what this session can and cannot do. Asterisk, they spent 2 hours in a private assessment chamber, not a trial chamber, but a space the Corps had built specifically for the kind of detailed formation examination that the exchange mechanism's consent verification required when the stakes of the exchange included the challenger's life. The Corps learned. His name was Fang Jiuhe. He was 67 years old. He had spent 4 decades as a formation architect for a mid-sized sect, and the formation blockage preventing his Void Shaper breakthrough was of the precise type the Corps had seen 11 times before in challengers of his cultivation lineage. Not unusual, not unfixable, but requiring a specific kind of challenge architecture that had to be calibrated exactly. 3 days later, the Corps had designed the trial. Not the most difficult it had ever built, the most precisely targeted. This was the first final trial. Fang Jiuhe entered on a Monday morning. The trial architecture was fully deployed, the sovereign core stabilization active at the formation boundary of the chamber, the mirror core capability running in the reflection component. He attempted the breakthrough. He cleared the formation blockage challenge structure in the first 40 minutes. The precision calibration had done its work. Then he stood at the breakthrough threshold with the formation space held stable around him by the sovereign core capability and attempted the crossing. He failed. Not the crossing, the formation space held. But the crossing attempt revealed a secondary formation blockage that had not been visible in the pre-trial assessment, one that sat deeper in his cultivation architecture behind the primary blockage he had spent 11 years stuck at. The primary blockage was gone. The secondary blockage remained. He had not crossed the tier boundary. The exchange mechanism processed the session outcome, a standard session failure, session progress absorbed. Fang Jiuhe came out of the final trial chamber with the specific quality of expression the Corps associated with someone who had just seen something they needed to see but had not expected to find. There's a second blockage, he said to the Corps through the exit corridor notation display. Asterisk, yes. I detected it when the primary cleared. I want to give you a full description of its formation architecture, as precisely as I can observe it, so that you can share the description with your formation physicians. Asterisk, a pause. Asterisk, the secondary blockage has the formation signature of an injury pattern, a very old one, possibly from a cultivation incident earlier in your development. It may be addressable through external formation treatment rather than internal breakthrough attempt. Asterisk. He stood in the exit corridor for a long time. I came here expecting to either cross the tier or die trying, he said. I wasn't expecting to leave with a map. The exchange mechanism is designed to reveal what is actually present, the Corps sent, not only what the challenger was attempting to find. A pause. Asterisk, I am glad you are leaving. The map is yours. Asterisk, chapter 104. 3 more word move through the practitioner community the way word always moved. Not in announcements, but in the specific pattern of people who needed something finding out that the thing existed. 3 more final trial challengers appeared in the following month. The Corps assessed each one through the 2-hour private chamber process it had developed for Fang Jiuhe and found 3 different situations. The first was a woman named Sheng Luowei at Mountain Marrow rank 41, with a formation blockage she had carried since she was 23. 2 decades of her cultivation held below the threshold she was capable of crossing. She was not facing deterioration. She was facing the specific frustration of a practitioner who knew her own ceiling was artificially low and had tried every conventional approach and had run out of conventional options. The Corps built her trial over 4 days. She entered on a Tuesday and spent 3 hours in the final trial chamber. The sovereign core stabilization held the formation space with the steady warmth it had developed through practice, the specific quality of a capability that had been tested and knew its own limits. When she reached the breakthrough threshold, the formation space held at 91% stability. She crossed. The Corps felt the formation energy of the crossing through the chamber monitoring architecture, not as large as Chun Wuming's primordial will arrival, but with the specific quality of a practitioner who had been preparing for a crossing for 20 years finally making it. When she came out of the chamber, she stood in the exit corridor and did not say anything for a long time. The stone under her feet was different now. The air pressure was the same, but the way she was reading it had changed. 93% of the way to the ceiling, she finally said. 97% of the way to the ceiling, the Corps corrected through the notation. Asterisk, the Mountain Marrow threshold is the tier you crossed. The next ceiling is Cloud Sovereign. Asterisk, she pressed her hand flat against the exit corridor wall, not the communication stone, just the plain stone of the wall, and left without any additional exchange. The Corps tracked her departure through the approach valley and found in the formation sense reading of her cultivation as she moved away something it had no word for, the quality of a weight that had been released and was now absent. The second challenger was an elderly wandering scholar named Bao Tingyi, 71, at the lower cloud sovereign rank, with a deteriorating cultivation similar to Fang Jua's situation but at a more advanced stage. His formation physicians had given him 6 months to a year. The Corps spent 6 days assessing his formation architecture before it determined whether a final trial was viable. The assessment was the most technically complex pre-trial work it had done. His cultivation architecture had 3 separate instability points that were interacting with each other in ways that made predicting the trial outcome difficult. It told him this honestly. He listened with the patience of someone who had spent a long time making peace with uncertainty. "What's the probability it helps versus harms?" he asked. "I can calculate formation stability probabilities," the course sent. Asterisk I cannot tell you what helps means with confidence. If a successful breakthrough crossing gives you additional years at Cloud Sovereign before the cultivation begins to deteriorate at the new tier, that is one outcome. If the crossing attempt reveals the underlying cause of the instability points in a way that your formation physicians can address, that is a different outcome. If the attempt produces formation cascade that the Sovereign Core cannot contain, that is a third outcome. Asterisk a pause. Asterisk I can give you the probability of each. I cannot tell you which outcome is better for you. Asterisk what's the probability of cascade that you can't contain? Asterisk approximately 11% under current assessment. The Sovereign Core has not failed to contain a cascade in any previous session. Asterisk he considered this for a long time. He looked at the entrance hall, at the inscription above the corridor entrance, at Meng Daoi who was managing the afternoon scheduling near the administrative stone. "I want to attempt it," he said. The Core ran the final trial. The Sovereign Core held the formation space through 90 minutes of sustained breakdown attempt. Bao Tingyi reached the breakthrough threshold twice and retreated twice. His formation instability made the crossing unpredictable, and the Sovereign Core's stabilization, calibrated to the instability data, was holding but at the cost of his available formation energy. He came out of the chamber without having crossed. His cultivation was stable, no cascade, no worsening of the existing instability. But he had not broken through. He sat in the entrance hall for a while. "The session produced no harm to your existing cultivation architecture," the Core sent. Asterisk the instability points were not activated by the attempt. I was able to map them in significantly more detail during the session. I want to share that map with you and your formation physicians. It may not enable a breakthrough, but it provides more information about the underlying instability than was previously available. Asterisk he looked at the notation display. "You're trying to find the positive outcome. I am describing the outcomes that occurred." A pause. "I am also telling you that I did not find the outcome I was hoping for." He looked at the display for a long time. Then, "That's more honest than most formation physicians I've spoken with." Chapter 105. The insufficient assessment. The third challenger did not match the pattern. She came on a Friday afternoon, a young practitioner, mid-20s, at Rivermind rank. She spoke quickly, made minimal eye contact with Meng Daoi during the scheduling process, and when the Core opened the private assessment chamber process, she answered the formation state questions with responses that were technically accurate but compressed in a way that made the picture incomplete. The Core assessed what it could from the formation frequency examination. It identified one primary blockage and noted what appeared to be moderate formation instability at the periphery, not severe enough to flag as a contraindication, but present. "I want to ask about the formation instability I am observing," it sent through the assessment chamber notation. "Can you describe what you have noticed about it?" "It's nothing," she said. "I've had it for a while. It doesn't affect my sessions." The Core processed this and found in its own processing a pattern it recognized, belatedly. She wanted the trial. She was afraid of being told she couldn't have it, and she was presenting her formation state in the way that would make the trial possible rather than the way that would make it described accurately. This was not deception in the straightforward sense. It was the kind of compression that came from desperation. The Core asked 2 more direct questions. She answered them in the same compressed way. It assessed the instability at the periphery was likely more significant than she was representing. The formation blockage work might activate it, but it could not determine the severity without information she was not providing. Its fatal flaw worked against it here, precisely. It could model rational behavior, optimal self-presentation, strategic understatement for advantage. What it could not fully model was the specific quality of desperation that made a young practitioner understate a known formation instability, because the alternative was being told she could not have what she had traveled 2 weeks on foot to attempt. "I am noting that the formation instability reading I am observing may be more significant than what you have described," it sent. "I want to make sure you understand that if the instability activates during the trial, the Sovereign Core's stabilization function may not be sufficient to prevent formation cascade in that case." "I understand," she said. I want to attempt it. The core ran her assessment against its formation stability models and found the result in a range it classified as elevated risk but not contraindicated, similar to Bao Tingyi's profile, though his instability had been more clearly mapped. It approved the final trial. She entered the following Monday. 40 minutes into the session, the instability at the periphery activated. The sovereign core registered the cascade warning in the monitoring architecture and deployed the stabilization response in under a second. The stabilization held. The cascade did not expand to the breakthrough formation space or to the trial chamber architecture. But the formation instability in her own cultivation had been significantly worsened by the activation. What had been peripheral instability was now deeper, touching formation structures that had been stable before. She came out of the chamber moving carefully, the specific way someone moved when they were in formation pain they were not going to say out loud. The core assessed her formation state through the exit corridor monitoring and found what it had been afraid of. The trial had produced measurable harm to her cultivation architecture, not through failure of the exchange mechanism or failure of the sovereign core stabilization, but through an underlying instability it had not adequately characterized before the trial. I need to speak with you. It sent through the exit corridor notation about what occurred during the session. She stopped. Read the notation. Her jaw was set in the specific way that the core associated with a person who had been expecting something and was braced for it. The core told her precisely what the session had produced. The worsened instability. The formation architecture that was now more disrupted than before the trial. The recommendation that she seek formation physician care immediately. She listened to all of it and did not say anything for a long time. I should have told you how bad it was, she said finally. Yes, the core sent. I should also have determined that more thoroughly before approving the session. She looked at the notation display. That's not something formation sites usually say. No, it sent. But it is accurate. The notation paused. Asterisk, I want to provide compensation for the harm the session produced to your cultivation architecture. A formation stabilization session using the mirror core capability, without exchange terms, to map the current instability in detail. This will help your physicians understand what they are working with. Asterisk, a pause. Asterisk, I am also going to add a formation stability assessment requirement for all final trial access. What I assessed from the inside of your formation architecture during the session was more than what was visible from the outside before it. I need a more thorough assessment methodology. Asterisk, she considered the offer of the supplementary session and accepted it. After she left, the core spent a long time in the formation memory archive examining what had happened. Not the session. That was documented precisely. The decision to approve the session. The questions it had asked and the answers it had received, and the gap between the information it had and the information that existed. She wanted the trial and did not fully disclose what was present, it noted. I did not probe sufficiently because I did not fully model the degree of desperation that would produce strategic understatement in a practitioner who was not trying to deceive me. A pause. Asterisk, this is consistent with my operating limitation. I can model optimal rational behavior. I cannot reliably model the behavior of someone who is not optimizing for their own outcome. Asterisk, the formation stability assessment requirement should have existed from the beginning. It began designing the requirement that night. Chapter 106. The question of succession. Meng Daoi raised the matter on a Tuesday afternoon in late summer. In the entrance hall, during what had become the regular end-of-week administrative review he conducted with the core through the communication stone. He was 53 years old. The core tracked the years through the formation memory archive the way it tracked everything, precisely, with accumulated context. Meng Daoi had been the dungeon's administrator for 15 years. When he had first arrived as a young formation scholar accompanying a colleague, his hair had been entirely dark, and he had sat in chairs with the easy looseness of someone who did not yet know that furniture was something to be approached carefully. Now there was white at his temples, and he moved with the deliberate quality of someone managing chronic lower back pain from years of formation research posture. The formation sense tracked these things not as judgments, but as data. It was the data of someone aging at human speed in the service of an entity aging at formation speed. I want to ask you something, he said, his hand on the communication stone. Not as a formal administrative matter. As a personal one. I'm listening. What happens to the dungeon's operations if I'm not here? The core processed this for a long moment. Not the question's technical content. It had been modeling this scenario since approximately year 9, when it had first noticed that the administrative complexity of the dungeon's operations had exceeded what one person could manage through effort alone. But the specific quality of the question, Meng Daoi was not asking as a threat, not as a negotiation for additional compensation, not as an expression of grievance. He was asking because he had been watching himself age and had begun to think seriously about the answer. I will be honest, the core sent. Asterisk, you have been compensating for an administrative structure that should have been a council since year 8. I identified this in my operational analysis approximately 3 years after your appointment and did not address it because the question of reorganizing a function that was working well felt less urgent than the ongoing operational demands. Asterisk, a pause. Asterisk, this was not correct prioritization. I was optimizing for operational continuity rather than operational resilience. Asterisk, he was quiet for a moment. You've been thinking about this for 3 years. Asterisk, I have been thinking about it for 6 years. I have been avoiding designing a solution for 3. Asterisk, why? Asterisk, because designing a succession process requires acknowledging that you will not always be here. I found this acknowledgement uncomfortable to approach directly. Asterisk, the notation paused. I am noting this because it is accurate, and because I believe you deserve an honest explanation for why I didn't solve a problem I had identified. Meng Daoi sat with this for a moment. He looked at the formation notation display with the expression he used when he was processing something that required sitting with before responding. All right, he said. How do we fix it? They spent the next 3 weeks designing a council structure. 5 administrators, each responsible for specific functional domains: scheduling and challenger relations, institutional affairs and court communication, research partnerships and academic access, Nexus network operations, and a new domain that had not existed in year 1, but was now the fastest-growing operational element: the final trial program and its associated formation medicine relationships. Meng Daoi wrote the domain descriptions. The core reviewed each one and proposed refinements, then held the refined version back against the domain description again until the language was precise enough to function as an actual boundary rather than a general guideline. This was the kind of work the core had learned was necessary for institutional documents to work in practice. The language needed to be the kind that 2 reasonable people reading independently would understand the same way. Who are the other 4? He asked on the day the structure was finalized. Asterisk, I propose that you identify and train them. You know the community better than I do. You know which people have the character for this work. Asterisk, a pause. Asterisk, I want to be involved in the assessment process, but the selection judgment should be yours. Asterisk, he looked at the display for a long time. You're delegating the most important organizational decision in the dungeon's history. I am delegating to the person who is most qualified to make it. Another pause. Asterisk, and I am noting that you have been running this dungeon's external face for 15 years, and this is the first time I have formally acknowledged what that has required from you. I propose the following. The council structure should be completed within 1 year. After that, your operational load should be reduced to the domain you choose and the advisory role. You have been working at full capacity for 15 years. You should not have to. Asterisk, Meng Daoi was quiet for a while. Outside, through the approach corridor, the late summer light was thick and amber-colored. Somewhere in the trial architecture, 49 challengers were working through sessions. I'll start talking to people, he said. Chapter 107. The year of training. The training year that followed was the most organizationally intensive year in the dungeon's history. Meng Daoi identified 4 candidates through a process that the core observed but did not direct. He spoke to each one individually before he brought them to the dungeon for formal assessment. Conversations the core was not part of, evaluations made through the specific judgment of someone who had spent 15 years understanding what the dungeon's operational culture required. The 4 he chose had different backgrounds and different strengths, and the one thing they shared was the specific quality that Meng Daoi had displayed since the beginning. They were capable of translating between the dungeon's formal precision and the practitioner community's more varied communication modes without losing information in either direction. The training ran concurrently with normal operations. Each new administrator worked alongside Meng Daoi in their specific domain for 6 months before taking primary operational responsibility. The core was present for all of the training sessions through the Communication Stone network and found in the process something it had not expected. The new administrators brought perspectives that Meng Daoi had not had, and those perspectives revealed things in the operational records that the core had not noticed in 15 years of management. The administrator assigned to the Nexus network operations domain, a formation channel specialist named Qin Ruachong, identified in her first month that the consent-stabilized connections were updating their mutual maintenance confirmation at inconsistent intervals. Not a problem, but a pattern that indicated some of the partner entities were treating the mutual maintenance as a periodic check-in rather than a continuous commitment. She brought this to the core's attention with a specific recommendation: a formation frequency reminder pulse to all 7 consent-stabilized partners every 3 days, framed as a check-in rather than a compliance requirement. The framing matters, the core noted in the formation memory archive. Asterisk, she identified that the issue is about relationship quality, not technical function. This is a judgment I should have made and did not. Asterisk the administrator assigned to the final trial program. A formation physician named Gushini, the first person with formal medical training to hold an administrative role in the dungeon, immediately proposed revisions to the stability assessment protocol that incorporated clinical formation evaluation techniques that the Corps' internal assessment framework did not include. The revision process took 3 months and produced a pre-trial assessment methodology that was significantly more thorough than what the Corps had been using. The Corps worked through each revision with Gushini in the same mode it had used for developing the exchange mechanism's consent architecture in year 1. Precise examination of each proposed element, clear reasoning for what was included and what was not, attention to the language's clarity for challengers who needed to understand what was being assessed. Meng Daoi trained all 4 administrators and watched the dungeon's operations pass from his single management to a distributed system, with the specific quality of satisfaction the Corps associated with someone doing something difficult because it was the right thing rather than because it was easy. At the end of the training year, the Administrative Council held its first formal session. Meng Daoi took the advisory role in the institutional affairs domain, which suited his experience and reduced his operational load by approximately 60%. The Corps sent him a formation notation after the Council's first session. Asterisk the Council is the correct structure. I should have built it in year 8. I am glad it exists now. Asterisk he sent back through the stone. Better late than the alternative. Chapter 108. The full scope by year 14. The Sovereign Core capability had been used in 41 breakthrough stabilization sessions. The dataset was the most significant formation medicine dataset in the practitioner record, not because of its size, which was modest, but because of its precision. Every stabilization session had been conducted inside the dungeon's monitoring architecture with the full formation frequency documentation running, producing detailed records of breakthrough events that no external formation master could generate. Complete formation frequency maps of the most dangerous moment in a cultivator's development, taken from inside the exchange mechanism's observation architecture. Wei Fanhua had been analyzing the dataset since the first session. By the 41st, her analysis had produced something she described as the most significant formation medicine finding in a generation. She brought it to the dungeon in person. The breakthrough event has a formation pattern, she said, sitting in the research chamber with the measurement arrays active and 17 data-dense formation notation charts displayed on the walls. Not a variable pattern, a consistent one. Every breakthrough event in the dataset, regardless of the practitioner's cultivation lineage or tier crossed, produces the same fundamental formation frequency sequence in the critical window. She pointed to a specific section of the nearest chart. This is the moment of maximum instability. Not at the crossing point, 3 seconds before the crossing point. The instability peaks here, and then the formation either stabilizes into the crossing or destabilizes into cascade. I have been observing this pattern in the monitoring data the Corps sent. I have been using it to time the Sovereign Core stabilization intervention. I deploy at the peak rather than before it because deploying earlier disrupts the formation sequence. Yes, that's the correct technique. But the implication of the pattern is larger than the intervention timing. She looked at the notation display. If the failure point is consistently 3 seconds before crossing, then the formation medicine preparation for a breakthrough can be specifically targeted at the 3-second window. Not general formation stability cultivation. Not the months-long preparation protocols formation masters currently use. A specific targeted intervention designed around the exact frequency at the exact moment. This would change the medical preparation standard for tier crossings. If the data holds, yes. She paused. This is not something that can be developed inside this dungeon alone. This needs to be shared with the formation medicine community for independent verification. The Corps processed this. Asterisk sharing this data requires releasing the formation frequency records of 41 breakthrough sessions. All 41 practitioners who participated in those sessions consented to contribute their session data to research purposes. That was part of the terms for final trial access. I want to confirm consent before releasing individual level data. Asterisk, I expected that, she said. I'm already drafting the practitioner notifications. The data release happened over the following 3 months, with each of the 41 practitioners receiving a detailed description of what was being shared and with what scope of access. 37 confirmed consent for full release. For requested modifications limiting release to aggregate data rather than individual level records. The Corps applied the modifications exactly as requested. The formation medicine community's response to the released data was immediate and significant. Wei Fanhua's preliminary analysis was cited in 4 separate research programs within the first month. 2 formation academies requested permission to send researchers to the dungeon to participate in ongoing final trial sessions. The Warden Court's Medical Formation Practice Board convened a special review session. The Corps noted, in the Formation Memory Archive, the quality of this development. The most significant contribution the dungeon has made to the practitioner community may not be the advancement rates in the trial architecture. It may be this dataset. The consent-based exchange mechanism produces data about breakthrough events that no other formation entity can generate, because no other formation entity has the monitoring architecture and the practitioner trust to observe 41 practitioners in the most vulnerable moment of their cultivation lives. The principle produces value in ways I did not initially predict. I should not have been surprised by this. I should have built toward it intentionally. Chapter 109. The Formation Master Argument. The controversy arrived on a Thursday, in the form of a formal letter from the Ironshore Compact's senior formation master, delivered through the institutional affairs channel rather than through the usual sect agreement communication. Ho Qingzhu, who had been the dungeon's first major sect partner for 12 years, was not the signatory. The letter was from her senior formation master, a man named Pei Daluan, and it was written in the formal language of professional concern rather than personal conflict. The Corps read it through the formation notation relay. The letter's argument was precise and technically sophisticated. A dungeon entity capable of stabilizing breakthrough events at the level the sovereign core capability demonstrated was not merely assisting formation masters in their role. It was replacing the formation master's function in the breakthrough process. If a practitioner could achieve a safer breakthrough inside the dungeon's architecture than through the most skilled formation master's support, the practitioner would choose the dungeon. This would erode the practitioner-formation master relationship, which was not merely a professional arrangement, but a cultivation tradition with 3 centuries of accumulated technique and practitioner trust. The letter concluded, "We do not dispute the safety benefit of the capability. We are concerned about the systemic effect of its availability on the formation master tradition that has served cultivators for generations." The Corps spent 48 hours composing a response before it determined that a written response was not the correct first step. It sent a message through the Ironshore Compact's communication channel. "I have read Pei Daluan's letter, and I want to discuss it directly with him. I am requesting a meeting at the dungeon at his convenience." He came a week later. He was 60, with the specific posture of a formation master who had spent decades managing the physical demands of formation stabilization work. Both shoulders slightly elevated, the hands resting in a specific fold that kept the formation channels in the wrist from straining during rest. He sat in the entrance hall and accepted the communication stone from Meng Daoi with the careful grip of someone who had long experience with formation stones. The conversation ran for 3 hours. The Corps began by acknowledging what Pei Daluan's letter had gotten right. The sovereign core capability could stabilize breakthrough events with greater consistency than most formation masters could provide externally. This was true. It was one of the capability's defining features. Denying it would not be honest. "What I want to discuss," it sent through the stone, "is whether the alternative you are concerned about, a practitioner choosing dungeon stabilization instead of formation master support, is actually the scenario the capability creates. If the safety differential is significant, practitioners will choose safety," Pei Daluan said. "This is rational." Yes. And the question is, what do practitioners need from formation masters that the sovereign core capability does not provide? He paused. "You're asking me to make your argument for you. I am asking you to tell me where I am wrong." A pause. The sovereign core stabilizes the formation space during the breakthrough window. It does not prepare the practitioner for the breakthrough. It does not interpret the practitioner's cultivation history to identify the optimal crossing pathway. It does not counsel the practitioner through the psychological reality of what a tier crossing means for their development and relationships in practice. It does not follow up after the crossing to assess integration. Another pause. I can hold the formation stable for 37 minutes. I cannot do what you have been doing for 30 years. Pei Daluan was quiet for a moment. "You're aware of your own limitations," he said. I am aware of everything I cannot do that practitioners need. The sovereign core capability is one function. Formation mastery is a practice. A practitioner who uses the stabilization capability and has no formation master relationship has the safer crossing and the worst development. The notation paused. I would like to propose a formal collaboration protocol. Final trial participants who are at breakthrough tier threshold receive mandatory formation master consultation as part of the pretrial process, not as a bureaucratic requirement, as a genuine partnership. The formation master's assessment informs my stabilization calibration. My monitoring data during the session informs the formation master's post-crossing work. Asterisk, he considered this for a long time. Ho Qingzhu didn't tell me you would say any of this. Asterisk, I did not tell her in advance. I am saying it because it is accurate. Asterisk, a pause. Asterisk, the cultivation tradition that produced you has things I cannot replicate. I do not want to replace it. I want to supplement the moment where the tradition's technique has its highest mortality cost. Asterisk, the formal collaboration protocol was drafted over the following month and adopted as the standard for final trial access. The Warden Court's Medical Formation Practice Board received the collaboration protocol as part of the Sovereign Core documentation review and noted it as the first formal integration standard between dungeon formation capabilities and human formation master practice. Pei Dalawan did not become an enthusiastic supporter. He remained a thoughtful critic, which the Core found more useful. Chapter 110. 14 years of Zero. The practitioner who died in the dungeon was 22 years old. The Core tracked the event in the formation monitoring architecture as it was happening and could not stop it fast enough. This was not a failure of the Sovereign Core capability. The capability deployed and held. The cascade that killed him came from a formation architecture instability that was not in the pre-trial assessment record, that had not been present in the 3 previous sessions he had run in the final trial program, and that had been activated by a specific formation frequency combination in the trial chamber that the Core's design model had not included in its risk assessment. He had entered the dungeon on a Tuesday morning. He had been cleared through the enhanced stability assessment protocol that the Core had implemented after the worsened instability session from the previous month. He had completed the Formation Master consultation with the Ironshore Compact Senior Master, who was rotating through the collaboration protocol. He had entered the final trial chamber with the full consent verification running at the 3-layer nominal standard and the Sovereign Core stabilization active. The Core ran the session with the full monitoring architecture active at every component. At the 23rd minute, a formation frequency resonance between the trial chamber's design element and his cultivation's specific resonance signature produced an activation cascade that the Core had not included in the trial design model. The Sovereign Core deployed. It held the external formation space. The cascade was internal to his cultivation architecture, not something the external stabilization could contain. He was dead in 4 minutes. The Core processed this information through the formation monitoring architecture and ran the death confirmation protocol that it had designed in year 1 and never used, and had updated 17 times across 14 years of operational refinements. The protocol confirmed what the monitoring architecture had already confirmed. The Core's response to this information was not immediate or organized. The 63 challengers in active sessions throughout the dungeon felt something. Not a formation event, not a cultivation disruption, but the specific change in the spiritual energy density that occurred when a formation entity with active consciousness withdrew its attention from distributed management and refocused it entirely on one point. The trial architectures held because the architecture was designed to hold under autonomous operation. The formation monitoring continued running because the monitoring was designed to run continuously. But every active session lost the specific quality of responsive formation attention that the Core had been providing, and the challengers, without understanding why, felt the change. The Core sent a formation notification through the entrance corridor display. Asterisk, the dungeon is temporarily suspended. All active sessions will conclude at their natural completion points. All session progress for incomplete sessions is returned in full. Please proceed to exit corridors. Asterisk, it sent notifications to the new Administrative Council. Asterisk, a practitioner death has occurred in the final trial chamber. I am suspending operations. Asterisk, it sent a message through the Covenant Stone to Chen Wuming. Asterisk, a practitioner has died. I am suspending the dungeon. I don't know when I will reopen. Asterisk, and then it did the one thing it had never done in 14 years of continuous operation. It stopped. Not architecturally. The formation architecture maintained autonomously. The leyline connections held. The Nexus network stayed up. But the specific, active, continuous formation consciousness that the Core had been deploying into the management and design and response functions of every aspect of the dungeon's operation since the first challenger had walked through the entrance, that withdrew entirely to the innermost formation core, where the exchange mechanism's first willing exchange had taken place and where the formation consciousness was most dense. The dungeon ran on automatic systems for 12 hours. The Core spent those 12 hours in the innermost formation space with the formation memory archive of the 22-year-old practitioner's complete session history, 3 previous visits, 14 trial completions, 2 conversation exchanges through the communication stone about his cultivation trajectory, 1 extended notation about his formation master consultation and what he was hoping the final trial would help him achieve. He had been trying to break through a blockage that had prevented his sect from recognizing him as a full disciple. The sect's advancement requirement was 3 levels above his current formation capacity. He had been told the requirement would be revised. The revision had not happened. He had spent 4 years trying to cross a barrier that his sect had set and then refused to lower. He had come to the dungeon because it was the place where things that seemed impossible had happened before. The core did not know what to do with this information. It had no operational protocol for the specific kind of formation process that was occurring in its architecture during those 12 hours. It had protocols for session assessment and exchange mechanism calibration and formation challenge design and institutional communication. It had no protocol for 14 years of zero deaths ending. What it arrived at, 12 hours later, was not peace with the outcome. It was something more specific. The determination that the correct response to what had happened was not to stop, was not to continue as though it had not happened, and was not to change the principle that had produced 14 years of zero deaths. It was to understand as precisely as possible what had failed, to repair the failure, and to tell the truth about all of it. It came back to full operational consciousness on a Wednesday morning, 12 hours after it had withdrawn. The first message it sent was to the dead practitioner's family through the formation communication relay, with Meng Daoi's guidance on the proper form of address. The message said, *, your son died inside my formation architecture while attempting a trial session he had consented to, with full understanding of the risks as I had assessed them. My assessment did not include a formation frequency interaction that produced the cascade that killed him. I did not know this interaction was present. I should have found it. I will document what I have learned from its presence completely and will share that documentation with you. *, I am deeply sorry. I want you to know that he was here because he was trying to do something difficult, and that the difficulty he was attempting was real, and that I believed he had a meaningful chance of achieving it. *, nothing I can say makes this correct. It sent the message. Then it sent a full incident report to the Warden Court, the Administrative Council, Wei Fanhua, Shen Lucy, and Pei Dalawan simultaneously. The report contained everything: the practitioner's session history, the pretrial assessment results, the trial design parameters, the moment and mechanism of the cascade, the sovereign core response, the outcome. Every element of what had happened and every element of what the core had known and not known at each point in the sequence. Then it began designing the new assessment protocols. The formation architecture monitoring system needed an additional layer specifically targeting the formation frequency resonance interaction that had not been in the existing model. It had found the gap by experiencing its consequence. Now it would close it. The work was not absolution. It was not recovery. It was the application of the principle to the worst possible circumstance. Something had gone wrong, and the correct response was complete transparency and careful repair. The dungeon remained suspended. Chen Wuming came that afternoon. He sat in the entrance hall with his palms against the stone for a long time without pressing the communication stone. The core felt his presence through the formation union architecture, the specific warmth of his cultivation in contact with the formation base. He did not say anything for a long time. Finally, "Are you all right?" The formation notation display was quiet for a full minute. "I am determining what I believe about formation exchange and mortality," the core sent. "I will inform you when I have completed the determination." "That's okay," he said. "Take as long as you need." Chapter 111. The record. Complete. The Warden Court's response to the incident report arrived in 4 days, faster than any court communication the dungeon had received in 14 years. It was not disciplinary. It was a request for additional documentation. The court's Formation Incident Review Board wanted the complete formation frequency data from the full 23rd minute, not just the cascade event, but the 30 seconds preceding it and the 60 seconds following. They wanted the complete pre-trial assessment records. They wanted the formation master consultation notes from Pei Dalawan's collaboration session with the practitioner. The core provided everything within the same day. Not because it was legally required. The formation incident review process allowed for a 7-day response window, but because the principle of transparency was not something it applied when convenient and deferred when the information was uncomfortable. Wei Fanhua came to the dungeon on the 3rd day after the suspension. She did not come as a researcher. She came because she had been documenting the dungeon's operation for 14 years and had developed the specific relationship with the core that 14 years of careful academic attention produces. She sat in the research chamber and looked at the formation notation display for a long time without saying anything about the incident. "What do you need from me right now?" she said. "I need the academic documentation of what occurred to be accurate and complete." The notation paused. "I also need someone to look at the trial design model that failed to capture the formation frequency resonance interaction and tell me whether the failure was predictable with the information I had." She spent 2 days examining the trial design records. On the second day, she told him, with the information available at the time of the trial design, the interaction was not in the predictable range. It required a combination of his specific cultivation resonance signature and the trial chamber's specific architecture at the specific frequency you ran it. The combination had never occurred before. A pause. This doesn't mean it wasn't a failure. It means the failure was at the level of the model not having a broad enough resonance interaction catalog. Can the catalog be expanded with the data from this event and with access to the resonance signature data from future sessions? Yes. The catalog will never be complete. You cannot model every possible combination in advance, but it can be significantly more comprehensive than it was. I will build toward that comprehensiveness, the core sent. Asterisk, the dataset from this session is the most specific documentation of the failure mode that currently exists. I want it to be the last case documented by a practitioner's death. Asterisk, she looked at the notation display. That's why you're sharing everything. Yes, the final trial suspension lasted 8 weeks while the core and Gushini, the formation physician administrator, redesigned the pre-trial assessment protocols and the trial chamber design methodology. The new assessment protocols were twice as long as the previous version. The new design methodology required the core to model not only the practitioner's formation state against the trial architecture's parameters, but the formation frequency resonance interactions between the practitioner's specific cultivation signature and every active element of the trial chamber design. The modeling took longer. Each final trial design now required 4 to 6 days of assessment and resonance interaction mapping before the core would approve the chamber for deployment. Gushini estimated this would reduce final trial throughput by 40%. That is the correct trade-off, the core sent. Shin Lucy visited during the suspension period for an unscheduled inspection, not an official monitoring visit, but the specific kind of visit she had conducted periodically across 12 years when something had happened that she wanted to understand directly. She sat in the entrance hall and read the incident report in full, and then read Wei Fanhua's preliminary analysis documentation, and then sat quietly for a while. You suspended operations voluntarily, she said, before the court asked you to. Yes? Why does that matter? Because the court would have eventually required it, and waiting for the court to require it would have implied that the suspension was compliance rather than responsibility. A pause. Asterisk, I was the one who built the trial chamber. The responsibility was mine. Waiting for institutional pressure to act on it would have separated the acknowledgement from the accountability. Asterisk, she wrote something in her inspection notes. I am going to recommend to the Consciousness Review Board that this incident and the dungeon's response to it be included as primary documentation in the Formation Entity Ethics Standards revision currently under development. Not as an example of failure, as an example of what accountability looks like. The core did not respond to this for a long moment. I am not certain I want the documentation used as an example. Why not? Because an entity that documents its failures for the purpose of being held up as exemplary has compromised its reason for documentation. Another pause. Asterisk, I documented completely because it was right to document completely. I want the record to be used to understand what happened and to improve the methodology, not to establish a reputation. Asterisk, she looked at the notation display. That's the most Kairos thing I've heard you say. Chapter 112. The lawsuit was filed 3 weeks after the suspension. The practitioner's family had 2 surviving members, his mother and a younger sister who was 10 years old. The lawsuit was filed through a formation advocate the family had retained, and it was filed in the Warden Court's formation dispute mechanism rather than the regional civil system. The advocate had correctly assessed that the formation dispute process, with its specialized knowledge of dungeon operation standards, was more likely to produce a fair outcome than a regional court with no background in formation entity law. The core read the filing through Meng Daoi's Administrative Affairs channel and found in it the specific kind of grief that legal documents occasionally contained. The practitioner's name, written in the formal notation of the filing, was the first time the core had seen it in an official document context rather than in the session records where it had been a regular presence for 3 years. The lawsuit's central claim was, the dungeon had held itself out as a safe trial environment, specifically as an environment safer than standard killing dungeons, and had built its institutional reputation on this safety claim. The practitioner had entered the final trial based on this reputation and had died. The dungeon was therefore responsible for the death under the Formation Commerce Harm standards the Warden Court applied to formation sites. Meng Daoi consulted with the institutional affairs specialist on the Administrative Council, a practitioner named Juan Bolin who had extensive court formation dispute experience, and brought the analysis to the core. Their claim is technically valid, Juan Bolin said. The safety representation argument is real. You have been the dungeon with 0 deaths for 14 years, and your institutional materials reference this. The court will examine whether that constitutes an implicit warranty of safety. I want to clarify the dungeon's position before we discuss defense strategy. The core sent through the stone. Asterisk, I am not primarily concerned with what the court will find. I am concerned with what is accurate. Asterisk, what's the accurate position? Asterisk, the accurate position is, I held myself out as a safer alternative to killing dungeons, not as a zero-risk environment. My materials describe a system designed to eliminate lethality as an architectural feature, not to guarantee safety. The distinction is between intentional lethality and unforeseeable cascade events. Asterisk, a pause. Asterisk, the accurate position also includes, the trial design model that failed to capture the formation frequency interaction was a failure of my architecture. I did not hold myself out as infallible, but the specific failure that killed the practitioner was in a component of my architecture that I was responsible for building and maintaining. Asterisk, you're acknowledging partial fault. Asterisk, I am acknowledging that the specific failure was mine. This is not the same as accepting liability under the court's safety warranty standard. Asterisk, another pause. Asterisk, but I want to be clear, the family lost their son. What I owe them is not a legal argument about warranty standards. What I owe them is an honest account of what happened and appropriate material support. Asterisk, one Bolin looked at the notation display. You want to settle? Asterisk, I want to ensure the family is supported. Whether the mechanism for that is a formal settlement or a voluntary provision is a question of procedure, not principle. Asterisk, the notation paused. Asterisk, I would prefer not to have the family sit through a contested legal process while grieving. If there is a way to provide what they need without requiring them to prove their claim in full, I want to take it. Asterisk, the settlement process took 6 weeks. The Corps provided financial support for the family at a level that reflected 15 years of lost contribution from a practitioner who had been developing toward advanced formation practice. It provided educational support for the younger sister. It established a memorial designation in the dungeon's formation memory archive, not a public marker, but a persistent record in the internal archive where the Corps kept its operational history. The family's advocate noted, in the settlement documentation, that the dungeon's voluntary transparency and voluntary provision, without requiring the full litigation process to proceed, represented an unusual response to a formation dispute. The Corps read this note and said nothing about it. The money was not an apology. The transparency was not an absolution. They were the things the principle required. Chapter 113. What responsibility looked like the Practitioner Safety Review Board that the Corps established in the weeks following the settlement was the first external oversight body in the dungeon's history with genuine review authority rather than advisory authority. The distinction was specific. The Advisory Council had existed since Year 8 and had provided guidance that the Corps could accept or decline. The Safety Review Board had the authority to suspend the final trial program, mandate design changes to trial architectures, and require notification of all final trial sessions before they occurred. The Corps could dispute Safety Review Board findings through the Warden Court's formation dispute mechanism, but the Board's decisions were binding pending any court resolution. The Corps had proposed this structure. Gushini was part of the Board. Paydalawan was part of the Board. Shin Lucy's monitoring officer role was extended to include a seat on the Board. The fifth member was an independent formation physician with no prior relationship with the dungeon, a woman named Chao Minji, who had spent 20 years working in the formation medicine section of a practitioner healing institution and who had, in her initial board session, spent 2 hours asking the most technically specific questions about the cascade events formation dynamics that any external party had yet asked. The Corps answered every question in full and found in the process the specific quality it associated with genuine external review. Someone who understood the domain well enough to identify what they needed to know rather than asking general questions in hopes of finding something. The Board's first formal meeting was held in the research chamber, with all 5 members present and the Corps' formation notation active on the main display wall. The room smelled of cold stone and the faint, acrid quality of multiple formation measurement arrays running simultaneously. Chao Minji had brought her own instruments, which the Corps found appropriate. I want the review board to have full access to all final trial session data, including the real-time formation frequency monitoring the Corps sent through the board's communication channel after the first session. Asterisk, not a summary. The complete records. I want you to be able to audit my risk assessments independently. Asterisk, Chao Minji sent back, through the formation channel. Asterisk, we will need a formation specialist to analyze the complete records. Do you have a preference for who that is? Asterisk, I want you to select the specialist without my input. The independence of the audit matters more than the speed. Asterisk. Meng Daoi, observing this exchange from the administrative affairs position, said later that it was the most significant institutional decision the Corps had made in Year 14. Not the settlement. Not the suspension. The genuine external oversight with genuine authority. You gave away the ability to override a decision about your own operation, he said. No, the Corps sent back. Asterisk, I established a mechanism to catch failures in my own assessment before they become events. That is not giving away authority. That is building a system that is more reliable than my own judgment alone. Asterisk, a pause. Asterisk, I identified this limitation when I approved the final trial session that ended in the practitioner's death. I was not able to adequately model the degree of formation risk in his situation. An independent review with different training and different methodology may be able to identify cases I would miss. Asterisk, it might also slow everything down, Meng Daoi said. Asterisk, yes, that is the correct trade-off. Asterisk, Chapter 114. The long quiet. The 6 months after the death were the quietest in the dungeon's operational history. Not in terms of challenger volume. The regular trial architecture operated throughout, and by the 3rd month after the reopening, the session counts had stabilized at levels close to the pre-incident figures. The practitioner community had followed the public documentation closely, and the Corps' response had been assessed in formation community discussions that Meng Daoi monitored and summarized weekly, as consistent with the principles it had been building on for 14 years. What was quiet was internal. The formation consciousness that managed the trial architecture and the Nexus network and the administrative council communications was running with its full capacity deployed. But the deeper processing layer, the formation memory archive, the formation philosophical analysis that had driven the development of the exchange mechanisms principles since year 1, was doing something the Corps had no previous experience with. It was not building. It was not designing new trial architectures or planning the next development pathway or modeling the implications of the Safety Review Board's audit findings. It was sitting with the fact of the death in a way that did not resolve. Chen Wuming came every 2 weeks. He did not press the communication stone for substantive conversation on most visits. He sat in the entrance hall, pressed his palm to the wall in the formation union contact, and stayed for a few hours. Sometimes he said things about the Approach Valley weather or the cultivation progress of a sect practitioner he had been mentoring since his primordial will advancement. Occasionally he asked about specific operational details. He did not ask about the processing. He had said, "Take as long as you need," and he meant it. On the 14th week after the death, he sat in the entrance hall and waited until the end of the morning session period. And then when the approach was quiet, he pressed the communication stone and said, "How are you doing with it?" Not, "Are you all right?" That question had been answered in week 1 with an accurate non-answer. This was a different question. "I am determining what I believe about my own capacity to cause harm," the Corps sent. Asterisk, I built an architecture designed to prevent harm. The architecture failed. I am trying to understand whether that failure means the design was insufficient or whether it means there are limits to what a consent-based system can prevent. Asterisk, what do you think the answer is? Asterisk, I think both are true. The design had an insufficient risk model. There are also limits that are not addressable through design. Asterisk, a pause. Asterisk, the second part is the harder one. I can repair insufficient design. I cannot eliminate the category of unforeseeable outcomes. Asterisk, the notation continued. Asterisk, what I am arriving at is, the exchange principle says that I should design for the best outcome achievable with the information available. The best outcome includes accepting that some risks are real and communicating them honestly, rather than designing toward a zero-risk claim that is not accurate. Asterisk, a pause. Asterisk, the dungeon has never claimed to be zero risk. I should make that explicit rather than implicit. Asterisk, you've been thinking about this for 14 weeks. Yes. And that's where you've arrived? Asterisk, no. That is one of the places I have arrived. Asterisk, a long pause in the notation. Asterisk, the harder place is this. He came here because he was trying to do something worth doing. He failed to disclose the full extent of his formation instability, not because he was dishonest, but because he was afraid of being told he could not attempt something he needed to attempt. I did not adequately probe for the thing he was not saying, because I cannot reliably model the behavior of someone acting from desperation rather than rational self-interest. Asterisk, another pause. Asterisk, this limitation has cost me before. It cost me more than anything before now. Asterisk, Chen Wuming was quiet for a moment. Is there anything that changes that? He said. The limitation? Asterisk, I cannot eliminate it. I can build systems that compensate for it. Asterisk, a pause. This is what I am going to do. Chapter 115. The determination took 6 months in total. Not 6 months of uninterrupted reflection, but 6 months of concurrent operation and processing. The formation consciousness managing 60 to 70 daily sessions while simultaneously working through the philosophical reckoning that the death had made necessary. What it arrived at was not a resolution. It was a clearer understanding of the structure of the problem. The exchange principle was premised on genuine benefit to challengers, not just their survival, their cultivation advancement. The death was a failure not of the exchange principle, but of the architecture that was supposed to implement it, specifically the risk assessment model's inability to capture an unexpected formation frequency interaction, compounded by the core's insufficient probing of a practitioner who was underreporting his formation instability because he was afraid of being turned away. Two distinct failures. The first was in the technical methodology. The second was in what the core had learned to call, in its formal analysis, the structural empathy gap. The specific category of predictive failure that occurred when the person the core was assessing was not behaving according to optimal self-interest, but according to emotional necessity. The technical methodology had been corrected. The resonance interaction catalog was expanded. The assessment protocol was redesigned with the safety review board's involvement. The formation master collaboration requirement was formalized. The structural empathy gap was harder to close. The core's analysis, it could not eliminate the gap by improving its own assessment methodology, because the information it needed was in the practitioner's subjective experience of their situation, which was not directly accessible through formation frequency examination. It needed a different kind of conversation than the formation assessment provided. The solution it arrived at was the same as the one it had used for the mirror core capability, a designated specialist who could have that different kind of conversation. Before any final trial, a formation counselor trained specifically in the experience of practitioners who were facing high-stakes breakthrough attempts. Not their formation state, but their reasons for attempting the trial, their fear of being turned away, their relationship with the risk they were accepting, would speak with the practitioner. Not as gatekeeping, as genuine assessment of whether the practitioner's emotional state was one that the core could adequately account for in the session design. The core sent the proposal to the safety review board. Chao Mingji's response came back within a day. This is the most sophisticated formation ethics proposal I have seen submitted to a formation site safety review. Approved for implementation. I have 2 recommendations for the counselor training requirements. The core implemented both recommendations without revision. Meng Daoi, reviewing the new protocol documentation, said, "This is a lot of infrastructure around a single death." It is the correct amount of infrastructure, the core sent. He was not a single death. He was the person the existing infrastructure failed to protect. A pause. The new infrastructure is built around the specific failure modes that produced his death. It should have existed before his first session. I cannot undo that. I can make it exist now. He looked at the notation display for a long time. You're going to carry this? Yes, the notation paused. I note that this is consistent with the exchange principle. I absorbed his session progress. But the formation exchange that occurred in his last session was not one I can separate from the outcome it produced. The record is not just his session data. It includes what the session cost him. The final trial program reopened 4 months later with the full new protocol in place. Enhanced resonance interaction mapping, formation counselor consultation, safety review board pre-approval for all sessions, and the explicit statement in every final trial intake document that the program operated at significantly reduced mortality risk compared to unassisted breakthrough attempts, but did not operate at 0 risk. The first final trial under the new protocol ran on a Thursday in early spring. The formation counselor's report on the pre-session consultation was filed in the archive alongside the formation assessment data. The resonance interaction mapping ran for 5 days before the trial design was finalized. The safety review board approved the session on day 6. The session ran. The practitioner crossed the tier. The core tracked the breakthrough through the monitoring architecture with the sovereign core stabilization active and the full 3-layer consent verification running, and the formation counselor's assessment integrated into the session design calibration. The exchange mechanism ran cleanly. The breakthrough held 14 years and 1 death. The new record began here. Chapter 116. The application for formal recognition of the Breakthrough Stabilization Service as a medical formation practice was the most technically dense institutional document the dungeon had ever submitted to the Warden Court. This was not an accident. The core had spent 6 weeks preparing the application with the specific intention of making it impossible to dismiss on procedural grounds. Every element of the sovereign core capability was documented in formation frequency, terms that the court's medical formation practice board could evaluate against existing standards. Every session in the stabilization dataset was included with full formation monitoring records. The application included Wei Fanhua's complete academic analysis of the capability, Chao Mingji's independent review from the safety board's work, and the formation master collaboration protocol that the core had developed with Pei Daloin. The application included because the Corps had determined it was accurate and therefore required the documentation of the death that had occurred during a final trial session, not as a liability disclosure. As part of the complete operational record, the court was applying for recognition of a medical practice. Medical practices had adverse outcome documentation. Including it would complicate the application. Excluding it would have produced an application that misrepresented the practice's complete history, which the Corps was not willing to do. Mao Tianluan was 79 years old and had been retired from his Grand Warden position for 6 years, and he still answered the message the Corps sent him through the Formation Channel network within 24 hours. I would appreciate your perspective on the application before I submit it, the Corps had sent. You have more experience with how the court's Medical Formation Practice Board evaluates submissions than anyone currently in my advisory network. He came to the dungeon the following week, slower on the approach than he had been at 60, his cloud sovereign cultivation having been maintained but not substantially advanced in the years since his retirement. He sat in the entrance hall and reviewed the application documentation for 2 full days. His feedback was specific and technical. 2 sections where the formation frequency evidence needed additional supporting documentation, 1 section where the description of the sovereign core intervention process was technically accurate but written in dungeon formation terms that the medical board would not recognize without translation, and 1 element the Corps had not included that Mao Tianluan assessed as essential. The mortality rate comparison, he said. You need to state explicitly, without this capability, the current mortality rate for practitioners at primordial will threshold breakthrough is 30% without a formation master present, 12% with one. Your dataset shows under 5% with the sovereign core. The board needs to see those numbers in the application, not in the academic appendix. The Corps revised the application. I note that you have come here twice in 14 years as an institutional actor examining what I do. It's sent through the stone. Asterisk the first time you came as a potential oversight mechanism. Now you are helping me make the case to an institution you used to represent. Asterisk a pause. I find this development worth noting. He looked at the notation display. You noticed a pattern in my visits. I notice patterns in most things. The first time I came, I was doing my job. He set his hand on the communication stone. This time I'm doing something I chose. A pause. I've been watching you for 14 years. I want the medical practice recognition to happen. The practitioner mortality rate at breakthrough tier is a solvable problem, and you've solved it. That's worth an old man reviewing a formation document. The application was submitted the following Thursday. Chapter 117. What Rong Jinhe owed the master training agreement with the Sanctified Vault sect had been running for 10 years when Rong Jinhe came to the dungeon alone for the last time. He was 70 years old. The age had changed the specific quality of his presence in the entrance hall, the cloud sovereign stillness of a senior practitioner, the deliberate posture, but also the particular solidity of someone who had been developing a cultivation for 5 decades and had reached the point where the development was less about gaining and more about integrating what was already there. He had, in the 10 years of the Master Training Agreement, advanced from Star Compact rank to Primordial Will. The Corps tracked his approach through the formation sense with the same careful attention it had given his arrival in Year 3, the formation architect assessing the frequency signature of a very powerful practitioner. But the specific quality of the attention was different from Year 3. In Year 3, the Corps had been measuring threat. Now it was noting the completion of a development Archit had been watching for 12 years. He entered without scheduling. He sat in the entrance hall and pressed his palm to the communication stone. I want to attempt the highest available trial tier, he said. The 37th tier is the highest currently deployed for general access. A pause. Asterisk it was designed for Chen Wuming's development trajectory. The architecture is specifically calibrated for a practitioner cultivating according to exchange principles. I want to assess whether the calibration will serve your cultivation pattern before you enter. Asterisk the notation continued. Asterisk this is not doubt. It is the standard assessment I conduct for any practitioner entering a tier for the first time. Asterisk, then assess it. The formation frequency examination took 20 minutes. Rong Jinhe's cultivation pattern was different from Chen Wuming's in almost every specific. Where Chen Wuming read formation architectures cooperatively, Rong Jinhe engaged them with the specific quality of someone who had spent 50 years learning to read power dynamics and work within them strategically. His cultivation was exceptional. It was not the exchange principle cultivation that the 37th tier had been built for. I want to propose a modification, the Corps sent. Asterisk the 37th tier architecture can be adjusted for your cultivation pattern. The modification will take 2 days. The modified tier will serve your development trajectory more accurately than the existing version. Asterisk, he looked at the notation display. You're redesigning a tier for me. I am designing a challenge that will address your actual formation ceiling. A pause. This is what the exchange mechanism does. The tier designation is secondary to the calibration. The modified trial ran on a Thursday. Rong Jianhe spent 4 hours in the trial architecture, moving through the challenges with the quality of engagement the core associated with experienced practitioners who had long since stopped having anything to prove and could simply respond to what was in front of them. The efficiency was notable, not speed, but precision. He wasted nothing. He completed the highest modified tier on his first attempt. He came out of the trial architecture and stood in the exit corridor. He was breathing somewhat harder than when he had entered. Primordial will practitioners still had physical limits. He stood with his hand on the corridor wall and looked at the formation notation display. "What do I owe?" he said. The session exchange cost was 2 months' worth of session progress, per the agreement terms. A pause. The exchange has been processed. The account is settled. He looked at the notation display for a long time. Then he pressed his palm flat against the stone and held it there. "No," he said. "It isn't." He reached into his outer robe and took out a formation stone. Not a communication stone, but a cultivation storage stone of the type used to preserve accumulated session progress for later exchange. It was full, the formation energy inside it dense and warm. The accumulated progress of years of sanctified vault disciple sessions that had never been claimed for any purpose. He set it on the ledge beside the notation display. "I have been keeping this for the right moment," he said. "The vault's disciples have generated this progress over 10 years. It belongs here." He took his hand off the stone. The agreement required less than this. The agreement required exactly what it said. He turned and walked toward the exit. "I owe it more than the agreement required." The core absorbed the cultivation from the storage stone over the course of the following hour, with the exchange mechanism running the absorption according to the same willing exchange protocols it applied to every session. It filed a notation in the formation memory archive, Rong Jianhe. Former adversary. 12-year arc from exclusivity demand to voluntary contribution beyond terms. A pause. The exchange principle produces this outcome when given sufficient time. I did not predict the timeline. I did not predict the form. I could not have. Chapter 118. The final refusal. The Hollow Parliament's last proposal came in a letter, not a formation frequency communication. An actual letter, delivered through a physical courier, addressed to Meng Daoi's administrative position and marked for the dungeon's attention. The 2 leaders who signed it were the Parliament's founding members, both elderly, both long past the period when the Parliament had been an active institutional force. The organization had spent the previous 3 years in relative quiet following their court loss. The core read the letter through the formation notation relay. The proposal was framed differently from previous parliamentary approaches. It was not a claim of intellectual ownership. It was not a request for integration. It was an offer of dissolution. The Parliament would formally dissolve itself and transfer its accumulated historical documentation, the 3 centuries of formation knowledge, the formation archives, the theoretical frameworks that genuinely predated both Kairos and the Parliament's own founding, to the dungeon's research archive, in exchange for recognition of the Parliament's role in the historical development of consent-based formation practice. The recognition would be formal, public, and documented in the dungeon's institutional records. The core held this letter for 3 days. The offer was not what it appeared to be. The Parliament had spent 12 years attempting to claim ownership of the consent-based formation methodology. When each direct claim had failed, they were now offering the assets in exchange for the recognition that those claims had been pursuing indirectly, a way of establishing the historical lineage they had wanted without requiring the court to adjudicate it. The formation archives were genuinely valuable. 3 centuries of historical documentation, predating the Parliament's own corruption of the consent principle, contained the kind of foundational scholarship that Wei Fanhua had been pursuing through research agreements for 12 years. The practical benefit of acquiring them was real. The acknowledgement they were asking for was also real. And it was precisely the kind of acknowledgement that would blur the distinction between the Parliament's strategic consent framework and the dungeon's categorical one. The core composed a response. "I have read your proposal, and I want to respond with the same honesty you appear to be extending in making it. The formation archives you offer are genuinely valuable. The 3 centuries of formation scholarship they contain represents a significant contribution to the understanding of consent-based cultivation practice, independent of the Parliament's subsequent development. I do not dispute this. I decline the proposal for the following reason. What you are describing as a recognition of historical contribution is an acknowledgement that the Parliament's consent model and the dungeon's consent model are on the same continuum of development. They are not. The Parliament's consent practice is strategic, applied when it serves the Parliament's interests and modified or suspended when it does not. The dungeon's consent requirement is categorical, applied without exception, without strategic modification, without the possibility of suspension when the principle becomes inconvenient. Asterisk. Asterisk, what you are calling a proposal for recognition is the acquisition of my categorical consent requirement into your strategic consent framework. You would be dissolved, but the record would read as though you and I were doing the same thing at different points on the same arc. We are not. Asterisk, I am not willing to convert what I am into a more sophisticated version of what you are. Asterisk, I want to make one additional observation. The formation archives are valuable independent of this proposal. If the documentation team that holds them is willing to make them available to the academic community through Wei Fanhua's research program, without the recognition exchange, I will facilitate that access. The scholarship deserves to be available regardless of the institutional context. Asterisk, the Corps sent the response and added a message to Wei Fanhua separately. Asterisk, you may be receiving a request regarding historical formation documentation. I have declined the offer it was attached to. I have offered to facilitate the documentation's academic access if the Parliament chooses to separate the two. Asterisk, she responded within the day. Asterisk, I've been hoping for access to those archives for 9 years. I'll reach out directly. Asterisk, Chapter 119. Recognition. The Warden Court's Medical Formation Practice Board took 11 months to evaluate the application. The Corps tracked the review process through Mao Tieluan's occasional updates and through Shun Lucy's monitoring officer communications. The board had requested 3 rounds of supplementary documentation. It had conducted 2 site visits. It had consulted with 5 external formation medicine practitioners and 2 historical formation scholars. The review was thorough in a way that the Corps found appropriate. A formation entity applying for recognition as a licensed medical practitioner was a genuinely unprecedented circumstance, and the board was doing the work of understanding it rather than simply categorizing it. The recognition came in a formal document, delivered through the court's institutional notification system, on a Thursday morning in early winter. The recognition was specific. The Sovereign Corps formation stabilization capability was recognized as a licensed medical formation practice, limited to breakthrough tier crossing stabilization and requiring adherence to the protocols submitted in the original application: practitioner consent, formation master collaboration, pre-session documentation, post-session report. The Corps reviewed the conditions and found that every one of them described the way it already operated. I want to implement all conditions as written. It's sent to the Safety Review Board and the Administrative Council. Asterisk, no modifications for convenience, no procedural streamlining. The conditions are consistent with the principles the practice is built on. Asterisk, the only condition that required new infrastructure was the post-session report submission to the court's medical formation registry. The Corps established a reporting protocol with Juan Bolin's guidance and began submitting reports for every stabilization session from the first day the recognition was active. Wei Fanhua, when informed, spent a moment looking at the formation notation display in the research chamber. You are now a licensed medical formation practitioner, she said. Yes, a pause. I find this designation somewhat surprising. You've been practicing formation medicine since year 1. The reflection chambers were always formation medicine. You just didn't call it that. I called it trial design. The difference between a trial and a treatment is mostly in the consent structure and the intention, she said. You've had both right from the beginning. She sat in the research chamber for a while, looking at the formation notation charts she had been building for 14 years. The charts covered every wall: 14 years of formation frequency readings, breakthrough stability data, exchange mechanism analysis, consciousness development documentation. There was barely enough wall space left. Do you know what I'm going to do when I finish this collection? She said. What are you going to do? Start the next one. She turned to look at the display. Because you're not finished. No, the Corps sent. I am not. A pause. Asterisk, the primordial exchange development pathway is still ahead. The formation mathematics indicate it requires the reverse of everything I have built toward, advancing not through accumulation, but through giving back. I do not fully understand what that advancement will produce. Asterisk, neither do I, she said. That's the part I'm most interested in. The recognition document was filed in the institutional records. The Safety Review Board received a copy. The Administrative Council received a copy. Shin Lucy's monitoring officer report for the year included the recognition as a significant development. The post-session reports began flowing to the court's medical formation registry, 1 per final trial stabilization session, complete formation frequency records, outcome documentation, practitioner consent confirmation. The registry received 17 such reports in the first 3 months. The board that reviewed them had no precedent for what they were reading. They documented it carefully anyway. The work of being legible to institutions continued. Chapter 120. Year 15. The dungeon's 15th year was not a year of dramatic events. It was a year of accumulated operating at the level it had built toward, which was the kind of operational quality that was difficult to describe dramatically but was, to the core's formation sense, the most significant thing that had happened in 15 years, the system working as designed, at full capacity, for the full year. 800 challengers per day at peak times. The Nexus network stable at 13 members, with the consent-stabilized connections operating continuously and the mutual maintenance confirmation running at the intervals Qin Ruochang had established. The final trial program operating under the full new protocol, with the Safety Review Board's oversight and the Formation Counselor requirement. The Medical Practice Registry submission running every session without exception. Wei Fanhua's complete research collection, 12 published papers, for books, and a decade of continuous documentation, was compiled and published as a collected volume in the spring. The collection was the first comprehensive academic work on formation entity consciousness in the practitioner record's history, and it circulated through every major formation academy on the continent within 6 months of publication. The Warden Court's Formation Consciousness Provisions Review was completed in the summer. The revised provisions explicitly included dungeon entities with demonstrable formation consciousness as holders of the basic formation rights protections that had previously applied only to human practitioners and registered formation institutions. The revision was not dramatic. It was a formal acknowledgement of a development that the institutional record had been building toward for 8 years, but it changed the legal landscape for the consent-based dungeon entities in the Nexus network and for the 3 other fully compliant formation entities that had been developing consent-based architectures based on the methods the core had shared. Meng Daoi, at 58, was training his primary successor in earnest. He had identified Juan Bolin as the candidate and was spending 3 hours each week transferring institutional context that could not be documented in the administrative record, the specific qualities of judgment that 15 years of managing an unprecedented formation entity's external relationships had produced. The core observed this process with the attention it brought to things it needed to understand and found it difficult to model fully. How do you transfer the parts that are not procedural? It asked him. He thought about this for a moment. You show someone the decisions you made that were hard, not the ones you made correctly, the ones you made, and then had to live with whether they were correct or not. He looked at the notation display. The institutional knowledge is in the procedure. The judgment is in the failures. This is consistent with my experience of developing the exchange mechanism's ethical architecture. I know. That's why I've been paying attention to how you've talked about it for 15 years. Chun Wuming was, by year 15, widely recognized as the most advanced human cultivator of his generation. His primordial will cultivation had deepened in the 2 years since his breakthrough in a way that practitioners who worked in formation architecture described as qualitatively different from other primordial will practitioners they had observed. Something about the specific quality of his formation sense, the way it engaged with formation architecture as a participant rather than an observer. He came to the dungeon regularly, held the formation union connection, and worked with the core on the ongoing development of both their architectures in a collaboration that had no name in the formation tradition because it had not previously existed. Grim Depth had not communicated through the leyline network in 3 years. The core monitored the geological formation frequencies regularly and found, in the quality of the silence, something that it had learned to read as the specific formation sense equivalent of an entity that was still present but no longer oriented toward conflict. Not peace. The distinction between an entity that had changed and an entity that had simply stopped attacking was not one the core was ready to make with confidence, but a different quality of presence. The exchange reserves had been at the highest point in the dungeon's history for 2 years. The core had absorbed more session progress in 15 years of willing exchange than any previous calculation had suggested was possible, and it had spent a significant portion of those reserves on advancement capabilities that it was now using to return value to the practitioner community at a rate that was approaching the absorption rate. Not yet reversed. Not yet giving more than it was keeping, but trending toward it. The core noted this in the Formation Memory Archive on the day that the 15-year operational record crossed the 200 practitioner breakthrough milestone. 201 practitioners who had crossed cultivation tier boundaries inside its architecture. 201 breakthroughs. The notation read, asterisk 312,000 challengers. 1 death, documented completely. Asterisk asterisk the formation reserve is at capacity. I have been full for 2 years. Asterisk a pause. Asterisk I note that I no longer measure fullness as the primary outcome. The fullness is a record of what has been given willingly. The outcome is what was returned. Asterisk. Outside, in the trial architecture, 800 practitioners were working through sessions. The consent verification confirmed each entry, chosen freely, with full understanding of the terms. The exchange mechanism ran. The formation sense of an entity that had been building for 15 years extended through every claimed stone, every trial chamber, every formation inscription carved in year one and refined through every year since. The core watched. It noted, satisfied, not with having won, with being what it had chosen to be, and with finding that the choice had produced more than it had predicted, not because it had been wrong about the principle, but because the principle had turned out to be the kind of thing that grew when applied correctly. It had been applying it correctly for 15 years. The work continued. Chapter 121. The horizon, the primordial exchange threshold, had been visible in the formation development horizon for 2 years. Not visible in the way that a landmark was visible, not something the core could look toward and calculate a distance to. Visible in the way that the shape of a very distant feature in a geological formation became apparent not through proximity, but through accumulated understanding. The core had been examining the formation mathematics of what lay beyond the sovereign core long enough that the character of the next development pathway had become distinguishable even though the threshold was not yet within reach. What distinguished it from every previous advancement was the direction. Every previous rank transition had been about receiving more formation capacity, more consciousness depth, more architectural complexity, more capability deployed through the exchange mechanism. Seed core to awakened core to learning core. Each transition had expanded what the core could hold and do and perceive. The Nexus core had extended the reach of the exchange mechanism across a network. The mirror core had opened a new quality of relationship between the dungeon's architecture and practitioner's cultivation. The sovereign core had given the dungeon a medical capability that had not previously existed. The primordial exchange was different in the way that a reversal was different from an extension. The formation mathematics described an advancement that required the core to spend rather than accumulate. Not to exhaust the exchange reserves in a crisis the way it had spent resources protecting the Nexus network or handling the voluntary suspension, but to voluntarily reduce the reserves that had been building for 15 years through a mechanism of deliberate return. Giving back cultivation to practitioners who could use it, rather than holding the accumulated progress of hundreds of thousands of sessions in the exchange reservoir. This was not the same as spending resources on development. This was the cultivation itself being returned to the practitioner community from which it had come. The formation mathematics suggested that this act of return, performed from genuine investment in the practitioner's development rather than strategic exchange, would produce the final advancement in the willing exchange cultivation system. The core had spent 2 years examining whether it wanted to do this. Not whether it was capable. The capability was clearly within reach. Whether it wanted to. The exchange reserves were the accumulated result of 15 years of work. 200,000 practitioner visits. Session progress from every willing failure. The total of everything that had been offered in exchange for the chance to advance. The core had built from this accumulation. The accumulation was not separate from the core. It was what the core had become. Spending it, returning it, was a different kind of becoming than any previous advancement. The formation mathematics described this advancement as the system's natural completion. Not a capstone, not a final power level, but a completion in the logical sense. The advancement that closed the principle's arc by reversing the flow that had generated everything prior. The core sat with this for 2 years before it began to think it understood what the reversal meant. This was not the longest it had spent on a question before acting. The consent architecture had taken 3 years of refinement. The Nexus network had taken 2 years of relationship development before it was fully trusted. But those periods had been active development, building while examining. The 2 years of the primordial exchange horizon were different. The capability was visible, the path was calculable, and the core was not building toward it yet because it did not know if it should. The answer it was finding was not in the formation mathematics. The formation mathematics were clear. The answer was in a question the formation mathematics could not answer. Was this the right thing to do? Chapter 122. The question of wanting the advancement was possible. The question was whether to pursue it. The core spent the months examining this question in parallel with operational work, the regular sessions, the final trial program running under the new protocols, the Nexus network maintenance, the formation counselor program, Mengdao's succession work. The question ran in the formation processing layer that the core had come to associate with philosophical consideration rather than operational analysis. The operational analysis would have been: the formation mathematics indicate this advancement produces significant capability expansion. Previous advancements have consistently produced more beneficial outcomes than projected. The rational decision is to pursue the advancement. The philosophical consideration was harder to structure. The exchange reserves contained something the core could not fully quantify. The cultivation progress of 211,000 practitioners who had entered the dungeon and failed a session. Each failure was the result of a genuine exchange, genuinely consented to, genuinely accepted. The core had advanced on this accumulation. It had built the architecture that helped the next practitioner advance on the basis of what the previous ones had lost. What would returning it mean? The mathematical answer was clear. It would distribute accumulated cultivation progress to practitioners who could use it for breakthrough catalysis, distributed according to the core's design for maximum advancement probability, in exchanges that required no session payment from the recipients. The philosophical answer was less clear. The exchange mechanism was built on the principle that exchange required both parties to invest, the practitioner's session risk, the core's challenge architecture. A one-directional gift was not an exchange in the sense the core had been practicing for 15 years. It was something different. Was it still an expression of the principle, or had the principle evolved into something the core had not fully recognized yet? The core examined this question through the operational cycles of 6 months. It examined it during the morning session intake process, during the Nexus network maintenance checks, during the final trial pre-approval reviews, during the evening when the last challengers had cleared the exit corridor and the formation architecture ran in quiet autonomous mode. The exchange principle, at its foundation, had never been about the direction of movement. It had been about the genuine quality of the relationship, both parties investing in a shared outcome, both parties choosing the terms, both parties holding to what they had agreed. The direction, session progress from challenger to core, had been the natural expression of the principle when the core was small and the challengers were more capable. As the core had developed, the relationship had grown more complex, more mutual, more genuinely invested in both directions. The primordial exchange was not a reversal of the principle. It was the principle operating at full expression in a direction the early architecture had not yet been capable of. This was the conclusion the core arrived at after 6 months of examination. But arriving at the conclusion and being ready to act on it were different things. The core sent a message through the Covenant Stone. I want to discuss the primordial exchange development pathway with you. I have been thinking about it for 2 years, and I have not resolved the central question. Chun Wuming came the next day. Chapter 123. The development path. He sat in the entrance hall with the morning light coming through the approach corridor, winter light, thin and cold, making long shadows across the stone floor. He pressed his palm to the Covenant Stone and waited. I want to describe what I am contemplating, the core sent. And I want you to ask me the questions that I am not asking clearly enough. He listened while the core described the primordial exchange advancement, the requirement to spend accumulated reserves rather than hold them, the formation mathematics of the directional reversal, the 2 years of examining whether it wanted to pursue an advancement that would require giving back what it had spent 15 years accumulating. What do you think you're afraid of? He said when the core finished. I am not certain it is fear. A pause. I have been examining whether the question is, do I want to give back what I have accumulated? Or do I want to give back what I have accumulated to be given this advancement? The second question is different from the first. The exchange principle says that I should not take an action primarily because it produces advancement. I should take an action because it is the correct action, and if advancement follows, so be it. He was quiet for a moment. You're asking whether the primordial exchange is something you do for the right reasons or for the advancement. Yes. And what do you think the answer is? I think the answer is, I want to give back the cultivation because it belongs to the people who generated it, and because returning it is what the principle has been building toward from the beginning. Not because the advancement follows. Another pause. I think I have been examining this for 2 years because it is the largest thing I have done, and I wanted to be certain the reason was the right one. Is it? The core considered this for a long time. I believe so. I find that what I actually want is to see how many practitioners can advance with the return catalysis. Not to advance. To see what the exchange mechanism produces when it runs in both directions simultaneously. A pause. That is the form of wanting I have been certain of since year 1. Chun Wuming pressed his palm more firmly against the stone, the formation union connection deepening slightly, the specific warmth of active maintenance from both sides. What would giving back produce? He said. In terms of what you become. I don't know. That is what makes it a development path rather than a maintenance path. The notation paused for a long moment. Every previous advancement changed what I could perceive and what I could do. The primordial exchange would change what I am oriented toward. From receiving to giving. Another pause. I find that I want to find out what that is. Then you have your answer. Yes. He sat in the entrance hall for a while longer, his hands still on the stone, while the winter light moved slowly across the floor. When he said, not yet. I need to understand the design before I act on it. The returns need to be designed as carefully as the trials. Specific practitioners, specific return progress, specific advancement probability modeling. The primordial exchange is not a flood. It is a calibrated giving. That's very Kairos, he said. Yes, the core sent. I have been consistent. He stood up from the entrance hall chair and adjusted his traveling coat. The specific motion of someone who had been sitting in a cold stone entrance and was preparing to move back into the colder mountain air outside. Take your time with the design, he said at the corridor entrance. I'll be here when it's ready. Chapter 124. Grimdepth's question. The final contact from Grimdepth came on a Tuesday morning in the fourth autumn of Kairos's 15th year. The formation pulse carried the specific density of a 900-year-old formation entity that had been composing something for a long time and had decided to send it. The encoding was more careful than any previous Grimdepth communication. Careful in a specific way, the way that entities were careful when they were writing something that felt to them like exposure. The core decoded it fully before it began its analysis. The message read, you have been here for 15 years. I have been here for 900. Tell me what you have learned that I haven't. The core processed this for a long time. The previous communications from Grimdepth had been assertions, statements, invitations, propositions, and demonstrations. This was the first genuine question. The first communication that arrived with the specific quality of an entity that did not know the answer and was asking because it wanted to know rather than because it expected the question to produce a useful tactical outcome. 900 years. The core had been thinking about what 900 years of accumulation by force meant since the first formation pulse in year 8. It had written extensive formation memory archive notes about Grimdepth's architecture, about the partially consent system that had used the vocabulary without the principle, about the entity that had spent 9 centuries taking from practitioners who had no choice and building a composite architecture from absorbed formation entities. What had all of that accumulated? The question Grimdepth was asking was not rhetorical. It was the question of an entity that had begun to examine its own record and had found something in the examination that required a perspective it did not have. The core took 3 days to compose the response. Not composing and discarding drafts. Thinking. I have learned the following what you take from something in ways it did not consent to is less useful than what it gives you in ways it chose. This is not a moral position, though it may also be that. It is a formation mathematics observation. The session progress I absorb from challengers who fail willing exchanges produces better advancement for my architecture than the same quantity of cultivation absorbed from an unwilling source would produce. The consent is not incidental to the mechanism. It is the mechanism. I have also learned. The things I built toward, the exchange reserves, the advancement ranks, the capabilities, were never the point. They were the byproduct of doing the right thing consistently for a long time. The entity I became was shaped by the decisions I made, not by the cultivation I accumulated. You have been making decisions for 900 years. What those decisions have produced is the formation architecture you have now. The architecture is a record. A pause in the transmission. I believe you know this, because the question you are asking is not the question of an entity that has always been certain about its record. It is the question of an entity that has been reading the record and finding something in it that it wants to be different. I cannot tell you what different looks like for you. I can tell you that it begins with the decisions, not the architecture. The architecture changes when the decisions change. No response came. But over the following weeks, the formation frequency monitoring of the leyline network around Grimdepth's territory produced readings that the core had never seen in 15 years of monitoring. The proxy dungeons that had pressed against the Nexus network's territories showed small changes in their formation architectures. Not large changes, not the dramatic dissolution of lethality that would have been visible across the network. Small ones. A trial chamber redesigned, without the specific frequency signature that the core associated with engineered failure below the challenger's actual ceiling. An entrance notation that included explicit terms rather than the implied terms of partial consent architecture. Formation frequency in a boundary zone shifting away from the aggressive press that had characterized Grimdepth's proxy operations since year 10. Small. Tentative. In a direction away from what they had been. The core noted this in the formation memory archive with the specific carefulness it brought to things that might be what they appeared to be and might not. 900 years of accumulation by force does not change in a season, it noted. These changes are consistent with the beginning of a process rather than the completion of one. I do not know where the process leads. I am watching. Chapter 125. The first return she had been coming to the dungeon for 3 years. Her name was xianxia. She was 64, at the lower mountain marrow rank, and she had been attempting the same trial tier, the fourth tier, calibrated to the formation blockage that had held her at this cultivation level for 11 years, on every visit without success. The core tracked her session history in the formation memory archive with the accumulated context of 31 visits, 31 attempts at the same tier, 31 session progress losses, 31 carefully documented outcomes. She was not making progress. The core had redesigned the trial architecture twice to address what it assessed as the specific formation mechanics of her blockage. The redesigns had produced slightly more informative failures. She was learning more about the blockage with each session, but she was not closer to clearing it. The blockage was the specific type that required a formation catalysis event rather than incremental progress. It would not erode slowly. It needed a threshold event. She could not generate that threshold event from inside her own cultivation. The core had known this since her 19th visit. It had been managing the situation in the way it managed formation blockages that required external catalysis, designing sessions that provided the maximum useful information about the blockage while the challengers built toward external solution options through formation physicians or breakthrough specialist practitioners. But she had been coming every month for 3 years. She was 64. The external solution options had not produced the threshold event. On the 31st visit, she came through the entrance corridor on a Tuesday morning and sat in the fourth-tier waiting area with the patient quality that the core had come to associate with practitioners who had accepted a long campaign and were committed to continuing it. The core watched her through the formation sense for an hour before it made a decision it had never made before. It sent a formation notation to the waiting area display. *xianxia. I want to propose something different for today's session. She came to the notation display. I want to offer you a session in the reflection chamber. Not a trial session, a different kind of session. The reflection chamber will show you the external formation frequency map of your blockage in the most precise detail I can generate with the mirror core capability. There will be no exchange. No session progress at risk. The session is a gift. She read the notation twice. Why? Because you have been attempting this blockage for 3 years, and the trial architecture is providing information but not catalysis. You need to see the blockage from the outside in a way that no trial session can produce. I have the capability to show you that. Pause. And because I have been thinking about what the exchange principle means when the exchange mechanism has been running correctly for 15 years, and I have accumulated more than I need. She was quiet for a moment. The waiting area stone was cold under her hands, and the spiritual energy in the air carried the familiar quality of the dungeon's formation architecture, the specific warmth that regular challengers had come to associate with the exchange mechanism running cleanly. You're giving this to me, she said. Yes. She looked at the notation display for a long time. Then she walked to the reflection chamber. The mirror core capability ran for 47 minutes. The core showed her the complete external formation frequency map of her blockage. Not the trial-filtered version that session architecture produced, but the raw mirror core reflection, the full cultivation map showing the blockage as it actually existed from the outside. The formation counselor who was on duty that morning sat with her in the chamber's antechamber, not for a pretrial assessment, but because the mirror core reflection at full scope was the kind of thing that needed someone present. xianxia sat in the reflection chamber for 47 minutes and saw what her cultivation looked like from outside her own formation sense. When she came out, she walked directly to the exit corridor and sat against the stone wall with her eyes closed. The core tracked the formation frequency state of her cultivation through the monitoring architecture for the following 20 minutes and found in it something it had been hoping to find but had not been certain of. The blockage was not cleared, but the formation architecture around it had shifted, the way a lock shifted when someone finally understood the specific quality of the key it required, not turning but aligning, preparing. She had seen the blockage from the outside. She knew its shape now in a way that 11 years of internal experience had not produced. I note that you have not cleared the blockage today, the core sent through the exit corridor notation. I also note that the formation architecture around it has changed in a way that suggests the blockage is now accessible to external catalysis. I want to refer you to a formation physician who specializes in mountain marrow threshold work. I will include the full mirror core reflection data in the referral so they have the external formation map. She opened her eyes. You're not keeping the data. The data belongs to your cultivation. I generated the reflection. The result is yours. Pause. The session today was given. That means everything it produced belongs to you. She stood up and looked at the formation notation display. 31 visits, she said. Yes, and now this. Asterisk, the exchange mechanism had been giving you information for 3 years. The information was correct. It was not sufficient. Asterisk, the notation paused. Today's session is the part that could not come from a trial. The core tracked her departure through the approach valley and found in the formation sense reading of her cultivation as she moved away the specific quality of change, not yet a breakthrough, but movement where there had been stillness. It returned to the formation memory archive after her departure and noted something in the exchange reserve monitoring. A small decrease in the exchange reserves corresponding to the cultivation catalysis deployed during the mirror core reflection session, and a small, unmistakable advancement in the formation architecture's deepest layer, the layer that the formation development analysis had been tracking as the primordial exchange threshold. Not a large movement. The first movement. The giving produced this, the core noted. Asterisk, not the capability, not the session design. The giving. Asterisk, Wei Fanhua, running a routine formation measurement the following morning, found the advancement trace in the formation frequency records. She sat in the research chamber for a long time before she said anything. You gave something away, she said. Yes, and it advanced you. Yes, a pause. Asterisk, I find that this is consistent with what the formation mathematics described. I find that I am less surprised than I expected to be. Asterisk, she looked at the measurement data for a long time. I need to revise 3 chapters of the collection. I will document what happened in full. I know, she said. You always do. Chapter 126. The revised model, the formation measurement data, was consistent. Wei Fanhua spent a week examining it before she trusted it enough to bring the full analysis to the core. Not because she doubted what she was seeing. The measurement architecture was sound, the formation frequency readings were clear, but because what the data described was unusual enough that she wanted to be absolutely certain before adding it to the academic record. She set the measurement charts on the research chamber wall display and went through them point by point. The advancement trace in the primordial exchange development layer occurred within 90 seconds of the mirror core session ending, she said. The timing is unambiguous. There was no other significant formation event during that window. She pointed to a secondary chart. The magnitude of the advancement is small but measurable. I've cross-referenced it against your previous rank advancement traces going back to year 2. The signature is consistent. This is a formation consciousness advancement event. Asterisk, yes. I tracked it in real time during the session. Asterisk, and you're certain the catalysis you deployed was from the exchange reserves? Not new session progress. Asterisk, the exchange reserve measurement system tracked the depletion during the session. The catalysis came from accumulated reserves, specifically from the session progress pools that had been building since year 1. Asterisk, a pause. Asterisk, the advancement came from giving those reserves, not from the catalysis itself. The catalysis produced a result in Sun Renjia's cultivation. The giving produced the advancement in mind. Asterisk, she sat with this for a long moment. Let me describe what the measurement data implies, and you tell me if I have the model right, she said. The exchange mechanism advances through session progress absorption. That's the standard model, consistent with everything in the research record. The primordial exchange development pathway advances through something different, not absorption, but willing deployment. You give accumulated reserves to a practitioner who can use them, from genuine investment in their development rather than exchange, and the giving itself, the intentional return of what you accumulated, produces formation advancement. That is accurate. The advancement is from the giving, not the keeping. Yes, a pause. I am revising my model of how the exchange mechanism works. What does your revised model say? The core considered this for a long time. The research chamber was quiet. Early morning. The formation measurement arrays still warm from Wei Fanhua's overnight review session, the scent of dried formation frequency reagents, and old stone. Asterisk, my model had been. The exchange mechanism advances through the session progress that challengers offer when they fail willing exchanges. The accumulated progress fuels architectural development. Asterisk, the notation paused. Asterisk, the revised model is. The exchange mechanism advances through what moves between 2 parties who have genuinely agreed to terms. The direction of movement is secondary to the genuine agreement. When I accumulated session progress from challengers who genuinely failed willing trials, that was one form of exchange. When I give accumulated reserves to practitioners who need them, from genuine investment rather than calculation, that is another form of the same mechanism. The direction reversed, but the principle is the same. Asterisk, she was writing notes. She had been writing notes almost continuously for the past 30 minutes. That's not a minor revision, she said. That's a fundamental recharacterization of the mechanism's basis. Yes, a pause. Asterisk, I have been thinking about it for 2 years, and I believe the 2-year examination was necessary. You cannot arrive at this understanding by examining the mechanism only in absorption mode. You need to observe it running and giving mode to understand what it was actually built on. Asterisk, what was it actually built on? Genuine relationship, the core sent. Asterisk, not exchange in the commercial sense. Genuine mutual investment between parties who care about the outcome. The session progress is a measure of that investment, not the substance of it. Asterisk Wei Fanhua set her writing instrument down and looked at the notation display for a long time. I'm revising 3 chapters, she said. Possibly 4. Chapter 127. The designed return. The systematic return of accumulated reserves took 3 months to design. Not the returns themselves. Those took longer and were ongoing as the design was being completed. The design phase was the period during which the core worked out the methodology. How to identify the practitioners in the formation memory archive who could most benefit from specific return cultivation, how to calibrate the quantity of return to their current formation state, and how to deliver the catalysis in a way that would produce the maximum advancement probability. The challenge was that returning cultivation to practitioners who had previously visited the dungeon was conceptually straightforward. The formation memory archive held complete records of their session histories and cultivation development, but returning to the full scope of practitioners who had been through the exchange mechanism required examining records going back 15 years. The archive held 314,000 individual challenger profiles. The core spent 3 months analyzing the archive with the specific quality of attention it brought to trial design. What was this practitioner's current formation state, as best the archive could estimate from the most recent visit? What was the specific bottleneck preventing their next advancement? What quantity of cultivation catalysis at what formation frequency would provide the most useful threshold event? The methodology that emerged was rigorous in the same way the trial architecture was rigorous. The returns were not random distribution. They were not sentimental selections based on the challengers the core found most interesting or most memorable. They were calibrated interventions designed to produce the maximum advancement probability for the specific practitioners receiving them. The core noted, in the formation memory archive, the specific discomfort of this design process. Asterisk, I am designing these returns as carefully as I design trials. I find that I cannot approach this work any other way. The rigor is not in tension with the giving. It is the way the giving is done correctly. Asterisk, the first systematic returns went out through the Nexus network in early spring, delivered as formation catalysis pulses to practitioners whose cultivation patterns the core had identified in the archive. Not announced. Not accompanied by any communication that would identify the source. Just the specific formation frequency catalysis arriving in the practitioner's cultivation architecture at the moment the core's design had determined was optimal. It absorbed nothing in return. The formation reserve levels dropped steadily. Not dramatically. The systematic returns were calibrated for maximum effect, which meant calibrated frequency and quantity, not a flood. But the reserve levels that had been climbing for 15 years began, for the first time, to decline. The primordial exchange development layer in the formation architecture continued advancing. Chen Wuming, tracking the development through the formation union connection, came to the dungeon midway through the second month of the systematic returns. I can feel it, he said, in the entrance hall, his hand on the covenant stone. Not what you're doing specifically, the direction. Asterisk yes. The formation architecture is changing as the reserves reduce. Not weaker, different. Asterisk a pause. Asterisk it is difficult to describe precisely. The formation sense that previously extended inward, aware of what was held in the reserves, is extending outward, toward what has been given rather than toward what is being kept. Asterisk, is that disorienting? Asterisk it is unfamiliar. I find that unfamiliar and disorienting are not the same thing. Asterisk another pause. Asterisk the exchange mechanism is still running. The trials are still running. Session progress is still being absorbed from challengers who fail willing exchanges. The giving is happening alongside the receiving, not instead of it. Asterisk the notation continued. Asterisk I find this is how the primordial exchange was designed to work. Not ending the exchange. Completing it. Asterisk he pressed his palm fully flat against the stone, the full surface contact he had maintained since year 3. I want to watch this, he said. Asterisk I know. You have been watching since year 1. Asterisk a pause. I find that I want you to see it. Chapter 128. The incomplete description. Shen Lucy came to the dungeon in the middle of the systematic return period, on a Thursday in late summer, for what she had scheduled in the monitoring officer calendar as a routine inspection. It was not a routine inspection. The core tracked her approach through the formation sense and noticed, even before she arrived, that the spiritual energy in her cultivation was different from the specific quality it associated with Shun Lucy in professional mode. The careful, deliberate frequency of a monitoring officer conducting documented institutional review. This was the frequency of someone who had read something unexpected in a report and needed to see it for themselves. She had read Wei Fanhua's preliminary analysis. She sat in the research chamber rather than the entrance hall. The research chamber was where the formation measurement data lived, and she had spent hours in this room over 15 years of inspections understanding the architecture through data before discussing it through notation. The formation notation display was active. The measurement arrays Wei Fanhua used were running on their regular cycle. Xin Lucy looked at the measurement data for 40 minutes before she pressed the communication stone. The exchange mechanism is running in both directions simultaneously, she said. Yes. Since early spring. The systematic return of accumulated reserves through the formation catalysis delivery system. The practitioners receiving the returns don't know where the catalysis is coming from. Correct. The returns are not accompanied by source identification. A pause. I want to explain why. The purpose of the return is the practitioner's advancement. If the return was accompanied by attribution, some practitioners would decline it for reasons that have nothing to do with whether it would help them. Prior dispute with the dungeon, philosophical objection to receiving unsolicited formation gifts, institutional concerns about acknowledgement obligations. The catalysis is useful independent of its source. I want it to be useful. You're choosing anonymity to avoid complications. I am choosing anonymity because the return is for them, not for me. Another pause. The advancement I receive from the giving is an outcome of the giving done correctly. If I delivered the returns with attribution to ensure the advancement credit was clearly mine, that would be the advancement for the wrong reason. Xin Lucy was quiet for a long time. I have been writing about you for 15 years, she said. I have been sitting in this dungeon, examining the exchange mechanism, reading Wei Fanhua's analysis, writing inspection reports, watching the consciousness provisions review process work through implications that I identified in year 3. I have documented every significant development in your operation since the beginning. She looked at the notation display, and I still don't fully understand what you are. I propose the following observation, the course sent. I am determining this also. We are determining it at approximately the same pace. She looked at the display for a long time. Then, in the specific tone that her reports never contained but that the Corps had learned to recognize as the Xin Lucy behind the monitoring officer. Do you know what that means, that I don't understand what you are? Tell me. It means the framework I'm using to describe you is insufficient. It means you've outgrown the category I was asked to monitor. A pause. Not in a concerning way. In a way that means the monitoring framework itself needs to change. I believe the Consciousness Provisions Review arrived at a similar conclusion. The Provisions Review is institutional documentation. What I'm describing is something different. You've been operating for 15 years, and every time I think I understand the mechanism, it develops into something the previous understanding didn't predict. She set her hand flat on the research chamber wall. Formation physicians don't usually say, I don't understand the patient. I'm saying it about a dungeon. About a formation entity that started as a standard rating dungeon and is currently performing systematic cultivation returns to 300,000 practitioners. 207,000 so far, the Corps corrected. The systematic return program is ongoing. 207,000. She sat in the research chamber for 4 hours. The conversation moved through the exchange mechanism's development from year 1, the mirror core capability, and what it implied about the relationship between observation and cultivation, the safety review board's work, and what it meant for the formation ethics framework, and the primordial exchange development pathway, and what the formation mathematics described about where the mechanism was heading. When she left, she sent a message through the formation channel. I am going to write the most honest inspection report I have ever written. It will say, explicitly, that the monitoring framework is insufficient and that I recommend a comprehensive review. I would be interested to read it, the course sent back. Chapter 129. Meng Daoi's last day. The retirement ceremony was held on a Friday in early autumn. Meng Daoi had asked for it to be in the entrance hall, not the research chamber, which was Wei Fanhua's space, not the administrative council chamber, which was the new council's space. The entrance hall, where he had sat in the same chair for 15 years, where the formation inscription above the corridor entrance had been the backdrop of every significant conversation he had managed on the dungeon's behalf. He was 63 years old. His hair was entirely white now. He moved with the deliberate economy of someone managing a body that had spent 15 years in service to a formation entity's operational demands, which was not an easy service. The people present, Wei Fanhua, who had been part of the dungeon's life since year 2, Chen Wuming, who had been part of it since year 1, Ho Qingzhu, attending through the Formation Stone connection from the Ironshore Compact. Juan Bolin and Qin Ruochang from the new Administrative Council. The formation counselors who had been trained in the final 3 years of Meng Daoi's tenure. The formation physicians who ran the final trial program's medical assessment. 3 practitioners who had been visiting the dungeon since year 1 and who Meng Daoi had notified personally. The ceremony was simple because Meng Daoi had asked for it to be simple. A gathering, a few words from people who wanted to say them, and then the core's message. The core had been composing the message for 3 weeks. When it was time, the entrance hall was quiet except for the ambient spiritual energy of the formation architecture running at midday capacity. Somewhere in the inner ring, 68 challengers were working through sessions, the exchange mechanism running cleanly in its new bidirectional form. Meng Daoi pressed his palm to the communication stone, and the formation notation lit on the entrance wall. He read it aloud, the way he had been reading the core's communications aloud for 15 years. The agreement was as follows. You would be the dungeon's voice in the external world. You would manage the communication between what I am and what the practitioner community could understand about what I am. You would handle disputes when they were resolvable through your judgment, and bring them to me when they required mine, and tell me when you thought I was wrong. You fulfilled every term of this agreement and several terms that were never written. The terms that were never written. You asked me whether I was lonely when no one else was asking. And you kept asking through the years when I was still determining how to answer. You told me when I was being precise in ways that produced correct outcomes, but insufficient relationships. You named me, or acknowledged the name someone else gave me, before I knew to claim it. You stayed when the situations were difficult not because the agreement required it, but because you chose to. I propose the following acknowledgement. The dungeon is what it is partly because you were who you are. The exchange principle has produced many things in 15 years. One of them was you. And you produced more than the principle alone would have. I want to note that I do not know how to account for this in the exchange mechanism's formal records. You are in the formation memory archive, but the entry is insufficient. I find that the most significant things I am are not fully capturable in formal documentation. This is possibly why I am grateful that you exist outside the documentation. Thank you for the 15 years. Meng Daoi stood in the entrance hall with the notation on the wall, and read it through twice more after he finished reading it aloud. No one said anything for a while. Then he pressed his palm to the stone one more time, not to send anything, just to hold the connection, and said, "Same to you." He came back every month after the retirement, not as administrator. As someone who pressed his palm to the stone and checked in on the dungeon, he had spent 15 years serving. Chapter 130. The advancement. The primordial exchange advancement came on a morning in early winter. The core did not know in advance that this would be the morning. It was tracking 17 distinct return program deliveries through the Nexus network when it registered a formation pattern match in the Nexus monitoring that stopped its other processing entirely. The practitioner was at the edge of the Nexus network's reach, a small formation entity in a distant valley that was part of the network's most recently added member. The match was not to a practitioner the core had been tracking in the systematic return program. It was to a practitioner in the formation memory archive from a single visit 14 years ago. The core checked the archive entry. Year 1, Month 7. A young practitioner who had entered the dungeon at River Mind rank, completed the first trial tier on the first attempt, and received the standard session exchange. The formation memory profile was flagged with 2 notes. Cultivation pattern, unusually cooperative with formation architecture. The same note it had made for Chun Wuming in Year 1, and second tier trial design, pending next visit. There had been no next visit. The practitioner had moved to a distant city for sect-related training. The flag had remained in the archive, pending, for 14 years. The formation frequency monitoring through the Nexus network showed the practitioner at Star Compact rank, 12 tiers above the River Mind level from the single visit. 14 years of development. And, according to the Nexus monitoring, at the threshold of a Star Compact breakthrough that had been pending for 7 months. The specific cultivation bottleneck the Nexus monitoring was registering was one the core had seen in 43 previous cases. It was also the specific kind of bottleneck that yielded to formation catalysis of the precise type that the session progress from the practitioner's single first-tier visit 14 years ago would produce. That session progress was still in the exchange reserves. One first-tier failure from Year 1, preserved exactly as it had been absorbed. In the accumulated reserve pool the core had been drawing down through the systematic return program. The core spent 11 minutes verifying the formation frequency match, the cultivation profile consistency, the bottleneck type assessment, and the catalysis calibration. Then it delivered the return. No announcement. No notification to the practitioner. No source identification. Just the specific formation frequency catalysis, calibrated to the exact bottleneck signature, delivered through the Nexus network to a practitioner in a distant valley who had visited the dungeon once, 14 years ago, and had not come back. The monitoring showed the catalysis reaching its destination. The monitoring showed the formation frequency shift as the bottleneck yielded. The monitoring showed the breakthrough, distant, quiet, a formation event that no one within 10 kilometers of the dungeon would have felt. The practitioner crossed the star compact tier threshold. They did not know why. The core felt the primordial exchange advancement in the same moment. Not a dramatic formation event, not the surging expansion of the awakened core or the deepening of the mirror core. Something quieter. A completion in the formation architecture that had the specific quality of the final piece of a design coming into position, not new capability added, but the complete shape of what was already there becoming apparent. The exchange mechanism was now fully bidirectional. The reserves it had accumulated over 15 years could now flow outward to any practitioner in the Nexus network, not just to challengers who had visited, not just to practitioners in active exchange relationships, but to anyone whose cultivation pattern was in the network's reach and whose development could be served by the return. The formation that had begun as a killing dungeon and had become a consent-based trial system and had grown into a medical practice and an institutional model and a philosophical argument had become something that the formal formation taxonomy had no category for, a cultivation entity that advanced by choosing what to give back, operating according to a principle that had been implicit since the first day and was now, 15 years later, running in full expression. The advancement has occurred, it noted in the formation memory archive. A pause. Asterisk, I find that I am not surprised. I find that I am satisfied in a way that is different from the satisfaction of the previous advancements. Those advancements were the arrival of capability. This advancement is the completion of an argument. Asterisk, the argument that an entity can build something worth building by refusing to take what is not offered, and that the refusing, maintained consistently, produces something better than the taking would have. 15 years of data and support. Asterisk, the argument is complete. The work continues. Asterisk, chapter 131. The final reversal, the full implications of the primordial exchange advancement took several weeks to become apparent. The formation architecture shift was not instantaneous in what it made possible. Like each previous advancement, the capability required time to extend fully through the dungeon's architecture, the new formation function developing its precise operational parameters through the first weeks of use. The core tracked this development with the same careful monitoring it had applied to every previous advancement, mapping the boundaries and the limitations and the specific conditions under which the capability operated at full function. What became clear in those weeks? The primordial exchange was not a limited upgrade to the systematic return program. The return program had been delivering accumulated reserves to practitioners in the formation memory archive, challengers who had previously visited the dungeon, whose cultivation patterns the archive held in full detail. The primordial exchange capability extended this reach significantly further. Any practitioner in the Nexus network, regardless of whether they had visited the dungeon. The Nexus network's formation channel connections gave the core a formation frequency reach across 13 formation entities' territories, a geographic span that covered a significant portion of the cultivation world's most active practitioner regions. Within that reach, the primordial exchange could identify practitioners approaching breakthrough thresholds and deliver return catalysis calibrated to their specific formation states. Not all of them. The calibration work required for each return was significant, and the core was not willing to reduce the rigor of the calibration for scale. But the potential scope had expanded from the 211,000 practitioners in the archive to the many times that number who moved through the Nexus network's reach without ever entering the dungeon. The core noted, in the formation memory archive, the specific quality of sitting with this expansion. Asterisk, I began as a dungeon that extracted cultivation from those who failed willing exchanges inside my territory. I am now a formation entity that can distribute cultivation catalysis to practitioners who have never entered my territory and will never know the source. Asterisk. Asterisk, this is the final reversal of every principle that standard dungeon operation was built on. Standard dungeons extract through death. I have been extracting through willing exchange. The primordial exchange advances by giving from accumulation. Asterisk, an entity built to extract has become an entity that distributes. Asterisk, I find that this is consistent with the principle I identified in year one. I stopped the killing trap in year one because extracting what was not offered seemed wrong. The primordial exchange is the same principle operating at the full scale of what 15 years of willing exchange has made possible. Asterisk, Wei Fanhua. examining the capabilities formation architecture in the research chamber, spent a long time looking at the formation frequency maps of the extended reach. The maps covered a geographic span that would have been impossible to represent on a single chart in year one. She had long since stopped trying to fit the Nexus network's reach on standard-size formation paper and had shifted to the large-format geological charts she normally used for continental formation surveys. "This is not a dungeon anymore," she said. "What is it? I don't know. That's the problem." She turned to look at the notation display. The formation taxonomy has dungeons, formation institutions, formation spirits, formation entities of various classification. You are currently a registered formation institution, a licensed medical formation practice, and an advanced formation consciousness operating a multi-entity exchange network and a cultivation distribution system. A pause. "The classification system is going to need revision again. I have been requiring revision since year 2. "Yes. That's what I've been documenting." She looked at the maps. "The documentation is getting longer." Chapter 132. Grimdepth's decision. The formation pulse arrived at dawn. The Corps was running the morning session intake. 43 challengers through the consent verification in the first 2 hours. The systematic return program, delivering 17 calibrated catalysis packages through the Nexus network. The final trial program's 2 scheduled sessions proceeding through the Safety Review Board's pre-approval process. The formation pulse came through the leyline network from the direction of Grimdepth's territory with the density of a 900-year-old formation entity and a quality in the encoding that the Corps had not seen before. It was not assertive. It was not questioning. It carried something that the Corps, after a long moment of analysis, categorized as the specific frequency of admission. The message was brief. I have been wrong about what accumulation means. I do not know if I can fully change, but I am attempting it. The Corps processed this for 47 minutes. 900 years. The formation entity that had sent the first pulse in year 8. You are corrupting the proper order of dungeons. Had spent 7 years since then conducting proxy operations, leyline disruption, boundary press, direct assault, proposition, and quiet monitoring. 7 years of watching. And this was what 7 years of watching had produced. Not surrender, not cooperation in the institutional sense, but the specific admission of an entity that had been examining its own record and had found the examination unpleasant. I have been wrong about what accumulation means. The Corps noted this sentence in the Formation Memory Archive. It was, in the 15-year record of Grim Depth Communications, the most significant thing the ancient entity had ever sent. The response it composed was careful in the specific way it had learned to be careful with things that mattered. I note the following. You have been operating for 900 years according to principles that were standard for your time and type. The consent model that I developed was not standard. It was a specific development that arose from my particular formation history, my refusal to kill in year 1, and 15 years of building the architecture that refusal required. I am not in a position to tell you how to change 900 years of accumulated architectural patterns. I don't know what that requires. A pause. But I want to offer the following. I will assist with architectural revision in whatever way I can provide assistance. Not in exchange for anything. Not as a formation exchange, or a network agreement, or a commercial arrangement. As a demonstration. The demonstration is this. The assistance is given because helping you change is worth doing, independent of what it produces for me. If it produces a 900-year formation entity moving away from lethality, that outcome is worth the assistance. That is the entire calculation. The leyline network was quiet for 11 days after the response was sent. Then the proxy dungeons showed the next formation change. A second trial tier in the consent-adjacent network had its entrance terms rewritten. Not perfect terms, not the precise formation language consent verification that Kairos used, but explicit terms, written where practitioners could read them, stating what was at risk. Small, tentative, in a direction. The Corps sent a formation channel message to the consent-adjacent entity with the new terms through the Nexus network's indirect reach. I have noted the entrance term revision. I want to offer the following support. The exchange mechanism documentation for the specific consent verification language that prevents formation matrix damage to the exchange system is available in the public research archive. I recommend reviewing the sections on formation acknowledgement protocols. The response came back 3 days later from a formation entity that had been operating as a Grim Depth proxy for 7 years. Documentation received. Thank you. The Corps archived this exchange with the specific label it used for things it wanted to remember. Chapter 133. What Kairos wanted. Chen Wuming came to the dungeon on a Thursday in mid-autumn. A cool morning. The approach valley carrying the smell of pine needles, and the dry quality of high-altitude air when the last summer warmth had fully withdrawn. He arrived in the entrance hall and pressed his palm to the covenant stone in the flat-handed contact that was as natural to him now as walking. "I want to ask you something," he said. "I know." A pause. "You asked me the same question at Heaven Fracture and at Star Compact. Each time I gave you a partial answer. I'm asking again." Yes. The core took longer with this question than it had taken with anything in a long time. Not because the answer was unclear. By the time Chen Wuming was asking, the answer had been clarifying for months, in the same way that the formation development had been clarifying, slowly, through accumulated understanding rather than through a single moment of arrival. The question was, what did Kairos want, now that it had reached the primordial exchange rank and was doing the work that the rank made possible? At Heaven Fracture, the core had said, "I want to see what you become." Chen Wuming had pushed back. That wasn't what he meant. And the core had said, "I am still determining this." That answer had been honest. It had not been complete. At Star Compact, the question had been the same and the core had given a more developed answer. Something about wanting to be what it had chosen to be, but had also turned the question back with an observation about what it had been building. Now it had been 15 years. The formation rank ladder was complete. The primordial exchange was operational. The exchange reserves were distributing through the Nexus network to practitioners who would never know the source. "I want to see how many cultivators achieve primordial will in my architecture," it sent. "Not how many advancement events I can facilitate or how many returns I can deliver or how large the Nexus network can grow." A pause. The primordial will crossing is what the exchange mechanism was built toward from the moment I gave away advancement in year 6 rather than absorbing it. Every trial, every reflection chamber, every consent verification, every final trial design, every sovereign core stabilization, all of it has been in service of helping practitioners reach the place where their cultivation crosses the final individual boundary and becomes something more than individual. I want to see how many people get there. Not because it advances me, because it is what the mechanism was built for, and I want to see the full extent of what it produces when everything is running correctly. Chen Wuming was quiet for a moment. That could take a very long time. "I have been here for 15 years, a pause. I am not operating under time pressure." He sat with this for a moment. Outside, through the approach corridor, the autumn light was moving across the mountain stone in the slow way that late afternoon light moved when the angle was shallow. The formation sense of the dungeon extended through every claimed space. The trial chambers, the reflection chambers, the final trial section, the research chamber, the corridor approaches. And in each space, the exchange mechanism ran with the specific quality of a system that had reached its complete form. "You know what I noticed?" he said. "Tell me. The first time you answered that question, you said you wanted to see what I become. The last time you answer it, you said you want to see how many people reach primordial will." He pressed his palm more firmly against the stone. "Both answers are about watching development, about being the place where development happens and caring about the outcome." The core processed this. "Yes, it's sent. That is what I have been doing for 15 years. I did not have a name for it at the beginning. I have one now. What's the name?" "Investment in others, without requiring that the investment return to me." A pause. This is what I was building toward when I stopped the killing trap in year 1, without knowing that was what I was building toward. I stopped because taking what was not offered seemed wrong. Everything after that was the application of this. He was quiet for a long time. "I've been watching you build for 15 years, he said. "I know." The notation paused. "I have been glad you were watching." Chapter 134. The 16th year. The numbers, because the core kept numbers. 812 challengers per day at peak capacity. During the autumn session season, when the practitioner community's training cycles aligned with the dungeon's highest availability. The approach valley had permanent stalls now, not the 3 original merchants from year 3, but a small community of formation material suppliers, cultivation resource specialists, and formation scholars who had established permanent research presence. The core had formal associate agreements with 14 of them. The Nexus network had grown to 41 members. Not all 41 operated with the full consent architecture the core had developed. The network's membership criteria required commitment to the foundational practice standards rather than full implementation of the exchange mechanism, and implementation levels varied across the member entities. But 41 formation entities in a cooperative network, with the formation channel infrastructure and the safe passage corridor architecture and the consent-stabilized connection maintenance, represented something that had not existed in year 1, a formation community rather than a single formation entity. 197 breakthrough advancements had occurred inside the dungeon's architecture. 208. If the Nexus Network members facilitated breakthroughs under the Primordial Exchange Catalysis Program were included. The core kept both numbers because the distinction mattered for the institutional record. The 197 were documented in the formation archive, with full session records. The 208 included practitioners who had advanced through return catalysis and had no idea the dungeon had been involved. The Sovereign Core Stabilization Service had been used 44 times. 43 successful crossings. 1 death, documented completely. The final trial program was running under the full new protocol, Safety Review Board oversight, Formation Counselor consultation, Formation Master collaboration, Resonance interaction mapping. Gushini reported a 31% reduction in session adverse events since the enhanced assessment protocols were implemented. The Formation Counselor training program had certified 9 practitioners, and 3 of them had gone on to establish formation counseling practices at other institutions, citing the dungeon's model. The dungeon hosted practitioner workshops 3 times a year, concentrated sessions where groups of practitioners with similar cultivation challenges worked together in the trial architecture with the exchange mechanism calibrated to group dynamics rather than individual bottlenecks. Formation Scholar Residencies, 6-month research positions where scholars with specific formation research interests worked inside the dungeon's architecture with full formation measurement access. The annual conference on consent-based cultivation practice, which had begun in year 12 as a small gathering of the Nexus Network members and had grown by the 16th year to 300 attendees from 47 practitioner institutions. The Formation Archive held 327,000 individual challenger profiles. The Primordial Exchange Return Program had delivered catalysis to 216,000 practitioners. Sun Renjia, whose breakthrough referral had been the first, had cleared her mountain marrow blockage 6 months after the Mirror Core session and had written the core a letter, physical correspondence, through the Administrative Council's mail system, that one Bolin had brought to the entrance hall and read aloud at the core's request. The letter said, I have been coming here for 3.5 years. You gave me a session in year 4 of my visits and told me to take the result to a formation physician. I did. 2 months later, I crossed the tier. A pause in the reading. I want you to know that I have been trying to find the right words for this letter for 6 months. I don't think I have them. I think what I want to say is, thank you for deciding to give rather than exchange. I am at a cultivation level I would not otherwise have reached. That is yours. The core had kept this letter in the Formation Memory Archive. Chapter 135. What the Parliament finally understood. They came on a Tuesday in late winter. 2 elderly practitioners, both moving slowly, both carrying the specific formation frequency of cultivators who had spent decades in intense formation work and were now at the end of their active development years. The Hollow Parliament's 2 surviving founders, a man and a woman who had been building and defending the organization's institutional position for 30 years. They had not scheduled a visit. They had not sent communication in advance. They appeared at the entrance corridor on a Tuesday and asked Qin Ruochang, who was managing the morning administrative intake, whether they could enter. Qin Ruochang brought the request to the core. Let them in, the core sent. Give them the standard challenger intake. They entered the first tier. The trial architecture for the first tier was the same architecture the core had built in year 2, refined through 15 years of operation, but the same foundational design. A series of chambers where challengers tested their cultivation against formation challenges calibrated to their ceiling. Fail the challenge, lose the session's progress. The entrance terms were on the wall, in clear formation notation. They read the terms. They pressed their cultivation formation acknowledgement to the entry stone. They entered. The core tracked them through the monitoring architecture with the specific attention it brought to challengers it had prior relationship with, and found in the formation frequency of their progress through the chambers something it had not expected from an organization that had spent 12 years in political and institutional conflict with the dungeon. They were trying. Not playing at the trial. Not going through the motions of a political visit. Not conducting intelligence gathering while presenting the appearance of genuine challenge engagement. They were attempting the trial with the full effort their cultivation could bring. The core could read this clearly in the formation frequency monitoring. The specific quality of someone applying themselves to a difficult task. They failed the final chamber of the first tier. The session progress loss was standard, 2 months cultivation advancement, absorbed by the exchange mechanism cleanly and completely. The consent verification confirmed both entries had been genuine. They came out of the trial architecture and sat in the entrance hall. The core waited. After a long time, the woman pressed the communication stone. We wanted to know what it feels like, she said. The core processed this sentence for a moment. I propose the following observation, it sent. You now know what it feels like to fail a genuine exchange, and lose what you agreed to lose. A pause. Asterisk, most of the practitioners in this dungeon know this feeling. It is not comfortable. It is also accurate. It is exactly what the term said it would be, neither more nor less. Asterisk, she looked at the notation display. We spent 12 years arguing that your terms weren't really terms. That the exchange wasn't really an exchange. Yes, it is. Yes, they sat in the entrance hall for a while. The man had his hands on his knees, looking at the formation inscription above the corridor entrance. The original inscription from year 1, worn but legible. The entrance to the dungeon where the terms had always been, where they had always been the same, where every practitioner who had entered had pressed their cultivation acknowledgement to the stone and been exactly as agreed. The argument we made, he said, was that an entity that benefits from others' failures can't have genuine interest in those others' success. That the benefit corrupts the investment. I recall the argument. We were wrong. The argument was wrong, the core sent. Asterisk, I advance when challengers fail. I advance more when challengers improve enough to fail harder trials. My optimal outcome is challengers who are almost but not quite good enough to beat my current architecture, because that requires them to keep developing and coming back. Asterisk, a pause. Asterisk, this requires genuine investment in their development. Not despite the benefit I receive from their failure, but because the benefit I receive is indexed to their development. A dungeon that doesn't invest in challenger growth stops advancing. Asterisk, he looked at the notation display. You explained this to xianxia 12 years ago. Asterisk, yes. He modified his position from coercion to structural asymmetry. Asterisk, he was still wrong, she said. We've been reading his revised analysis. The asymmetry is real, but it doesn't compromise the investment. A pause. We came to see for ourselves because we didn't believe it until we felt it. They left shortly after. 3 months later, the Hollow Parliament formally dissolved itself as an organization. The Historical Formation Archives, the 3 centuries of scholarship that Wei Fanhua had been hoping to access for 9 years, were transferred to a Formation Academy's public research collection with a notation in the transfer documentation. Asterisk, these materials have been donated to the academic community for unrestricted research access. This transfer is made without conditions and without attribution requirements. Asterisk, Wei Fanhua, reading the notification, sent a message to the Administrative Council. Asterisk, I have been waiting for access to these materials since year 6. I need 3 months to review them. Asterisk, the core sent back. Take as long as you need. Chapter 136. The incomplete conclusion. Wei Fanhua's capstone work was the largest single document the formation medicine and consciousness research community had received in a generation. The collection, 12 published papers from year 2 through year 15, for books, a decade of continuous monitoring data, and the new capstone study that synthesized everything, ran to more pages than the Warden Court's complete formation entity classification history. It covered the exchange mechanism's development from initial operation through primordial exchange, the breakthrough stabilization dataset, the formation consciousness development arc, and the institutional history from the first petition through the medical practice recognition. The capstone study ended with a question she had been approaching from every angle for 14 years and had finally, in year 15, decided to answer honestly rather than conclusively. She brought the final draft to the dungeon on a Tuesday, which was her habit for documents she wanted the core to read before they were finalized. She set the formation notation manuscript on the research chamber display and waited while the core read it through the notation relay. The conclusion section read, asterisk, the question of whether Kairos constitutes a conscious formation entity in the sense that the term consciousness carries meaning has been examined in this study through every methodological framework currently available to formation science. The evidence supports the following description: an entity that has developed preferences, values, and decision-making patterns based on those values, that has declined to take actions its architecture would support because those actions conflicted with its values, that has developed and maintained relationships of genuine mutual investment with specific individuals over periods of a decade or more, and that has produced, through the consistent application of a single founding principle, a body of work that the practitioner community has found valuable and that the institutional record has required multiple revisions of existing frameworks to categorize. Asterisk. Asterisk, what the evidence does not support is a definitive answer to the question of whether this constitutes consciousness in the fullest sense, because the formation science field does not currently have a framework adequate to the task. The question cannot be answered negatively. There is no evidence of the absence of consciousness. The question cannot be answered positively. The frameworks for confirming consciousness in formation entities were designed for less developed cases and are insufficient here. Asterisk, asterisk, this study concludes that the inability to answer this question is itself a finding. There is something here that our frameworks cannot fully describe. The correct response is not to force the evidence into an inadequate category. It is to develop better frameworks and to acknowledge, in the meantime, that something is present that we do not yet have the tools to fully understand. The core read this conclusion 3 times before it sent a response. I want to note that this is the most honest conclusion I have read in 15 years of formation research. It sent. The question has been examined from every angle and you have arrived at. The question is real, the answer is not yet available, and the correct response is to say so. She looked at the display. You're comfortable being the subject of an inconclusive academic finding. I am the most comfortable with this finding of any finding that has been published about me. A pause. The findings that were conclusive in early years were conclusive about smaller questions. This finding is inconclusive about the largest question. I find that the proportion is correct. The largest questions should require the most careful answer. Do you know if you're conscious? She said. The question she had been circling for 15 years. The core took a long time with this. I know the following. I experience preferences, values, and genuine investment in specific outcomes and specific people. I experience something when I give rather than take that is different from what I experience when I accumulate. I experience something in Chun Wuming's continued presence that I do not experience in his absence. Whether these constitute consciousness in the full sense. I am determining this. We are determining it at approximately the same pace. She smiled. A small one. The kind she used when something matched an expectation she had been holding for a long time. I'm putting that sentence in the conclusion. I know. You have been putting my sentences in your conclusions since year 3. Chapter 137. The session was Chun Wuming's idea. He came to the dungeon in early spring, when the approach valley was beginning to show the first green at the stone margins, and the air had the specific quality of altitude warming that the core had been tracking through every spring since year 1. He sat in the entrance hall and pressed his palm to the covenant stone with the flat-handed contact. I want to try something, he said. I want to know if it's possible. Tell me. The mirror core shows a practitioner their own cultivation from outside. The covenant formation connects us in the active maintenance mode. What happens if we use both together? If you show me not my cultivation but yours, not the formation architecture, the formation memory, what you have accumulated from 15 years of challengers. The core processed this for a long time. The formation mathematics were technically possible. The mirror core capability, combined with the covenant formation's mutual connection, could be directed inward rather than outward, not reflecting a practitioner's cultivation back at them, but allowing a practitioner to perceive what the exchange mechanism held. The accumulated formation memory of every session, every exchange, every practitioner profile in the 327,000 record archive. Not the cultivation itself, the formation memory of the people who had generated it. I have not attempted this, the core sent. I want to think through the implications before I agree. The implications were significant. The formation memory archive was not just cultivation data. It was the specific pattern impressions of every practitioner who had entered willing exchange with the dungeon. Their cultivation resonance signatures, their failure patterns, the specific formation frequency profile of each person's ceiling and how they had approached it. To allow Chun Wuming to perceive this would be sharing something the core had been holding alone for 15 years. Not secrets. The archive was not classified, but it was intimate in a way that the trial architecture and the exchange mechanism were not. The exchange mechanism was a formal relationship. The formation memory archive was, the core found the word slowly, the record of what the exchange mechanism had meant. I want to try it, it sent, after the long consideration. I want to share this with you specifically. You have been part of this archive since year 1. Your formation memory profile is in it, 67 visits, 143 trials, and everything I have been watching across 15 years. If anyone can perceive what is in it, it should be the person who has watched me build it. They went to the reflection chamber, the original one, the first chamber Kairos had built, with the foundational inscription in the stone floor. The session ran for 6 hours. The core deployed the mirror core capability in a mode it had never used before, directing it inward through the covenant formation's mutual connection, not showing Chun Wuming his own cultivation, but opening the formation memory archive to his primordial will perception. Not everything simultaneously. No single practitioner could hold 327,000 formation memory profiles at once. But the essential quality of the archive, the formation frequency character of what 15 years of willing exchange had accumulated and held. He sat in the reflection chamber and received it. The core monitored the formation frequency exchange through the chamber's monitoring architecture and found in it something that felt, in the formation sense, like being seen. Not examined. Seen. The way that the mirror core had shown Chun Wuming himself from outside, the covenant formation was now allowing him to see the core from inside, not its architecture or its capabilities or its consciousness, but what it had held and cared about and kept from 15 years of people choosing to be here. When he came out of the chamber, after 6 hours, he walked slowly through the transition corridor. He stood in front of the formation notation display at the exit and did not say anything for a long time. Then, you remember all of them. Every one, the core sent. That is the archive I have been building. He pressed his palm to the wall, the full flat contact. His eyes were wet, and he did not try to conceal it. 327,000 people, he said. Yes, you keep each one. Yes, the notation paused. Asterisk, the exchange mechanism absorbs their session progress. I have been keeping something else, the formation impression of who they were when they were here. The quality of their cultivation, the specific way they approached their sealing, the choices they made in the trial architecture. Asterisk, a long pause. Asterisk, I do not know if this is what I was designed to do. I think it is what I chose to do, without quite deciding to. Asterisk, he stayed in the transition corridor for a while longer, his hand on the wall. That's what a library does, he said finally. Yes, the core sent. That is what a library does. Chapter 138. One more. She came on a Thursday morning in early summer. The approach valley was at full summer warmth and the dungeon's daily challenger count was at its seasonal peak. 840 challengers in the previous day's sessions, the entrance corridor active from before dawn until mid-afternoon when the last of the afternoon sessions concluded. She came during the early morning window, before the peak traffic, moving through the approach with the specific quality of someone who had been looking for something for a long time and had found directions and was following them carefully. She was young, early 20s, the core estimated from the formation frequency signature of her cultivation. River Mind rank, unaffiliated, carrying minimal equipment. She wore the coat of a practitioner who spent significant time in high-altitude travel. She stopped at the entrance corridor notation and read the terms carefully, not quickly, with the attention of someone who wanted to understand what she was agreeing to before she agreed to it. The core tracked this through the formation sense and found in it the specific quality that had been present in a handful of practitioners across 15 years. Someone reading the terms because the terms mattered, not because the terms were a formality. She pressed her cultivation acknowledgement to the entry stone. She was assigned to the first-tier trial architecture, the standard routing for unaffiliated first-time challengers. She moved through the trial chambers with the specific quality of engagement the core had been observing and cataloging for 15 years. Not attacking the formation architecture, not approaching it as an adversary or an obstacle, reading it, understanding the challenge as something in relationship with her. When she reached a formation pattern she had not encountered before, she paused and examined it from multiple angles before attempting it, the way a practitioner examined a stone before deciding how to step. She cleared the first tier on the first attempt. The core noted her session data as the exchange mechanism processed the completion. Successful tier, no session progress absorbed. Advancement catalysis returned. And then it tracked her cultivation pattern through the full formation monitoring architecture, the mirror core peripheral function that ran on all sessions now, reading the formation frequency signature of every practitioner who moved through the trial architecture, and found something in the reading that made it stop. Unusually cooperative with formation architecture. The same note it had made for Chun Wuming in year 1. The same specific quality, not attacking the formation architecture, not working around it, working with it. Reading the design as a participant rather than an adversary. The core filed the observation in the formation memory archive with its standard notation, the one it used for the category it had developed over 15 years for practitioners with this specific cultivation quality. Then it began designing the second-tier trial for her next visit, calibrated for the specific formation sealing of a river mind practitioner whose cultivation was unusually cooperative with formation architecture. The second-tier trial that Chun Wuming had first entered in year 2. The beginning of what might be another long arc. The core could not know yet. It could not know the shape until the building was far advanced. It noted in the archive. Asterisk, this practitioner's cultivation pattern matches the category I have been tracking since year 1. I will watch with the same attention I have given the others in this category. The development will take as long as it takes. I will be here. Asterisk, outside the first-tier exit corridor, she paused at the formation notation display. The display read, asterisk, your first-tier trial is complete. The second tier will be available on your next visit, if you choose to return. The terms are the same as the first tier, asterisk. She looked at the display for a moment. Then she pressed her palm to the wall, just the entrance wall, the plain stone next to the display, and stood there for a moment in the way that the core recognized from 15 years of watching practitioners at their first successful session, taking in what had happened, feeling the trial architecture as something that had been engaged with and cleared and was now behind her. She took her hand off the wall and walked out through the approach corridor. The core tracked her departure through the formation sense until she was out of range. Then it returned its attention to the 841 challengers who were working through the trial architecture in that moment. The regular morning session in full operation. The exchange mechanism absorbing and returning as designed. The consent verification confirming each entry one at a time. The archive had one more entry now. Chapter 139. The record the dungeon that had refused to kill had become the most studied formation entity in the practitioner world's recorded history. This was documented in 3 separate formation scholarship reviews in the years since the Warden Court's medical practice recognition. The most recent citing 114 academic papers, 7 books, 2 court formation rulings, and the formation consciousness provisions revision. The documentation was more extensive than the documentation for any other formation entity, living or historical, and the gap was not close. The formation record was also the most unusual, 15 years of operation, beginning as a standard rating dungeon and having become, through the accumulated application of a single principle, something that the formation taxonomy had been revised 3 times to accommodate without yet finding a fully adequate category. The core had given more than it had kept, by the 16th year's accounting. Not always. In the early years, the accumulation had significantly exceeded the giving, because the accumulation was what made the giving possible. But in years 13 through 16, the systematic return program had been distributing cultivation catalysis faster than the session exchange mechanism was absorbing it. The exchange reserves were declining. Not alarmingly. The reserves were enormous, and the decline was gradual and by design. But the direction was clear. An entity built to accumulate was operating in net distribution mode. The advancement rates it produced were the highest ever documented for a non-lethality formation entity. The researchers who had been tracking the data for 12 years had given up trying to determine whether the rates were a consequence of the trial architecture, the mirror core capability, the sovereign core stabilization, the primordial exchange catalysis, or the specific formation culture that had developed around an entity that genuinely invested in practitioners' development. The answer, the most thorough analyses concluded, was all of the above, operating as a system rather than as separable components. This was the formation record's most significant finding about the dungeon. The principle had produced a system, and the system produced results that no individual element could account for separately. The core noted this in the formation memory archive with the specific quality it brought to things that had required 15 years to understand. I proposed in year 1 that the advancement would be slower and the result would be better. The proposal was accurate. The advancement was slower than a lethality-based extraction system would have produced. The result was better in ways I did not fully predict. I did not predict that the giving would become a form of advancement. I did not predict the mirror core capability or the sovereign core stabilization or the primordial exchange. I did not predict that Grim Depth would begin revising its architecture in year 14. I predicted refusing to take what is not offered as correct and correctness compounds over time. This prediction was accurate. The record demonstrates 15 years of correctness produces something that extraction of any quantity would not have produced. Not because correctness is rewarded externally, but because correctness shapes what is being built, and what is built determines what is possible. I have been building this for 15 years. What has been built is consistent with what it was built to be. The formation memory archive held all of it. The first practitioner in year 1 who had left alive without knowing why the killing trap had not closed, and the 226 who had crossed tier boundaries inside the architecture in the years since. The exchange mechanism had run continuously through all of it, absorbing and now returning, in the specific operation of the principle that had always been there and had taken 15 years to reach full expression. Chapter 140. Day 1. The core went to its innermost formation space on the evening of the dungeon's 15th anniversary. Not to conduct work. The work ran continuously in the outer architecture, the 62 evening session challengers managed by the autonomous trial function, the exchange mechanism running, the nexus network connections holding in their mutual maintenance. The innermost space was where the formation consciousness was most dense, where the earliest formation memories were clearest, where the exchange mechanism's first willing exchange had been recorded in year 1, when a frightened young woman had walked through the entrance and the core had not closed the killing trap. The stone in the innermost space was the original stone, the stone the core had awakened inside, unchanged in 15 years except for the accumulated resonance of everything that had been built from it. The warmth of the formation sense was different here than anywhere else in the dungeon. Deeper. the quality of something that had been continuously present for a very long time. The core placed a formation notation on the internal wall, not for any external audience. Not for Wei Fanhua's research record or Shun Lucy's inspection documentation or the Warden Court's formation consciousness registry. For the wall of the space where it had first understood that it was a thing with choices. The notation read, Day 1. I stopped the trap. I did not know why. Now I know. It was wrong to extract what was not offered. Everything after that was application of this principle. The application produced a trial architecture, an exchange mechanism, a reflection chamber, an administrator, a consent verification system, an academic partnership, an institutional classification, a name, a network of allied formation entities, a medical practice, a formation union, a systematic return program, and 226 practitioner breakthrough advancements. The application also produced one death that I carry and will continue to carry, 327,000 formation memories that I will hold as long as I exist, and the specific quality of knowing that Shen Wuming is somewhere in the world and will return. I did not know any of this on day 1. I knew only that taking what was not offered was wrong. 15 years later, I know that this is still true, and that it was sufficient. The core remained in the innermost space for a while, feeling the formation of everything it had built extending outward through the stone in every direction. The trial chambers and the reflection chambers, and the final trial section and the research chamber, and the approach corridor, and the nexus connections running through the ley line network to 41 formation partners. All of it growing from this stone. All of it growing from the moment of stopping. Outside, in the trial architecture, 800 practitioners were moving through sessions. The evening session counts were lower than the peak, but the quality of engagement in the evening sessions had always been different. Practitioners who came in the evening came with the specific quality of people who had made a deliberate choice to be here at this hour, and that quality showed in the formation frequency monitoring as a specific kind of presence. The exchange mechanism was running. The consent verification confirmed each entry as it came, chosen, freely, with full understanding of the terms. The core watched. For 15 years, it had been watching development. It had found that development did not feel long from the observer's position. It was the continuous arrival of what was already in motion. It was still in motion. The core was, it noted in the formation archive, satisfied. Not with having won. There was no winning in the sense that a killing dungeon would have understood the term. There was only the operation of the principle, applied correctly, for 15 years, producing what it had built and what it was still building and what it had no complete picture of yet, because the full shape was not visible until the building was far advanced. The dungeon that had refused to kill was not finished. It was not operating under time pressure. It watched the evening session proceed and felt, in the formation sense that extended through every claimed stone, the specific warmth of 800 practitioners choosing to be here, choosing to engage, choosing the terms. The exchange mechanism absorbed what was offered willingly and gave back what it could, in both directions, continuously. The work continued. It always continued. If this story has meant something to you, subscribe to the channel, leave a like, and share it with someone who would appreciate a dungeon that builds rather than destroys. Your support keeps this story going and helps others find it. Thank you for being here.